Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Soldiers shoot at monsters. It is explained that the war in the labyrinth that lasted for decades is over. The heroes stand at sunset in front of a flag. It is said that after the defeat of tens of thousands of masters of the labyrinth, the prisoners were saved. Many people come out of the cave. The picture shows a small child. It is said that among them were children born in the labyrinth. The man in the cloak spreads his arms to the sides. It is explained that having lost their mothers during the war, they were forced to feed on the milk of monsters. The heroes see someone in the cave. A soldier shouts to the boss that another one is on the way. It is said that these children had supernatural powers and were so strong that they could hardly be called people. The soldier tells his partner that it seems to be one of those born in the labyrinth. The other says that he appeared quite late, specifying whether he really came from the lower floors. They cover the child with blue eyes. The soldier says that the baby is safe now. The other one answers that you need to be on your guard because he is not yet able to control his powers. It is said that they are called the child of the dungeon. The grown-up hero sits with a sad face. Someone says to direct him. In the lens of the video camera is a disgruntled guy. The man says that they were going to film the second level of the labyrinth. He asks again, specifying that he is already many years old, and what he was going to film here. The girl sits next to the guy. There are soldiers around them. She asks if the children of the dungeon have become famous due to the great publicity in the media and they have a chance to become millionaires and they are at the very top. He asks again the top of what? The girl closes her eyes and with a smile says that she did a little research. She shows a finger and clarifies if the guy knows how obsessed the children of the dungeon are with caves. They turn to the adult guy. The girl says that as it turned out, he is the only child of the dungeon who is afraid of the labyrinth, and therefore he is also the only child with an unknown level. The hero in the helmet tells his partner that it might be because he's weak. She says that she took security just in case. The guy gets up. The surprised children talk to each other that not even 10 minutes have passed. The hero in the cloak approaches them and points his finger, saying that it's dangerous to stay here and that they need to get to at least the second floor before making a pass. And he repeats himself again, asking to tell the guards not to use weapons, even if he encounters monsters. The guards exchange glances. One of them asks if he's too worried. He replies that they need to avoid clashes at all costs. The soldier looks at him with a grin and says that they don't care who he is and that he should just accompany them, and then they'll take care of the kids themselves. The hero with a displeased face mentally calls them arrogant fools, because while they're having a meaningless conversation, someone in the labyrinth is being torn apart. A boy in a helmet stands next to him and exclaims what it is. He in turn realizes that you can't underestimate Geyser. A silhouette of a monster appears from behind a dark corner. A ferocious mutant with horns growls. The protagonist says that this underground creature is most often found on the first floor of Geyser and he is already wounded and they better get away from here before the smell of blood soaks into their clothes. The soldiers load their weapons and shout to gather and show them, declaring that they will now show them what they take such money for. The protagonist, shocked, asks them not to shoot. A soldier loudly shouts fire. Soldiers with machine guns shoot at the enemy. The monster screams loudly in pain. The soldiers hold their ears. They stand in front of the dead monster. The soldiers look at him in surprise. They began to laugh loudly and point their fingers, declaring that they did not even try. The protagonist stands in the middle of happy characters with a dissatisfied face. The girl asks if the guy filmed it. The soldier says that everything that moves dies from bullets. At that moment he claims that he felt a little uneasy because a lot of people are dying here, but they are no different from wild animals. The protagonist clenches his fist and tells the surprised soldier that they need to pack their things and return immediately. He in turn claims that they took care of everything and there is nothing to be afraid of. The characters are standing in the middle of a cave. A loud sound is heard around. The man turns around and wonders what that sound was. The protagonist replies that the predator heard the shots and is still far away, so they still have a chance. The surprised guy hears the intent to kill him. The fighters talk to each other. One of them says that if they take a narrow trajectory, they will definitely kill the enemy, because he died from just a couple of bullets, and the one they just killed is valued at several million won. The protagonist covers his face with his hands thinking that they are talking about money again, while one of them exclaims that if they kill several of them, each will earn 10 million. The soldier points his hand to the side. The protagonist looks at him. The guy stands near the fighters and declares that they are staying here. They laughingly exclaim that it finally dawned on him, saying not to think about begging for money later. The protagonist tells the boy and girl to follow him. She replies that they need to film. He turns around with a terrifying look and demands to follow him. The soldiers turn around and shout that they will see each other soon, noting that they need to discuss the plan and first study the area in that direction. The heroes hurry after the guy and ask him to go slower. He turns around to look at the tired girl. She asks where they are going, noting that he screwed up the entire shoot. He asks him not to whine. The protagonist with a serious look declares that they are leaving here. The girl stands near them and shouts that they agreed. The surprised girl guesses what he wants to say. She realizes that the reason why this child of the dungeon is walking around the labyrinth is because the protagonist looks at her. She thinks that he is just a coward. The girl grabs her partner in the helmet by the jacket and offers to go back. He asks why. She replies that they need to film their fight. The enraged heroine screams that they spent a lot of money to go here, and if they leave they will be left with nothing. Suddenly, the heroes turn around at the sound. They look into the cave. Strange sounds are heard inside it. The hero in the helmet is shocked along with his partner. The guy in the cloak tells the frightened girl to shut up and follow him. Because they can't let them know that the group was split up, she asks what happened. He explains that the predators heard the shots and the one they killed was their prey. In the camera lens, the girl asks that he will let them die knowing this. He replies that if he tried to convince them, everyone would already be dead. The camera starts shaking. The protagonist states that the blood got on their clothes so they were doomed from the start. The guy in the helmet takes off his feet. The girl screams that something needs to be done. He demands to calm down. He films a drop of blood on his boot. The character explains at this time that if only it were possible to convince them. Strange sounds are heard. The hero continues filming. A creature appears in front of the camera. He films a huge monster. The camera shows the guy covering himself with his hand, but he is bitten. The protagonist and the girl turn around in shock as the camera flies to the ground. The ferocious monster chews the guy in the helmet. Through the blood from his mouth, he asks to save him. The surprised guy looks at this. While the girl holds her head, he wonders what the wolf monkey is doing on the first floor. He turns around excitedly. He sees many monsters and assumes that they are trapped, and most likely they were followed. The protagonist turns around and sees the mutant running towards the girl. His eyes began to sparkle blue. He breaks away and flies towards the enemy. The protagonist takes the handle of the weapon. He begins to pull out the blade. The protagonist holds a fighting stance with the weapon in his hands. He stands in front of the monster. The mutant stretches out his paw. The protagonist searches for weak spots. He deftly jumps and dodges the monster's blow. The fighter flies onto the enemy's head. The girl with the camera looks forward in fear while the mutant swings his paws at her. The protagonist throws the blade and pierces the monsters, moving forward. He holds the girl in his arms and warns that now he will run with all his might. The protagonist, holding her, declares that in the process she may break a couple of ribs, so she should get ready. The fighter deftly dodges the blows of the monsters. The mutant watches him in surprise. Wolf monkeys begin to hit the ground. The protagonist kneels next to the girl sitting on the ground. The guy with a sad face says that they seem to have fought back, while he praises her for holding up well. But the enemies are nearby so they need to hurry. The surprised protagonist turns around hearing that they died because of him. The girl with tears in her eyes says that he could have killed them. She opens her eyes hearing that the protagonist says that he apparently does not understand. He explains with a serious face that he is an escort, not a guard. He speaks to the crying woman, asking if the contract said that he should join the fight. She assures that people died. The surprised heroine hears that it is Geyser. He stands in front of her and declares that she hired a bunch of idiots who had never come down here before, spat on his warnings, and for some reason he became the culprit. The protagonist claims that if they, spoiled cretins, listened to him from the very beginning, they could have survived, and they most likely would not have even encountered monsters. The girl asks through tears why he saved her then. She looks up and hears that if she dies, he will not get money. He extends his hand and declares that he is only doing his job, and she pays. The fighter sees a flash to the side, while he was talking about how he would protect her. The surprised heroes see a glow in front of them. The emblem of the labyrinth with a sword and a snake appeared in front of them. The shocked protagonist realizes that this is the entrance to the labyrinth. The ground cracks under his feet. He understands that he needs to run away from there right now. The shocked heroes see that the ground is leaving from under their feet. They start screaming in fear, seeing a huge hole in front of them. The guy tries to open his eyes. He opens them wide in fear. He slowly gets up. Holding his shoulder, he swears. The protagonist in shock realizes that his left arm is broken. He looks forward and understands that it could have been worse. He looks around and says that the customer could not have survived after falling from such a height. The guy with a sad face says that there is something even worse. He sees the emblem of the labyrinth and claims that he is up to his ears in problems, because this is the heart of the labyrinth. He goes forward and says that he needs to look around. He turns around and realizes that he does not feel anything, suggesting that the labyrinth is abandoned. The protagonist looks around. He approaches the emblem with a snake and a sword. Suddenly, the snake entangles the protagonist. The shocked guy realizes that the enemy is fast. She bites his hand. He looks at her in shock. It says about the 18,230th snake liberator. The frightened protagonist curses, declaring that he will not die in this place. He closes his eyes and assumes that he is dying. It says about the inheritance of this dungeon. The shocked guy opens his eyes. He stands in the middle of the cave. He says with amazement that he is alive, but he definitely felt the poison. He sees his hand and realizes that it is fine. The protagonist looks down and says that the hell with his hand, because his whole body has recovered. He stands in the middle of the cave and says that this place, it seems he is somewhere near the entrance to the first floor. The guy sees a girl lying in the distance. He runs up to her and shouts Yunju. He holds her in his arms and thinks that despite severe injuries she is still breathing. He looks around and realizes that there are no medicines, no people around, and no one will help her here. The girl begins to cough up blood. He pulls her onto his back and understands that there is no time to think because she can die at any moment. He walks through the cave, holding her, and tells Hyunji to hold on a little longer, because they are almost out. The picture shows a fence and a residential building. The hero says that he is home. The guy goes into his room. It says that today at about 9 o'clock in the morning there was an accident with the expedition group. He sees a TV. They say that 7 out of 9 died. Monsters set up an ambush, destroying the entire combat force of the detachment. The guy sits down on the couch and they say that not even 2 hours have passed. At this time the journalists explain that the surviving miss was saved by the child of the dungeon, Mr. Kim. He turns off the TV, thinking that at least it was recorded on camera, because otherwise they would blame him for everything. He sighs, thinking that he would not want to pay fines because of a bunch of fools. He looks at the envelope and states that he left part of the salary in Hyunji's room and Kim hopes that she will notice, calling the current time hard. The girl approaches him and speaks to him. He is surprised that she is home. She looks at him sadly. He asks what is wrong with her face, assuming that she was crying. Kim watches her in surprise. She holds the envelope. The protagonist realizes that it looks like she just saw the money, and this is a huge amount for her, and she was probably scared. He gives her another envelope and tells her to take it, demanding not to ask where he got it from. He did nothing wrong. Behind the frightened girl is a man. He asks with a displeased face what this means. The guy with a smirk asks about the fact that his father has a day off today. He calls him an ill-mannered boy. Kim with a serious face listens to her father find out that he went to earn money, risking his life. The man with a displeased look shouts that naturally he quit his job and came home. The father loudly shouts to his daughter that he told her to return it, clarifying why she still has it. The protagonist turns to him excitedly, while he asks what she is doing, demanding to return them to her older brother. The enraged man asks if he really thinks they are so useless that he decided to risk his life for money. He asks again. The guy smiles and tells the evil father that he does not understand what he is talking about, because nothing happened to him, he just made some money. The surprised protagonist hears that he knows that they are not blood relatives, but he greatly underestimates him, asking if he really thought that he would not find out about anything. The guy sheepishly asks for forgiveness. He turns around seeing the envelope. The sister guiltily asks to take it back. The protagonist stands next to his father and turns to Hyunji. She leaves the room. The man says that he thought he raised Kim properly, but he grew up selfish. He put his hand to his face and claims that he understood that raising a child is not an easy task. The guy at this time says that he gave her this money because he himself wanted to, and he has nothing to spend it on anyway, so why not put it aside for her wedding? The surprised guy hears that if she knew that he got this money, risking himself, she would never accept it. The man turns his back to him and says that Kim is also a member of the family, and he should not forget it. The main character says the father. He leaves the room, telling him to go rest and promise that this will not happen again. He agrees. Kim with a sad face understands that if you take on the upbringing of a child of the dungeon, you get a decent amount of money. He holds an envelope. It is said that there were many cases when a child was taken into a family only for them, because of which such children often killed their guardians. Kim hides it in his pocket, thinking that he was lucky. He sees the door ajar and realizes that he has a real family. He comes in and understands that now because of Hyunji's wedding it is hard for them, but this is nothing. The guy looks at his arm. He pulls back the sleeve and sees a tattoo, realizing that it is unknown. He puts his palm and it glows. He realizes that it is not simple. Kim with a dissatisfied face sees a window with a snake. The notification describes the labyrinth of Nagi rank 1, durability 41 out of 1050, the facilities of the owner's room of the first rank, a portal. The protagonist does not understand what all this means. He sits at the computer. It says that he was able to find bits of information on the internet. He points to the window and states that this green panel is similar to those often seen in games. He thinks, realizing that the Nagi labyrinth seems to refer to the labyrinth where he was bitten by a snake. He wonders why the labyrinth chose him as the new master. He is surprised to realize that this is also in games. The same window is shown on the screen. Kim states that something appeared next to the portal. He points his finger at the red sign and claims that this was not there before. Suddenly everything around begins to crack and fly apart. He is shocked, trying to understand what is happening. The protagonist falls to the ground. He sees the labyrinth emblem in front of him and states that this is that place again. He looks ahead and realizes that it is different. Kim notices something with displeasure. The snake's eyes are shining. He exclaims that it is happening again. He stands up, realizing that it is so fast that even he cannot keep up with it, and he needs to use all his strength. The guy rushes at the snake, holding his cloak in his hands. He throws it over it. The snake hangs on the sword, wrapped in the cloak. The guy stands in front of her holding a fighting stance, asking if she really thinks he will fall for her trick. Kim realizes with a frantic look that this will only hold her back for a while. She will have enough strength to get out without problems, and he needs a weapon. Suddenly the 18,230th liberator of the snake is mentioned, the one who will inherit the dungeon and take the throne of Naga. The protagonist looks ahead with displeasure. He sees a snake. He is told that he is too young and unfit to take on the burden of the crown, but she is in no condition to turn back time, so it will be considered fate. The guy goes to the emblem, asking what she is talking about, and she is one of the masters of the labyrinth. She in turn declares that the king has fallen. Kim, in a rage, screams to explain what is happening. She wishes him luck in his difficult reign. The picture shows a rap snake. The main character shouts hey. Kim angrily shouts for her not to play with him because he will not return to this hell. He clenches his teeth in rage and understands that for years he avoided the labyrinths, but he had to go down for the money for Hyunji's wedding. Someone looks at the guy, who says that he should have listened to his parents' advice and avoided the labyrinths, while not understanding why one trouble after another haunts him. The guy turns around but no longer sees anyone. Surprised, Kim hears his brother's appeal. Through a hole in the wall, his sister asks if he is in her room and if they can talk. He in turn says that he is changing clothes and she needs to wait. He looks at the rift and wonders if this is really the portal through which he got there, and it seems that the sounds of the outside world penetrate here. The door opens. Hyunji shouts that he is going in. He asks to stop. He clenches his teeth and says spit. The guy jumps into the portal, breaking particles. He holds his shoulder, saying that he feels like his body is being torn apart, but he is okay. Kim stands in front of his sister. She asks what that sound was. She looks at him in the doorway and asks why he is sweating, and in street clothes. He stands there embarrassed, and behind him they exclaim about his legend. A happy Hyunji nudges him, asking if he is playing. The guy replies that he is watching a stream. He looks at her excitedly. While she says that she would never have thought that her eternally closed-off brother would be interested in such things, he asks again. She smartly states that he has no hobbies, no friends, no girlfriend, and sits in a room with 4 walls for days on end. Kim asks how she sees him. In the frame, a little boy holds his head. He realizes that she is partly right, because after he left the labyrinth, he tried with all his might to forget this terrible place. The boy covers his ears in fear. It is said that the peace he is not used to cause discomfort, and the reason why other children of the dungeon are so drawn to the labyrinth is probably precisely this. The protagonist looks at his sister and asks what she wanted. Hyunji looks down in embarrassment. She lowers her head and apologizes to him. He scratches his head, hearing that she did not know that he returned to that place because of her, and she is truly sorry. He says that he thought something happened. Kim says with a smile that everything is fine and there is no need to worry. He looks at the shocked girl and sighs. He turns around, closing the door, and says that she should wait outside the door, because he will be right back. The protagonist realizes that he left his coat in the labyrinth. Kim sees a red monster with his cloak through the crack. He realizes that there is also money left there. The guy stands opposite, seeing this. He looks forward in surprise. The guy is shocked to realize that his money was stolen. At this time his sister exclaims him. He looks out from behind the door with a smile and says that everything is fine and there is no need to worry about him, because he was so absorbed in the game that he completely forgot about yesterday. Kim looks at the surprised girl, asking if she is okay with him playing sometimes. She agrees. He slams the door, thanking her. She is surprised. The guy leans against the door and hears that she has never seen him so carried away. He mentally apologizes to her. He closes the door. The protagonist climbs into the portal. He runs to the coat lying on the ground. Kim took it in his hands and looking around realizes that the monster is gone, saying that it is empty. He dumps everything out of his pockets, saying that there is everything here except money. The window says that while he is outside the labyrinth, the devil stole all his money, and in order to find him, he needs to complete synchronization and activate the entrance to the labyrinth. The protagonist turns around in surprise, not understanding what they are talking about. He yells at the pop-up notification, asking why some devil needed his money. He stands silently in the middle of the room with the emblem. He throws his coat and curses. The protagonist sits down on the red throne. Kim, annoyed, does not understand how this came to pass. He looks in surprise at the purple spheres on the arms of the throne. The picture shows a pop-up window of the system stating that the detailed information of the labyrinth is blocked and will open after the synchronization is complete, offering a choice whether to continue it. The protagonist, sitting on the red throne, states that it seems that this sphere works in the same way as the tattoo on his arm, although he no longer cares. He sits near the system screen with a sad face. He annoyedly states that it will be synchronized, because he will not leave here without money. Kim sits against the background of the emblem, realizing that if it were not for them, his feet would not be here, and he does not care what would happen to the labyrinth. The guy agrees with the choice in the window and wonders if he has begun to be drawn to his birthplace. In the frame against the background of the logo, it is said about checking the characteristics. The surprised guy looks at this. The protagonist holds his hand to the system window, trying to figure out what it is, because he pressed the button and it was definitely written there that the gate would appear immediately. The guy gets up from the throne and says that apparently he is wasting his time, and it would be much faster to find the devil if he ran after him right away. The window says that the check is complete, and Kim is determined as the king of Naga. Synchronization begins. The guy sits on the throne, a bright flash occurs. He looks down in surprise. It says that the 18,230th snake nest in the Naga labyrinth was registered by Master Kim. He in turn is surprised by the voice in his head. The protagonist stands in the middle of a white void. The labyrinth is being transformed. It is explained that taking into account the synchronized data of the master of the labyrinth Kim, the white floor under his feet begins to crack. The old room is formed around him. He stands against a background of flags and banners. It says that synchronization is complete. He looks around and wonders if the design has improved. A pop-up window informs that the owner of the labyrinth is Kim rank 4. The labyrinth is rank 1, durability is 201 out of 1050, the buildings are the same. The protagonist waves it off and says that not much has changed. At the other end of the room is a black exit. He says that there should be an entrance to the labyrinth somewhere. Near the passage stands a monster. The protagonist notices it, standing near the throne. He looks at it silently. The monster with horns hears that he dared to come to Kim personally. The mutant turns around. Kim says that an ordinary person would not notice, and he would not even know that someone entered here. The protagonist puts his hand in front of him, and calling the monster a kleptomaniac assures that he asked for it himself. He takes the monster by the neck. He groans in pain. Kim hits him in the face. The red mutant's muzzle turns red while he is being strangled. The guy holds him and calls him a brave thief, since he dared to return to the scene of the crime. He holds the monster with crazy eyes and demands the money back, claiming that otherwise he will tear him to pieces. He shakes the mutant, and is surprised that he does not have it. The monster notices the hero's trembling hand. He exclaims if the creature knows what kind of money it was. He holds the monster by the neck. He hands something to the surprised hero. The guy exclaims that he decided to pay off. The shocked guy sees a red crystal in the monster's hands. He looks at it, and realizes that it is a deep gem. The frame shows various stones. It is said that deep gems are special jewelry that can only be found in geyser, and they are deep underground, or can be hidden in rare plants growing there. The hero with a sword and a stone stands in front of a dead mutant. It is explained that their extraction is so difficult that people choose to hunt the most dangerous creatures, and that is why they cost so much. The monster holds a stone in his palm. Kim understands that even a 1-carat gem is valued at a couple of million won, and this gem is the size of a thumb. Squeezing the monster's neck and looking at the stone, he understands that the crystal is definitely worth tens of millions. The blue mutant groans. Another blue crystal appeared in his hands. The shocked guy understands that this is another one. The monster groans and throws them up. The guy lets go of his neck. The protagonist instantly rushes at the crystals. He turns around. The monster runs into the darkness. Kim throws up the stones and declares that at least he got the gems. In the picture, the crystal shines white. The protagonist is amazed by this light. He turns around in surprise. The surprised guy sees a pop-up window from the system stating that he sacrificed a mid-rank deep gem, and the damaged part will be restored and improved. The protagonist curses in rage. He squeezes the crystal in his hands. Kim opens his palm, but it is empty. The window says that there are 24 hours left until the durability is refreshed, and he has 72 hours to increase the labyrinth rank. The shocked guy reads this. He stands in the middle of the room, realizing that he could have bought a car. 4 days later, Hyunji in a wedding dress stands next to the groom, saying that despite the worries about her wedding, thanks to the blessings of others and the generosity of the groom's parents, everything went well. The protagonist stands in front of a merchant who offers 18 million. It is explained that he was able to sell the crystal for a good price. Leaning back in his chair, he says that although he sold it for less than he expected, it was still enough to buy a decent wedding gift, and he will have problems if his father finds out about this. So he will have to give it to her personally, and he cannot believe that some stone is worth 18 million. Kim sees a window that there are 24 seconds left until the end of the labyrinth update. He states that he could have received 38 million if not for the labyrinth. A pop-up notification says that the update is complete. The protagonist understands that there is no point in regretting something that cannot be returned, and he will hope that it was worth it. The protagonist gets up from his chair and says to open the gate. The guy enters the rift. He looks at the pop-up windows of the system. They say that the update is complete, and the rank has moved from 1 to 2, new structures are unlocked. But due to the activation of the labyrinth, new types of monsters were discovered nearby and the defense is low. The radar shows an active squad and low resistance of the gate with no defense. It says that the structure of the Naga nest was created next to the owner's room. The surprised guy asks about the nest. Kim sees clouds of smoke from the side. He brushes them off. The shocked hero notices something. He sees hay and says that a room appeared where the wall was and this is the nest. He walks along it, saying that it looks different than he imagined and he thought it would be more snake-like. Suddenly, something happens behind Kim. The shocked guy asks about the monsters, not understanding when they managed to do it. The system says that 6 Naga slaves of the first rank appeared in the nest structure, and the number of slaves will increase as the rank of the labyrinth increases. Kim is shocked to see the creatures and talks about slaves. He looks at the small snakes and does not understand why they are so cute. Kim sees a notification that the slaves are waiting for instructions. He thinks and says that he knows very well what slaves are supposed to do, because he worked for the government. Cute snakes listen to 3 scouts, and they need to draw a map of the labyrinth starting from the center. He stands in front of them and says that they need to explore the nearest risk factors, resources, ecology and the rest, and remember that survival is a priority. That is, no battles, they hiss in response. The protagonist looks at the crawling snakes and realizes that in theory he should have sent someone with them, but he is poor and has no money for protection. The guy turns around and tells the others to dig a wall opposite the nest and create a storage facility. In the picture, a snake with a pickaxe, the protagonist does not place much hope in them, because they are small, plump and most likely slow weaklings, and this is ideal prey for monsters and geyser. He thinks and says that it is still quite impressive. He looks at the workers and says that he did not think that they would cope with the wall in just an hour. The system writes that the storage facility has been built, and some of the slaves have returned from reconnaissance. The shocked guy is surprised that only some have returned. He sees one snake with supplies in the dark. The guy runs to it and asks where the others are and if they were killed. He is discouraged and says that they are so weak and obviously slaves and are not even close to monsters, and it turns out that he has lost them forever. The protagonist stands in front of the snake with supplies and asks if they are okay. It hisses. He wonders if there was so much loot that they had to go back. He clarifies that it is an honor for them, that he was worried. It still hisses in response. The delighted creatures are behind. A notification says that the mood of 4 workers has improved and work efficiency has increased. The green snake carries a package to the owner. He opens the map in surprise. The system says that the labyrinth map is being updated. The picture shows a full map. It says about the low resistance of the gate and the lack of strength for defense. The guy looks at it and says that it looks like he does not even need to open the map because there is so much nearby. The guy turns to the tools and weapons. The snake is standing near the things with a satisfied look. Kim is interested in whether there is really so much loot. He asks if he brought everything he could carry. He hisses. The surprised guy does not know how to thank him. Various things are lying on the ground. Kim understands that they have been here since the Great War, and they show that there have been no people here for a very long time. Crystals are shining near the bag. He wonders how deep they are. The protagonist suddenly grabs them. He looks at his palm in shock. He holds the stones in his hand and says that these are deep gems. The guy looks at the snake and asks what he saw a bunch of such stones. He yells at the slave, demanding that he bring everything faster and that he not forget to tell the others about it. The guy runs away, declaring that they need to be assessed urgently. The protagonist stops in front of the portal, realizing that he does not know what will happen to the workers if he leaves. He turns and says that if they attack the labyrinth while he is gone. He looks at the sad snakes. Kim sees a green snake with a bag and asks if he is sure that there are still deep gems here. Kim says okay. He looks down and states that the labyrinth does bring benefits, be it money or opportunities. The protagonist stands in the middle of the room. The system window states that he sacrificed 1 low-ranked profound gem and 2 low-ranked profound gems. The notification states that the profound gems are being converted into labyrinth energy. The probability of success is average. Kim closes his eyes from the glow, wondering what he just sacrificed millions of one for some probability. The boy looks forward and says that for the past 5 years he has tried his best to get rid of thoughts about the labyrinth, but once he got here, it completely consumed him. He watches intently, understanding why the children of the dungeons are so obsessed with them, and why they are willing to give their lives for them. The little boy holds his head. It is said that despite the danger and pitch darkness of Geyser, he never left an unpleasant feeling while he lived in the calm safety of the surface, and it is not something that can be fixed and forgotten. The boy stands in the middle of a white space. It is said that he was overcome by simple boredom. He looks forward and states that he was overcome by boredom. Cute snakes are standing nearby. It is said that the Naga king will bring glory to the empire. He exclaims with a smirk about the glory that will spread throughout Geyser. Kim points his hand at the throne room, shouting for the Naga to come. A system window appeared in front of the hero, informing him that he can summon a Naga soldier and a servant. The guy rubbed his chin, muttering that since that was all he could summon at the moment, it would be the right decision to call the soldiers to protect the labyrinth. He looked around and noted that he could not thoughtlessly summon many warriors, considering that there was a cost for their maintenance. Kim placed his hand on his belt and decided to summon 1 soldier and 1 servant, after which the system notified him of the use of 1 unit of abyssal gem to summon a warrior. A thin line appeared in front of the young man. The hero squinted from the bright light. His eyes widened in surprise. A pumped-up armed Naga stood in front of him, and the guy muttered that such a weapon would be more than enough. The brunette pointed a finger behind his back and ordered him to protect the storage along with the workers, and the interlocutor obediently hissed. The young man looked after him and noted that, judging by his build, he was quite good, and then a notification appeared about summoning a servant for 2 gems, and the secret of geyser was activated, and a Naga of heroic rank would appear. The main character widened his eyes in surprise and asked again. A line appeared in front of him, and the whole hall shook. A bright flash appeared in the air, and the young man cursed. Someone waved his sleeves. Ears flashed on his head. Dominic, a servant of heroic rank, appeared in front of the master, who is much superior to the standard ones, and is also a loyal advisor who will serve him with all respect. The girl closed her eyes and said hello. The hero stared at her in shock, realizing that her voice was coming straight from his head, like telepathy. Dominic smiled and asked to give her first order, proving that she could speak too. Kim stood in the hall with the new servant, describing the situation. When he finished, she thoughtfully frowned. The guy looked away when the interlocutor asked if he hadn't even finished training yet. He glanced at the girl, who asked to see the map of the labyrinth she had researched. She opened the drawing and noted that there were deposits of deep gems nearby, and the young man was mentally surprised that she knew how to use maps. Dominic turned around and offered to explain everything along the way, and the gentleman agreed, offering to look around at the same time. They moved along the dungeon, and the companion told them that there was a stalactite cave in the labyrinth, and the walls there were quite thin, so they could break them to get to the deposits, and it was also possible to set up a mining station in the stalactite cave. The interlocutors stopped near a crevice with crystals, and the girl added that sometimes deep gems can be obtained during the processing of other minerals. The servant pointed to the buds and said that even if the plant with the gem was small, they could take it with them, because geyser plants are quite tenacious, so they do not need special care. The girl bent down to the flowers to collect a couple while they were here. Then they reached a lake, and Dominic said that they should guard this area, since it is part of the labyrinth, but the nearest passages are easy to defend, and there is also drinking water, and they are in the very center of the floor. The interlocutors looked at the map, and the hero asked what the red zone was, and she suggested that there were wild creatures there. There was a monster drawn on the diagram, and the girl said that it seemed like this zone was blocked, but probably the slaves found the creatures there and decided not to go there. The brunette looked at her when she added that this territory with monsters could be considered a hunting zone in order to be able to summon more soldiers and servants. The guy stood opposite the girl, clarifying her name. She smiled happily when the master said that this was absolutely incredible. The servant put her palms to her cheeks and exclaimed that this was the minimum set of knowledge for her position, because she had to help manage the labyrinth, but the brunette asked her not to be modest. Kim looked at the interlocutor and said that he had no idea that there could be someone here with whom he could talk. They stood opposite each other, and the hero reminded her that he came from the upper world and did not intend to abandon the labyrinth, but would be absent very often. The girl closed her eyes and replied that she understood his concerns. She tilted her head and added that since the labyrinth didn't have a core yet, it wouldn't be long before a swarm of monsters came here, but anything could be expected from Geyser, so she recommended summoning more soldiers and maids to improve the labyrinth before it was too late. The boy looked at her carefully when the girl added that he needed to collect many more profound gems. They returned to the room where the soldier stood, and the protagonist asked for help, but the girl reminded him that releasing the energy from the profound gems and summoning could only be done by the master, the owner of the labyrinth. The maid looked at the master questioningly when he muttered that he had one last question. Dominic's eyes widened after the brunette asked what would happen if he didn't live up to their standards. The boy had his back to her, and the girl explained that some of the Nagas might leave or rebel, but even if a monster harmed the owner of the labyrinth, they would never be able to take over the labyrinth. She opened her mouth and said that only the one chosen by the labyrinth could be its owner. They looked at each other, and Dominic said that the Nagas were not so stupid as to overthrow the power of the labyrinth, whose glory would be spread throughout Geyser. Kim looked at her intently. He closed his eyes and replied that he understood. The companions moved towards the hall, and the guy noted that they had a lot of work, so it was time to finish talking, but he was pleased to meet her, and she reciprocated, and the young man specified that he could improve the labyrinth with the help of gems collected from flowers. A system window appeared in front of him, notifying about the donation of 3 good quality crystals of the middle rank for the renovation of the labyrinth. The building of the jewelry store made of deep gems. The old man looked at the stone and asked where the young man found such beauty, because in Geyser lately not everything is so smooth, and even famous researchers did not bring such when the lower levels were opened. They exchanged glances, and the hero said that it seemed that things were especially bad on the first level, and the interlocutor exclaimed that wolf monkeys from the 8th level had suddenly started appearing on the first. The old man ruffled his hair and added that over the past 5 years, the professionalism of researchers had declined, due to which the supply of deep gems had fallen sharply. He made a gesture with his hand and said that he would not ask where the guy was getting them from, but wanted to offer a contract, but there was no need to worry that he was going to sit on his neck. Kim rubbed his chin and thought that he had lived far from Geyser for a long time and did not know at all what the situation was there now, and so he could learn more about the labyrinth while collecting gems. The brunette turned to the owner and agreed, asking for information about the labyrinth in exchange, to which the interlocutor replied that it was not difficult, especially for such lovely stones. The old man beckoned with his fingers and said that he would provide him with information, and could also throw him a good job. The young man leaned over. His eyes widened when the man asked him if he had ever heard of hell spiders. The old man closed his eyes and added that they were difficult to deal with, but each had a deep gem, and if the guy was of high rank and killed at least one, he would receive a huge amount of money. The brunette turned around and said that he would not take it, not letting the seller finish. He frowned and was surprised that the young man was going to refuse such money. Kim froze when the interlocutor reminded him that he had a family to take care of, and they were not all that smooth. The guy turned around abruptly and broke the table with a blow. The old man's eyes widened in fear. The protagonist looked at him menacingly and asked if he had really been digging under him. The man recoiled and asked to listen to him, exclaiming that the young man would be working with the strongest children of the dungeon. He looked away and muttered that they were not as gentle as he, and that the old man himself, receiving materials of unknown origin, was also responsible for this, and his gems, with the exception of the first, were of suspiciously excellent quality. Kim frowned and said that he mined them with his own hands, and the interlocutor hastened to answer that he did not doubt it. The seller sat in front of the youth, saying that many people here had had a hard life, parents, brothers and sisters who had fallen by the sword. He looked down and said that it was hard to trust loners who had nothing to lose in this life, and since they had only cared for themselves for a long time, they could not take responsibility for someone else. The hero leaned towards the interlocutor when the latter noted that he had a family he wanted to protect. Kim glared and warned that if he laid a finger on his family, he would experience wrath that he could not even imagine. The man rubbed his neck and promised that it would never happen again, especially since he had sacrificed his trust to make sure of his. The protagonist turned around near the door and asked to send the money for the gems to his account. Then only the old man was left in the room. A broken table lay next to him, and the man muttered that he had not even mentioned it, a true child of the dungeon. Kim remembered how he looked ahead in fear as a child, and they shouted at him to run. He stood among corpses and children running away from hell spiders. One child was pierced by a paw, and he asked why they were doing this to them, since they had worked all their lives for their labyrinth. Blood flowed from his mouth as he screamed. In front of the protagonist stood a huge monster, Duke Geyser. His red eyes glowed in the darkness. Kim stood up abruptly, breathing heavily. Dominic and Greenie looked at him. The guy looked up at the girl, who asked if everything was okay, and he answered that he had a dream from the past. The young man sat on the throne, saying that everything was fine, because these were things of the past. He looked in front of him. The servant and the small animals were looking at him. The brunette touched his head and laughed, frightening Dominic. The Nagas looked at each other in bewilderment, and the master said that he was simply surprised at how different they were from the other creatures. The girl folded her hands and asked if maybe he didn't like them, but the hero immediately interrupted her, assuring her that they suited him. The guy rubbed his chin and thought that it was precisely because the Nagas didn't look like the usual inhabitants of the labyrinth that he wasn't so nervous being here. He looked at the servant and said that the hell spiders lived not so far from here, and it was good that they were at a large distance from each other, but other creatures from deeper levels could come here. The girl smiled when the gentleman asked how much time was left until the update, and answered that there were still 3 seconds before the labyrinth would rise to rank 3. The hero looked at her in surprise and asked again. He stood up and system notifications flashed in front of him that previously inaccessible structures had been unlocked, 6 first-rank Naga workers had been added, and the creation of the labyrinth core had begun. Everyone turned to the noise near the wall. A ball appeared in front of them and Dominic explained that it was the heart of the labyrinth, and if it was destroyed, it would be deactivated. They came closer and the girl added that the dungeon had power limits and that things would appear in it from time to time that would increase its power, although it seemed that an unnecessary weak spot had been added to them. The hero looked at the servant, who said that during the destruction of the labyrinth, if the core was destroyed, if the guy managed to survive, he would be able to restore it again. The brunette turned his gaze to the sign saying that, due to the activation of the core, nearby creatures and monsters had learned of the existence of the labyrinth, and now a pack of horned rats was heading towards them, and would arrive in an hour. Kim turned to his interlocutor and exclaimed that they were under attack, to which the brunette noted that it was necessary to increase the number of troops, since they could not cope with one soldier. The guy looked at the core and thought that he had never even heard of horned rats, and had never seen soldiers in action, but he ordered to summon the Nagas. A system menu with a choice of warrior classes appeared in front of him. Kim squinted, noticing that more specialties had appeared. He paid attention to the numbers next to the name, and realized that it would take a lot of energy to summon them, and he only had 21. A table was glowing nearby, informing about the approach of 20 rats, and the hero decided that he would have to bet everything on the soldiers. Dominic looked at him and said that one soldier could cope with 4 rats at once. She presented a schematic image of the Nagas and explained that a warrior or priest is equal to 2 soldiers, an archer is equal to 3, and one mage is as strong as 5 rats. But everyone except warriors lacks skills in close combat, so it is worth being more careful. Kim grabbed her by the shoulders and exclaimed that she was doing well. The girl blushed, hearing the hero thank the heavens for sending her to him. The guy clenched his fist and summoned 1 soldier and 2 Naga warriors. 2 rifts appeared in front of him. Everyone stared at the addition. 2 powerful pumped-up figures stood in front of the master. Kim smirked and noted that they exceeded his expectations. You can even compete with wolf monkeys with them. He looked to the side. One of the snakes threw a pick on the floor. The brunette looked at him and asked what was wrong. Dominic closed her eyes and explained that Naga workers are a consequence of mutation of high-ranking Naga, and the stronger they are, the higher the probability of the birth of a subspecies. The animal looked ahead, upset. He stood in front of the version that he could have become. The hero crossed his arms and concluded that this little one continued to follow orders, but he seemed a little sluggish and clearly lacked willpower. The young man imagined him in the mine and remembered that since the monster had more strength than the others, there was no difference in the speed of work. The girl sweated and noted that he would need to be taught a lesson, but the brunette objected to her. Everyone stood in the hall, and the master called the slaves closer, even those who had just appeared. He frowned and calmed the servant, promising that he would not send them into battle, and this would be a small excursion. Dominic's eyes widened when the protagonist said that respect was very important to the Ragas, and this was the first battle in their labyrinth, so it would be too cruel to hide them at such an important moment. The little snake looked at the master, and the boy said that he would make sure that they were not in danger and would protect them with all his might. A tool appeared in his hand. He twisted the pick, thinking about what weapon to take. Nag looked with delight at the owner who had lent him his tool. Kim smiled. The guy raised his hand and ordered everyone to go into battle. The brunette grinned and said that these rat bastards who dared to encroach on their labyrinth would see that they themselves had crawled into the mouth of a snake. Dark silhouettes appeared in a cloud of dust. The rats grinned, saying that they had found the snake's cave, and now they would take it out on them. They looked at the 3 small silhouettes in front, and said that there were only workers here, and not a single warrior, so the new owner of the labyrinth was a real cretin who did not even understand his own capabilities. Among the crowd stood a mouse with a large horn named Tretch. He pointed his finger and exclaimed that he was the strongest and smartest, and these snakes would soon know their end. All the rats raised their weapons, shouting that they would devour them and destroy the cave. The leader held out his sword, exclaiming that they would no longer run away and would finally become predators, but his charges did not understand such clever words. Tretch frowned and declared that they would never work, which caused jubilation. The warrior waved his weapon and ordered everyone to attack. The rats bared their teeth, intending to kill everyone. The small snakes backed away in fear. One of the rats jumped up and swung. Immediately, the main character jumped out of hiding and cut several enemies. Tretch looked at him and squeaked. The brunette clutched his pickaxe and called the Nagas. The guy picked up the rat's corpse, and 2 soldiers appeared behind him, and the young man ordered them to show them what they were worth. 2 warriors appeared behind the enemies, intending to finish everyone off. The rats scurried around in panic, realizing that they had fallen into a trap. Tretch sweated as he watched his subjects being slaughtered. He remembered standing with a pickaxe. The monster passed by the cloaked man, grumbling that he had been called out while he was working for the sake of idle chatter, but the man asked if he was satisfied. Tretch frowned and noted that he would be devoured if he stopped working, since the owners were big and strong, and he was small and weak. The rat turned around, and the man said that he thought he was the strongest here, but the worker replied that it was stupid not to know the difference between bravery and recklessness. Tretch froze when the stranger said that he and the other rats would tell him a way to achieve their owner's strength. The cloaked man opened his mouth and added that it was true, and perhaps the man himself would become the owner of the labyrinth. The monster turned around, dumbfounded, and then they began to call him loudly. The warrior shuddered, coming to his senses. The mice crowded around him, asking what to do. He turned his attention to the core of the labyrinth, and exclaimed that this was the pearl they had been told about. Tretch moved his companions and declared that he would become stronger and protect everyone if he swallowed it. The monster rushed forward, shouting that this way they could win. The rats piled on the Naga to help the leader get to the pearl, and then no one would use them anymore, or treat them like prey. The soldier swung his sword. One of the mice pushed Tretch away, getting hit while he thought that they would no longer bow their heads and pretend that everything was okay when their brothers were killed and eaten. The bloodied monster shed tears and asked the leader to run and save their kind. The rat broke through and ran past Dominic and the other Nagas. The girl turned around in alarm and called for her master. The brunette's eyes flashed. He took the spear from the soldier's hands while he was clutching another rat in his paw. Tretch rushed towards the core, screaming that he would take revenge on the owners, while the little ones tried to stop him. Kim was already racing towards him with a weapon. The boy threw a spear, and it pierced the enemy. The boy looked at the cloud of dust ahead. He landed on the floor and saw a notification that the altar had been attacked, and its durability was reduced by almost half. One of the Nagas coughed, and the smoke began to clear. The core was intact. A rat's snout reached for it. Tretch was impaled on the weapon, but muttered that this was his brother's freedom. The hero came up behind him and swung. The boy held a bloody pick in his hand, noting that the enemy was purposefully moving towards the core, trying to eat it, and asked if they were in danger. Dominic raised a finger and said that considering how weak the horned rat's teeth were, he couldn't leave a scratch on her, and the spear was far more dangerous. But the hero muttered that he was too close anyway. The monster sank down on the altar, and Kim added that he didn't think he would sacrifice his comrades to break through, so he should be more vigilant next time. The boy looked at the spear in his hand, remembering that he needed to return it, but the servant smiled and noted that it wasn't necessary. The rest of the rats stopped attacking, as Tretch was their leader and his death had immediately lowered their morale, so it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. The rats tried to escape from the Nagas, and the hero muttered that he didn't even know they were that weak and worried in vain, and Dominic said that they could take them by numbers, but they were hardly stronger than ordinary workers. The young man turned to her in surprise and asked again, after which the interlocutor said that she had heard about labyrinths where people caught them and forced them to work. The brunette frowned and thought that this reminded him of the children of the dungeon during the war, and it sounded terrible. The warrior continued to destroy the enemies, and the servant noted that the opponents were weak, but the Naga showed themselves well, and the master asked how their huge bodies could move so smoothly without legs. The soldier struck several rats, and the girl explained that due to their long tails, the center of gravity is free, so they are more flexible and faster, and the young man replied that he would not want to be their enemy. Dominic coughed with a smile, and the hero looked at her questioningly. A figure watched the battle from around the corner, and the brunette said that the following results could be drawn by analyzing the level of the Naga's strength. The stranger turned and left. The man knelt down and reported that there was 1 heroic rank and 4 standard rank soldiers. The spy lowered his head and added that their owner was probably very inexperienced, because he watched him hastily summon troops when the invasion had just begun. The huge creature sat in front of him, asking if he had sent 20 soldiers and only found out that much. The other man leaned his head on the ground and apologized, and the master only ordered more rats to be gathered. The man sat in front of the patron when he asked about the mercenaries, and replied that they were enslaving outside the labyrinth, but the master ordered them to be told to prepare for war as soon as they returned. The man straightened up and muttered that sending ordinary mercenaries to battle might not be the best idea, and the other man reminded him that he was one of them. A huge paw rested on the armrest, and a voice said that some bastard claimed to be a descendant of a dragon, and even if it was just ancient blood, he could still take care of a weak-level labyrinth. The monster with an eye behind his back looked at the servant, and declared that they were in for an interesting show. The tablet in front of the hero showed the victory over the horned rats, but since the opponents were too weak, the minimum amount of experience was earned, and the owner's influence increased slightly, and the title, Novice Commander, was obtained. Dominic looked at the master and congratulated him. The guy turned around and answered her question that there were many things wrong. The monster was still sitting on the altar, and the young man said that the rat leader had sneaked into the owner's room, and if he had not been interested in the core, they would have suffered. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when she heard that the hero was glad that their first opponents were them. The brunette put on a sweater, thinking that if the situation in Geyser did not change, they could be blown to pieces at any moment, so proper protection was necessary, and Dominic was touched that the master was primarily worried about them, and not about the core. The Naga looked around as the master addressed them and said that this triumph should remain in their hearts forever. Kim waved his hand and said that they were in Geyser, a place where the weak perish and the strong survive, and they had no time to celebrate their victory over the weakest enemies. Dominic watched him in admiration as the brunette continued that at the moment the Naga labyrinth was very weak, but they would do their best. The subordinates looked at the master, who said that the vault would overflow with treasures, new territories would appear, and this place would become their fortress and pride. The protagonist waved his hand and exclaimed that this was a fortress that they would create themselves. The youth grinned and added that legends would be made about them. The animals dragged the defeated enemies. Many days had passed since the battle with the horned rats, and the corpses had been eaten, and their weapons in storage, and the system had also notified that the Nagas were satisfied, and the price for maintenance had been reduced for a short period of time. The servant stood in front of the snakes, saying that they should listen to her, because the hero had sent them to the cave to install equipment for mining gems. The rest of the workers, along with the guards, were in another part, mining crystals from deposits and plants. Kim crossed his arms and thought that in the future he wanted to create 2 squads, hunters and patrolmen. He rubbed his chin and realized that he was currently missing deep gems to summon. The old man laid out the rat horns and noted that these creatures were always hiding or running away, so it was difficult to find, and the young man explained that he had accidentally stumbled upon their lair. The man narrowed his eyes when the brunette asked if it could be sold, and replied that everything that came out of the ground could be sold, and these things were often used in everyday life. Kim rubbed his neck when the interlocutor noted that he was more interested in deep gems, and the guy said that they were hard to find lately, and the merchant realized that even for him it was not that easy. The interlocutor put the horn on the table and said that he would transfer the money to the account if that was all. The brunette remained standing. He closed his eyes and reminded him of the hellish spiders that the store owner had talked about then. The old man glanced sideways at the hero, who asked if the offer was still on, and asked if the guy was upset that he was missing such a chance, but he only responded that he needed gems. Kim looked indifferently at the interlocutor, who clarified why he needed them, and said that for sale. The man put on his glasses and muttered that last time the hero even broke the table because he did not want to agree, but apparently money solves everything. He looked at his phone and said that the first team had already left, and if he wanted to join, he would have to join their main squad. The brunette narrowed his eyes when the old man asked his level, and responded that he should have realized after his table was broken. The protagonist sighed and explained that he did not know his level, but was born and raised on the 12th level. The interlocutor jumped up and asked not to joke like that, but the young man added that before he came out, he lived in the labyrinth of one of the Dukes of Geyser. The man sweated and realized that in front of him was a child of the dungeon of the highest level. Kim scratched his ear and asked why he was making such a fuss over a level, and he was outraged by such indifference. The seller looked at the young man and asked if he knew the strength of the children of the dungeon, to which the guy replied that he had not gone down there after he got out, so he did not know anything about the current situation there. The old man covered his face with his hand and guessed why he needed the information. He took out a marker and muttered that he would try to explain in a few words. The man drew a diagram on the horn and explained that each child of the dungeon gains a level after birth, according to the floor they were born on, and the main character is one of the few children who came from the deepest levels. The old man pointed to the picture and said that the first through third floors are the upper floors, and they are usually a little stronger than an adult, so they are often taken into expeditionary forces, not armed forces. He then introduced the superhero and said that the 4th through 6th levels produce members of armed forces, and their strength is comparable to characters in tights from movies saving the world. The seller then pointed to another drawing and continued, saying that the 7th through 9th levels are already the territory of monsters, and there are not many of them, so they are often arrogant. The interlocutor frowned and said that after the 10th level, which people could not reach even during the war, there is already a very dangerous territory about which there is no information, and there are only a few children of the dungeon from there. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in bewilderment when the man added that if he really was from a deep level, then he did not need explanations. The old man introduced several people and said that the lower the floor, the higher the chance that a person will have superpowers or super speed. The merchant grinned and asked if the young man had a superpower, maybe shooting lasers from his eyes. Kim looked at him menacingly and said that with his current abilities, even without knowing his weak points, he could easily finish him off with his bare hands. In the guy's eyes, the man's entire body was one solid weak point. The interlocutor put out his hands and asked him to stop, after which the brunette asked if there was room for him. The hero rubbed his neck when the old man replied that they would have taken level 12 anyway and asked him to say that his rank was not that high. The seller looked at the client in surprise and noted that he needed money, and if he lowered his level, the reward would be smaller, but he replied that he didn't care. The old man started writing something on his phone and said that he would give the schedule and keep the hero updated, and also lend him equipment, so he shouldn't break this fucking table anymore, after which Kim thanked him. The brunette looked questioningly at the interlocutor when he asked for his ID and a photo to make a map of the child of the dungeon. The man froze, because the young man asked what it was. The little animals looked up in admiration. Dominic made a serious face and said, "Legends will be made about you guys." The main character stood behind her. The girl shuddered when he asked what she was doing. The maid turned around, going to make excuses, but the master asked for a report first. They went into the hall, and Dominic reported that mining in the cave was going well, and that they had also managed to collect a small amount of deep gems from plants, and some more had been collected from wild animals that they had subdued. The brunette looked at his companion and asked where the gems were. The girl handed him the trophies. The hero immediately threw them into the core. A glow appeared around the sphere, and the system announced the transformation of crystals into labyrinth energy, and Kim decided to summon a Naga. The interlocutor looked at the master with admiration, surprised that he had immediately put everything into the labyrinth, and the guy noted that they needed it. Dominic looked at the master in surprise when he said that he would not be here for 2 weeks, and asked the reason. The hero rubbed his chin and explained that he needed to deal with the hellish spiders, so he would not be able to open the portal. He waved his hand and added that the flowers with gems grow very slowly, and each spider carries crystals with them, so they will come in handy. The young man turned around and decided that it was time to call the archer. A Naga with a quiver in the standard form of a green slave appeared in front of him. The master pointed behind him and ordered him to go to the gate and stand guard with the soldier. Kim turned to the girl and said that the energy they received in a couple of days had already been spent, and they needed to leave 2 more to maintain the labyrinth. The brunette suddenly looked away. Dominic looked questioningly at the master when he addressed her. The archer was just passing by the rift, and Kim asked if it was possible to change the size of the portal through which he entered. A lot of people crowded near the geyser gate in Payu, and a voice announced a short briefing before the start. The girl next to the main character introduced herself as Junyoung, the commander of this expedition, and noted that most of them already had experience, so they would cope faster than usual. The soldiers looked at her as the warrior explained that they would be clearing out the hell spiders that had invaded the second level for 2 weeks, and that there were only 22 people on their team. She frowned and added that 7 people were responsible for the cleanup, while the other 15 were regular explorers. The girl pointed to the cleanup team and explained that their sleeves had their level written on them. Junyoung turned around and announced that the briefing was over. The uniformed man picked up the radio and ordered the gates to be opened, inviting the expedition to enter. The doors opened behind the hero and his comrades. The girl slung her weapon over her shoulder and said that they were far from the first team, so they would move quickly, and hoped that everyone would arrive safe and sound. The man who had been grabbed around the neck was bleeding and screaming. The other soldiers looked at him in fear. Junyoung waved her hand, recognizing the whip lizard, and advised them to watch out for the tail. The captain frowned, saying that they should hit the armpit of the front leg, while the rest of the team stood aside, grumbling that they started with a monster that would bring them pennies. The warriors watched from the sidelines, deciding that they could rest for now, and the second one noticed that the researchers' professionalism had dropped significantly. The guy rubbed his neck, muttering that they were undergoing some kind of selection, but it was obvious that it was useless, and the interlocutor added that 10 years had passed since the war, and the most experienced of them had gotten rich and retired. The main character appeared behind them, listening to the discussion about the strongest researchers. Kim took out his blade, and his comrade said that it made no difference whether the collectors from above or the local monsters raked you in. The interlocutors looked at the brunette in bewilderment. He jumped up and delivered a slashing blow to the enemy, and the warriors remembered that this was a level 7 guy hired by the boss. Junyoung silently frowned. She waved her hand and ordered to aim at the wounds. The captured man was lying on the ground, and the captain noted that he was dead. The girl turned to her subordinate and asked him to leave before the smell of blood spread, but first to check for deep gems and not to forget to use deodorant. Junyoung sighed tiredly. She looked at the main character and noted that he had good skills. The guy was wiping the blade, while the interlocutor said that the skin of the whip lizard was strong enough, but the old man was clearly not mistaken about him. The captain looked at Kim and asked her to follow orders next time, even if she wanted to show off her strength, because they did not want to lose people because of their own mistakes. The brunette looked at her intently and asked if he did something wrong, and the interlocutor answered negatively, adding that he could have simply violated discipline. She crossed her arms and said that an ordinary person can cope with such creatures, but very soon they will come across those where they will be powerless. The hero stood up when the other girl explained that they would have a hard time if he spent all his energy here. Kim turned around, saying that there was no point in worrying, because he just didn't want to freeze, so he decided to move. A soldier approached Junyoung and reported that everyone was ready to move on, after which the girl learned that it was about an hour to the safe zone, and the hero thought that the attitude towards ordinary people and children of the dungeon was different. The captain stood with one of the researchers, discussing the fact that the corpses should be left here so as not to attract monsters. The protagonist frowned and noted that when someone dies, no one bats an eyelid, but if it was about the children of the dungeon, the reaction would be different. A week later, there was a crowd of people near the entrance to the second level of geyser, and one of the warriors reported to the captain that during the battles with the whip lizards, they lost 3 junior soldiers. The researcher looked at his interlocutor, about to say something about the deep gems, but then someone shouted nearby, "Here!" The men crowded around the corpse, looking at the stone, happy that they had already found so many at the entrance to the second level alone. One of them smiled and exclaimed that with a stone of this size, there would be about 200 per person. The second sighed, disappointed that they were risking their lives for such a sum, but they objected that this was only from one very small crystal. The soldiers looked at each other, and one of them said that spiders generally have gems the size of a fist, and perhaps they could collect a couple. The guy raised his eyebrows and asked how much they would get for 2, to which he was told that it would be several thousand each. A stone flew at his head while he was grumbling again. He bounced off and fell to the ground. Junyoung looked at the soldier who had approached and called her. The man sweated and said that something was bothering him. They thought they were catching up with the first squad, but the tracks had become too chaotic. The girl raised her eyebrows and suggested that they had run into spiders, but the interlocutor objected that it was something else, because the tracks of their predecessors were everywhere. The captain turned around when she was called. An alarmed soldier ran up to her. He pointed behind him and said that the deep gems had started falling from above, and they wanted to pick them up, but the bodies were stuck in the air. The girl turned in that direction in surprise and asked not to panic. Her eyes suddenly widened. Junyoung waved her hand and ordered them to prepare for battle. Youngtae took out a flare gun on the captain's order. He shot light upward. People in a web were hanging from the ceiling. Everyone looked at them in fear. The victims had open mouths and eye sockets. Junyoung frowned and remembered that the subordinate said that the tracks were everywhere, and there were 10 people in front of them, only some of them. The girl turned and said that they needed to retreat and regroup, but then a monster appeared behind her. Her eyes widened when someone shouted, "Behind!" The captain frowned and clenched her teeth. Junyoung swung at the enemy. The spider was cut down, and the girls showed the children of the dungeon to attack, and the researchers to hide in the bunker. The soldiers hurried to put up shields in front of them. Something flashed above the warrior's head. She frowned and noted that the light was dimming, and it needed to be maintained. The main character appeared next to her, reflecting the attack that she did not notice. The girls shuddered in surprise. Kim frowned and ordered to use fire faster. The soldiers fired a flare, and the children of the dungeon guarded them on the sides. Several spiders jumped down from above. 2 monsters appeared in front of the guy. He bared his teeth. Then he jumped up and swung his weapon. The warrior plunged the blade into the enemy. A second spider was approaching him from the side. The boy frowned and called out to his comrade, saying that he was throwing. He pushed the enemy away from himself with force. Young-ho grinned, noticing this. The man pushed off the ground and swung. He chopped off the spider's legs with 2 swords. The carcass fell to the floor. Someone pushed it with a boot. Then he took and crushed the monster's head. The warrior frowned and muttered that Young-ho's methods were disgusting. He hit the spider with force with his fist. The man stood over the fallen enemy. Then he picked up the carcass in front of the other spiders. The warrior swung his enemy's body. He slammed it into the monsters. The fighter frowned and shouted. The man threw one spider at another. On the other side stood a girl with a sword. She turned to him. Her blade outlined several precise movements. The monster in front of her was cut into many pieces. The girl put her weapon away, and the enemy screamed. She turned around and asked what was going on, and the man replied that she was sitting her cowardly ass there, so he had to intervene. The soldiers watched in shock as the girl asked if it was really necessary to fight them at full strength. The researchers looked at the defenders in surprise. More spiders were approaching them. Suddenly, the main character appeared in front of them, instantly destroying 2 monsters. He landed on the ground between the new opponents. In a few movements, the guy cut these 2, gritting his teeth. Everyone's eyes widened, looking at him. The captain raised her eyebrows, asking if he really was level 7. Kim swung his sword, cutting down several spiders at once. After the battle, Junyoung approached the researcher and asked him to check the wounded first, and let those who were okay check the monsters. The warriors sat down by the wall, discussing that they were now warm and would not die of boredom, and the girl decided to go away to wash her hands. The captain rubbed her chin and muttered that it was strange. She looked at her comrades and said that, judging by the records, hell spiders live in the deeper levels, and they never went so high, so the only records of them were from the war. The guys looked at each other, noting that these were too light for such ranks. The interlocutors turned, assuming that the monsters of the deep levels are not so strong, or they are too powerful for them. Youngtae smiled and added that it was good that they did not have to use explosives. The protagonist sat down next to the corpse of the monster, and said that these are not hell spiders. They can only belong to the same species. He twisted the paws and pincers and said that those were much larger, and these did not have an exoskeleton, and the stratum corneum was very fragile. The brunette rubbed his chin, arguing that it could be a subspecies or lower specimens, because even the fighting style was different, and it was strange for a hellish spider to go into battle at such a close distance. Kim turned around and asked the soldiers to stop, thinking that those monsters were behaving very carefully and would never make the first move. The researchers stood by the wall, wondering why there was so much web here. The men pulled it, noting that it was too strong. They looked back, noticing something, and the hero remembered that their enemy would wait until the prey itself fell into their trap. The passage through which the team came was sealed. Kim's eyes widened, feeling the thirst for murder. He looked at the researcher and asked if he had explosives, and the interlocutor nodded, adding that they were not needed yet. The brunette pointed his finger and advised to install it on the blocked exits as soon as possible. Young-ho and his friend exchanged glances, discussing that the fight was already over. The blonde smiled and said that he had seen in comics when the strongest creature hides somewhere the entire fight and then suddenly appears. The protagonist frowned and confirmed that the hell spiders were hiding somewhere nearby. His comrades looked at him silently. Then they smiled, saying that he was worried in vain, and they could simply be killed if necessary. The guy frowned, standing next to the captain, and repeated that those they had just fought were not hell spiders. The girl put her hand on his shoulder and asked how he knew, when suddenly a scream was heard. The swordswoman grimaced and asked how some small bug dared to leave a wound on her body. A monster appeared in front of her. The protagonist jerked towards her and shouted to retreat quickly. She only frowned and asked if he had just opened his eyes. Suddenly, she was pierced through. Blood was pouring out of her mouth. She looked up and cried in horror. A huge mouth opened in front of her, followed by a crunching sound. Kim and Junyoung watched as their comrade disappeared before their eyes. The spider opened its mouth and exhaled. The captain turned to the army of monsters. She put out her hand and ordered the researchers to quickly rush into the pile. Then she turned to the hero, about to ask something. The guy froze, his eyes wide. Next to him, a soldier was pierced by a spider. He cried and begged for help. This scene reminded Kim of another child in a labyrinth from her childhood. The young man flinched when he was called out. The hero turned to the leader and apologized. He gripped his blade and said that there were 2 hell spider offspring and 1 queen, the rest were the lower subspecies they had fought before, so they needed to use all the explosives to create an escape route. The brunette turned to the captain and added that they didn't have to worry about the cave collapsing, as the webs of these creatures were much stronger than they could imagine. The interlocutor frowned and guessed that he had seen them before. The guy looked ahead indifferently, while the woman muttered that he had a lot of experience in fighting them. Someone cut another spider. The blonde guy frowned, noting that there was no end to these bastards, and where were the kids from the first squad? Young-ho turned around and replied that the guys who were hanging from above were just waiting for their turn, and the rest had long been eaten. Young-ho sweated when he was asked how much longer to wait for the explosives, and said that a little more. The man frowned and asked why they should retreat, and the young man replied that the arachnologist had advised so. Another monster moved its pincers, and the warrior reminded them that these creatures were the target of their expedition, and they retreated immediately upon meeting them. The spider rushed forward, and the interlocutor reminded them of the first victim. The protagonist looked back and shouted for everyone to dodge, as the monsters were preparing to attack. The man frowned and clenched his fist, answering, "Finally!" He jumped up and rushed to attack. Kim's eyes widened and he shouted at him to stop, unless he decided to die. His comrade swung, ignoring him. He brought down a blow on his opponent with all his might. His arm broke in several places. The man grabbed it and screamed in pain. His face was distorted with horror from the realization that he had underestimated the enemy. Young-ho and his comrade watched in fear as the second comrade died. They looked at each other and turned pale. Another monster was approaching them. The protagonist seemed to be between them, cutting the enemy. The spider opened its mouth and screamed. The warriors looked at it in fear, sitting behind the brunette. Kim dealt several more slashing blows to the monster. The guy swung his sword, protecting his comrades. Young-ho widened his eyes, asking what kind of monster it was. He looked back at his comrades near the researchers, who were urging him on. The hero looked back, blocking the blow. The brunette ducked, dodging. He jumped, escaping the attack. Kim squeezed the sword, breathing heavily. The young man frowned and looked forward resolutely. There were 2 large spiders in front of him, and the guy thought that he would die if he was careless. He squeezed the handle and asked where he used the electric charge last time. Suddenly, his body was engulfed in bright sparks. The hero quickly found himself in front of the enemies. The captain and his team looked at him in shock. The girl turned to the researcher, who reminded him about the explosives. The man looked at the leader in confusion and reported that he had planted the bomb, and she ordered them to detonate it quickly. There was an explosion behind the brunette. Jun Young frowned, shouting that they had opened the passage and that the guy should come here. The next moment, Kim was in front of her. He pushed the girl inside, and she dropped her weapon. The brunette jumped up and grabbed the cleaver. The guy squeezed the handle and transmitted an electric pulse to the weapon. Then the hero threw it at the wall above the passage. Jun Young, Young-ho, and the others watched in shock as the passage was covered with stones. The girl's eyes widened, realizing what he was trying to do. The hero blocked the passage with his body and said that there was no hiding from the hellish spiders, so they should leave. He turned around and added that they would see each other outside. Then the passage was completely blocked. Kim was left alone with the spiders. The young man's eyes flashed and asked if they were laughing at him. He turned to the enemies, saying that they were wrong to think they had won, because he would finally be able to spread his wings. The hero armed himself and suggested that they just have fun. A bright rift appeared behind him as Kim opened the gate. Huge Nagas grew behind him, and Dominic sat on the throne in the hall. There were many spiders in front. The hero said that he would take on the largest one, 2 warriors would take the other. Kim held an axe in his hand, saying that the soldiers would protect the gate, and an archer, the archer would cover them. In front of him was a monster with red eyes. He said that the problem was only in him. Dominic stared ahead in surprise, saying that it seemed like he was going to attack. The guy said that the second level was too small and narrow to attack with such a massive body. A huge monster stood in a cave. Kim explained that if he acted rashly, he would collapse the cave, so he could only sit and watch them. Looking away, the guy said that he had to deal with the small ones first. The black spiders were approaching. The girl shouted that they were coming. The hero ordered to stay behind the gate. There were warriors standing behind. Kim said not to worry. They were no stronger than those horned rats. Let them break through. The guy's eyes opened. He asked to destroy them. The hero swung his axe. With a sharp movement, he cut the spider. Another monster appeared. The attack beam tore its body apart. The green goblin held the weapon. The archer pulled the bowstring. The arrow flew forward. The explosion raised clouds of dust. The spider's body flew back. The hero held the claw. The spider looked with red eyes. The warrior swung, holding the spider, and threw it, breaking the floor. He held a club in his hands. Kim looked to the side. Throwing the axe over his shoulder, he thought that they were doing better than he expected. The archer was shooting from a cannon. Dominic stood like a support group. The guy thought that the soldiers were doing great too. Looking to the side, Kim asked if he could try a little more. He looked at the black spider and said that they should at least somehow protect them. If he leaves after such a weak attack, then this is a scratch on his cheek. The guy paid attention, hearing his name. A huge claw flew nearby. Dominic said that the queen began to move. Kim jumped back, avoiding the blow. He landed on one knee. The huge monster opened its mouth, exhaling. Then it roared, forcing you to cover your ears. Kim gritted his teeth. In front of him was a system window that the combat power exceeded the window. The hell spiders removed the fear status from themselves. Looking to the right, the guy asked what happened to the Nagas. His eyes widened in surprise. The system reported that the soldier was mortally wounded. The soldier was dying. The Nagas opened their mouths. The archer and the servant successfully resisted the imposition of the fear status. The spider cut off the warrior's hand. The system reported that the Naga warrior was mortally wounded. A shadow fell on Kim's face with an axe. A beam of light spread from the mouth of the huge monster. The glow grew brighter. Dust rose in the cave. Kim looked to the side and called out to Dominic and asked for an answer. The girl standing at the portal answered that the gate was in danger. There were too many lower spiders here. The boy opened his eyes and shouted for her to wait a bit. The Spider Queen's attack did not let him finish. The boy slid along the ground. He barely managed to jump away from the strike of the claw. Kim's clothes were torn, angry. Jumping next to the monster, he thought that this creature had become distracted from the gate and was now completely focused on him. Dominic was holding a pickaxe. Kim thought that it would be too dangerous to ignore her and let her close to the gate if she ran. A symbol appeared on the creature's palm. The hero grabbed the wall. The claw stuck nearby. Holding the axe, the boy jumped back. Then he moved to the side, attacking. A wave of power emanated from the roaring Spider Queen. The guy moved the axe in a circle. He bent his fingers and attacked the spider with a glow. With a predatory smile, Kim said that he finally understood why they had become stronger since their last meeting. He held something in the monster's mouth and said that it was obvious, because they always carry it with them. With a sharp movement, the hero snatched it away. The spider collapsed, breaking the floor. A sharp movement upward. The guy swung his hand. He threw something towards the exit. It flew past the discouraged Dominic. A bright flash appeared behind him. The system reported that he had donated one good quality mid-level deep gem. Kim shouted with a furious look that he was summoning a mage. A silhouette appeared in the portal. He asked to kill him. Gaiza's weak secret activated. The hooded creature had a mask. A Naga mage was summoned, rare rank. Rays were spreading from his staff. The monster with red eyes opened its mouth. Kim looked away with alarm. Looking at the blue crystal, he thought that it had destroyed all the small stuff. The Spider Queen had broken the crystal. The hero standing behind him thought that the real hell spiders were not affected. They must prioritize size over strength. The creature raised its claw. Nag turned around. A sharp movement of the weapon. The creature opened its mouth. Triangular symbols appeared near the magician's palm. Opening his mouth, Kim heard Dominic say that the warriors had finished off the hell spider, and said that it was excellent. Standing in front of the huge monster, he asked what he should do with it. Jumping aside, the hero thought that his weak points were his eyes, mouth, and joints on his paws, but the queen was too big. Looking forward, the guy thought that he would definitely not get to the brain if he randomly hit her eyes. He needed to get through the mouth. Kim turned to the side. Dominic opened her mouth, saying that the cave was badly damaged. One wrong step. Jumping sharply from side to side, Kim said to be ready, and not to attack the ceiling and break through to the first floor. He looked back, hearing that it was too dangerous, and replied that they did not have enough strength to defeat this creature. He flew near the mouth of the monster, saying that this was their only chance. The hero stood on the ledge. Holding an axe, he said that she followed him. That was great. Smiling, Kim said that he needed to pay her back for ruining his childhood. It was a great honor, and she would be the first. Looking forward, Dominic said that she hoped he had a plan, and heard the question, is he going to bury her alive? Looking at the flying stones, she answered that apparently he wanted to knock out a passage for himself, since he could not bury such a huge spider, or he hoped to find something on the first floor? Looking down, the girl thought that the master was fighting with all his might, and she could do nothing to help him. Looking back, she thought that even the Naga who were supposed to fight with him could only watch. It felt like their very existence was meaningless. Standing in front of the flying debris, she thought that she could not understand his intentions, despite being the closest. She remembered how the boy turned and shouted that they did not have enough strength. The girl stood, facing the other way. The Naga looked at her and heard that he should not feel depressed. They were not standing aside because they were useless. One of the green creatures heard that the master always rushed into battle to protect his servants. He thought about their safety even in such a situation. Dominic introduced the Shining Boy and solemnly continued that he did not want to sacrifice them and fought alone because only he alone could handle this. Could there really be someone so noble? The Nagas raised their hands when they heard that they were not some observers, because they were told to be ready if they believed in him and waited patiently. The girl looked at the mage and asked how much mana he had left. At this time, Kim zigzagged past the monster. Landing on a stone, he said that he could not bring this creature here. Jumping further, he continued, if not for these walls. People walked through the dungeon. The guy looked at his comrade and asked if they did not think that the tremors were getting closer and closer. The second confirmed this, saying that there should be no attacker-class monsters on the upper floors. The guy in the orange hat noticed something ahead and heard that they need to get out. He had a bad feeling. There was a large crack in the ground in front of them. The claws of the monster appeared from there. The system reported that a new passage was opened between the first and second levels. The parameters of the first and second levels were changed. Kim held the hilt, saying he didn't have time to read. Let him put these things away. The hero turned back, hearing the people talking, and said he was wondering if he could break through the surface. A monster appeared from the smoke. The hero continued that now the question was how to throw it down. The hooded mage looked forward, hearing the order now. Naga put out his hand, sending out magic. Kim's eyes widened when he noticed something. The monster was encased in crystals, he asked. A magic attack from below? Standing on a large rock, he asked. A weak ice attack. Dominic opened her mouth in excitement, saying that the spider must be confused by such a weak attack. But now the path leading up was covered in a thick layer of ice. The ice broke into pieces. She said that the ice could not support such a heavy creature and would collapse with it. The girl smiled sweetly, imagining the guy saying he couldn't believe she told him his plan. She was the best. The girl looked at the mage, saying that of course the fall wouldn't kill him. Looking in that direction, she said that the master didn't need any traps, he only needed pure attack power. The hooded mage heard that it was necessary to create an opening where he could strike once with all his strength. The monster flew down, putting out its pincers. Dominic exclaimed with determination that they would not let the spider escape and would attack with all their strength. The team of heroes looked at the monster. They approached the rift. A cry was heard to stop and let the master finish it. Kim appeared in a bright glow. A bright flash appeared from the rift. It broke the crystal into pieces. The hero quickly struck the monster with an axe. Kim's scheme against the hell spider appeared. The system reported that he earned a heroic victory after completely destroying his enemies. His authority increased significantly. The hero achieved the title of Normal Commander. Now orders will increase the strength of companions by 10%. He destroyed the Spider Duke. The fame of the Naga Labyrinth increased. His squad earned experience points and receives new ranks. Notifications reported on the Nagas and their ranks. Kim looked away. The Naga stood nearby. He said that he did not think that the size would change. One limb was missing, the right hand did not recover. Standing next to the platform, Kim asked why the mage did not transform. He showed himself well in battle. He touched his chin, and Dominic said that mages need more experience points, as well as a laboratory where they can increase their level themselves. Laboratories and forges can be created after reaching level 4. The hero looked at the system window, saying that they needed deep gems to update the labyrinth. He only had 3 units of energy left. Waving his hand, the guy said that he would check the loot. The beast held a cloth with deep gems. Kim counted that there were a total of 6 good quality gems obtained from the hell spiders, and 44 good quality low-rank gems from the subspecies. Holding the stones in his hand, he said that for the death of one soldier, he was given 2 gems. At the bowl appeared, the topic said that he sacrificed 2 good quality mid-rank deep gems. The labyrinth update began. 120 hours left until completion. Holding a small bag, Kim said that he would take a couple of low-rank gems with him. If he returned empty-handed, he might be suspected. The Nagas looked at each other. Words were heard that the battle was over, but this did not mean that they could relax. The hero stood among the Nagas, saying that they defeated a fierce enemy, so their labyrinth will become even more dangerous. We cannot let others see this portal. Pointing his finger, the hero suggested taking as many corpses as needed, and once he left, he could block all the passages to the portal with magic. The nag trembled and hissed, hearing the question, could he handle it? Pointing his finger, Kim asked what was wrong with him. Dominic replied that his mana was running low. The remaining creatures heard the request to hide the portal behind the boulders. Dominic looked at the crouched guy and asked if he was leaving already. He replied that yes, the passage to the first level was clear, so he would have time to return by the time the labyrinth was updated. The girl behind pursed her lips, hearing that he thought this food would last for 5 days. The hero turned to her. He smirked slightly. Dominic blushed, surprised to hear the praise. Although they came up with the worst plan in history, her initiative helped them. The girl happily grabbed her cheeks when the hero said that everyone who fought should think about the reward they wanted. They would get it after he returned. Rising to his feet, he thanked everyone for their work and said that they would see each other in 6 days. Kim left with quick jumps. 5 days later, surprised heroes stood in the gate expedition tent. Kim sat at the table and asked if they had returned. How long had they walked? Holding a spoon, he noted that it took him 5 days to do what they should have done in 2 weeks. Wasn't he great? And heard that that was not the problem. The guy was perplexedly silent. Then he held out a bowl of soup, assuming that they were hungry, and offered it to them. Jun-young closed her eyes in displeasure. She sat down next to him and asked what happened. The hero replied that it was a lucky break, he was able to escape. Kim held the plate, hearing the question if it was him who said that running away from them was pointless, and said that he didn't know who it was, but he was really lucky, so to speak. Leaning her head on her hand, the girl asked if he was always like this. The hero replied that he didn't know. Kim closed his eyes and heard that he saved her life one way or another. Let him ask for whatever he wanted, she would try to fulfill any wish. The hero replied that they were born and raised in Geyser, so let him not talk nonsense. Jun-young frowned when she heard that they once lived here, let him not forget, and asked if he thought they were still underground. She owed him. His gaze became interested when she heard that if she insisted, he had something in mind. The hero poked the plate into her cheek and asked her to wash it. He came out of the tent, saying that now they were even and he could go home, and he thought to himself that he had also stolen all the loot. His girlfriend peeked out of the tent and said that she would call later so that he could tell about the lower floors. The hero thought that the damage was too great. If he had not lied, he would have been left with nothing. The sign said about jewelry made of deep gems. Laughter was heard and words that this was expected from the 12th level. It is completely different from the others. The man poured stones out of the bag, saying that there were 12 lovely stones, and heard that he had collected them in secret from the others, so he should keep quiet. The hero glanced sideways at the man, who said that if you do not take into account the damaged equipment, it will be about 400 million. Kim touched his chin, hearing that this was too little. He had already raised the price, and replied that it was something else. Beck narrowed his eyes at the question of whether he could find him a house in a secluded place for about 300 million, and asked who he thought he was. He wasn't a realtor. Kim looked away, saying that he guessed he'd have to find another broker, and heard the man hesitate. Beck stared forward, hearing that since he agreed, he should tell everyone that he worked here. A shout came from the phone, telling him not to lie. The old man held the phone, saying that this was just an ordinary jewelry store. They didn't need to go downstairs, since they only dealt with materials. Kim turned around at the exit, saying that this was the only way he could go down to the dungeon without any problems. He closed the door, thanking him for his help. The man winced at the voice coming from the phone, and asked what he should do with this guy. Dominic was giving instructions to the beast. She turned around, seeing the glow. Kim appeared in the portal, disgruntled, and the girl greeted him. The hero looked ahead, thinking that he couldn't lock himself in a room and open a portal there every day, so he decided to live separately. He remembered how he closed his eyes, hearing the words that even if it was just a trip, how could he leave for 20 days without calling once? And what kind of store was this? Let him admit it, he just wants to go down there again. He sighed tiredly, thinking that he could still get rid of the old man's grumbling. Looking at him worriedly, Dominic asked if everything was okay, and heard that yes, he was just tired of the piled-up work. Putting his hand on his hip, Kim asked if the labyrinth update was complete, and heard that yes, it had just finished recently, and noticed that it seemed that outwardly nothing had changed much. Looking at him, the assistant heard that nothing new had been added, and replied that the structures were not installed automatically, but they were all added to the list. The system windows appeared in front of Kim. He heard that the external changes would be on the 5th level, and replied that since they had a significant supply of gems, they would be upset little by little. His expression became dissatisfied when he heard that there was a guest in the labyrinth. A figure appeared at the entrance. Dominic said that he was waiting. The guy walked forward, saying that the guest was underground. The girl said that there was one team that visited every labyrinth. It seemed that they were quite powerful if they could afford to visit every corner of Geyser. Kim looked down, hearing how he was spoken of as the new owner. The visitor was lying on the floor in a bow, saying that the dark merchant was greeting the king of the great dungeon. The appearance of the creature with glasses was quite sly. He said that he was eager to work with him. Looking down, the hero replied that he understood. He was standing in front, talking about poor Mr. Beck. Standing opposite, the hero asked how he found this place. He answered that of course, he already knew about it. The merchant waved his hand, saying that the news about the brave owner of the labyrinth, who led the brave Nagas into battle against the hellish spiders, had already spread throughout the dungeon. Dominic, who was standing behind him, closed her eyes and mentally said that he was lying. Without opening her eyes, she continued that the dark merchants from the black market were watching almost everything that happened in Geyser. Apparently this territory was under the control of this merchant. The creature in glasses folded his arms, while the girl said that even if he pretended to be a picky or strange person, he could not allow him to underestimate him. Kim stood opposite, hearing that he was doing very well in the labyrinth, and confirmed it. Waving his hand, he asked, did he have some business? The bag contained various items and scrolls. The merchant said that they wanted to build and maintain friendly relations with the new owner of the labyrinth. He laid the items out in front of him, saying that in other words, he came here to have a sale. Kim turned to Dominic and said that he heard that black market sellers can be dangerous. They can't just throw him out, and heard that no. The girl looked at him in surprise, saying that if they don't get along, but be sure not to let it be a bad rumor about him. Behind stood a satisfied merchant. Kim said that since they had already noticed them, they would have to use acting, how hard it was. Standing behind, Dominic asked him not to forget that he could bring him profit if he bought something worthwhile. After all, they were merchants, they had a lot of valuable goods. The hero agreed. Kim turned around and asked to bring a couple more deep gems. Dominic looked at him with a slight smile and advised, if possible, to buy first the thing that the seller himself would recommend. Kim came closer and asked to show what he had. The merchant noticed that it seemed he had talked with his servant. He folded his palms together, asking if he was looking for something specific. He heard that he would buy what he recommended. The hero stood with his arms crossed, and heard the merchant say that he could not help but offer all his efforts, since he had shown trust in him. The merchant, he was lucky, he just happened to have a rare thing. He held up a purple vial, saying that there were only a couple of them left in Geyser. They were called parasites. Holding up the vial, the merchant said that it would be rude of him to charge one high-ranking gem, but he didn't think he could afford it. Kim took the vial and asked to take a closer look. He examined the parasite inside the vial. Dominic nodded as he turned to her. The boy held out a pink gem, asking if he gave her one, how many would it take? Holding up the stone, the merchant replied 5. Kim mused that was all he had. Between his fingers was a vial of purple liquid. Sitting on the throne, the hero explained that it was their tradition to show the most expensive artifact they had first, and was told that yes, as far as she knew, it was quite an ancient tradition. Dominic looked happy, saying that the artifact wouldn't do any good while he was gone, but Kim interrupted, continuing that he wouldn't accept it. He threw the lid off, saying that he had no intention of keeping it as a trinket. A pink parasite appeared on his palm. He said that her advice had never failed him. The creature was absorbed into the hero's skin. Opening a system window, Kim said that he felt like he was becoming less and less human every day, although he couldn't say that he had been particularly similar before. The system reported that there was a parasite in his body, the beginning of synchronization between the parasite and the owner. Standing at several system windows, Kim said that to hell with the merchant and the parasite, it was time to start upgrading the labyrinth, which he had been putting off for so long. Dominic, standing behind him, was happy when she heard that he needed her help. The system reported that the labyrinth update was complete, moving to rank 4. Previously closed structures were now available to him, and new combat forces were available for summoning. 6 Naga slaves were added. Creatures of the dungeon that did not have their own home could visit his labyrinth. Next was a system window with information about the Naga labyrinth. Kim said that he hadn't looked at the stats screen for a long time, but his durability and summoning limit had increased significantly. He touched his chin thoughtfully, saying that he seemed to have rushed the update a bit. Opening her mouth, Dominic said that it was customary for labyrinths to first build internal structures, improve their military power, and then start rank up. She remembered the guy in the rubble, saying that in their labyrinth, he owned more than 90% of their power, so she thought she could afford a quick rank up. She imagined the creature on the throne and heard the question of whether the owners of other labyrinths were weaklings, and said that no, rather they just didn't want to stick their noses out. Crossing his arms, the brunette said that he had enough energy for internal structures, and asked to see the list. A window appeared in front of him with a list of structures available for construction. The creature stood at the pen, a farm. He can grow vegetables and fruits for the Nagas who work for the benefit of the labyrinth. Naga held a sword, a training center. By assigning a senior warrior as an instructor, he can begin to train the Nagas and improve their fighting power. The creature poured liquid into a glass. In the bar he can collect information from neutral creatures who will visit the labyrinth. If lucky, they can become his allies. Next were images of such rooms as a forge, a laboratory and a temple. These buildings improve physical, magical and healing abilities. Each of them improves the skills of fighters. A map appeared in front of the hero when he asked to open and enlarge it. Looking at the map of the labyrinth, Kim asked Dominic to order the warriors and the archer to deal with the monsters that are nearby. He will produce more fighters, so it will become easier. Images of a farm and a bar appeared on the map. The hero said that he will put them near the nest. Kim thoughtfully looked at the map and said that the laboratory, forge and temple required too much energy, so he would first improve the defense. Pointing his finger at the Naga, he asked him to bring all the low-rank gems he had. He would sacrifice them all. An information window appeared above the platform saying that he had sacrificed 30 good quality low-rank deep gems. Kim put out his palm and said that he was summoning a mage. Then he spread his arms and added that he was summoning an army. A week later, he sat with his head resting on his hands and heard Dominic say that the expansion of the nest was complete, and that the Nagas had also managed to catch giant hares and black bears. A girl standing nearby said that the unused slaves had gone to search for gems and set up traps, and he was asked if she was letting them rest, and he heard that they had enough time to rest. There were new elements on the map. The girl said that new fighters were involved in patrol, defense and training, and finally, the map update would be completed soon. Kim glanced at the information window and said that he was glad that their labyrinth finally acquired a proper appearance, but it seemed that they were too busy. He looked at the maintenance cost window and said that with the expansion, they began to lack deep gems obtained from hunting and flowers. Now he understands why the Spider Duke was constantly going to war. He yawned, covering his mouth with his hand, and said that he thought they would need to go for deep gems again. The girl asked if everything was okay. Kim turned and asked what she was talking about, and heard that he began to stay in the labyrinth longer. She did not mind, but his family. Dominic's view became surprised when she heard that everything was fine. He moved out 4 days ago, now lives alone on the mountain range. He remembered the truck that pulled up to the building and said that there were no shops or houses nearby. If possible, he would give her a tour. The girl was happy to hear that. Looking at the white portal, the guy said that it would close soon. He didn't think he would stay here for so long. Walking towards the portal, he said that he would go to bed, let her rest. Standing in the room, Kim said that he was hungry. He would need to drag something like ramen into the labyrinth. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him with information that the parasite had successfully implanted itself into the host's body and synchronization was complete. A red window warned that the parasite was attempting to take over the host's body. Kim read it in surprise. Suddenly, his eye turned black. The guy grabbed his head and screamed. Holding his darkened eye, he screamed that it seemed to be burning. Several eyes appeared on the dark skin. A loud scream was heard near the small house. A man was standing not far from the dwelling. Jun-young held a piece of paper, asking, "Does Kim really live here?" Suddenly, a scream was heard from the house. Opening the door, the girl asked if he was okay. Kim was sitting on the floor, clutching his head. There were traces of a parasite on his face. Later, he held a tray with cups and asked if she had calmed down. The guy closed his eyes and apologized for catching her in such a state. The girl asked what was that. Raising her hands, Jun-young screamed that it seemed like half of his face was burned, and heard that nothing like that. Turning away, Kim replied that it was something like an eye infection. Only from the labyrinth. The girl told him not to lie. She had been in the dungeon all her life and had never seen anything like this. Kim took a sip from the mug, listening to even the children of the dungeons from the deep levels that she knew. The hero interrupted, asking, "Are they from level 12? The girl asked again in surprise and heard that he had been infected on the 12th level in the labyrinth of the Spider Duke. Jun-young, who was sitting opposite him, said that it couldn't be. All the children of the dungeon from the 12th level were either dead or, Kim interrupted and asked, disappeared. The girl's mouth opened in surprise, hearing why people thought he was dead when he was sitting here. The brunette looked away, hearing the cry that this was why he knew the hellish spiders, and thought that now she knew where he was born. Even if she spilled the beans to someone, it didn't matter, she would become the local madwoman. The hero approached with displeasure, asking why she had come here without an invitation. Was it the old man who told him where he lived? He silently looked at her, hearing that she wanted to know if he would join them on the next expedition. Jun-young awkwardly looked away, saying that he wouldn't let her in if she said that she just wanted to pay back her debt. So she was thinking of inviting him to her team. He would pay the most. She closed her eyes, saying that it was unlikely that he would be interested in her invitation, because he was clearly stronger than everyone else put together. But the guy agreed. Kim sat at the table opposite and asked not to exaggerate his strength. He had lived on the surface for a long time, but recently he had been thinking about returning back. Jun-young's face showed a happy expression when she heard that it seemed that Geyser had changed a lot recently. He could go with her if she wanted his level from others. Sitting up, she said that a child of the dungeon of level 12 would be on the same team with her. The hero repeated that as long as she kept his level a secret. Holding the clothes, Jun-young said that then she needed to go back and adjust the expedition plan. She was sure that he would refuse. The girl left the house, saying that the next expedition was in 4 days. They were going to go down to the 6th floor for 2 weeks. Besides them, there would be more in the team. Looking away, she continued, 5 children of the dungeon and 10 ordinary explorers. He had already met 2 of them on the last expedition. Kim crossed his arms and said that the team that lost on the 2nd floor was going to go down to the 6th floor. The girl replied that indeed, from his side it might seem that they were not qualified enough. She waved her hand, saying that their team had been working for a long time, and they could even go down to the 8th floor if they did not make mistakes. The guy replied that he understood. After all, the enemies were not weak either. Turning around, the friend said that they would prepare all the equipment themselves, so she would wait in 4 days and send all the details by mail. Kim looked at her indifferently, hearing that she still had a lot to prepare, so she left. He stood with his arms crossed and said that if she wanted to come again, she should call first, or he would report a horny exhibitionist hunter who decided to abuse him to the police. There was a cloud of dust ahead. The girl promised that she would definitely call back. Kim tiredly touched the bridge of his nose, saying that he had only recently moved. At least the portal was closed. 4 days later, looking at the gate, Kim said that it was like entering the subway. Jun-young held out a card and said that gates A, B, and C are used for large-scale expeditions. While D, E, and F are available to everyone, you just need to show your ID and say how many people are going in. Looking to the side, she added that a new passage appeared on the second level. It was a little dangerous because of the crowds of monsters. Kim looked to the right. There was a man with a red scarf standing there and asked if he must be the same Kim who saved their Jun Young. He shook hands with a smile, saying that it was nice to meet you, and introduced himself as Chansik, level 7. Kim introduced himself and said that he was just lucky, to which he was told that he was incredibly strong. The blonde pointed at his comrade and laughed, saying that when he saw him, he immediately ran away. The guy asked him with displeasure what he was talking about. He was the first one to get scared and run away. Kim chuckled and heard that they were glad to be on the same team again and would do their best. Junyoung clapped her hands and told them to stop talking. It was time to get to work. Youngo was leading the researchers. Chansik smiled when she said that she hoped for a great job and promised that he would do everything right. He walked forward, and the hero asked the girl if she was not the captain. She replied that he would understand everything. Dominic was lying on the table in the bar of the Naga Labyrinth. She asked the bartender for another one. The blue nag said that she looked like a grown depressed woman looking for a man. The green one added that she was always in this state when the master was not around. The beast spread his hands and said that at least now they have a bar. Before he appeared, she was a real hysteric. He remembered the girl with a knife catching up with him and said that she tried to eat his tail, saying that it would grow back. Dominic appeared behind him just as the beast was saying that there were rumors that she had a secret room where she kept the master's dirty panties and socks. The girl grabbed the beasts by the heads and asked ominously. Then lights lit up in her eyes, and she said that this was a cool idea. The heroes walked through the cave. This expedition was significantly different from the previous one, where there were hired researchers and children of the dungeon. The man said that 500 meters around the corner there were a bunch of monsters. They would quietly cross them. Hyuneo looked ahead, hearing that he would take over the pursuit if something happened, and the guys with spears should move to the center. Jun Young and Kim should stay behind. Since everyone was on the same team, the dungeon kids and explorers were acting in a coordinated manner. Chansik raised a finger, especially him. Kim, who was walking behind, said that he now understood why he was taking the role of captain despite being lower in level than her. Jun Young said that he was quite a capable man despite being born in the middle levels. The hero presented a map with the characters' symbols and thought that the detection skill could see all living beings except those with the ability to hide. This cheating ability could lead to victory in almost any battle. Jun Young, who was standing behind, said that she thought he had this ability too. Now he noticed that he didn't. Back then he just felt their presence. With her hands behind her head, the girl guessed that the intuition of the children in the dungeon of the 12th floor was on a completely different level. The two boys looked at each other. One asked if he heard, or if she mentioned the 12th level. Kim looked at his friend with displeasure and reminded her that he told her not to blabber too much. She apologized. The man in the blue helmet said that the captain ordered the children of the dungeon to gather together. The heroes were standing at the arch. Chansik pointed and said that this was the entrance to an abandoned labyrinth. Wolf monkeys blocked the path they usually took. If they wanted to go around them, they would have to go through it. Kim looked at the man, who said that he could not detect anyone with the skill, so he did not think they were taking much of a risk. But still, it was a labyrinth, so their opinion was important to him. The heroes stood at the entrance. Words were heard that it seemed huge. Would everything really be okay if they lost? The man said that he remembered the entire path they took, so everything would be okay. Kim raised his hand, saying that then he had no objections, and thought that maybe he would gain ideas to rebuild the labyrinth. Chansik waved his hand, said that it was decided. They would reach the center of the labyrinth. So carefully, the hero thought that when he said this, he hoped that everything was okay. At this time, Dominic forced the Nagas to dig a new room and not tell anyone about the existence of her sanctuary. The man in the cloak bows before the monster, who asks what condition the dragon is in. He replies that he was seriously injured. It will take a couple of days to recover. The mutant notes that he is a pitiful insect. How dare he call himself a descendant of a great dragon? He says that they will not be able to bypass the area marked with blood. The character in the hood says that it is possible, but the distance for the master and the ancient dragons is enough. He is interrupted. A monster with large horns looms over him and claims that there is no need to worry about it, because in Geyser everyone knows that they are ancient dragons. Quite slow, he agrees. He sees a kneeling character, asks how long it will take to go around. He replies that it will take about 3 months. He specifies if only a man in a hood will go around. He in turn states that it will take about 2 weeks. The monster points with a claw and states that then, since Draken has become no more useless cargo, he will do all the work alone. The character with yellow eyes looks up when she is called a traitor Rick. The man points to the door and says that this is the owner's room. The protagonist stands near the guys and asks how this is possible, because only a few hours have passed since they entered the labyrinth, but they still have not encountered a single monster or trap. The man points with his hand and states that this labyrinth was abandoned after the end of the war, and therefore it is empty, and that is why there is nothing valuable marked on the map. Chansik thinks, saying that the military said that they planned to set up a base in the center of the 3rd level. They ask him if they have a map. He turns and says that yes, it is sold in the Labyrinth shopping center. He explains to Kim that they only have maps of the upper levels, but the military also has maps of the middle ones. Kim understands that this is logical, because expeditions have been conducted for several years now, and they will need to buy a couple to synchronize with the Labyrinth map. Chansik turns to his assistants and tells Huijun and Youngo to take the researchers and install motion sensors at the entrance, and the rest to set up a camp. Chansik explains to everyone that the faster they do it, the more time they will have to rest. Kim understands that he was not assigned anything. The girl says with a grin that she told him last time that he needs to save his energy, because he is the strongest warrior in the team and therefore he needs to get used to the fact that they treat him like this. She points her finger and says that if he is bored, he can look around the owner's room. In the frame there is a broken throne. She explains that this is the throne of the monster that used to rule the entire labyrinth. She does not believe that they have kings. At this moment he thinks that he would not say that he is used to this. Kim looks at the pop-up window in surprise. It says that the parasite skill called detection is being activated. The protagonist's eyes lit up red. Kim grabs his head. Junyoung asks what's wrong with him. The protagonist, grabbing his head, hears the question whether his eyes hurt again. He says that everything is not as bad as it was last time. A scared Junyoung hears a question if she can't let anyone in here, because it might scare someone. She says sure. She runs away while the guy realizes that it's good that she doesn't see the pop-ups. The protagonist looks at his hands and states that this time there is no pain, and after that incident the parasite has not shown itself anymore. He sees a red sight, thinking about his vision. He closes his eye and exclaims that there is something under the altar, and he didn't have such an ability before. Kim sits up and looks down. He speaks with a keen gaze about the discovery. The guy holds a red object in his hand and states that it does not look like a deep color. He squeezes it in his hand. The pop-ups say that he has discovered a fragment of the labyrinth, which retained the energy of the labyrinth for a long time, old but useful. The guy with the reddened eye states that apparently the eye caught on it because of this. He notes that it would be better if it was a gem. The surprised protagonist sees a window that the parasite is expanding its detection area. He turns around in fear and says wait. He looks at the shining walls and wonders if these are all deep gems. The girl is lying on the table next to the mug. The snakes look at him silently. They look away when they are told if they are on duty today. The snake with the bag asks why they need pickaxes. They exclaim Greenie. The frightened pets look at the girl and one of them asks if everything is okay with the boss. Greenie looks questioningly. He stands in front of the snakes and says that they want to say that she feels guilty for secretly making a room with his used underwear from the master. The girl is lying on the bar counter. Greenie asks why she didn't just ask them to make this room, because they could make it for everyone. He tells the surprised pets that she is more like a person and her status is much higher than theirs. Greenie talks to them while the girl stands behind him with a smile. He states that this is probably why she is uncomfortable living in the nest with them. He wonders why they are looking like that. Dominic bends down with a grin and says fresh meat. The heroes walk along with the soldiers in armor. The protagonist glances to the side hearing that he seems tired. Junyoung walks next to him with a grin and asks if he has any strange hobbies. He denies and says that he is tired because he did not get enough sleep. She looks at him and hears that he is in a bad mood. He realizes that most of them were small and of low quality. The protagonist sits near the stone and realizes that he was lucky to collect dozens of deep gems and hide them in the labyrinth, and he also ran through the closed parts of the map and left several marks. The picture shows a map with a pointer. Kim thinks that he will still have to go there alone later. Junyoung looks at him silently while he thinks that it's all thanks to the parasite. He would even thank him if that was even possible. A pop-up window says that the parasite would like to try human food. They look at the soldiers in front. The soldier says that the captain is asking the children of the dungeon to gather together. Kim understands that all they are ordering is to either stand back or gather together. The guy assumes that there is most likely a monster. The soldier points to the side and states that around that corner right by the exit there is a crowd of monsters. Chansik sits near the others and explains that based on the sounds they make, they are either four-legged monkeys or fang bats, and in the worst case there will be wolf monkeys. Around the corner there are about 20 bats and 8 monkeys. Kim looks at him and asks that his ability most likely will not be able to identify them for sure. He replies that he can only determine the location, number, and belonging to the same species. Chansik looks at the guy and says that they can't get around them and they're not going to leave. He suggests waiting until they kill each other, but the man says that it's even more dangerous. The picture shows monsters. He explains that there are too many of them and other predators can come here for the noise and smell of blood, and in the worst case, they'll simply be cornered here. The blonde stands near the heroes and says that they have no choice but to fight. Junyoung notes that they'd like to avoid fighting until level 6, but apparently there's no other way. Youngho notes that they haven't started fighting each other yet, so they need to start first. Chansik worriedly shouts that it's not that simple, because there are 28 medium-sized monsters on level 3 and they're also fighting for territory. Junyoung laughs and exclaims that they're just midges. She points at Kim, meaning only him. The captain hears this silently. The protagonist scratches his head in embarrassment. He passes by a man with a sword in his hands and asks that this won't end if they just stand there. So why don't they kill them then? He replies that if he can, that would be great. He says then let's do it. The protagonist calmly declares that he will take half. The wolf monkeys scream furiously, fighting with other monsters. He sees them and says that they have started fighting each other. Chansik with a serious look states that there are about 30 creatures and it seems that today is his last day. Kim sits with a sword in his hands and says no way. He immediately breaks away. The protagonist bravely fights the monsters, striking them with his sword. The surprised captain says that it is impossible with just one blow, because usually the children of the dungeon deal with monsters in a couple of minutes. Blonde and Young-ho stand with swords. The captain thinks that their fighting style matches the labyrinth in which they grew up, as well as its level and environment. Chansik sees the fight with the monkey and realizes that he must attack without thinking until the enemy falls down, and that is how most children fight. The captain turns around and says but. The protagonist fights against the backdrop of a bunch of defeated monsters and says that this one kills everyone with one blow. Kim calmly looks forward. Chansik states that he only aims at weak points as if he can clearly see them. The captain thinks and says that his level of speed and strength seems much higher than Junyoung's. He wonders how he manages to move like that. The captain is surprised to hear about Kim from Marcus's labyrinth. He looks at the girl with the axe and asks if she is talking about the deepest part of the 7th level. She says yes. Junyoung smirks and says that he had to make his way through many labyrinths and creatures to get to the 6th level, and probably during this time he understood the most effective way to fight in order to survive. She stands in front of Chansik and states that since he was nothing more than the entrance to the 8th level, he says that then everything fits since he was born in the famous labyrinth. The captain stands next to her and states that most likely he has an innate fighting talent, and he can no longer find any explanation for this. She thinks that despite the fact that he restrains himself, only Marcus's labyrinth came to his mind. Junyoung excitedly realizes that he needs to think through Kim's story better. She stands next to the captain in front of the huge monsters and states that it's time to stop talking and get to work. He replies that it's right because the main character is the one who bears the brunt of everyone. A giant bat approaches the captain. He says that they need to show. Chansik shouts in rage at what they are capable of. The protagonist with a red eye thinks that his body has become much lighter. He sees the attacking enemy and realizes that the opponent's movements seem slow. The protagonist stands in front of his paw and thinks if he is fighting at full strength. He cuts the heads of mutants, realizing that he is trying to maintain his power level on par with Junyoung. But why does it seem to him that this is all he can do? The system windows say that the parasite has activated his hidden power to a low level, and depending on the owner's hidden power, the power level can increase, and thanks to it, Kim's ability to detect weak points is enhanced. He turns around in surprise. He sees the monster's heart and wonders if it's really him. Kim notices that it's protected by ribs, and he can see it because of the parasite. He stabs the monkey's heart and says that the more he learns about its abilities, the more useful it becomes, and now that price seems like a pittance to him. Kim looks at the system window and states that except for the moment when he tried to take over its body, and it will need to experiment to find out all the hidden possibilities of such a valuable purchase. The system windows say that the parasite recognized him as the owner, and it successfully completed synchronization with it. It will do its best to keep him alive. The protagonist turns around hearing that they're done. He replies that he is too. Junyoung stands in front of him and states that he said he would take half but killed about 70%. He asks if that's too much. She denies it and states that the expedition is going much better. She whispers in his ear that she just has to make up all sorts of nonsense to somehow justify his abnormally high strength. She turns to the soldiers and states that the researchers are already saying that he is a natural-born war hero and will soon be worshipped. He notes that it seems that he has gone too far. Junyoung stands in front of the soldiers and shouts that the battle is over and orders them not to hang around and collect the deep gems before the monsters come to the smell of blood. The captain runs behind her and exclaims Junyoung. She smiles and tells Chansik that it was a good job. The man tells the guys that it looks like they have a problem. They ask again. Chansik calmly explains that another expeditionary force twice their size is approaching them and they are going to split into 2 groups to surround them. Junyoung is shocked to hear that he was unable to detect them earlier, but they must have been watching them while they were fighting. Junyoung shouts at everyone to prepare for battle, because a battle is coming. The protagonist tells his partner that these are not monsters. She replies that in Geyser, not only monsters become enemies. He is excited to hear that Geyser is not subject to laws and it is easy to steal another's loot here. The heroes and soldiers stand among the defeated monsters. She explains that they felled about 30 medium-sized monsters and the team is exhausted from the battle, and the enemy squad was watching them from afar and intended to attack after they were finished. The man sits on his knee. She explains that if it were not for Chansik's ability, they would have been trapped. He explains to them that they are grouping up and it seems they realize that they are aware of their presence. The protagonist asks in surprise that they are retreating. While Chansik states that they have changed their minds about encircling them, he replies that no, they are still approaching. Jun-young, crossing her arms, tells them to be alert and act on the occasion, but the team is so tired that they would have been caught anyway even if they wanted to escape. The guy looks at the girl's back. She turns to him and states that she knows without that they rely heavily on him. Jun-young turns around and asks if she can trust him if things go badly. He says sure. He smiles and notes that he likes this squad. The group of heroes with dissatisfied faces hear someone's words. Jun-young clenches his teeth in anger. Opposite them stands a man surrounded by fighters. She calls Jangchul a fool. He asks why insult her right away, because they haven't seen each other for so long. The red-haired man grins and says that he is glad to meet them. He goes forward and says that he heard that they recently fought with spiders and took damage, but notes that he sees that it was not that bad, clarifying what hard workers and are they really tired of living. The girl, crossing her arms with a dissatisfied face, demands to close her mouth and go their own way. Jangchul says that she is vulnerable, because to get to the lower levels you need to go through here. Jun-young hears him start saying something. The scoundrel looks up and asks if they have anything interesting. The protagonist sees her gritting her teeth in anger. The guy turns to Chansik and asks who it is. Jangchul spreads his hands with a grin. The man explains that there is an organization called the Researchers Association and they have recently even received support from the state. But it is just a gang of bandits that controls all the entrances to the labyrinth and attacks squads. The guy with the displeased face clarifies that the state is fine with this. He replies that it is hard to believe but their association is constantly influx of people. The man behind the podium against the background of banners with the skull says something. Chansik says that this is why most teams are now part of the association and do not act independently. And all because a lot of money is pouring into Geyser. The man, closing his eyes, tells the guy that probably together people think that they are doing a great thing, but in the end it all comes down to a battle for money. The protagonist activates the red eye and realizes that he does not like them. The system window says that the parasite is analyzing the forces of enemies. He looks at the gang and realizes that there are 9 children of the dungeon among them. Jangchul seems a little stronger than Jun-young, and all the rest are below level 7. The fighters watch with a grin. The protagonist realizes that there are about 40 researchers, all armed, and their faces are asking for a fight, and it must not be the first time for them. The picture shows a frightening villain. Kim thinks that if they get involved in a fight, the enemies will definitely kill everyone except him. The protagonist stands in the middle of his comrades and thinks that they are getting on his nerves. Kim with a red eye looks at the enemies along with his teammates. The guy turns around questioningly at his frightened comrades, thinking about bloodlust. Jun-young is frightened to realize that it feels the same as the king of the labyrinth, and she cannot move because of fear. She looks around realizing that somewhere nearby the king is probably walking or standing right behind her. Jangchul laughs loudly and yells for them to look at themselves, asking if they were really that scared since he was just joking, noting that little Jun-young has become a coward since their last meeting. The girl starts yelling in rage that this is not true. Chansik turns around with a sad face. The red-haired fighter clarifies that she decided to make him look bad, noting that at least he had fun. The guy points to the lying monsters and says that they have already gotten it badly from those creatures and he just wanted to know if they need his help. Jangchul winks and yells that he has a lot to do. He waves his hand and tells the guys that they are leaving, saying that they will not touch Jun-young's prey. The red-haired scoundrel walks with his back and says by the way. He turns around and says that he does not think they have ever met, but he will give one piece of advice. The villain looks at the main character and says that although the girl is cute, her pathetic team couldn't even join the association and therefore he doesn't recommend messing around with them. Kim hears with a serious face that it seems to him that he is quite skilled and let him know if he wants to join a normal team, because he pays generously. He waves his hand with a smile and exclaims that he just needs to say Jangchul's name in the association because everyone knows him. The guy notes that he is not interested in this. He still says that he will wait. The group walks away. The red-haired one tells Jun-young that they will see each other. Chansik calms the raging girl, saying that they are lucky that they did not get into a fight. The man tells the guy that he should also moderate his ardor. The guy looks at him questioningly while he says that he already is. Kim looks at them and asks what. Jun-young asks not to play the fool. Chansik notes that he should stop pretending that he is calm. The man tells him that he has never felt such a strong thirst for blood before. Jun-young notes that it seemed to her that the king of the labyrinth was standing behind her. He in turn apologizes, saying that sometimes this happens to him. The blonde looks at them and clarifies about the thirst for blood, stating that they did not feel anything. Chansik replies that their feelings must reach a certain level to feel this, and if everyone could feel the thirst for blood, then ordinary researchers would have switched off long ago. Kim looks at the girl and says that it seems that they are quite familiar with that guy. She replies that they are from the same labyrinth. He remembers their adventures and says that now Jangchul is an idiot, but before he was normal and was always a little aggressive, but he coped well with the role of leader. In the frame, the guy looks up with a smirk. She explains that she knew that after the escape everyone fully experienced the taste of freedom and money, but she could not imagine that people could change so much. Jun-young stands next to his comrades and states that they should go back after they collect the loot. Chansik agrees, saying that it's better to go back before someone else gets to their catch. Kim turns around and asks if they weren't supposed to reach level 6. He is told that Team Jangchul will definitely get in their way again. The girl explains that he did not attack this time, but she has no idea what he will do if they meet again, and besides, they have a huge squad that will attract all the creatures nearby. Junyoung looks at the guy and states that if the circumstances were different, she would insist that they continue on their way, but they have already obtained a lot of goods. They turn around hearing that the soldiers have finished. Junyoung shouts to everyone that they are returning. Chansik goes ahead, seeing the exit, and exclaims about it. It is said that their way back went smoothly and they returned in 1 week. The workers exclaim happily. The guy shouts at them to come for their wages when they hear their name. It is explained that every time they go down to Geyser they inevitably get into trouble, and surprisingly, they return in full force. Junyoung turns around and states that most likely they just managed to return in time. The protagonist waves to the girl in front of tents. It is said that the Research Association, Jangchul, needs to learn more about them. Against the background of a sign for deep gem jewelry, someone claims to have heard of the red-haired villain. The old man sits in a chair and claims to be the lousiest guy in the association and that he has become famous only for this. He notes that he can understand why he goes against the rules of the association and controls Geyser. The old man waves his hand and explains that due to the fact that they set a minimum level for the descent, the survival rate of ordinary explorers has skyrocketed. He asks again. A huge monster stands in front of the fighter. It is explained that in the past, the children of the dungeon had no restrictions. They could take with them any number of explorers, due to which their mortality rate increased and the approximate survival rate then was 50%. The protagonist, thinking, hears that he can consider this as a set of rules or restrictions, but the society is satisfied with the current control from the association. He realizes that he thought that something similar to the Guild of Adventurers that are often found in comics. The guy stands in front of the old man and asks Jangchul if he created any trouble or something like that. He replies that he has no idea, and even if he did it as secretly as possible, because he is not an idiot to shout about such things at the top of his lungs. The angry old man answers the question of how he knows everything by saying that it is not easy to get information from Geyser, and all that can be obtained today is just rumors and nothing more. He puts his hand to his lips and says that he remembered something. Surprised Kim hears that there are groups of people hunters. He asks again. The old man behind the counter explains that the children of the high-level dungeon, without any researchers, unite in groups and attack other people's squads to take their prey for themselves. The villains kill others. He explains that they form gangs of sharpen their teeth into fangs, and among them there are guys from the abyss, so you need to watch carefully. The protagonist turns around, waving his hand and declaring that this is quite useful information, and thanks him. He replies that he does not think he should worry about Kim. The old man looks at his back and clarifies that today there are no gems. He replies that this time he was only paid in money, so there is nothing. The protagonist realizes that although society supports the association, he wonders what interestingly became the reason for Junyoung's hatred towards her. The guy walks down the street declaring that he does not see any problem with them and perhaps it is not worth climbing there. The girl crawls through the dungeon. Dominic turns around in surprise at the flash. Kim goes to her. She is happy with the master and shouts that he returned earlier than planned. He replies that the expedition ended faster than planned. The girl is excitedly silent when asked how the situation is in the labyrinth. He looks at her and asks Dominic. She replies that they have a guest and he is waiting in the pub. He clarifies again or something. He stands opposite the assistant and finds out if it is a dark merchant. She denies and says that this time a hired lower elf. The guy asks again in surprise. He turns around and leaves saying that they need to meet. The girl exclaims masters. He turns to the girl who says that lower elves are devoid of any loyalty and dignity, and if he is thinking of hiring one of them. Dominic with his eyes closed hears the question if they cannot be trusted so much, then you need to boldly kick them out of here, and why is he still in his labyrinth? She replies that she thought about it but. She looks at the owner and says that unfortunately at the moment there are not enough scouts in the labyrinth, and although they have archers with a wide angle of view, they are still not suitable for this role. The main character introduces the monsters. She says that therefore she thought that he might need a lower elf. He replies that they clearly lack dexterity, and somehow need to explore the map. He leaves Dominic saying that he will make the decision himself. She apologizes. He claims that there is no need to worry about it, because the leaders need to decide such issues. They open the door and enter, seeing the creature. The protagonist waves to the bartender. He sees a man in a cloak at a table in the distance. He quickly moves to him. The surprised protagonist and his assistant see this. Rick looks at him with a displeased face, hearing that she is the same elf that Kim heard about. Rick stands opposite Kim and Dominic. She insults the interlocutor in a rage. The girl demands to show her respect for the master, calling him a dirty elf. He looks at them silently. The elf lowers his head with a sad look. He kneels and calls him the unique master of the throne, who is able to see through the veil of darkness, declaring that this worthless page of the underworld has illegally settled in his domain. The protagonist answers with the words speak to the request to grant Rick the great honor of being introduced to the master of the labyrinth. The white-haired character states that his name is Rick and that she is a hired low elf. He replies that this is good and that she seems to be quite confident in her speed. Surprised, Dominic hears that he would like to know only one thing: how she had the courage to approach him with a weapon. The protagonist looks straight into the eyes of the interlocutor and asks if she wanted to cut him down. Dominic stands next to the master and shouts, "How dare some elf!" Kim exclaims her name. She closes her eyes in shame, hearing stop. The heroes look at the elf, who declares to the king of the labyrinth that this worthless and useless creature doubted his abilities of such a powerful creature in vain. He asks to drop the sycophancy, because he hates such a tone. Rick gets up from his knees. She says with a serious look that she has never seen a person occupy the throne of the labyrinth before and just wanted to make sure that he is competent enough to use her services. Kim enthusiastically asks if he passed the test. She replies that she was convinced that there is no point in trying to harm him. He notes that it is quite straightforward and he likes it. The bartender watches them. The protagonist asks if she is a mercenary. She answers that she is. He is interested in what she specializes in. The elf says that escort, reconnaissance, and information gathering. Dominic is shocked to hear that she is hired. The assistant worriedly shouts to the master, who in turn asks him to calm down because she herself said that they need a scout. The protagonist leaves with Rick saying that they will continue the conversation while he will show the labyrinth. Rick looks at the angry Dominic with a smile. The three of them walk through the caves. The hero thinks about the mess around. She looks around while Kim says something. She thinks that everything is ridiculous and ordinary. The elf looks to the side and realizes that the core of the labyrinth is not fenced in and can be seen even from the corridor. She walks among the snakes and realizes that there are no traps at the entrance to the labyrinth, not even the simplest ones, and the slaves do not have a hint of a serious attitude to the matter. With a serious face, she tries to understand what this man is trying to achieve and whether he really fully realizes that he is the master of the labyrinth. Rick is surprised to see something ahead. They look at the snakes that are fighting. She notices that the slaves are shirking work. Kim tells his interlocutor that they have a day off today and have nothing to do. The protagonist turns around, hearing where it was seen that slaves have a day off. He explains that providing them with sufficient rest and food is much better than forcing them to work to death. Kim smiles and claims that the more you use your muscles, the less effective they are. He asks again. He states that he was once part of a team of researchers. Rick with a dissatisfied face hears that he simply looks at everything from the point of view of the greatest efficiency. She realizes that he is too naive. The heroes go through the caves. The elf understands that after all, a person is just a person, and even despite the fact that he is a master of the labyrinth, this labyrinth will not last long. Dominic suggests a walk towards the training hall. Kim asks who is training there. She says that they are magicians. Rick at this time thinks that this is a hopeless place, and she will stick to the plan. A couple of days later, the protagonist sits on the throne and realizes that the labyrinth is developing too slowly, and to be precise, they have too few deep gems. Snakes are mining stones. Kim realizes that the gems that they extract from the deposits are barely enough to pay salaries. The rabbit is sitting near the water. It is said that fortunately they have a lot of food and there is still plenty of water. The monster attacks the snakes. It is explained that from time to time their soldiers hunt monsters near the labyrinth to get gems and other materials. Kim holds a red crystal with her fingers and states that they get about 3 low-level gems per day, and one such gives only 3 units of energy. The protagonist reasons against the background of calculations, stating that everyone thinks that he went too far then, especially remembering how much he spent on recruiting soldiers. Dominic stands next to the owner, who asks how many combat units they have now. She replies that 2 soldiers died in the last battle and therefore at the moment they have 42 soldiers, 2 warriors, 1 mage and a priest. The main character, crossing his arms, declares that the larger their army becomes, the more difficult it is to command each one individually, and thanks to the scout, they began to fight wild creatures more often, because of which they lose someone in each battle. The assistant reasons that if they had not called the priest, their army would have died out long ago. She is surprised to hear that their soldiers are at the middle levels, but for some reason they continue to die in battle, and he does not understand how the situation on the 15th floor has reached this point. Dominic stands next to him and notes that there is no 15th floor in the labyrinth. The guy turns around in surprise and asks again. He looks at her and says that this cannot be because he got into the labyrinth when he fell from the 15th floor and the deepest could only be the 2nd level. In the frame of Kim and Yunja's memories, she states that most likely the labyrinth absorbed him, and after he took the throne, he returned it to its original place. Kim holds his head and says this, hearing that sometimes ownerless labyrinths find a potential master in this way. In the frame of various things, it is said that it turns out that the reason why the things he found during the expedition seemed to remain from the war is because it was the most remote part of Geyser. He smirks and claims that even the entrance through which he passed with the reporter was in the danger zone. Dominic, closing his eyes, answers the question of what level of Geyser they are then. She states that she has never left the labyrinth since the moment of summoning, so she cannot say. Kim sits on the throne next to her and says that this is problematic. He understands that so much time has passed that it is pointless to worry about it now, and besides, even at deeper levels there are safe places. And there is no guarantee that the labyrinth is at deep levels. The guy gets up from the throne and asks if Rick is in the labyrinth or not. She replies that she should be back from reconnaissance any minute. Dominic looks at the owner and asks why he needs this rude and arrogant elf. He replies that it's funny, that he doesn't know what level the labyrinth is on. He looks ahead and explains that, besides, she's been wandering around Geyser for quite a while and maybe she'll have a couple of ideas. The elf is sitting at the bar. Her name is exclaimed. She seriously states that it's an honor for her to meet the interlocutor in person. He sighs. Dominic points his finger at her and shouts for her to know that they can't let someone as unwashed and sick as she is into the owner's room. Rick, with a sad face, asks why they don't put a door there. Then she asks what she said. The protagonist looks at the angry girls and asks them to stop. Kim asks Rick about what she said about wandering around Geyser before coming here. She says yes. He asks if she knows what level the labyrinth is on then. Rick thoughtfully states that she remembers hearing that people divided the underground world into some categories. She throws up her hands and states that as a person born and raised in the dungeon, she does not understand them. The protagonist thoughtfully says that this is logical. Rick tells Kim and Dominic that if they want, she could tell them about her wanderings before they hired her. The guy notes this is a great idea. The white-haired girl with her eyes closed asks to think about it, starting with the fact that she is sorry to talk about it. In the picture there are monsters. She states that right next to the labyrinth there is the labyrinth of the king of water dragons, and these are creatures that were able to survive the war in the dungeon. Kim looks at the interlocutor and exclaims that right next to them. She replies that she was there before coming to them and as far as she knows, that labyrinth existed before the war. The picture shows a monster. She explains that the master is the king of water dragons Anaxtus, the strongest among his own and also a typical master who defends his throne for a long time. The guy stands in front of them and finds out how close he is. She replies that the path to it takes about 4 days if you go straight ahead. He notes this to his loved ones. Thinking, Kim says that if their labyrinth existed before the war, they are over 20 years old, and he is sure that the size, rank and number of warriors are at an incredibly high level. Goblins fight spiders. It is said that if the labyrinths have unequal forces, the weak will definitely be absorbed by the stronger. The heroes watch the fight. It is explained that when he was a slave in one labyrinth, he stumbled upon battles almost always, and thanks to this he was able to see many battles between different mutants. Rick tells the surprised guy that it seems they know about the existence of Naga's labyrinth. He clarifies why she thinks so. The elf raises her finger and explains that between the two labyrinths there is a territory controlled by a predator, a bloody leopard. The monster is fighting another. She says that the dragons tried to subdue the leopard, but each time they failed, and she does not think that they took such a risk without a good reason. The thoughtful elf hears a question about why they were unable to go in a straight line. She answers that given that the dragons are forced to go around the leopard's territory. The protagonist and his assistant hear that, in addition to everything, they are extremely slow, which is why their journey here will take about 2 months. He says that this is good because there is time to prepare. The guy looks at her and says that it turns out that much more is known than he thought. Rick tells the furious Dominic and calm Kim that she used to work for them. The assistant angrily insults her and calls her a spy. She in turn asks not to misunderstand her. She is furious and says that she is an ordinary mercenary and only does what she is told, and now the king of Naga has hired her. Kim and the others are standing near the bar. He says he has one thing for her. She replies that if they want to ask her to fight against the water dragons, then she is out. He assures that there will be no fights. The guy explains with interest that he wants her to tell him everything she learned while working for that king, and then find out the number of their troops and the route they will take to them. Rick, with a mug of drink, hears Kim say that she does not think they will treat her with caution if she left them herself. She replies that it will be expensive. He asks not to worry about money. Rick stands silently, then asks to give her a week. Dominic stands behind the protagonist and says that the elf left taking some food with her. He says that they should also get to work. The assistant tells the owner that she is afraid that she is hiding something. He replies that he knows. The protagonist turns around and states that she asked to be put in the weak labyrinth, although she knew that they were on the brink of war, which means she is definitely planning something. Kim gestures, saying that she doubts that this is something in the interests of the water dragons, and that she is probably just a nomadic mercenary. Rick was sitting with a beer. The protagonist remembers that when she told him about them, he did not feel that he could trust, saying that she was right. The assistant looks at him enthusiastically. He assures that she is just waiting to sell them. Dominic stands next to him and says that in this case, they should send her all alone. He replies that it is even better, and they will think that the Naga soldiers are all their strength, and that they do not have deep gems, and that they are huddled in a corner out of fear because of the impending war. Dominic sadly notes that this is true. He replies that except for the part with the fear of war. Besides, he was surprised when he heard something about dragons. Kim sits opposite an elf who states that Anaxtus has been hiding since the Great War. The protagonist wonders why. The elf, with her eyes closed, explains that he heard rumors that people had weapons capable of killing him, and before the war he was assured of complete immunity to all types of attacks, and he hid in the shadows because he simply began to be afraid of people. Kim says with a smile that now the king of Naga is a man, the very kind of person the villain is so afraid of. He waves to his assistant, saying that he will return in 3 days and bring a gift. The girl lies in bed in the morning and discontentedly declares that she will take it now. Jun Young takes the phone and asks what the hell she needs on a day off. She looks at the screen in surprise. The protagonist holds a smartphone. In the receiver there is an exclamation that he called first, and what is the matter, and whether he decided to join her team. He replies that this is not it. Kim asks on the phone if they want to repay him for saving their lives. She says of course, and he can ask for anything. He replies that there are a couple of things that will be useful to him. A week later, the monsters are walking through the cave. The snake with the shield looks forward. Another creature is watching. The yellow enemy clenches his fist and laughs, saying that the snake freaks are no match for them and they will not be able to leave a scratch. The mutant states that it is not so. It is all because he is too powerful, and all because of their class differences, and because of the power of the great blood. He shouts in rage that the reason is that he is a descendant of dragons. The water dragon laughs loudly. The snakes say that he is at it again. One tells the other that they will not leave a scratch on them either. The other asks to be quiet. The snake asks if he has forgotten how he made them listen to him about his endless power because they blurted out something wrong. Because he walks around every day and talks nonsense about the descendant of dragons. They discuss the yellow leader, saying that although when they passed through the territory of the blood leopard, he could not utter a word and almost died. He turns around asking what they said. They answer that they are simply delighted. The subjects exclaim that he is a legendary descendant of dragons, calling him powerful, saying that he is the great dragon. He laughs and calls them scoundrels. The yellow mutant runs forward, asking when they will reach the labyrinth of Naga, because he is waiting for the day when he can rest on the throne. The soldier explains to the leader that their throne belongs to King Anaxtis, and it is better to be careful with words. He shouts that he found another snake. Greenie stands opposite. The yellow dragon says that this is a slave, which means the labyrinth is very close and most likely they do not even suspect their invasion. The yellow dragon with crazy eyes chases the slave, declaring that he is running away and cannot be allowed to get away. The dragons run after him, shouting that they can find the entrance to the labyrinth if they run after him. He takes Greenie, saying that he has finally been caught, and he will pay for making Draken sweat. There is a flash, while the yellow one asks to take them to his labyrinth. Draken is perplexed and asks if all the descendants of dragons are so noisy. He sees the protagonist with Greenie asking who dared to desecrate the name of dragons, and the fighter is tired of living. Kim sits still while he demands to be seen. The protagonist turns around and declares that he is the king. Surprised, Draken exclaims that there is no need to panic and that they should just trust him, because they will simply get rid of him here and now. The subject wants to inform King Anaxtis. The protagonist holds his face, hearing the yellow dragon calling for an attack, because the great descendant of dragons will meet him face to face. The guy laughs and says that he has heard it 50 times already while waiting for him here. There is someone behind the protagonist. He tells Dominic to start. The yellow dragon, along with the soldiers, sees a bunch of eyes around. He shouts that they need to get ready because this is an ambush. Draken asks to stop. He is surprised to see cute snakes with weapons and realizes that they are slaves. They begin to aim after the command. Draken loudly shouts to Kim that his labyrinth has only recently appeared, asking why they are taking such a risk and how dare he call himself a king, and doesn't he feel sorry for his subjects at all. The yellow dragon screams in the background of the assistant. He says that they should look at them, because the slaves can't even stand. Dominic demands to shut up and know their place. He exclaims how she laughs at talking to the descendant of dragons like that. The girl with the machine gun says that the slaves and the great servant are enough to kick his ass. The yellow dragon is shocked to see a barrage of fire after the command. Against the background of the gate and purple lights, someone says that it is gloomy and dull here. The character walks along the corridor and realizes that traps are set up everywhere, created with one purpose, to take someone's life. Rick walks among the slaves and understands that there is no place for rest and a very meager supply of food, and the subjects are forced to do physical labor until their last breath. With a serious face, she mentally declares that this is a real labyrinth, and not some kind of paradise that a pathetic person decided to create. The girl kneels, speaking of the great dragon king. The horn monster hears that Nagi's labyrinth now knows about the existence of the water dragon labyrinth, and will soon begin preparing for battle. Rick, with her head down, states that they are, however, mining very few abyssal gems due to the manpower. The protagonist stands with a sword near her comrades. She assures that she wants to take advantage of their despair and convince them to subdue the blood leopard, whose death will allow Anaxtis to kill their leader without hindrance. Rick kneels and asks to begin the invasion of Nagi's labyrinth while their forces are exhausted after the battle with the leopard, and perhaps he will be able to enter the labyrinth while the master is away. Anaxtis looms over her and praises her, saying that he may listen to her advice. He stands up and states that she recommends that Nagi's labyrinth attack the blood leopard a week after they enter his territory, and they will set off tomorrow. Rick excitedly says that it will take about 2 months, considering the speed of the water dragons, who in turn asks not to worry. He touches the huge monster and says that he is going to go a different way. Draken is shocked to see how they are being shot at. Cute snakes are firing aimed fire. One of the dragons screams that there is no need to panic because pathetic human weapons cannot do anything. A shot hits him in the head and he screams. He looks at his bloody hands and wonders if he can harm them. The dragon screams that it is dangerous here and they need to tell the king about it and retreat. The other screams that there is nowhere to retreat. The dragon points to the snakes and screams that they are surrounded. The protagonist, arms crossed, watches the progress of the battle. The picture shows a house and people near a truck. It is said that these illegal guns and equipment were made for the purpose of confronting the creatures of the underworld, and it was created in large quantities in the hope that an illegal business would put them into circulation. But everything failed. Junyoung looks at Kim and explains that the power has been increased, so he advises not to use them for too long for safety. He notices that she has a lot of connections. She says that while wandering around Geyser, one way or another, you meet a lot of different people. She looks at the guy who is rummaging through the box and says that he is already stronger than everyone Junyoung knows, and even without all this, he says that he uses them as toys. Kim looks down and says that they are quite effective against soldiers, although they cannot kill with the first shot. Dominic fires the machine gun at full speed. He notices that she has gotten a taste for them. He silently looks at Draken under fire. The bullet ricochets off his skin. He looks at his hands and realizes that he does not have a single scratch on him. He turns around and sees his subjects under fire. Draken begins to laugh. He proudly states that their attacks are nothing to him. The girl grits her teeth and fires at the enemies. Draken gracefully stands under a barrage of bullets. He looks back in surprise to see a snake with a sword. The blade crumbles on his skin. Draken swings his sword and declares that it was too weak. He hits his opponent, and he flies away. He laughs, asking if this is really all they have, declaring that the Nagas really are useless worms. Dominic loads a grenade launcher, threatening him. She is asked to stop. The protagonist frantically declares that he will figure it out himself. An enthusiastic Draken shouts that the king himself decided. Kim is already running past him while he is finishing his sentence. The guy makes a swift blow with his sword. Kim notices something. He is fighting a yellow enemy. The guy deftly dodges the blow. He hits Draken on the head and he screams. He loudly declares that it hurts. The guy fights off the enemy's tail. Draken sends him to the side with this blow. The worried servants watch the battle and shout. He replies that he is fine. Kim stands in the middle of the smoke clouds, wondering what happened to this enemy. Draken turns to him. He understands that he is strong and his physical form is even better than the hellish spiders, but he has terrible fighting instincts. Kim with a red eye tries to understand if this is a joke, and if they are mocking him. He breaks away and flies towards the yellow monster. Draken screams in shock. The protagonist pierces him with several blows of the blade. He holds the sword and thinks about the creature. He sees the enemy and understands that he has no weak points. The red mark burns on the body. The protagonist understands that even the ability of the parasite cannot detect a single one. Draken slides along the ground, leaving clouds of dust. The yellow monster wonders loudly if he finished off the master. Draken looks at the smoke and hears that as expected from the descendant of dragons. Although they are different, the weaknesses are the same. He objects that in fact he is perfect. He hears about the area between the shoulder blades. Kim with a sword goes forward. He with an unperturbed look and a scar on his face declares that this will be his next target to attack. He opens his eyes wide. He stands in front of the monster and realizes that the dragon's aura has changed. The frantic mutant stands next to him. Kim understands that after he heard about his vulnerability. The guy looks at the enemy and realizes that a slight tremor of the earth and vibration of the air is present, and finally he showed his true nature. Kim holds the sword and thinks that no attack could reach him before the transformation, and what will happen now, he cannot even imagine, and he needs to attack him with all his might before he has a chance to attack first. He breaks away and flies towards the enemy. The guy sees the monster and notices that it is not moving. Kim flies past it, cutting it with a blade. It slides along the ground, realizing that this attack has pierced its scales. The red mark is burning on its back. It realizes that its vulnerable spot is in plain sight, and it is not even moving, and it is possible that it is a trap. The guy with the sword understands that it is impossible to dwell on this. It flies forward, mentally demanding to show what it is going to do. The snakes are standing in the picture. The events happen a couple of seconds later. The yellow monster is depicted in the frame. It stares ahead, realizing that it has scary blue eyes, and the king, this bastard, did not say a word about it. The pumped-up monster holds a fighting stance, mentally realizing that the king only said that some puppy owns this labyrinth, and said that the master of the labyrinth is talentless and stupid, and not all this, and he even found out about its vulnerability. He sees the protagonist with a sword and thinks that the places he hits still hurt, and even though he has strong armor, This does not mean that he does not feel pain and perhaps he will not be able to move normally after this. He sees that Kim took off, realizing that it is time to leave. He will pretend that he let him go, and he himself will run away. Surprised, Draken wonders if he really disappeared. A strong cut appears on the monster's chest. He looks down in horror, realizing that it is his blood, which he has never seen before. He looks at the blood stains on his hands, realizing that he will definitely die 100%. Kim strikes again. He is shocked to realize that he will die. The surprised protagonist sees the monster fall. He silently watches. Greenie and Dominic silently watch. The monster kneels in front of Kim and screams, asking for forgiveness, saying that he was just following orders and did not want to do this. He is just an ordinary mercenary. But the king of water dragons is a real bastard. Dominic happily tells the master that they are done with the water dragon soldiers. He states that this is great. They look ahead. Kim asks what they should do with them. Draken is lying on the ground. The guy says that they would find a good use for the remains of the dragon. They look at him. He states that killing him is not a problem, but it will be difficult to cut him up, because he is still quite strong. Draken tearfully screams that he swears to be loyal to him and the labyrinth. The surprised guy asks again that he is betraying the current master and swears loyalty to him, clarifying if in that case he will not betray him in the same way. Draken, putting his paw to his chest, declares that he swears in the name of the dragons that he will never betray the king of Naga. A bright flash occurs. The protagonist takes the sword and in a rage demands to stop playing with it. Dominic exclaims that this is the oath of the dragon, and she has never seen it before. The assistant explains that dragons are very noble and selfish creatures and they impose restrictions on themselves to amuse their pride. She makes a face against the background of a killed monster and declares that once they take the dragon's oath, deviating from her words is equated to a painful death. They look at the defeated enemy. She notes that it is strange that he is definitely not purebred since he has no wings, but is able to activate the oath. The guy asks him if this is true. He answers that yes. Kim thinks about the curse of the family. He agrees. He puts his paw to his muzzle and hears that he has no shortage of pride and no hint of nobility in him. Kim stands in the middle of all the participants and declares that Draken can be useful. They will find a use for his strong body, he thinks. The events take place a few days later near the labyrinth of Naga. The guy holds a weapon and asks that the scales of the king of water dragons are much stronger than his and he has no vulnerable spots. He answers that yes, but he does not know the latter. Draken, tied up with a target on his body, says that he just wanted to say that maybe on the outside everything seems fine, but inside everything hurts and quite a lot. The guy aims a grenade launcher, saying that he wants to prevent even the slightest hint of betrayal. He fires a projectile at the yellow monster. The dragon gives up the ghost. The protagonist asks if death is better than some kind of pain, and he just needs to test the weapon. Rick stands behind them and clarifies that they managed to catch Draken, noting that she did not expect to see him in such a state. She looks away hearing the question if they know each other. She replies that it happened. They were responsible for different assignments, and therefore rarely crossed paths. Rick sees the monster, and says that it is unlikely that a dumb-headed lizard would remember her. The protagonist clarifies when the dragons will come to them. Rick stands opposite, and says that they are recruiting troops and preparing for battle, and she believes that there are about 2 months. The guy turns around, hearing that even so, she does not think that they will have time to summon enough soldiers to equalize the forces. He says that their labyrinth has existed for decades. He is surprised to hear that she has one risky proposal. Rick tells him about attacking the bloody leopard. Against the background of the red crystal and the image of the beast, she explains that she is sure that the high-level deep gems that the leopard has will greatly help in preparing for the war. But as she already said, even the closest labyrinths do not dare to get involved in a conflict with him. Rick looks at them and says that before attacking, she advises to spend a week collecting gems and building up power, and even if the mission fails, they must ensure that the labyrinth does not perish without them. Dominic smiles and says that she is right, and it seems that this is the only option, despite all the danger. The protagonist waves his hand and apologizes, immediately giving her an assignment upon returning and asking her to draw a map to the labyrinth of the bloody leopard. He gives her 2 days to make it as detailed as possible. Rick, with his eyes closed, assures that he can handle it, but not further than the entrance. He says that then he will leave this matter to her. She instantly evaporates. Kim holds her head and tells the assistant that it is time to go back. He goes forward. Dominic asks where he is going and whether he will bring human weapons again. He answers that no, because they are not powerful enough and besides, they are not so easy to get. She is surprised to hear that Kim needs to find her savings and he will return before Rick arrives. At this time, the chained Draken finds out if he can move from the place. The action takes place an hour later somewhere inside the gate D. The guy is sitting in a cave and says that this place will do. The protagonist holds bags. The system asks if he wants to play cards. He agrees and demands to synchronize. They burn with red flames. The notification says that the parts of the first, second, and third level geyser maps have been successfully synchronized. The picture shows a map of the labyrinth. There is a pointer on it. Kim says that this is great, because now he will be able to get to the place where he left the gems. In the memories from the cave, he states that during the last expedition it took them about 4 days to get to the first level to the abandoned labyrinth on the third, and that is how many days it takes an ordinary man to overcome such a path. Kim activates the red eye to search for gems, while thinking that it will be 9 times faster if he runs. He generates energy, slightly crouching, using the increase in leg strength, while he thinks that since he is still a child of the dungeon, he will be even faster. He glows with energy, talking about a 10-fold difference. The system says that he has received a deep level gem. The protagonist, blazing with a bright glow and lightning, declares that he will be 100 times faster. The horned one was cutely embarrassed and froze. She greeted the hero with a soft smile, to which he immediately asked if anything had happened in his absence, to which she said that she had said that it was pretty quiet here. Then she looked in to see what he was doing and asked if everything was okay. To which the black-haired one said that he had climbed into all the holes while getting to the third level. He began to pour low-rank deep gems out of the bag in huge quantities. The beauty approached him and asked where he got so many gems from, to which he immediately said that it was all thanks to the parasite. He looked at the counter and thought that it seemed like enough, but only low-ranked gems can be found on the upper levels of Gaza, so it would not last long and would hardly be enough for a war. He immediately imagined how the lizard could not be injured by spears and thought that now he needed to decide what to invest them in, and even if he summoned 100 soldiers of the first and second ranks, they would be useless since they would not be able to pierce the scales of the dragons. He put his hand to his chin and said that it would take about a week to improve the labyrinth, and said that Rick said that they had about a month in reserve, to which she said that this was so, although it was impossible to confirm the information. But then the hero clicked on the panel and the labyrinth began updating to level 5 and said that it was worth the risk, and after improving the labyrinth, he would be able to summon soldiers of the 5th rank and begin preparing for war. He frowned and thought that he would summon a couple now just in case. The guy looked at the Naga guard panel and said that several soldiers of the 4th rank should be enough for some time. The sphere lit up after his words about summoning the guard. At that moment, the long-haired one was walking down the corridor. She remembered the monsters and thought that the king of the water dragons decided to cut through the territory of the bloody leopard, and not go around it, and probably use slaves to dig a tunnel. She tensed up and thought that the path from the Naga labyrinth to the bloody leopard takes 1 day, and the king of the water dragons will arrive within a week. She thought even harder and thought that no matter how they prepare, they have no chance. She saw the guardians of the labyrinth under the huge creature. But then the hero came out and stopped them, saying that she works for them. The elf anxiously handed him the map after she was asked about it, and said that everything was ready. Then the protagonist took the bundle in his hands and set it on fire, after which he said that it was a great job, and the white-haired girl said that it seemed to her that he now had more soldiers, and the guy said that he used the deep gems that he had once collected. The long-haired one was worried again, and said that with such forces they really had a chance to capture the territory of the bloody leopard. The black-haired man folded his arms across his chest and said that they were entrusted with the task of guarding the labyrinth while he was away, and the soldiers who would participate in the capture. He pointed behind himself, where there were huge lizards, and said that it was them. While the elf was in wild shock, the guy said that these were elite soldiers of the Naga labyrinth, and yet they had experience in battles. The long-haired one spread her hands and said that they had no chance with such troops, and when the hero said that she could not worry, because he would fight with them, but she said that this was not the problem. The blonde frowned and said that they would not be destroyed, and they could even lose their lives, but she was immediately ordered to shut up. He looked at her menacingly and asked how she dared to look down on his soldiers. She immediately closed her eyes and lowered her head, asking for forgiveness for her rudeness, calling him by his title, and said that she was stupid to think that they really had a chance. But then she had to calm down when Kim said that he hoped that she had time to rest, to which he received an affirmative answer. The hero put his hands in his pockets and, leaving, said that he would have liked her to accompany them. He was absolutely calm and said that during the raid on the blood leopard, they need to leave immediately. Rick looked after him and thought that he asked to make a map as an excuse to make her leave the labyrinth for a couple of days, and no matter how you look at it, there is no point in it. They began to walk in a column through the dungeon. The big-eared one put her hands in her pockets, and said that they arrived in the territory of the blood leopard and asked to order the soldiers to behave quietly. She became even more menacing and said that the blood leopard specializes in stealth ambush, so this is the perfect opportunity for its attack and they need to be ready for the attack. And then the protagonist looked at her and said that she is too nervous, and the yellow-eyed one said that of course it is so, because being a super predator, the blood leopard has ruled this territory for decades. And then the black-eyed man looked up back when she said that she didn't want to die doing the job of a guide. The elf became even more wary and thought that even though she agreed to accompany them, it was still too dangerous here, and she wasn't sure that she would be able to get out of here alive. And then the blonde became wary when she felt the thirst for murder. She felt the presence of the many-eyed creature and thought that it was a controlled, but huge thirst, from which goosebumps ran down her back, and this meant that the bloody leopard was somewhere nearby. Then she got scared when she thought that it was not coming from her, and heard how she was called in a menacing voice. The hero behind her back turned into a monster and said that she would die if she turned around. Half of his body was covered with a parasite, and he calmly said that now they could talk. She froze and said that she did not understand him, and he said that he felt that she did not particularly like his management of the labyrinth. The elf imagined small creatures when he mentioned a loyal attitude towards slaves, warriors and henchmen, or a naive gang of weaklings, and they will never be able to survive in Gaza, and understands why she thinks so. He began to lower the liquid from the end of his hand and said that she should not forget that he himself was born underground and knows very well how everything is arranged here. The blonde closed her eyes when he said that he takes care of his comrades and gets rid of enemies, and unfortunately, he still cannot determine who she belongs to, and she said that she is only a hired worker. And then the yellow-eyed one tensed up as much as possible when he said that she betrayed the labyrinth of the Naga and sold information about them to the king of water dragons and was going to give her a chance to justify herself. The blonde spread her hands and said that she had carried out orders from the dragon before, but that did not mean that she did so now. She remembered their first meeting and said that she had acted impolitely on the day of their first meeting, but if she really was a spy, she would not have revealed the fact that she had worked for him before. Rikschowska stood with her back to the interlocutor, saying that she also spied for Kim, and this is what she gets in return, to which he asked why he should believe her. She frowned, asking the gentleman to believe her, and noted that everything she said was the honest truth. The hero's hand touched his chin, and he said that it was true, and that was exactly what was bothering him. The parasitized one stood behind the tense white-haired one, asking how she was going to justify herself, and why she was walking from one labyrinth to another. The spy stood with his back, saying that he was not going to justify himself or beg him, because as she had already said, he had no evidence. The parasite's limb was reaching towards the interlocutor, and he asked if Rikschowska had ever heard of parasites. She looked back, saying that she had only heard of them but had never seen one with her own eyes, to which he replied that he had one inside him. The yellow-eyed girl was stunned by the words that she also had a creature inside her. Eyes and teeth appeared on her hand and she was scared. The elf watched as the parasite engulfed her and did not understand when it had managed to do so, to which he said that during their first meeting he had placed part of the parasite in her body, and it seemed to him that it had enjoyed traveling with her. The creature had reached the spy's face while he was saying that it had especially enjoyed traveling to the labyrinth of water dragons. The exposed Rikschowska closed her eyes in fear and remained meaningfully silent. Kim folded his arms, and to the question that he knew everything but was still giving her a chance, he replied that he liked her. One of the hero's eyes was glowing red and she was sighing heavily. The protagonist was stretching a tentacle towards the white-haired girl, who believed that she had greatly underestimated him, and frankly, she did not belong to either the water dragon labyrinth or the Naga labyrinth. She looked down, saying that she just wanted revenge. The elf looked forward and spoke of revenge on the Spirit King. The parasite's eyes looked at the girl and she felt its presence. Rikschowska turned around, thinking that this was where her end would come. Kim was turned into a parasite and was holding his sword forward, saying that he had already told her that if she turned around, she would die. The elf sat on the surface and squinted, turning her head away. She frowned, holding her cheek with her hand. The white-haired girl looked at Kim standing in front of the bloody leopard and she thought that she had not even noticed him. He struck a blow that passed through the enemy's limb. The hero made an attack and boulders of stones flew to the side. The protagonist swung his sword and the enemy flew up from the explosion. The creature's eye looked at the parasite. MC levitated in the air, while someone moved behind him, and he thought that he was able to disguise himself even during a fight, admiring his speed. Kim stood on a skeleton, holding a sword in front of him. His shoulder was covered with the eyes of a parasite. Making a sharp jump, the hero rushed to attack, intending to stab the enemy, while he said that he could see him. Rikschowska watched in horror. A powerful blow occurred and the surface cracked, turning into blocks of stone. The elf sat on the stone, while the fighter landed at the place of impact. The dark-haired one stood in the dust in destruction, while she thought that even though he became a master of the labyrinth, despite that, but she underestimated him too much, and no matter how strong a person is, he will always remain a person. The warrior looked back, asking how long she was going to sit there, while she thought that this fact cannot be changed, but now she cannot perceive him as a person. He looked into the dust column and said that they would continue their conversation after the battle, and if she wanted to she could just run away right now, but she should know that if their paths crossed he would not give her a second chance. Kim looked back, having been transformed into a monster, and she thought that he was a monster and was born in a labyrinth. Rikschowska looked away and asked if he could see the blood leopard, to which he replied that he could. The enemy was sitting among a pile of stones and the hero said that it was sitting in place and assumed that the creature was regenerating. He looked down, thinking that this was the first time he had used so much of the parasite's power at once, and it was draining his stamina greatly, and if this continued he would have to fight on his own. MC looked back at the scared elf who was talking about the danger, to which he thought that he should end it as soon as possible. He saw snake-like creatures and said that there was another one. The blood leopard was biting the minion. Pushing off the rocks, Kim charged, leaving a trail of speed behind him. He was approaching the enemy's face. His eyes were glowing red and swinging his sword, he said that he was bad. The hero took a stance and said that it reminded him of fighting spiders and noted that he was already sick of such pathetic rats. Rikschowska stood behind the protagonist, while he asked the parasite to save his strength, because if they continued like this, they would lose their stamina before they could deal with him. The elf looked forward, taking out her weapon and said that she would help the Nagas, to which he stopped her, ordering her to stand there. MC stood in front of the threat and asked her to stand back and watch the fight, saying that he did not need help. He held the sword in front of him and asked her not to underestimate his soldiers. The snake-like creatures surrounded the smaller one and were ready to take blows. His hands glowed green and the magician cast a spell. There was a creature standing behind the Naga and he asked about the condition of the magician, to which he received the answer that it left much to be desired, because he could die if the treatment was interrupted. The healer looked ahead and he said that this magician was very important to the king and he must be protected at all costs. The bloody leopard stood in front of the warrior, who said that until their king arrived. The snake opened its mouth, showing its fangs. A powerful blow occurred. The Naga fought with the monster. He lowered his head and was furious. The monster showed its fangs and looked at the opponent. Pieces of cloth flew near the soldier's face. The opponent knocked him off his feet. The body rushed forward and crashed into the wall with great force, raising a cloud of dust. The fighter lay on the floor, supporting himself with his hand. The wounded creature raised its head and looked around. He watched as the monster mercilessly destroyed his allies. The snake's blade approached the enemy's eye. He noticed the threat and became wary. A paw with claws stepped on the tail and a dark substance poured out of the body. The bloody leopard stretched the body of the victim, trying to tear it in half. The horned one watched as the soldier's body was torn apart. Dark liquid flowed down his face, and he thought that they were losing and their labyrinth had been in ruins for decades and only they had a chance to start over. He remembered all his allies, thinking that he had been given the honorable role of being the first soldier of the Naga labyrinth. A memory of the lizard flashed through his mind and he remembered that he swore that he would live to see the rise of the king with his own eyes. Naga held his hand and thought that he would not let them fall again. The object crashed into the wall with great force. The warrior held the monster's head, thinking that from the very beginning his oath to destroy enemies together with the king was wrong. The tail wrapped around him and he bared his teeth. The snake was stuck in the ground and raised a column of dust. The soldier swung his sword while his opponent looked at him. The blow was delivered to the teeth of the grinning creature. The fighter without an arm rushed forward while his sword flew to the side. A huge fang mouth approached him and a notification appeared that the demands were met. The warrior dodged the bite, and the system announced that the Hall of Heroes responded to the will of the Naga soldier. The creature looked down, covered in blue flames. The bloody leopard looked away while he asked how he could call himself a soldier. Blue tongues of flame approached the monster while he asked what it was like to assure that he would protect his king when he was shaking in fear, waiting for a miserable death. The eye glowed red and it said that he would go to hell with him, and a notification appeared about the activation of heroism. The fighter held his tail and screamed. He lifted the huge creature, preparing to slam it into the ground. The body crashed into the surface, breaking the stone into chunks and raising dust. The monster showed its claws and growled. The warrior grabbed the claws and was engulfed in flames. He strained, preparing to inflict damage. Quintus pulled out his huge claws. The enemy felt pain, showing a fanged mouth. A powerful blow occurred and the opponent's teeth were shattered into fragments. The mortal body fell, raising a column of dust and smashing the earth into pieces. In the soldier's hands is a fang. He ground it into dust and said that this was a complete disappointment. Rikschowska watched what was happening and thought that this could not be and assumed that this was heroism. She was excited and thought that he deliberately took so few warriors with him, and did not believe it, thinking that such a thing was simply impossible. The fighter stood in front of the multi-eyed monster and then held the soldier in his hands. While she thought that in order to activate heroism, the soldier must have enough combat experience, and it will only appear in the case when the soldier has an epiphany or when the soldier encounters something that causes this process. Quintus looked forward and the elf thought that even the one who is subjected to heroism cannot predict its appearance, and no one is able to activate such a strong phenomenon by their own will. Rikschowska remembered how he stood with his back to her and repeated in her head what he said, that he asked not to underestimate his soldiers and thought that he said this before what happened. The yellow-eyed girl looked away, wondering how many trump cards the king still had hidden up his sleeve. She looked at the guy who was about to fight the blood leopard and a notification appeared saying that the Naga soldier's heroism was successfully activated. Kim looked back and asked again. The sword was stuck in the ground, and he said that he had no idea what happened, but he knew one thing for sure. The parasite finally broke out, and he said that he no longer needed to hold back. The broken creature stood in a cloud of dust in front of Quintus. He held a huge bone and prepared to attack. The fighter looked back and grinned. The enemy was approaching the soldiers who were protecting the injured one. The warrior stood between them in an instant and struck. The creature's face looked disheveled. He covered the rest with his body and asked where the fuse was and ordered to attack. Rikschowska watched what was happening and thought that this is how blood leopards fight, because their fighting style is sharpened by camouflage, which is able to compensate for low endurance. The parasitized one was serious and Quintus grinned, while she thought that by activating heroism, the soldier will not rise to the same level as the master who was able to track the blood leopard. The soldier was looking at his allies and the elf thought that besides, he needed to protect the wounded Nagas and was at a disadvantage. He looked back, noticing that the mage was alive. He looked at him and asked if he was okay, while the healer said that he was seriously injured and he should try not to move. A creature appeared behind Quintus, coming out of disguise, while he was saying that the fight was not over yet, so he should continue to recover, but did not finish. The huge mouth of the monster was about to bite the horned one. The wizard looked away, while the fighter was tense and his eyes glowed purple. An ice block appeared under the team, protecting from external threats. Behind the savior stood the healer, who called out to the mage. The man was beating against the ice sarcophagus and asked why he was rushing into battle when he was on the verge of death and suggested that he also injured his head, to which he replied that he used the rest of his mana to create this wall, and now he cannot worry about them. A soldier was visible through the fence, and the mage said that he would not be able to destroy this wall even if he put all his strength into the blow, so he did not need to worry and asked to defeat everyone. Quintus closed his eyes and said that although he did not agree with that, he would have to trust him and asked to freeze the floor. He swung and he asked again, to which he said that he was going to blow up everything here. He struck and the surface turned into a mountain of fragments and dust. The bloody leopard stood on the destroyed ground and looked forward. The fighter was serious and was going to strike. A powerful attack occurred, creating another explosion. The ground was broken everywhere and clouds of dust rose up. The soldier picked up a huge stone. He threw the object at the monster, saying that it had shown itself. Dark liquid flowed from the creature's mouth. It pulled its fangs forward, trying to inflict wounds on its opponent. The horned one covered himself with his hand, dodging the blows. In an instant, the defender tore off his claw. He swung it, intending to strike. The object quickly moved across the battlefield, and he said that this freak was up to his tricks again. Quintus surveyed the area, being ready and saying that this time he would not escape. He froze and kept a meaningful silence. The leopard hid behind the dome and said that there must be a limit to his impudence, and he could not believe that he decided to use enemies as a shield. An ice snake formed behind the enemy. The magician turned around, looking at the monster and asking how dare he underestimate them. The snake grabbed the monster's mouth. Quintus sat on his muzzle and said that the animal was caught. The tail grabbed his body. The warrior sank his teeth into the enemy's limb, tearing the flesh. He tore out a piece of muscle, making a jagged wound. The fighter tore the tail in half and the wounded bloody leopard growled in wild pain. He put his hand near the other's eye and asked him not to be dramatic. The warrior swung his claw, saying that he had only just begun. In the monster's mouth were the remains of broken fangs. The corpse fell to the surface, and the horned one stood in front of him. He put his hand on the jaw and said that this creature was very hardy. The red-eyed one looked away and fell silent. Kim sat on the animal and said that it was wonderful. Naga leaned over, called out to the king, saying that he only wanted him to buy him some time, but he could not think that he would deal with the animal himself. Quintus closed his eyes while they told him that he was a hero and that this was a great job, to which he replied that because of his weakness they lost a comrade. The protagonist grinned, asking that his death was in vain, which he denied, and the guy added that it does not matter who they are, heroes or soldiers. They are all snake-like. MC looked away, saying that the same thing applies to the common slaves who fought with guns in their hands, and since they died fighting fearlessly, they are no different from him. The fighter was perplexed while he said that he was too conceited if he thought that he was responsible for everyone just because he became stronger, and he should stop classifying allies by evaluating them according to his subjective parameters. Quintus knelt down in front of the king and said that he would not allow such a thing in the future, and Rikschowska thought that he was not encouraging, but criticizing such a valuable warrior. She looked tense and thought that for a noble Naga soldier, criticism would bring much more benefit than praise, and understood that she doubted him in vain, as in the king. Kim put his hand on his jaw and said that since he had accomplished such a great feat, he deserved a reward, and noted that he still had not encouraged him for the fight with the spiders. The soldier lowered his head and became wary when he was called. The hero looked at his charge and said that this name was borne by the greatest commanders in history, and the hero should have a name that matches his title. Red Ice was shocked while he was told that his name would be Quintus, and he would be considered a general of the army. Snake held on to the claw and swore to serve him until the end of his days. He held on to the creature's paw and said that they were heading back to the labyrinth on their orders, and he asked if they were sure they would carry this giant away. The protagonist looked around while he was told that it was easy, to which he asked to be on guard because the leopard was still alive and they understood him. MC examined the corpse and said that he was sorry to leave the other blood leopards here and said that their skin was too thin to make armor. He had the enemy's heart in his hands and said that he would probably have to settle for the deep gem, and a notification came out that the stone contained the power of the blood leopard and said that he could release its power using a special processing method, and to see the heart's abilities, he would need a blacksmith and a laboratory. Kim put his hand on his neck and said that he decided to attack the blood leopards to get gems that he could use right away. But who would have thought that he would only get this and thought that he would waste it if he gave it up for energy in the labyrinth. Yellow Eyes was wary while he said that he was looking that she had not run away yet and asked that he passed her test. She leaned over, asking how she dared, to which he said that there was no need to suck up. He looked back, saying that it was better to continue their conversation. The elf stood behind the boy as he spoke, saying that she said that while trying to take revenge on the Spirit King who had destroyed the mercenary group, but paused and said that the family of the latter and sowing discord between the former and the Water Dragon King, Tunkundla on the Naga labyrinth, and asked if that was true. She closed her eyes as he spoke that using the Water Dragon labyrinth that had swallowed the snake-like labyrinth, she wanted to declare war on the Spirit King. Kim looked at her and asked if he understood correctly, to which she said that there were a couple of important details missing but overall everything was correct, to which he replied that he didn't have enough time to listen to everything she had to say. The yellow-eyed girl looked down as he asked when the Water Dragon King would arrive and asked her to leave the details for later, to which she replied that they left while she was spying on the former. The hero thought while she said that she thought that they had about 5 days left before they arrived at the Naga labyrinth. The protagonist kept his hand on his neck and said that he thought he would have about 2 weeks and did not know if he would be able to prepare the labyrinth so quickly, to which she asked that he did not know about it in advance. Rikschowska extended her hand forward, saying that he had planted a parasite in it, and the guy understood what was being discussed. He turned away, saying that he had lied. The elf was stunned and asked again. The guy remembered how he pulled the parasite towards her and said that the parasite would immediately die as soon as it left the body, and before that, the one he had released at that moment had crawled along her back. The white-haired woman looked at her interlocutor and said that it turned out that his suspicions were just a pretense, which he confirmed and said that although it was a deception, he was considered to have done an excellent job of his task. The girl grinned while he asked what kind of face a man who had led 2 kings of the labyrinth by the nose was making and said that one must also know how to deceive, asking not to forget about it. Rikschowska lowered her head, saying that everything was as the master said. Kim looked away and said that he had little time anyway, so he would give her one last chance, give her word that he would not kill her now, no matter what choice she made. He looked away and said that whether she would join the labyrinth of water dragons, who had 10 years of experience behind them, or would she join the labyrinth that had just been reborn. The yellow-eyed one stared at the floor while he said that he was not forcing her to do anything, but if she went with him, he would help her take revenge on the King of Spirits, and noted that he thought that there was no need to voice what would be waiting for her if they went their separate ways. She looked at the interlocutor and asked if he could give her some time. Rikschowska looked worried and said at least until the end of the war with the King of Water Dragons, to which he asked that she was going to join the labyrinth of the victors. The parasitic hand grabbed her by the neck, and he asked if he thought he was joking with her. Kim lifted the girl off the ground, saying that apparently she did not fully understand the situation she was in and said that she was the first one who could live so long after betraying him and did not advise testing his patience any longer. His eyes glowed red and ordered her to choose quickly, to serve the king who was easy to push around or the new king. The white-haired girl was gasping for breath and her face was turning blue. The small Naga looked ahead and it was said that loading was in progress. The army stood by the corpse. Quintus and Dominic looked away and a man was approaching them. The servants noticed the guy who said that he saw that everyone had arrived and they called out to the master, and the girl said that he was with a lousy elf. The yellow-eyed girl stood behind the guy and asked who she called a lousy elf, but did not finish. Violet Eyes stood before the king and congratulated him on successfully subduing the blood leopard and on his new level, to which he asked if she had already introduced herself, to which she asked again. The girl shyly closed her eyes while he was furious and said that although his appearance had changed, that was all, to which he replied that he had already managed to get used to it, and Quintus said that it was impossible. Anger was visible on his face, and he said that it was impossible for his king to make a mistake, and if he wanted them to introduce themselves to each other, then so be it. The soldier turned to the frightened Naga and greeted her, saying that he was glad to meet her and noted that the weather was wonderful today, to which Kim thought that it seemed like he had only made it worse. The horned one showed his fangs while the boy asked if he had told the servant what he asked, to which he confirmed, saying that he had conveyed the message exactly as he had told him. Dominic looked back while the guy asked if they could do it, to which she replied that he could try, given the viability of the blood leopard, but the mage was badly injured, to which the guy said that he would call more mages. The hero put his hand on his head while she said that they had little time left, and would have to send new mages into battle without proper training, and asked what she meant by the words little time left. She covered her mouth with her hand after saying that the water dragons would come here in 5 days. Rikschowska looked back while the servant was furious, and the protagonist asked not to worry, because she had to be there for them now. She lowered her head when he asked the Horned One to explain everything she had told him before, to which she replied that she could do as she wished, and MC called out to Dominic, asking him to listen to everything without insults, and comparing her to all the women of low social status in the world. Quintus frowned as Kim addressed him, saying that he would help the slaves build a tower and traps, preparing all the troops in 3 days, to which he shouted that he would do everything in 3 hours, and the king asked him not to talk nonsense, and just do as he said. The hero left, and the servant asked him what he would do, to which he replied that he would collect more deep gems from the upper levels and get them weapons when he was there. Rikschowska watched him go with her eyes as he said that when he returned in 3 days, they would make a plan based on the information from her, and noted that she could go in the markings, to which she said that she obeyed. He waved his hand and said that there was no need to worry, because they were only slightly better than horned rats. The army led by the dragon moved through the dungeon. The flags fluttered from the flow of wind that was created by the movement. The fighter showed his hand and asked what he wanted to see them. He looked at his heroes and said that they would be at the forefront. Azag and Urzhag looked around and were elite fighters of the army of water dragons, and he asked them to finish by his arrival. The army stood in the dungeon next to Kim, and the day of the invasion began. Dominic stood nearby and said that all the fighters were in position, and noted that she would prepare the last report. The Nagas held shields with spears, and she said that they had 90 ordinary fighters and 10 warriors, not including Quintus, as well as 6 archers with 4 healers. Behind the guard were magicians, and she said that they also had 5 magicians and 2 guards. The servant looked at the map and said that their enemy had about 121 military units, namely 100 infantry, 18 warriors and 2 water dragons, the size of their guard. The creature stood in the crowd, and Dominic said that there was also one commander who, in her opinion, was a hero. Kim put his hand on his jaw and said that it seemed that they really did not have anyone suitable for further combat, and noted that this all coincided exactly with what Rikschowska said, to which the servant replied that he thought this was a feature of water dragons. He remembered how the elf said that despite the monstrous defensive power and huge size, water dragons were quite slow, and they did not have long-range warriors. She looked away, and he said that it turns out that those who will simply try to crush them with their power, to which she replied that, however, they found how to compensate for 2 major shortcomings, but did not finish. Dominic looked away and called out to the master. The creatures appeared on the horizon, and she shouted that the enemy army was in sight. The enemy was in formation. Kim looked at the remaining time until the end of the Labyrinth update, and said that he still did not have time to complete it. Violet-eyed pointed to the map, saying that the route of the troops completely corresponded to the report, to which he replied that the first condition was fulfilled, and that was excellent. The hero sat on the throne and said that everyone needed to take positions and organize the first line of defense, and as for the hero, they needed to act according to the plan. The protagonist looked at Draken and said that he was sure that he was not delighted with how they treated him, to which he replied that of course, noting that he was not a target for training. MC pointed his finger forward and said that then let him prove it, and show what the descendant of the great dragons is capable of. He stood in front, looking at the army. The infantryman looked at him and said that this was really their descendant of dragons, and noted that he heard that he died after the failure. But seeing him safe and sound, he was surprised, but did not finish. The hero pushed the frontline fighter aside and asked him why he decided to join the Nagas, to which he called out to Azag. He stood in front of him and asked what was all he wanted to say to his old comrade, to which he laughed and asked him to take off his eyes, saying that he was a real pain in the ass. He pointed his finger forward and said that ever since he was hanging around underfoot, calling himself a descendant of a dragon, he knew that all the rumors about dragons were lies and just stories to hide weakness. Draken was furious and asked how he dared to desecrate the name of a dragon, to which he asked again and asked not to make fun of him, saying that he was no better than a lizard and that he was just a descendant of some extinct species. The monster took out his axes, saying that if you think about it, water dragons are also descended from ancient dragons, and asked if maybe they have much more dragon blood than him. The figure stood before the army and they asked him to know the place, calling him a yellow lizard. Azag became wary and froze. Draken approached him and the fighter asked him why he decided to attack alone, and noted that he himself had chosen this path. The Naga stood in formation and he said that it was a pity to even look at their army, because comparing them with their forces, they lacked quality and numbers. The magicians conspired, and the enemy said that it seemed to him that the magicians had something in mind and they should not be left unattended. The commander called out to his army and ordered them to attack. The soldiers rushed forward and he ordered to raise these pathetic Nagas to the ground. Azag addressed the giants and said that when the armies collided with each other, they would have to lead their soldiers to those magicians. He stood in a stance and said that he would take on the yellow lizard. He jumped, preparing to strike. The weapon was approaching him, and he said that everything was the same as before and promised that he would die quickly. The commander froze and became wary. The axe cracked and could not penetrate the head. He struck again. Azag delivered attack after attack. The commander-in-chief opened his mouth and was perplexed. Kim watched what was happening and asked what he decided to do and expose his back, saying that he was making great progress. Dominic was tense and asked if everything would be okay with him, because he had become the same as during their fight, to which the hero replied that he would cope and there was no need to interfere with him, to which she tried to object, but did not finish. Violet-eyed looked away and he said that as she already knew, that guy was terrified of death and thanks to this he could perfectly read the enemy's strength. Quintus watched MC, who said that he was not just standing there like a pillar and taking hits, but most likely analyzing the strength of the opponent in order to attack. The dragon struck Draken and he said that he also exposes his back to the enemy to see if he knows about his weak spot and noted that this ally is weak against the weak and strong against the strong. Dominic looked away and said that she would not have thought that he hid such power, to which Kim replied that he was able to find out about it when he decided to come to them. Azag was excited and said that he was bluffing perfectly and admitted that he was not an ordinary lizard. He raised his weapon, saying that he still dared to go against the hero of the water dragons and that he could not stand against his power. The enemy stood before him with incredible aggression. The king looked forward, saying that he knew one thing for sure. The axe broke on the creature's head and the protagonist said that in their labyrinth, he was the second most powerful after him and a notification came out that the dragon is a second-rank dragon. Azag opened his mouth, saying that this was impossible. The fighter's hands reached out to him, and he asked him if he really thought that he had more dragon blood than he did. Draken grabbed the enemy, saying that there was such a thing as a dragon's base stat. His face was shining and he offered to watch him deal with it. The light blinded the enemy, and he asked him not to talk and stop. There was an explosion, and the dragon watched as the opponent suffered damage. The burnt body fell to the floor. The skin was melting and he groaned, talking about his face. The hand of the king's henchman was tightly clenched. Yellow raised the blurry creature and said that it was strange, because he thought that the descendants of dragons were immune to fire. The warrior's mouth was shining and he asked again. There was a sharp movement. The hand threw the mortal body to the side. The corpse lay not far from the creature that posed. The foot soldiers went hysterical and shouted that the hero was defeated and their commander was defeated. Draken made a dumb face while the remaining warriors ran away, saying that the dragon was fighting for them. The giant paw grabbed the deserters. The big guy looked at the soldiers, saying that there was an order to get to the mages. He swung and said that they needed to penetrate. The fighters flew to the mages and grouped up for a fall. Dominic looked at the ruler and said that they threw warriors at them and asked if he should order them to open fire on those, to which he replied that they would manage and noted that they could not waste their ammunition for ordinary pawns. Kim raised his head and ordered the two mages to focus on defense, which the servant immediately conveyed to them. The wizards looked around and were silent. The lizards held spears in their hands. An ice block was approaching the landing party. Cold stalactites pierced what turned out to be the soft bodies of the invaders, causing irreparable damage. The object fell to the ground and raised a cloud of dust. The fighter peered out of the smoke screen and said that he survived. His face was filled with horror. The guard's hand grabbed him and he asked him to wait, but did not finish. The victim flew back and he asked to stop. The army continued to move. The guard lowered his head and Kim asked to tell the guard to target the bigger ones. Dominic looked ahead and relayed the order while he said that the enemies needed to be lured closer. The girl looked away when the guy asked what was going on with the formation, and she answered that Draken was holding the center, repelling any attack. The map showed the tactics of those, and she said that after seeing that their commander was defeated, the troops in the middle of the formation scattered to the sides, and from the very beginning they were in the minority, so it was only a matter of time before they pushed them back. The hero folded his arms, and when asked if they should activate the traps, he said no, because they needed to lure the thugs here. He looked back, calling the warrior, and he responded, to which the guy asked to tell Draken to move to the left flag, and Quintus will take the right and order not to retreat. Rikshashka was nearby, who called out to the guy. She knelt down and lowered her head. He frowned and mentioned the main forces of the enemy, saying that the king was approaching them. Dominic fell into a stupor, while Kim thought, looking down. The horn was decorated with combat elements. Yellow looked back. He stood in front of a huge army. The hero looked forward and wanted to say what it was, but he was interrupted and his guesses were confirmed. The main forces of Anaxtis were approaching. A new wave of soldiers was rapidly approaching the front, while she said that the main forces of those numbered about 300 warriors and average ones, 150 ordinary ones, and the rest were high-ranking water dragons. The protagonist covered his mouth with his hand while she said that the enemy also had more than 30 medium-sized dragons for ejection, to which he replied that even if you take only the number of high-ranking dragons, it is many times greater than the number of troops from their labyrinth. Dominic looked away and said, about the king of those. The monster pointed a claw forward. He showed the direction and the minion held a horn. He blew into it, creating a sound calling for battle. A large army was approaching those. Huge paws took the prepared dragons. They swung and were going to throw them forward. The hero flew over the Nagas and opened his mouth while the others landed. Kim stood up from the throne and the girl said that the main army began to attack, to which he shouted for everyone to turn their attention to the flying creatures and hold their positions while he said that the archers need to wait. The hero turned around while she was saying that if the enemy reached the line of defense, they would definitely break through it, to which he replied that he ordered to wait and noted that they should lure as many warriors as possible. The mages were talking and the horned one noticed this. Naga stood behind MC, saying that the wizards were already at their limit and would not last that long, noting that if they hesitated, they would exhaust all their mana trying to hold the defense, to which he clicked his tongue and said that they could not even lure half. Kim looked ahead and ordered to send them into the abyss. Dominic stretched out her hand forward and said that they could stop and ordered to join the fight. The mages turned around and silently looked at her. The enemy was approaching the defense. The soldier looked down and was ordered to move his legs, otherwise they would walk on what he asked to stop. His hand reached for the ground and he said that it was ice. The magic covered the soldiers in ice, and they were afraid. The infantrymen were locked in freezing shackles. The rest tried to get out, but Quintus was already standing in front of them. He extended his hand and ordered to push. Rikschowska looked at the hole and said that they used magic to disguise the cliff. Kim grinned and she said that if they had not lost their reconnaissance, they would not have been caught like little children, to which he replied that the water dragons sent only she and Draken here. The elf looked away while he said that it would be logical to assume that they did not know anything, because both had become their allies. The servant extended her hand forward and she was asked to report on losses, to which she said that they lost 20 Naga infantrymen and 1 warrior who died in defense. The army continued to advance across the bridge and she said that also the entire front line and about 20 main forces were trapped, therefore, about 250 combat-ready units remained. Draken raised his hand to Quintus, while he said that their defense was on a narrow bridge, so it was better to use a phalanx formation and ordered to send 2 fighters there. The soldier approached the defense line and the Nagas put up shields with spears, while she said that the warriors following them would have to concentrate to minimize the damage from the catapulting dragons and finish them off immediately after landing. Kim folded his hands while she relayed orders and he said that they cannot let the catapults reach the back ranks in order to kill as quickly as possible, saying that the weak spot of the water dragons is under the chin and asked to remind her of this again. Rikschowska looked at the guy and asked where he learned such an advanced art of fighting. He looked to the side, introducing the commanders and said that from the games that people play and from the great book Sun Tzu. Yellow Eyes was tense and wondered if people really treated wars as a normal pastime. Kim folded his arms and said that now they can only wait until the king of the water dragons himself enters the battle, and if they are lucky, they will not even have to build a second line of defense, to which she replied that something is bothering her. Yellow Eyes was wary, saying that something is clearly wrong, to which he asked her and she replied that their main forces are acting strangely, but did not finish. The hero looked serious and she said that so far she has not seen a single siege-type dragon or conqueror among them. A powerful explosion occurred, which covered the defense line with debris. Dominic looked ahead and called out to the master. The dragon appeared through the cloud and she shouted that the enemy broke through the right wall. The protagonist was excited and asked what it was, to which she replied that it was a siege-type dragon. MC grinned, thinking that it was the same size as an adult hell spider, and knew that their formation would be destroyed if it reached them. A cloud of dust blocked the view of the army and Dominic shouted that troops were entering through the destroyed wall. The conquerors burst onto the battlefield and he recognized them, saying that among them were dragons of heroic class. The creatures entered the battle and he said that in other words, all the elite troops of the labyrinth of water dragons. The creature approached the commanders and the violet-eyed said that he would soon reach them. Kim extended his hand forward and ordered the Naga troops to retreat to the second line of defense and ordered the archers to open fire, and then ordered the right line of defense and the guards to unite and stop the conquerors. Dominic was scared and said that Quintus had recently reached heroic class and he could not cope with the conquerors and noted that their troops would not stand and it would be better to send Draken there. The dragon was emitting fire, and he said that their line of defense would be broken through if he stopped breathing fire, and said that he would help the Naga. Rikschowska frowned, asking not to ask her to watch from the side and do nothing, to which he said her name. She lowered her head and he said that she was not up to this fight, to which she said that she would definitely survive. Kim extended his hand forward and ordered forward, saying that the scout and the warrior would take on the conqueror, and as for the main forces of those, he ordered the release of the bloody leopard onto the bridge. Dominic looked forward and ordered the magicians to fulfill the request. The eyes of the wizard shone, and she said that the leopard was needed on the bridge. A stone block appeared near the magical creatures. The snake rushed towards the enemy forces. An explosion occurred, breaking part of the troops with an explosion and raising a column of dust. The fighters sat on the ground and looked away. The bloody leopard looked at him through the smoke screen. He growled, raising his head. Kim turned into a parasite and she asked what if the leopard attacks them, to which he asked not to worry, because he had enough of one fight with him. The parasite looked forward and the parasite watched him. The animal showed its fangs and lowered its head. The monster fought the enemy army. The hero looked at the carnage on the bridge and said that they left them without food for 5 days after they patched up their wounds, and noted that he would eat everything that came his way. At least he would help them by some time. The dragon saw the protagonist, and he said that the issue with him was not decided yet, and was glad that he aimed at him, and not the troops. MC raised the wall, and asked the horned one to step aside. Kim grabbed the handle. A large mace appeared from the cobblestone. The king put her on his shoulder, and said that he would beat him up well with this weapon. Dominic was in shock and said that he needed to save his energy for the battle against the king of water dragons, to which he replied that he was fast. He rushed to attack, intending to eliminate the threat. A powerful blow occurred, which hit the jaw of the sieged creature. A bleeding dent appeared at the point of contact. The fighter swung, saying that this was excellent. The hero's face was filled with fear. The dragon was moving away from him, and he shouted at the servant to run away. The girl crawled towards the tunnel, and he said that he was not initially chasing him. The creature crashed into the wall. The protagonist sat in a cloud of smoke and called out to Dominic, to which she said that he was fine and the dragon was stuck in the gates of the labyrinth. She looked at the creature and spoke about its main goal, but did not finish. MC opened his eyes wide and said that its goal was the core of the labyrinth. Draken was releasing flames and Kim was ordering him to return immediately. The hero grabbed him, lifting him above himself, and said that he did not have time to wait for the slow fighter to get to him. The guy launched the dragon towards the enemy and ordered to stop the brute and not let him reach the core. The ally was scared and said that it was a siege-type dragon and he would not be able to which he replied that he was also a dragon and ordered to just drag him by the tail. Yellow transformed, remembering who he was. The hero grinned while he shouted, offering to see who was who, and he asked to hold on until he finished off the king. The protagonist looked away and asked how their troops were, to which she replied that thanks to the bloody leopard, 2 of their squads returned to the second line of defense. The Nagas were defending themselves, and she said that now they were fighting off the raiders and they lost more than 20% of their troops fighting the conquerors. The armored creatures were piercing the soft-bodied enemy, and he asked to order the archers to start shooting at those. Quintus fought the enemy, along with Rikshashka, and Kim asked what was wrong with them, to which the servant said that they were both alive and fighting against the heroic warrior. They grinned and Dominic said that they were being rebuffed with one enemy, to which he replied that he knew that the fighter would not be easy, to which she noted that there was good news. The leopard was destroying all living things, and she said that the animal helped more than expected, and it stopped the onslaught of the main enemy forces. Claws dug into the protected dragon bodies, and he said that he thought that he would eat a couple of dragons and run away, to which the servant suggested that apparently he had not forgotten his old enemies. More troops were approaching the ferocious beast, and it reported that at this rate it would reach the king of the water dragons, and the hero said that he hoped that it would at least scratch it. The enemies were in a stupor, and the soldier said that the Nagas had tamed a bloody leopard. The predator attacked the giant from behind, biting its sharp fangs into the flesh. It tore off soft fibers of muscle tissue. The other fighters watched what was happening and fell into shock. A huge fang mouth opened, and it was about to attack the next ones. The monster's fangs were broken by a counterattack. A hand grabbed the beast by the jaw. The king held the creature. Its mouth was burning, and he said that just the thought of its teeth biting into him made Anaxtis angry. A powerful beam rushed forward, smashing everything in its path to pieces. The object flew forward, leaving a trail of dust behind it. Dominic stood in the smoke and said that half of their left flank was destroyed, and said about the enemy king. The monster appeared in front of her, and she said that he was joining the battle. Rikshashka and Quintus were fighting the conqueror. The scout looked down and a cut was made. She was injured and the warrior called out to her. He looked back and asked if she was okay, to which he received an answer that yes, her arms were intact, but he could not move one. Yellow-Eyed grinned, thinking that they were stronger than she thought, and would be even stronger if the king did not remain idle. Urzhag looked at the opponents. While she thought that he was an experienced fighter, but he did not have the opportunity to develop his skills to the maximum. Draken held the creature by the tail, while she thought that the fighter was trying to hold back the siege-type dragon. Kim pointed his hand forward and the elf thought that the master needed to save energy for the battle with the king. The fighters looked away in surprise and she thought that the leopard was holding back the enemies on the main front. The partners looked back. The army continued to move towards them and Dominic reported that the leader of them had entered the battle. The heroic warrior showed his teeth and they asked him if he still had strength, to which he would personally finish off this creature, to which he replied that he doubted that they could even touch it. Quintus' face changed and asked again, to which Rikshashka said that they needed to hold out as long as possible. A cloud of smoke rose on the battlefield. The protagonist stood in front of the main enemy, and she said that they needed to hold out until he dealt with the king of water dragons. He looked at his hand, which said that there were several dozen minutes left until the end of the 5th rank labyrinth update. Kim clenched his fist, while he assumed that it was a person, saying that he saw something new. Anaxtis stood before the boy and said that he did not think that the Naga would hire a human. He showed his teeth, asking where the master was hiding and said that depending on his answer, he might let him live. The dragon lowered his head, saying that perhaps he would even allow him to join his ranks, to which he replied that it seemed that the creature's head was slow. The hero took a stance and said that he was the king of the Naga. The ruler rushed to attack, swinging his hammer. He landed with his foot on the horn of the creature. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that it did not even flinch, and noted that the creature's armor was much stronger than Draken's, and he did not see any weak points. The massive giant looked away while he thought that the joints, the spaces between the scales, and even the eyes were stronger than his ally. Kim was puzzled as he said that he already wanted to save his life because humans were rare here, but he never imagined that a normal human would be the king of the labyrinth. The creature showed its teeth as he asked what he was saying and spoke in an arrogant tone to sound like a real king. The hero smiled and asked if it was just a bluff to hide the fact that he was very afraid of human guns. The dragon became enraged and aimed his fist at the enemy. There was an explosion and fragments of earth rose up. The protagonist dodged the powerful attack and broke free from the embrace of smoke. He grinned, thinking that he was very fast and did not understand that he could move so quickly with such large dimensions. The claws were approaching the opponent. The monster's eyes were shining red. He launched MC into the ground and it destroyed the surface. In the smoke stood a man who said that he did not really want to resort to the parasite's help, but apparently this was exactly the kind of power one should expect from the king. Kim froze, seeing something strange. Anaxtis created a fiery beam, burning everything in its path to the ground. Dominic stood next to Draken and called out to the master. The horned one looked at the fighter and asked what the king of those uses fire-breathing, to which he replied that he heard that water dragons are also distant descendants of dragons. Yellow writhed with tension and said that there were still servants walking around, that the king has enough dragon blood to use breath attacks, to which she asked why he was talking about this now, to which he replied that he was a little too busy right now. The horned one looked away and said that a human weapon that can kill the king of water dragons is not a firearm type. A curtain of dust blocked her view and she did not understand what something so tiny could do. Anaxtis looked through the smoke and assumed that it had split in two. He stretched his hands towards the enemy and said that he did not care. The parasitized one ended up behind the enemy. The Naga king grinned, preparing to attack. The blow landed on the back of his head and a shockwave passed from its force. The Dragon King opened his mouth and was shocked. He waved his hand and said that these were worthless tricks. Kim was embraced by the parasite, sending out tentacles towards the enemy. The hero circled around the dragon, confusing and disorienting it. He made a powerful attack in the back, after which a shockwave spread throughout the area. The water dragon raised its head, making sounds of unbearable pain. The protagonist shifted to the side, thinking that such a strong reaction should be enough and understood that he could handle it. He swung, intending to pierce its head, thinking that after using the parasite, he had adapted to its movements and did not see vulnerable spots. But the impact weapon is ideal for piercing armor. MC attacked the enemy's head, thinking that despite its lightning attacks, he was greatly limited by its huge body. The parasitized looked down with interest and thought that he would not be able to use fire breathing while he was close to it. The creature called a huge purple beam. Kim stood his ground while he said that he was holding back because he didn't take the guy seriously, but he was getting too cocky. The fire rose up and Anaxtis asked him if he thought that was all his power, calling him human, and said no, more like someone pretending to be human, and the soldier said that the king was really angry. The soldier looked at the allies and said that they needed to get out of here, because otherwise they would be crushed into dust, to which the other replied that there would be nothing left of them. Rikshchaska looked at the deserters and asked what they were running away from and didn't understand what was happening. He looked away and told her that he thought she should give the Naga king his due, because she never thought she would see the king fight at full strength before. The elf looked ahead and asked him that he was not going to retreat, noting that all of his subordinates had already fled, to which he replied that he would be fine, but would only be able to survive the blow once. The conqueror looked ahead and said that he had expressed himself incorrectly, saying that he did not care about life, because the king was going to use everything he had and he considered it an honor to see it. The parasite stood in a cloud of smoke and he said that no one present would be able to survive the blow. A powerful creature towered over the man. Kim looked ahead and thought that this was the second phase and that his body had changed, while a notification about the activation of vulnerability detection came out. The creature looked ahead, while the guy thought that there were several weak points on his body and he was sacrificing defense for the sake of offensive power, and thanks to this, his blows would be more effective. Dust blocked his view and the guy was going to wait for the right moment, and a notification came out that the parasite sensed a mortal threat. The creature appeared behind the protagonist. He lowered his head. The object rushed forward and an explosion occurred, damaging the surface. MC stood in the crater, feeling pain. The claws of the enraged creature were reaching towards him. Kim parried the attack and moved to the side, avoiding damage. He kicked the creature in the jaw. The horned one looked forward. A bright glow appeared in his mouth and the hero watched it. He was in a panic and was going to dodge. The parasitized did not have time to get out of the line of fire. Tongues of flame engulfed the battlefield, and the guy broke out of the beam. The man's body hit the ground and bounced to the side. The protagonist stood in a stance and thought that he did not even have a chance to catch his breath. He was thoughtful, thinking that he could not let him pin him down and must find a way to get to him. The enemy looked to gather strength for a second approach and said that he was dodging like a small worm, for the sake of saving a miserable life. MC clenched his fists and thought that he needed to avoid the fire breath attack at all costs, and the weapon he had brought wouldn't take him. Huge balls fell from his mouth, raising columns of dust. The warrior showed his teeth and a notification about the automatic activation of the parasite's consciousness acceleration ability, and the risk of instant death provoked the activation, and the ability would absorb a significant amount of the parasite's health. Kim looked at the threat and was alarmed. There was an eye on his forehead. He looked around and thought that time had stopped. The hero looked around, thinking that it was moving, but very slowly, even his body felt too heavy. The protagonist looked serious and thought that apparently only his consciousness began to process information faster, and this ability was good, just like cheats in games. He looked at the notification, which said that the ability takes away part of the parasite's health, and thought that he could feel how the parasite's life force was being depleted, and this was a very dangerous skill. The guy looked at the spheres and thought that he needed to dodge the attacks first. The fireball was approaching the soldier. They fell to the surface at the same time, smashing everything in their path. The battlefield was shrouded in a dust curtain, and the king of water dragons was looking over the territory. The object burst out of the cloud. The shells broke on its claws. MC stood in the smoke, using the parasite to throw shells. The paw rushed towards the opponent. Several copies rushed towards the enemy at once, and he thought that he should finish it off before the parasite died. The thrown weapon hit the enemy's head, but did not penetrate the armor. Kim was kneeling and he was reaching out with his paw to the victim, saying that this was very naive. The guy concentrated, using the acceleration of consciousness. Tentacle grabbed the hammer. He pulled the hammer to himself and dodged the attack. The hero was behind and hit the tail. Anaxtis looked back. The protagonist used the ability to accelerate reaction and thought that he was attacking from a blind spot with his tail. He dodged the attack. The horned one opened his mouth and froze. Rixchaska watched the scene while Quintus fought the conqueror. Dominic was scared and talked about the enemy king. The creature knelt down, and she commented on it. Kim smiled and he noted that this pose suited him much better and asked him what had come to him with an epiphany about his true nature. The monster's head was lowered and he called him a pathetic lizard. The king of water dragons looked at the floor and asked how dare he. He filled his mouth with a bright substance, and the parasite brought packages of explosives to his mouth while saying that the enemy was caught. The protagonist held a tentacle and looked angry. The opponent looked at the objects in front of him. A powerful explosion occurred and MC covered it with his hand. The warrior was holding a mace, and he said that he was able to find weak spots, so this should finish him off. A huge giant's face appeared in front of Kim, opening its mouth. He was seriously scared and, assuming that it had an exoskeleton, called the ability to accelerate consciousness. A notification appeared in front of the hero that the parasite had gone into hibernation mode. The protagonist fell into the enemy's mouth and it bit off a piece of stone, swallowing the man. MC held onto the walls of the mouth and screamed. The guy was tense and asked that he really thought that he would die in a place like this, but did not finish. A powerful blow occurred in Anaxtis's mouth. Dominic was nervous and called out to the master. She looked at the dragon and denied what was happening while he spoke about her king. He opened his eyes wide and said that he had fallen, and a notification appeared that there were 3 seconds left before the 5th rank labyrinth was updated, and then a notification appeared about the completion of the upgrade and the owner of the labyrinth was fully restored to health, as was the parasite, and the system notified that he was waking up from sleep mode. Kim looked ahead through his teeth and eyes appeared in his mouth. The stone monster looked ahead and a notification appeared about the completion of the labyrinth update. Draken and the girl were afraid and the system showed a notification about the expansion of the labyrinth territory. The companion stood near the green flame and messages appeared that there was currently a battle in the labyrinth territory, and the creature's strength was increased by 30%. The monster grinned and the system said that the health of the master of the Naga labyrinth, Kim, was fully restored. The creature held tentacles in front of itself and asked how dare he. The monster looked ahead and did not understand how he could humiliate him like that. The fanged one stretched out his claws to the man and said that the outcome of the battle was already decided, even if he was full of energy again, because one blow was enough. The hero opened his mouth and looked angry. The creature was preparing to attack. There was a powerful explosion. The protagonist was kneeling and saying that he had a tenacious creature in front of him, because he managed to survive even after such an explosion. He looked towards the opponent and said that he had finally shown his weak spot and all that was left was to cut his throat. MC rushed to attack and behind him stood a guard. People stood surrounded by smoke and he said that he needed a sword. The monster stretched out his hand and growled. Kim struck and the warrior's body was divided. Rixchaska showed her teeth and thought excitedly that he had finished off the heroic warrior very quickly. The guards crowded and were told that Urzhag was defeated and that he was the king of Naga. The soldiers rushed to attack and were going to kill the enemy. Tentacles flew out of the hero and grabbed all the creatures. People looked ahead and were in a stupor. The protagonist held a horde of opponents and asked Quintus to give him a sword, to which he asked to hold. The white-haired looked away in surprise. He extended his hand when a notification about the acceleration of consciousness came out, and called out to the master. The stone creature was approaching the armed MC. He stood in a stance and said that he did not care, because even if he could not move after this attack, he would finish him off in an instant. The warrior's body instantly burst into flames. Red eyes shone in the darkness, and he was about to put all his strength into the blow. A powerful blow occurred, which illuminated the monster's body. He stretched his paw towards the opponent, and said that all his actions were useless. The boss's hand glowed. The monster raised its head up and something got into its mouth. Its mouth glowed with yellow light. The stone creature received a blow from the side. Tentacles burst out of the mouth cavity, and the enemy thought that the wound was too small and not worth worrying about, because at the moment when he swung the sword, he was able to cover the wound with the muscles on his neck. The neck of the stone monster received a piercing blow from the sword. Next to his head, the hero appeared, who was about to attack. Madness was red in his facial expression, and he said that it was over. A powerful blow occurred. Blood gushed out of the creature's body and the protagonist held the sword tightly. The stone monster was dying and thought about how he could lose to such scum. His mouth and eyes shone and he decided that this was not the end, because there was still a source of power and was going to use all his strength, absorbing the remaining deep gems. A notification appeared in front of MC's face that the parasite was requesting permission to absorb. The head was approaching Kim, who said that he agreed. The head with numerous eyes and teeth absorbed something. The monster's head collided with the teeth. The soldiers looked ahead and couldn't believe that their king was gone. Quintus showed his teeth and said that it was the king of the water dragons. Rikshchaska looked worried and said that a man was absorbing the king of the water dragons. Dominic put her hands on her cheek and said that he was literally tearing the creature into small pieces and remarked that it was a wonderful sight. The hand was covered in armor, and a notification came out that the parasite had acquired a new ability. Kim examined his new appearance, and a notification came out about a fortification skill that can reproduce the defense of the water dragon. Small creatures stood by the dead head and the system said that the master of the labyrinth of water dragons had died and the summoned water dragons could no longer support life. The small creature fell from the head and the existence of a powerful species was coming to an end. The minions crowded and a notification came out about the loss of intelligence of those who brought them to a state of savages. The hero grinned and called Naga. The companions looked at the glowing core and it spoke of the conqueror. The snake-like creature looked forward while the egg levitated above it, and it said that it would use all the energy it had received. The protagonist extended his sword forward and ordered them to attack. The dragons looked forward and MC ordered them not to let the enemy leave this world peacefully. He was furious, and said that there would be no mercy and asked to kill everyone with the most painful death they could imagine. The system showed Kim's statistics, which spoke of victory and a notification that he had won the battle and overcome the huge difference in strength, and now the news of power would spread widely throughout the geyser. The king of Hammer and Anvil looked at the screen and asked if the old man was really dead and did not understand who could have killed him. Hecarim stood before the guards and said that he had no doubts about the strength of the body, that is why he lost, although belatedly, but it was inevitable. The girl sat on a cloud and said that this dumb lizard had finally died. The king of the swamp stood in a cave and said that the king of the water dragons had fallen, although he was extremely cautious and said that vanity had destroyed him. The Lord of Gluttony was in a dark space and was worried that all this had happened very close to his kingdom and said that since the king of the water dragons was no longer a hindrance, the king of spirits would not sit idly by. The creatures held on to the substance and said that it was worth exploring the territory and looking at the labyrinth. Crosses filled the space and they were going to look at the dead kingdom. The boys sat at the site of the massacre and Kim asked how the cleanup went, while the snake girl said that the dragons were large and the Naga warriors took care of the rest. Dominic stood behind the boy and said that they lost about 50 combat units, to which he noted that this was half of their army, and believed that they should build a cemetery. The violet-eyed girl looked pleased, saying that if it were not for him, they would not have been able to cope with the vanguard of the enemy and believed that it was a truly heroic battle, because he outnumbered the enemy 5 times their number, while sacrificing only half the army. The hero looked at the white-haired one, while she said that eternal honor and glory will come with the fallen warriors. Rikshchaska looked tense, and thought that she was right, because most of the deaths were caused by fire breath. The figures of creatures were visible on the stone passage. While he was thinking that they got rid of more than 200 water dragons on the front line, but lost only about 20 warriors and they were able to resist the enemy, despite the significant difference in numbers and strength. The guy looked at the protagonist and congratulated him on the victory, to which he asked about the wound. The partner showed the scar and said that a healer patched it up and noted that something completely different was important. Dominic and Kim looked away attentively while he said that there should be no one in the labyrinth of water dragons now, and their core is not protected by anything, to which the hero asked if it was not enough to just kill the king, to which he replied that it was not quite. Recruitment pointed his hand into the tunnel and said that they needed to get the sphere before the labyrinth chose a new owner, and noted that the dragons had already dug a direct path to here, so they could reach the center in half a day. The protagonist put his hand on his head and said that they would finish everything here first and leave immediately, considering that they would not even be able to catch their breath after the battle, to which he received the answer that he was short of workers. The creature smiled and said that he could help everyone. Quintus was holding a dwarf in his hands, who expressed admiration, congratulating him on his heroic victory and said that he was deeply impressed by the outstanding feat. The man was holding an old man and said that he was hanging around near the bridge, so he brought him here, to which he was asked to let the dark merchant go, because they did business with him. The seller stood in front of MC, who asked what kind of help he was talking about, to which he received the answer that in every battle there is a winner and asked which winner is left without the spoils of war. The partner smiled maliciously and said that they, the dark merchants, are ready to offer a tidy sum for these trophies. He spread his arms in front of the corpse and said, for example, the body of the king of water dragons. The horned one examined the trophy and said that although it was headless, the rest of the body was in excellent condition, to which he was told that they understood how he did business, and noted that he would not deny it. Kim closed his eyes, saying that he would leave a minimum amount for food and construction, and the rest he could buy, and the interlocutor considered this a wise decision. The dark merchant turned to the guy and said that he forgot about the most important thing, because he did not come here for these at all, and he asked what else he wanted. In his hand was a small box, and he said that he only wanted this. Dominic opened her mouth in surprise and said that this was the Baron's seal. The ring was located on the fabric and had a green stone in the center, and a notification came out that he received the seal of the Baron of the Underworld and an offer to take the Baron's place. Kim looked at the notifications and said that he had received a lot of things, and they said that he had been appointed as the Baron of the Underworld. The territory of the Naga labyrinth was now recognized as the Baron's territory, and intelligent beings would not be able to enter here, and he could set a tax on the territory. Create an order of knights, and now he had enough power to cross levels, and he had earned the authority of a lower-class noble. The ring fit perfectly on her finger, and the girl said that she was sure that he would not doubt, and knew about the existence of such a thing. The merchant closed his eyes while she said that she did not expect him to receive it from an ordinary seller, to which he replied that he was only here to deliver the seal. Kim looked ahead and led up to the phrase. The group stood in front of the gate, and the guy asked why he brought the water dragons to the labyrinth. The red-skinned man stood behind and said that as far as he knew, at the moment, the Naga labyrinth was not able to control the water dragon labyrinth, to which he noted that this was true. The merchant looked at the core, saying that since the king of water dragons died far from the labyrinth, its core and everything else were preserved in perfect condition. The old man closed his eyes and said that they were ready to offer even more for the labyrinth, to which he did not understand what kind of heresy he was talking. The army stood in front of the sphere, and Kim asked who said that he was selling the labyrinth. The hero put his hand to his face while his partner said that since he did not have enough strength to control it, there was only one thing left, but he was interrupted, because the commander was summoning creatures. He extended his hand to the side, standing in the middle of the crowd, and ordered everyone to drag everything that could be useful to them and destroy all who remained. The merchant looked at the creature near the sphere, and they were going to get to work. The red-skinned man looked at his partner and said that after the Great War, only a small part of the labyrinths remained in good condition, and if they destroyed everything here, then there would never be a labyrinth in this place again. Kim was interested in the sphere, and said that this is exactly what he wanted. The hero approached the core while it was saying that one should not underestimate the Baron's power, because many would not dare to even come close here. He extended his hand and said that he did not care. The purple ball was on a pedestal, and it said that the core had an incredible amount of energy, suggesting that he did not even think that he could die, and a notification about the rank of the core came out. He held the sphere and said that he was going to take it for himself, and a notification came out with a proposal to deactivate the core. The hero looked down and agreed, to which the dark merchant shouted no. The item was in his hands, and a notification came out that the labyrinth of water dragons was deactivated. The protagonist tossed the core and said that he simply did not like the idea that another labyrinth could appear nearby. MC looked at the disappointed merchant, who said that tens of years of development in an instant. The red-skinned man looked up and was asked not to worry, because the guy had something in store for him. Kim pointed back and said he was willing to sell the specialized water dragon equipment, since the Nagas wouldn't be able to use it anyway. The horned one was very angry and clicked his tongue after being told to hurry before the creatures smashed everything to pieces. Dust rose in the dungeon and the partner ran to the side. The hero turned around when he was called. Recruitment avoided eye contact and said that the horned rat was working on the water dragon labyrinth, and she found them inside the labyrinth. The creatures were scared, and it seemed to her that some were still hiding, and asked what to do with them. The protagonist looked at the rest and was very puzzled by the situation. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that they looked useful. The partner looked away and asked the rats for attention. She stood next to the guy and said that this man is the master of the labyrinth, who deprived the king of water dragons of his head and for his feats was recognized as a geyser, receiving a noble title. Kim looked at the ring while she told the creatures that if they want to save their lives, they must bow before the Lord, and a notification came out that the power of the one as a baron was activated. The creatures knelt before the hero and the system said that the horned rats submitted to him. He raised his hand, saying that after the defeat of the king of water dragons, he went to the labyrinth of the one in search of trophies and will accept them to himself only if they prove that they can be useful, and if not, he will get rid of each one. The rats were scared and he said that first he must find out what they are worth. MC raised one of them, saying that they worked in the mighty labyrinth for so many years, but he was disappointed that they will not be able to hold tools in their hands. Kim looked away and said that most of them were severely malnourished and the rest were suffering from all sorts of diseases, and asked how they were able to work in such a state. The rats were scared and thought that they were finished and that he would kill them all, remembering how they worked all their lives for the king of water dragons, while he said that if they went on a campaign. The small creature looked away and suggested that it would be better to die than to fight for such a life. They looked up in surprise after he said that they needed to be fed first. The hero held the creature in his hands and told his partner to find a place for the creatures in the labyrinth, and give them food 3 times a day, and asked her to make sure that they had time to rest, and said that as soon as they built the temple, they would send everyone there to fully recover. The rats looked at each other and suggested that he wanted to fatten them up to eat them, to which he said that this was nonsense. The protagonist looked down and asked how they would work if they died, and said that from now on, working for his labyrinth, he would not let them die, except for natural death. MC stood in front of the companions and said that they would have work as soon as they returned to normal, and noted that they would be given 3 meals a day, 8 hours of sleep and at least 5 hours of free time, and noted that they would be able to rest more if they finished their work earlier. The creatures looked sad while he said that they needed to eat to get stronger, and also rest to keep them in shape, because their work efficiency was falling from the high load. Kim extended his hand to the side and said that he understood that they still doubted him. The tentacles grabbed the creature while the horned one asked it to stop spoiling the food and asked to get out of there. The dark merchant looked away and yelped. The hero held the pet in his hands and asked to look at it. The henchman opened his eyes wide and the rat asked where such a fat caterpillar came from in the geyser, to which the guy replied that it was a Naga, and he said that it was food for creatures in extreme cases, to which he replied that this is a ward. They looked up and did not believe what was happening, to which the protagonist said that he would repeat it again. The leader of the rats looked at the Naga, while he said that everyone would have 3 meals a day, plenty of time to rest and sleep, as well as days off, and added that if they were sent on a mission outside the labyrinth, then a Naga warrior would go with them as an escort. The horned ones looked ahead and he offered to join the Naga labyrinth. The wards threw themselves at his feet and said that they would serve him until their last breath, and called the guy a great king. Rikchaska appeared nearby and called out to the master. They looked at several more rats that appeared, and she said that after what was said, the rest came out too, to which the guy replied that it was not scary, because they had plenty of food. The rescue looked ahead attentively, while the hero said that they no longer needed to live in fear that they would be eaten by water dragons at any moment due to fatigue. The protagonist held the creatures and offered to join them, saying that he would feed their meat to everyone himself, and a notification was issued about the addition of slaves as 176. 2 days later, in the labyrinth of the Naga, Dominic stood next to MC opposite the core, and the system reported that previously there had never been 2 cores at once in any labyrinth, and it was unknown what consequences this could lead to. Kim held the sphere and said that no one had tried it because there were only cowards here, and asked to activate it. The balls approached each other and a notification was issued about the beginning of the activation process of the main core of the Naga labyrinth with an additional core of water dragons. The dark room was illuminated by objects, and a notification appeared that the cores differ in ranks and it is impossible to use the full potential of the additional core, and in this regard, the rank of the additional core is temporarily lowered to 5th, and the efficiency of the 2 cores has increased significantly, because the energy volume of the main core has increased to 2,500. And the volume of the additional core has been reduced to 2,500. The hero covered himself with his hand and asked to stop when he saw the notification that he would lose 2,900 energy. He looked at the message about the completion of the adjustment, and said that it was the same as losing 1,000 low-rank gems. The protagonist put his hand on the back of his head and said that although 2,500 units was a lot, he was afraid that nothing could be done about it, and they only had to wait 7 days until the synchronization was complete. He turned and asked the Naga about the situation with the rats, to which he received the answer that they were slowly recovering. Dominic remembered how some of them panicked, and said that some of them were making up all sorts of things because they had never rested before. MC walked to the stairs and said that they must have worked their whole lives without a break, and that they would calm down as soon as they returned to work. Kim was calm as long as the satisfied girl was behind him, and said that he had no idea how she found out, but thanked her for digging a new room, and even though it wasn't that big, it would need to be expanded a bit. He sat on the throne and she agreed with the guy, talking under her breath about her secret place of panty worship. The hero looked at the screen while Dominic reported that they were almost done collecting the spoils of war, and he asked to continue. The fighters were busy and the girls said that they extracted the deep gems from the dead dragon bodies, and since they ran out of space in the warehouse, they froze the remaining corpses on the battlefield. The main creature looked at the wards and scolded them for being the only one doing something, and the protagonist asked how many bodies they could use for food, to which she replied that they could use 176 warriors and 47 heroes as well as 4 raiders and 10 conquerors as food. MC sat on the throne and said that they were very lucky that the mages could use ice magic, otherwise the stench of decomposing corpses would be everywhere, to which she said that she had information about the deep gems. Kim put his hand on his face after hearing the number of all the gems, and said that it was less than he thought. Dominic smiled, saying that there was another top-ranked gem, to which he asked where they got it, and suggested that it was left by a sediment-type warrior. Naga lowered her head, saying that they all disappeared along with the gems. She had a stone in her hands and said that she thought it was the gem of the blood leopard that the king of water dragons killed during the battle, and a notification about its characteristics came out. The hero smiled and said that this was great work, and he was sure that with this they would get even more energy than they lost. A screen appeared in front of the guy, and he was glad that they were finally done with the cleanup, saying that now they should focus on expanding the labyrinth and the main hall. There was a map in front of him, and the area was expanded to the bridge thanks to the battle. Construction work was marked on the border, and he said that they would have to build gates on the borders with other labyrinths on the left side of the lake. The map showed infrastructure, and he was going to move the barracks, farm, and training ground. The wasteland was located near the lake, and he was going to build a temple behind the lake and build a forge. MC pointed his finger, saying that where there was space left, they would build a dwelling for rats and Naga. Dominic was excited and asked why they didn't make a rest room for them near the main hall, to which he asked if it was necessary, to which he received the answer that of course it was. Naga looked at the guy and said that it was impossible for such a wonderful king to have only one throne, to which he agreed and said that as she says. She looked away and wanted to say something else. She smiled sarcastically and said that as a reward for killing the spiders, Quintus asks that each Naga of heroic rank and above be given a personal room. Kim looked down and said that it was strange, because he thought that the one who would ask for a new weapon in such a case would, and she shouted that by giving them rooms, they would motivate them even more. The hero looked at the screen and said that it was quite logical and thought that he should thank the guy for the idea later, and Dominic said that she would be in favor of conveying her gratitude to him, instead of forcing him to go to him personally. The Naga ran and the guy said that he would leave it to her then, to which she said that then she would immediately go and convey the order for construction. The protagonist looked away and said that apparently, they could not sit still from all the changes in the labyrinth. MC was left alone, sitting on the throne and saying that from this day on the Naga labyrinth would begin to develop with great force. But it was too early for them to relax and they could not stop at just being the strongest labyrinth, and he wanted them to become even stronger. The soldiers stood in a stance and were ordered to retreat, because they could not cope alone, because this creature had killed the 8th level hunters. The beast struck and they said that they had not agreed on this and this creature should have just run away. The monster looked back and the soldiers said that it was an ordinary werewolf. Kim looked down and asked about the 7th level of the geyser. He stood in front of the man and asked if they had not agreed only on the deep gems, and why he was asking him to go down to the 7th level. The gray-haired man showed his palm and asked to help him out with this once, to which he asked how they knew that the 7th level was needed, to which he replied, "I just need a report that he sent someone there." The seller looked at the guy and said that his client insisted on it, and it was only the 7th level, and even if he liked money, he would not send people to certain death for the sake of papers. Kim looked down and said that he already had gems for that, to which he replied that it was not done for them. The old man hid his gaze and said that he did not want to go into details, because he himself was in a similar situation. The gray-haired man sat in front of the guy and asked if he had heard of werewolves, to which he asked that they were something like horned rats, to which he received the answer that he did not mean creatures that can talk. The seller frowned and said that he was talking about creatures that are found in comics. In other words, people with tails and ears like animals. The rich quite often catch and enslave werewolves. Kim looked down and asked what he wanted to say, that it was like the people who were enslaved in the geyser, to which he replied that technically they won that war, and he asked how he was different from the children of the dungeons. The interlocutor crossed his fingers at his mouth, and said that he knew how money worked in this world, and the association of researchers that he once told him about even had teams to catch werewolves. The hero leaned on the table and asked, so he wanted him to catch a couple of werewolves for them, so that in the end he would be treated like all the children of the dungeons, to which he denied and said that in no case, and only wanted him to indicate this in the report. The protagonist was angry and the man said that he would give him everything he needed for free and he just needed him to go down to the 7th level and come back and not have to catch anyone. The hero hung his head while the interlocutor said that he would pay him handsomely for the job and he desperately needed a person with a high level, and they were doing this in order to prevent the deaths of inexperienced researchers. The protagonist held his hands and said that if he just needed to go down there and come back, then no problem. To which the man thanked him and said that he only had to come up with a reason for the client why they couldn't catch anyone. The old man narrowed his eyes and said that the path to the 7th level would take about 2 months, to which the man asked if he had ever heard of the labyrinth of water dragons and asked what he was talking about the coward from the 9th level. Dominic looked at the rift in surprise. The guys looked at each other and the girl congratulated the guy on his return and he asked that nothing had happened while he was gone, to which he received the answer that nothing had happened. Kim stood opposite the Naga, who said that it was quiet, but she had a short report for him and he asked her to tell him. The creatures united and helped each other while she said that most of the rats had already started working and it seemed that so far they were satisfied with everything and the guy said that he was glad to hear it. Rikshchaska held her hand on her cheek and said that although they were about 40% less effective than the Nagas, she assumed that this was due to exhaustion and Dominic said that according to her partner, such a difference occurs due to the characteristics of one or another race. The hero covered his mouth with his hand while the Naga said that instead of digging huge spaces to build tunnels or rooms, the horned rats were used to digging small holes to their size, to which he replied that this needs to be sorted out. Violet-eyed was surprised and said that in 3 days the processing of the blood leopard's heart in the laboratory and forge would be completed, to which he repeated the deadline. The interlocutor was surprised to hear that he would leave the labyrinth for this time, and noted that he just had some business. Dominic stood next to him and asked where he was going to go, to which the boss replied that he had agreed to the man's work. She lowered her head and said that since he belonged to the upper world, she understood that he was taking the deep gems with him to support life above, but there was one but. Naga stood in front of the man and said that she was sad that he was rarely here because of this, to which he laughed and said that he even felt awkward and asked not to worry. He looked away and said that all he had above was money, and a house and connections for cover and noted that his family was there too. Violet-eyed was surprised when he said that he was born in the geyser and assumed that this is why he feels more comfortable here than in the outside world, and she called out to the master. MC was turned sideways to her and said that he also receives valuable information from above, to which she asked what he meant and he replied that it is valuable by human standards, so he does not know if she will understand him now. Kim turned to Dominic and said that as it turned out, the Naga labyrinth is on the 9th level of the geyser. She presented a diagram of the levels and said that she does not quite understand what this means, to which he replied that at least they will not have to meet with groups of labyrinth researchers, because they will simply all die while they get to them. The hero put his hand on his jaw and said that, however, if the monsters of the abyss begin to rage, then they will have a hard time. They stood next to each other, and the guy suggested continuing the conversation on the way, because he wanted to see how the construction is progressing. The companions walked down the corridor while the protagonist said that as it turned out, people consider the king of water dragons a complete coward, probably because during the war he avoided clashes with people, to which she thought that the rumors that he was afraid of human weapons were true and the guy said that several bombs exploded in his throat, which did not even harm him, but it turned out that it was just a rumor. The creatures ate, and loading was in progress. The companions held artifacts in their hands and the yellow one said that the heart of the blood leopard was ready and the left fragment was improved in the lab, and the right one was processed in the forge, and they were thanked for their excellent work. MC examined the core and wanted to check the one from the lab first, and a notification about the characteristics came out. He looked thoughtful and as it turned out, the item retained the ability to disguise, but Kim had no idea how to use it and thought that he should hardly eat it. The guy was holding an artifact and a notification appeared that the parasite was requesting an item. Naga looked at the screen and it said that the parasite had asked him for something similar during the fight and Dominic said that, apparently, her hypothesis was correct. The hero turned to her and asked what she was talking about, to which she replied that she thought that high-ranking gems were required for the parasite to develop in the body, and this explained why the parasite could search for deep gems. The protagonist examined the gem, saying that this complicated everything, because such high-ranking stones contribute to the growth of the labyrinth, and she said that, on the contrary, they were lucky. She remembered the monsters and said that as far as she knew, some parasites require the blood of the owner, sometimes some even suck out the life force of the owner, so she thought that they were really lucky. Naga turned away from the guy, who asked again and asked why she still made him swallow it, to which she replied that they were both in a desperate situation. Dominic was tense, while he thought that she was right and if it were not for the parasite, they would never have defeated the water dragons and no one would have survived, and the labyrinth was destroyed. The hand turned into the mouth of the parasite, and the guy allowed it to absorb and a notification appeared that the parasite had acquired a new camouflage ability. The hand disappeared and the guy was scared. Kim looked at the pop-up notifications that the parasite had reached its growth limit and went into hibernation for 1 week. He raised his palm up and said that the parasite had gone into hibernation and the interlocutor suggested that she should congratulate the guy. The hero picked up the second artifact and said that this one was from the forge and a notification with the characteristics appeared. He examined it and said that he did not think that they would be able to use it now, because every fight he does nothing but break weapons. The hand stroked the upset dragon, and he said that he thought that he needed to find something special for himself, and he did not want to waste this shard on an ordinary sword. The protagonist left and said that since they were done here, it was time to get to work, and said that it would take about 2 weeks, and as soon as he returned, he would check how the synchronization with the core of the labyrinth of water dragons went. Dominic was confused and asked that he would cope without the help of the parasite, to which he said that the parasite, although it helped him more than once, but its strength lies not only in this. MC waved his hand while she said that he was able to defeat the hell spider without help, to which he replied that this is exactly how it is and everything will be fine with him, as long as he does not run into another Anaxtis. Draken was resting and Rikchaska was watching him while the loading was in progress. The researchers stood among the corpses, and the guy asked why there were so many corpses at the entrance to the 7th level and asked what they thought could have killed them. The blonde looked down and said that judging by the small wounds, he did not think it was something big, but it was unlikely to be a small thing, because 2 level 8 hunters died. The fighter looked around the area, asked that these could be medium-sized monsters, and said that it looked very much like they came across higher specimens, like fang bats, and thought that they should stick to the walls and beware of the ceiling, asking to freeze, hearing squeals, to which the other turned to his partner and asked if he heard what he said and asked to pass it on to the others. The old man looked at the young partner and asked that they really would have to go behind a pile of corpses to catch werewolves, to which the latter asked if he had not heard that rare species were found there. They were surveying the area, and the fair-haired one assumed that they might be able to sell those before they returned to the client, and it would be scary to get only a commission for the fact that they were in a place where even 8th levels die, to which the interlocutor said that he was right, and it was good that they would not have to split the amount between a large group. The hunter was surveying the area and someone was watching them while he said that they should not relax, because they could end up in the place of those, and asked everyone to be on guard. Kim peeked from behind the stones and thought that it seemed to him that the children of the dungeons began to lose their grip and make deep mistakes. The fighters looked around while he thought that the monsters of the geyser never leave behind corpses or anything living. The soldiers ran to the side, and the guy thought that most monsters hunt for one purpose, namely food. With the exception of some individuals, most of them will not waste energy on a senseless hunt, since they are more exposed to danger than fatigue. Kim examined the man, thinking that there were so many human corpses here and none of them had bite marks, and even the equipment remained with them, so the enemy's goal was not theft. The hero knocked on the weapon and thought that it was a small person, and most likely, she killed those in self-defense, and that one is clearly not weak and lurked somewhere nearby. The monster was approaching the protagonist, but he did not notice it. The protagonist dodged the attack. He reached for the sword and looked at his back. MC parried the werewolf's attack. He moved to the side and the enemy swung. Kim held on to his sword and thought that he couldn't feel her while she was attacking him. He looked at the tiger-like girl and thought that this was the beast that Beck told him about, and thought that this was the one that the researchers were hunting. She bared her teeth, and he thought that this meant that this beast was probably the one that the customer wanted, and she was also responsible for killing all the researchers. The creature rushed to attack. The werewolf dealt blow after blow, but the hero parried the attacks. He was calm and noticed that she was not very skilled in attack, and it felt like he was fighting against a smaller version of the bloody leopard. The girl jumped on the guy, and he thought that she was about the same level as Quintus. The protagonist hit her in the body and she froze. The body hit the wall and raised a column of dust. The guy extended his hand and said that he was not interested in her, and if she still wanted to fight him, then she would be bad, but did not finish. The werewolf was approaching MC and was furious. He was examining the sword and saying that he would have no choice but to kill her. Setka caught the monster. The werewolf looked in the direction of the shot in fear. She was trying to get out of the net, and someone was saying that he had caught her and the task was completed. The old man was waving his hand and saying that he was worried because there were a lot of corpses, but fortunately everything was easier than expected, and offered to go back before the creatures came. The soldier looked at Kim, who asked what they were doing, to which he asked that he would really say that when they saved his life. The fighter looked at his fingers and asked if he was part of the group that was killed here, and clarified that he came back here later to pick up the equipment. The commander was standing next to the guy and said that all the equipment was his, so he doubted that the hero was an ordinary explorer, and noted that he could have been the captain of the expedition team or something like that. Gems were falling out of the protagonist's backpack. The captain put his hand on the back of his head, showing his little finger to the group, and asked that these were all the gems he had finished off in this expedition, and noted that there were a lot of them, saying that he was sure that he was happy that he had all the team's gems. The blonde showed 2 fingers to his 2 charges while he was saying that he had come here alone and did not know the people who had died here, to which he asked not to be so cruel. The green-eyed man looked at his watch, activating his ability, while he was saying that the stronger he was, the greater the chance of survival, and said that there was no need to be embarrassed that he was surviving alone. He looked at his watch and read the target's movement for 2 seconds ahead, and about 3 seconds until the attacks hit. 2 seconds passed, and he saw Kim writhing in pain, absorbing the blows. Another second passed, and he saw him fall to the ground. Another second passed, and the blonde saw the hero swing his sword. The old man looked at the fighter. The commander looked at the assistant, and said that he should have given a signal if he felt danger, to which he said that it took 1 second and 300 milliseconds, and he asked again. The boss hid his face under a scarf while he was told that the one they were hunting, who came from the lower floors of the abyss, had about 1 second and 300 milliseconds, to which he replied that he knew and understood why almost everyone died and asked what about it. The blonde man was tense, and said that it was the other man's reaction speed, and the boss said that it was not bad. Kim stood next to the corpses and said that he did not think that this was an attack that an ordinary explorer could handle, and thought that he was still too young to be called a veteran. The fighters looked forward while he asked about the 4th floor and did not understand why a child of the dungeon was dressed like an ordinary explorer. The hero held the guy and said that they must be human hunters, and the enemy was amazed at the reaction. The man was furious, and said that they were just sacks of shit who hated their own kind and promised to destroy them. The fighters held the werewolf. The soldiers looked away and asked what it was and shouldn't they help. Something was approaching the blue-eyed man, and he suggested running. 2 spears crashed into the fighters and they were pierced through while the werewolf escaped. She got out and looked at the net. Her attention was focused on the battlefield. MC waved his hand and asked them to leave. He looked away while someone was trying to tell him something. The commander was missing an arm, and when they answered that he was a child of the dungeon, he said that he was not asking about that. The man's face changed and said that now he understood everything. He sat on his knees and asked that it was all his doing, and said that he killed his own expedition team to take the beast for himself. The hands were tightly gripping the weapon while the opponent was saying that how they were, exactly, human hunters, and assumed that he must be the same, but did not finish. Kim made a lightning attack and cut the head off the shoulders of the opponent. He looked at the corpse, saying that it was not even worth listening to him. The hero watched the fighters run away and said that the captain was fighting, and half of them ran away and called them pieces of trash. A fog appeared over the battlefield. The blonde looked around and was tense. He watched his employees being killed and thought that he could not even tell what was real and what was not. He threw up and thought that the ability of whether or not, it was all pointless, because the difference was too big. The green-eyed man looked at his hands, thinking about changing the target of the ability, and he was going to become her. He saw himself lying face down on the floor without a head in 2 seconds. MC was doing a somersault, going to cut off his head. The tip cut into the neck of the delighted opponent. The opponent looked at the murder and understood that he was level 12. Kim examined the corpse and said that this was the end. A werewolf was watching him, while the guy regretted that he fought with the bag and lost all the gems. The hero felt a presence and asked if she still wanted to fight him. He turned around, holding a sword in his hands, and said that he had already given her a chance. The werewolf showed a satisfied face, and he did not understand what kind of expression it was. Dominic was standing near the farm with a list and said that of the farm animals they had 20 rabbits and 14 bears. She placed her hand on her cheek and said that their supplies couldn't keep up with the growth of the labyrinth, and the animals on the farm hadn't even given birth yet, and thanks to the corpses of the dragons the floods of the lie would be in order for a while. Quintus looked at the list and asked why they didn't empower the Nagas with gems for a while, and said that they could prioritize feeding the rats. Draken stood behind her, and said that it sounded good considering that the summoned creatures could only use the power of the gems, to which the girl said that the only problem was that their army wouldn't be very strong then. Red Ice looked down while the dragon panicked that he would die, and he said that they wouldn't be attacked after their territory became like that of the nobles. Rixchaska looked at the group, and Dominic said that they needed to find hunting grounds soon, to which she said that despite that she had good news. Naga was glad to see the girl and asked if she had found anything good during her search, to which she replied that she had found out that many monsters had inhabited the empty territory of the Blood Leopard Labyrinth and the Flood Dragon Labyrinth, and if they hunted them, they could provide food for a couple of months. The violet-eyed girl looked at the list and said that the food problem was solved. They were standing next to a construction site, and she said that all that was left was to build the walls. The portal began to glow, and Dominic was surprised. She was approaching the entrance and called out to the master. The girl wanted to say that he had returned, but she did not finish. The creatures at the entrance were talking. They looked towards the entrance with fear. The werewolf's claws were approaching them. She examined the beasts, but Kim ordered her to stop. The hero stood next to his stunned partner and told Hoya that this was not her food and that they needed to be protected, and noted that she should only eat what the labyrinth provided. The tiger-like girl walked towards the guy, tucking her paws. The beast was sitting next to him, and Dominic asked how he had pacified her, but she didn't finish, and the protagonist said that he had simply picked her up while he was returning, and said that she had simply tagged along after he had saved her from some bastards on the 7th floor. The werewolf gave his paw to MC, and he said that she had killed many people, but he didn't finish, asking to give her his hand. The monster smiled, and he asked that such a simpleton was really of the heroic level, and a notification about the rank came out. Dominic looked at the animal with concern and said that they were born like that and now they work for the nobility of the abyss, so they don't leave the territory, and asked what she was doing on the 7th floor. to which the guy asked again that she was from the abyss. The girl was wary and the guy said that apparently, she was not the only creature from the lower floors, because people catch them, and the Naga said that it was quite strange. The partner looked at the weasel and said that by her behavior it did not look like she served a nobleman, and asked if it happened on the territory of one of the nobles of the abyss. Kim closed his eyes and said that lately there has been real chaos in the underworld. The hero held the pet in his hands and said that since she was now with them, she needed to be looked after, to which she agreed and said that werewolf tigers were stronger than all werewolves in battle, so she would be useful to them. Dominic looked away and said that the synchronization of the core of the labyrinth of dragons of guidance, to which she received the answer that he would figure it out completely, as he returned from the surface, and here he looked right after the 7th floor to leave Hoya. The protagonist stroked the pet and asked him not to cause trouble and listen to the girl, and noted that if she continued to eat everything, they would cook her and eat her. Kim stood opposite Beck, who said that the payment would be transferred to the account. The hero came to his parents, who were offended at him because he never called them. Dominic was angry at the werewolf who was misbehaving. She pointed at the satisfied Hoya, while Rikschowska held her. The protagonist looked away. The werewolf sharpened his claws on the stone guard. MC watched as she gnawed the guard's shoulder, and was glad that she was able to adapt. Naga stood behind and said that they actually had to adapt here, for which he thanked them for their efforts. They stood near the labyrinth cores and notifications came out about the synchronization of the main and additional labyrinth cores, and now he could summon new creatures. They saw a list of new creatures and he said that they were added due to the increase in the rank of the labyrinth. A notification with a new list appeared and Kim said that these appeared because of the core of the labyrinth of flood dragons. The hero was puzzled and asked that they cost as much as 1,510. Not understanding what kind of nonsense this was and said that yes, and creating one would also be expensive, to which the assistant said that this is a siege-class flood dragon and asked that it is really possible to summon something like this. He put his hand on his neck and said that the Naga cavalrymen seems quite useful, but they do not have enough rank and it is not worth the lost 2,900 energy. The protagonist looked away and said that maybe it is worth summoning some of them that he could not try out because of the battle and ordered to summon. 2 bright figures appeared in front of him, and he summoned a long-range Naga scout and a Naga caster. The creatures looked forward and the guy said that it is not so bad. Kim looked at the summoned creatures and ordered one of them to go to Quintus, saying that thanks to the caster, the level of losses will decrease, and with the scout, you can stop worrying about research. Dominic was surprised and said that there is another serious one, and the guy asked what it was. Naga looked at the guy and said that without permanent hunting grounds and corpses of flood dragons, they will hardly last a month. The partners left, and Kim asked if Rikschowska was nearby, to which she asked if he called her. She looked down, and he said that he will call her Naga Scout and they will need to go to explore the nearby lands and they need to find hunting grounds, to which she said that she understood. The hero showed his palm and said that he will give her the right to use the energy of the Flood Larkon core, so it will need to be improved to build a forge and a research lab, to which she said that she understood. The protagonist looked away and said that Quintus would train soldiers and protect workers and said about Draken, but did not finish. Hoya played with him, and Kim appointed him in charge of the pet. She pointed her finger up, holding a Naga in her hand, and loading was in progress. The hall with the throne was empty. The Naga labyrinth became incredibly strong. A guard stood at the door, and rumors spread that the king of the Naga had become a nobleman, so no intellectual dared to approach this place, and thanks to the strengthened defense troops, they easily got rid of the other monsters. The dragons produced weapons, and it was said that they also forged equipment from previously collected but unused minerals. They built a hierarchy, and through research and training they reached a point where everything resolved itself even without Kim's intervention. The labyrinth was divided into sectors and, moreover, a special team of scouts from horned rats was formed under the command of Rikschowska. The rats were resting, and thanks to this, a vast network of tunnels was created throughout the labyrinth, and the creatures were watching everything at the scout bases and strongholds, and every event near the Naga labyrinth was documented. But he did not finish telling, and he was called out. The white-haired girl was kneeling in front of the hero and apologizing for coming to her personal room. But they received an urgent message from the northern scout base, and the guy said that everything was fine and she could report. The protagonist looked away and was told that a small army was half a day's journey from the labyrinth. MC looked at her and asked that this was definitely an army and not monsters, to which she confirmed, saying that a group of about 30 was moving towards the labyrinth, and there were 2 commanders there, both of heroic or higher rank. Dominic appeared from around the corner, and said that this was probably the elite of the elite. The girl stood at the door and said that there might be few of them, but to reduce the damage to the Naga troops, she ordered them to focus on defense rather than attack, to which he praised her for her good work and thought that he would go there himself. Rikschowska bent down when he ordered to lead. The group stood at the northern gate. An army was approaching the paths, raising dust behind them. The warriors looked ahead. The group of defenders met those. Mlok showed his teeth and said that they were servants of Malxus, the king of hammers and anvils, and introduced himself, and his partner said that his name was Block. Kim folded his arms and meaningfully remained silent, while they said that they had come to ask for an audience with the king of the Naga labyrinth, and asked how he dared to stand in their way. The monster took a step forward and began to threaten. The opponent, not tall, stood in front of the hero and said that if he wanted to live, he must let him pass. The hero, with folded arms, looked away. The goblin sat in horror and was afraid to get up. The protagonist looked at them haughtily, folding his arms across his chest, and said that he was not even their king, and asked why they were bowing before him. The greenskin rose and said that they were here to pay their respects to him, and the first to receive a noble title in this territory, after which he apologized for his recent disgusting behavior. The black-haired man scratched his head with a displeased look when the orc continued, saying that it never occurred to him that the master of the Naga labyrinth could be a human, and they showed great disrespect to them, and despite his status as the master of the labyrinth. The guy looked at the monsters that looked at him with a stupid look and asked if they came in full armor just to greet him, and they refused, explaining that their king wanted to establish friendly relations with him. The leader turned around anxiously, saying that they had taken these elite warriors with them only because they had no other intentions. Then the bespectacled man pointed forward and said that there was something else. He made the armored goblins bring gifts to the disgruntled hero as a congratulation on receiving the title. Then Kim pretended to be surprised. The tailed one pointed at the treasures and said that these deep gems could be converted into 500 units of labyrinth energy. Then the protagonist knelt down, checked the reward and said that he forgave them for their honesty. And then the sycophant immediately said that he was kind, although the gift was so insignificant, and said that the others were apparently not completely honest, but they were immediately told that it was not clear what they were talking about. Then the vassal looked at him in surprise and asked if this meant that they were the first to approach him, and found out that this was the case. Then he turned around and asked about what else he could understand why the Labyrinth of the Dead had not yet paid a visit, but what the Labyrinth of Gluttony was thinking about, and then his comrade immediately said that he agreed, because their labyrinth was located closest to here, not counting the Labyrinth of Water Dragons. And then the hero with a terrible look sat down to them, and with a menacing look asked how they knew where the Labyrinth of Naga was. The goblins looked at each other, and remained silent. Then he bowed and said that as a sign of friendship, the Labyrinth of the Hammer, and Anvil was ready to share with him current information about the location of the labyrinths closest to here. Afterwards he started drawing on the stone with his finger, and said that the Naga labyrinth was in this region, and he was immediately asked to explain it from the point of view of the 9th level, and he immediately said that it was on the rocky area in the center of the 9th level. The guys watched as the orc drew and said that right next to those were the ruins of the Water Dragon Labyrinth, and they came across their labyrinth. Exploring the surroundings of the Water Dragon Labyrinth, he was sure that the other labyrinths had also already completed exploring that territory. The map showed other labyrinths, and he said that the Kingdom of Gluttony was located in the north in the Rotten Gorge, and the Labyrinth of the Dead was located slightly west-east of the Barren Lands, so the 3 labyrinths formed a triangle. The map showed all the labyrinths, and the dwarf said that their labyrinth was located on the top of the Geyser Mountain range, right above the Labyrinth of Gluttony, and the remaining kingdoms were shown here. Kim looked thoughtful as he was told that the 9th level labyrinths kept each other under control by capturing the smaller labyrinths that appeared in the region, and thus preventing dead zones from appearing, and if they were to leave the labyrinths to attack others, their bases would be in a dangerous position. Locke continued to draw on the ground, saying that among all the labyrinths, the most powerful were the Dragon, Gluttony and Dead labyrinths, and the trio of these realms maintained the balance. The greenskin looked ahead and said that he had no intention of offending, but he was right. After he asked what was going on, he had upset the balance by destroying the Water Dragon Labyrinth, and he said that a bloodbath would soon be upon the 9th level. The hero looked at his partner as he said that therefore weaker labyrinths like them would begin to come to him under the pretext of congratulating him on acquiring a noble title. The protagonist sat down in front of the guests and asked if it was just an excuse, and said that he liked honesty, to which they said that if they hid it, it would come back to haunt them. MC looked at the guests and asked if it was such a problem that the Labyrinth of the Dead and Gluttony kept each other in check, to which he replied that this idea was suggested by the Labyrinth of Water Dragons and the Labyrinth of the Dead. The slime was in his kingdom, and he said that he was not interested in this, and all he did was sit in the throne and grow in size, corresponding to his title. The goblins looked at the guy, and one of them said that his body became so huge that he eventually got unlimited power into his hands. But until he had a need to feed the insatiable, he would not leave the labyrinth. Kim raised his hand and said that it was quite contradictory, and asked if he wouldn't die of hunger if he stayed in the labyrinth forever, to which he was told that since their base was located in a favorable place, Uther received energy without any losses. The hero was very puzzled by the current situation, and said that it turned out that they were constantly gaining power without making any effort, and noted that he would never have thought that such problematic guys could be right next to them. He stood in front of the guests, and said that this was very valuable information, and asked them to convey their master's gratitude from him, to which they replied that they appreciated the kindness. The protagonist stood up and offered to rest before the return journey, to which they refused, justifying themselves with unwanted meetings with other guests. The nobleman turned around and asked Quintus to take the warriors and accompany the guests, to which he obeyed. The crowd walked away into the darkness. Kim folded his arms and asked Chaska if their data could be trusted based on the information about the 9th floor, to which she replied that yes, and she and the mercenary group she was a part of traveled from east to west, so she could confirm the accuracy of their information about the locations of the objects. The hero sat on the throne with servants next to him, and everything happened as the goblins predicted. In the next few days a large number of labyrinths visited them. The fallen fairies smiled, and a notification came out that the Queen of Dreams did not like the appearance of the new Baron, and if he let down his guard, then the data about his labyrinth could leak out. Creatures from the swamps came to the kingdom, and the king was worried that the new Baron would be hostile to him, and so he wanted to make sure that the non-aggression agreement would be in effect. The aggressive centaurs looked around, and their ruler was interested in the new lord. Kim put his head on his palm and said that only goblins had given a sensible offering, and these wanderers were even rude and asked if they weren't supposed to be protectors of the forest, or something. The hero looked at the screen, and Dominic said that there had been no news from the last 2 labyrinths yet. The protagonist's eye turned red, and a notification appeared that the parasite had noticed a foreign presence. He stood up and said that it was something else. The tentacles rushed forward. The tentacles caught a lump of insatiability. They came closer, and the Naga said that it appeared right above the room and did not understand how so quickly, to which the guy said that they were the most rude guests of all, because they left this thing and did not even come to say hello. The protagonist held the slime in his hands and said that they even dared to spy on them, and asked if the king missed the warriors. He turned around, and she said that they had a collective mind and everything that they saw and heard was directly transmitted to the king. Dominic looked happy, and he thought that he had just declared war on them and didn't think it was a good idea, and then she asked why not. Kim held the trembling substance and asked again, while she said that she didn't say it in front of the goblins because she was afraid of information leaking out, but they had an advantage against the scorpions. The hero was serious, and she said that ice was the enemy's weakness. The substance looked around, and he asked that was it. He smiled and said that it was war slugs. The monster sat on the throne while he said that he already knew the location of the labyrinth, and even the vulnerability, to which he asked again. The protagonist looked into the eye and said that they would go to the Tez in a week to freeze the ass of every slug. The monster was scared and did not understand what he was saying, while the guy was talking about how if the king suddenly wanted to apologize, they had better hurry before the week was over. He smashed the substance against the wall. The substance sat on the throne and was silently speaking. The guy's servants stood together, and the loading was in progress. Kim sat with his hands folded, and they turned to him. Dominic stood in front of him, and he asked if he had come, to which he received a positive answer. Naga was alarmed, saying that the king of gluttony was finally here. The man went to the exit and asked his partner not to come closer. A grin appeared on the hero's face, and he asked that they were here for an apology, but dared to come in without permission. He looked into the darkness and said that he came here to die, not to apologize. The master stood in front of the portal with a bunch of eyes and said that he thought that he came here not for an apology, but for death. Dominic stood next to him and asked when he would. The hero's face was calm, and he said that he'd probably planned to quickly break through the room and destroy the core of the labyrinth, but he did not take into account that he would be ready for something like this. The substance appeared from the exit, screaming about magicians. Stone creatures appeared behind the group, watching them. The protagonist looked at the creature and asked if it had any conscience at all, and noted that all its actions were useless. People stood in front of the enemy while he said that the monster was already surrounded, and they promised to freeze it along with the entire corridor. Kim grinned and asked if he would have any last words. The creature looked at the guy, who was thinking that he did not expect this, and he was not at all scared at the sight of ice. The monster began to appear in the light, and the hero thought that this, on the contrary, inspired the enemy, as if it could start attacking at any moment. The protagonist looked determined and assumed that he was wrong, allowing it to get here, and Dominic's assumptions were wrong. The parasite transformed the guy's body, and he said that she could not be mistaken. The tentacles became sharper, and the guy ordered to strengthen the blades while a notification about the activation of the hardening ability was coming out. The fighter looked ahead and said that even if there were millions of them, they were just slugs and it was necessary to bow before him. He stood in front of the substance and promised to freeze it to the marrow of the bones. There was a sharp movement, and the guy became wary. He extended his hand forward and ordered to attack, saying that they should not let him do anything. The slime absorbed the companion. It moved into the creature. The hands acquired a greenish tint. The soul turned green. The dwarf came out of the darkness. He fell to his knees. The creature bowed its head and asked for forgiveness. The fragments broke around him, as if against a barrier. Kim was in a stupor and did not understand what was happening. The creature looked at the guy and introduced itself, saying that it came to apologize. He was in the passage and said that he was brought here by servants, and it seemed to him that he was rude and said that it was time to leave already. He was in the doorway. The substance could not get out and said that it could not get out because the exit was blocked, while he said that he was surrounded and promised to freeze him along with the entire corridor, but he did not understand why this was so if he came to apologize. The hero stood in front of the slime and he asked him to stop and said that he did not want to fight. The protagonist grinned and asked that there would be no last words, while he said that he had been talking all this time. He froze, remembering that he had no vocal cords. Slime flew out of the creature and he said that this is exactly how it was. Tears flowed down the carrier's cheeks and he apologized, saying that he had not communicated with anyone for a long time and forgot how to do it. The guys looked at him and were in a stupor. Uther looked at his hands and asked if he had really forgotten languages and said that he had been spying in another labyrinth, and everything should be fine. He showed a finger up. The creature showed his hand and spoke in another language, while the interlocutors asked to speak as before, because they were listening to him. Kim looked away and asked if he really was the king of gluttony, to which he agreed and asked to allow him to do it again. He bowed and introduced himself as the king of the labyrinth of gluttony, and the owner of the Fallen Valley, and congratulated him on receiving the title of Baron. He remembered how the orcs gave gems and said that he had never seen a nobleman before, so he did not know what to give, so he began to prepare in a hurry when he saw the goblin messengers through the cloud of gluttony. The companions looked at the creature, who said that he had never given gifts to anyone, because he had little contact with anyone. Uther looked sad and said that he wanted to explore what they liked, but did not think that he would get to the owner's room and said that it was true not on purpose and did not think that he would find him. Kim looked at him and asked if TT was too modest for the bearer of the title of gluttony, to which he thanked him and he replied that it was not a compliment. He pointed to his fingers, saying that after leaving the labyrinth of gluttony, he maintained his shape only with the help of energy and noted that everything blackened were dead parts and because of this, dozens of gluttony clots die every minute. They looked at each other and the hero said that he looked quite calm for someone whose body was slowly dying, to which he replied that clots have no consciousness and he would die last anyway. The protagonist tensed up after the interlocutor said that he took about 1 million with him to last a month for sure. Uther closed his eyes and when he said that if he freezes them all, then it will be the end, he answered that the guy is absolutely right, and he thought about the fact that it would be impossible to freeze the opponent's body right away. He remembered how the ground cracked from one fall thought about it. A memory flashed through Kim's head, how the magic dissipated from a blow to the head. The guys looked at him and the hero thought about how he had incredible mass, which means that freezing until completely immobilized will not work, and he was glad that he was more afraid of ice than it was worth. The protagonist looked ahead and he asked if he could come back if he apologized, and they allowed everything. The slime was tense after he said that unfortunately it was difficult for him to accept an apology, and he asked if he personally asked for them from him. The guy folded his arms and said that he said to come and apologize, but did not promise that he would accept them. The creature looked at the guy and he said that it was still possible. He grinned and said that with the privilege that came with his noble status, he was asking him to become his servant and first knight. They looked at each other, and he said that he would forgive him then, to which he asked again and said that how could someone like him take such a high position, since they had just met. Uther looked at the guy who asked if he was also the king of the labyrinth, and noted that he did not doubt his abilities and said that they would be bound by a contract, and trust was no longer important. Dominic was pleased while he said that he would get a loyal servant, and the monster would not have to worry about ice. Slime imagined himself as a knight, and was delighted while he said that he would be the nobleman's first knight. Kim watched as the other guy was pleased and thought that he was truly lonely. He extended his hand towards the paper and said that they would then begin the contract, and began dictating what to write. Uther had a pen in his hands and was asked to sign. The hero looked at the paper and said that the contract was concluded. The protagonist read the contract, and the monster listened to him attentively. The creature was delighted with its new status and did not notice any pitfalls. The creature sat at the table and talked about the auction and that it was the best event of the black traders, so there was no way to make mistakes. The first, second and third places were empty and they said that because of the people there was no one left, but the fourth floor was somehow able to participate, because all of them would still be occupied by people. The creature extended its hand and asked if anyone wanted to be at the auction and said that it remembered the one with green horns who wanted to see the auction. The seventh trader looked at the interlocutor and asked why he singled him out so much, to which he said that it was not about that, it was just that the owner of the fourth floor was different, but he did not finish and was asked what that person was. Everyone was surprised and said that the labyrinth had accepted the man again, and they did not know how long he would last. The old man looked away and asked about the man on the 9th floor and said that it was not such chaos there and asked that it was not the most difficult for the existence of labyrinths. He handed him a ticket and asked if he knew what it was, to which he answered easily and asked why he had it, even though he had not even been to the lower floors. It dawned on him and he asked that a nobleman really lived on the 9th floor, to which the merchant laughed. He smiled and said who it was that lived and everyone admired it. The hero took the VIP ticket in his hands. He had heard that this was an annual festival held by black merchants. Looking at the merchant, he also heard that ordinary goods were sold on the black market by merchants like them, and rare ones in high demand were put up for auction. The merchant looked the boy in the eye, adding that everyone should have equal conditions, and then Kim noted that this meant that the participants would be the masters of the labyrinths. Asking if anyone else would be coming, he looked at the interlocutor in surprise when he heard that dozens of people came every year, and at their peak, they hosted over 100 participants. Dominic looked at him in delight when he heard the question about how so many labyrinths remained, and answered that Geyser was much larger than he imagined, and there was probably much more on the 9th floor than what was shown on the goblins' cards. The interlocutor held up a small flag, saying that they also provided other services, and when they left their labyrinth empty, the black merchant's flag would be hung on it. He presented a silhouette with a banner in hand, saying that if other warrens attacked a warren with their flag, they would be blacklisted as black traders, and trade in the warren would be restricted, and could even destroy the warren itself depending on the situation. The hero looked at the ticket, clarifying that they would do this through a group of traders, and the trader replied that although it was hard to believe, there was a reason their organization had been able to survive for centuries. Uther reached out to him, saying that he remembered how he had managed to escape the destruction of his warren in his early years by running away to an auction, and the trader backed him up, saying that he remembered that this had happened before the Great War. The king of gluttony began to attack the trader, and the trader asked why he was there. A doorway to his warren appeared behind the little king, and he called it his sweet home. The trader was visibly confused, asking what was going on, and replied that he was his knight now. The hero raised his hand, also saying that after signing the contract for Uther to be his subordinate, he had gained the ability to open the gate between the two labyrinths, and the gluttony labyrinth was now practically next door. The interlocutor raised his hands in surprise, noting that he had made the owner of the labyrinth on the same floor his subordinate, and when asked if this was a problem, he replied that he did not think so. A screen opened in front of the hero, where the merchant spoke about how the alliance between the gluttony labyrinth and the Nagas would become a significant force on the 9th floor, and the surrounding labyrinths would be wary of them, but he replied that he did not need to worry about it. The black merchant looked up, hearing that Valicious was the only one to pay attention to in the labyrinth on the 9th floor, and they would simply assume that this alliance was made to keep him under control. His interlocutor noted that he did not expect such attention to this situation. Kim raised his hand to his face, hearing that he was able to surprise the merchant once again after the war with the dragons and the flood, and it was not very good for the old man's heart. The guy himself thought that the contract did not give him full control. A system message appeared that the first knight was the owner of the Naga labyrinth, and Uther was the king of gluttony with a rank 5 labyrinth. The guy thought that, to be precise, his control only extended to the person who entered into the contract. He was not able to control the labyrinth that he owned, and could only see it, without access to the functions of summoning or building. Uther began to cry when the hero asked how he brought his dungeon to the 5th level if he did not even like to go outside, and said that he also tried his best. He was standing at the rift when the guy offered a tour of the gluttony labyrinth, and their interlocutor refused, because he had visited it several times as a merchant. The little creature opened its mouth in shock, hearing that this place seemed somehow unpleasant because its walls and floor were covered in slime, and asked how they could. The merchant smiled in confusion, offering to return to the topic, saying that they provided VIP tickets instead of the usual ones for high-ranking officials, namely the nobles of Geyser. Kim looked down, hearing that they would be sitting in a separate room with a good view of the auction items, and participants outside would not be able to look inside, and free food and service would be provided that suited the taste of nobles. The guy looked at the ticket again, and the interlocutor recommended participating at least for fun. The merchant looked at the hero, and upon hearing the question of whether the Ghost King was participating, replied that it was difficult for him to provide personal information. Still, raising a finger, he said that he was a regular participant who appeared every year, and he was very interested in biological experiments, so he usually bought live goods. Kim smiled, noting that the other was providing him with very valuable information, to which he noted that he could not remain silent when the Baron was asking him. The merchant folded his arms again, sharing that he thought that this would make things more interesting. The guy put his hand in his pocket, without answering that he would seriously consider this offer and could visit there, asking the other to scout out everything around, to which he replied that if he visited them, he would not provide him with their best services as a thank you. Everyone on Uther's knees heard that the auction begins exactly 1 week from the moment the ticket first begins to glow, and no matter where they are, the gate will form as soon as the ticket is torn. The guy put his hands on his belt, asking if this is possible. The other answered that it is possible. He, along with the rest of his comrades, found himself in the gluttony labyrinth a week later, outraged by the fact that everything around here is so sticky. The little creature replied that it considered it pure. Uther was a little confused, not understanding why they would do that here, to which he was told that the beasts might jump out when he tore the ticket. The hero looked at him, hearing the question about his labyrinth being used as a shield, and replied that it was. He then turned to Quintus, asking if he had hung out the flag, and his comrade said that he had hung out the black trader's flag in the area around the labyrinth. The boy then looked back at the little creature and said that all but a minimal number of their forces had also gone to rest, and since the Ghost King would be participating, The only threats to them now were the beasts and humans. Quintus smiled when the hero told him to be on guard anyway, and replied that he would not miss a single fly. The two girls and Uther looked at him, hearing that he and Rikshashka, who knew the appearance of the masters of the labyrinths on the 9th floor, would follow him. Dominic smiled at him when he heard that they needed her to stay here to keep the labyrinth running smoothly and apologized for it, but she replied that it was her job. He looked at the girl carefully and asked her to remember to rest. He then took the ticket in his hands, deciding that it was time. The hero tore it up, telling the others that they were leaving. One of the monsters looked at the other, outraged that he had decided to appear here and that he still had the courage to participate in the auction after he defeated him, since he should have put all his gems into spawning a large number of soldiers instead of using them in the auction. But his interlocutor was outraged by these words. The others sat in their seats, hearing the two argue. One of them said that the other was hiding outside, but is now talking nonsense as they entered the restricted area. But the other replied that if it weren't for the flag, he would have attended this auction in his stomach. Another one asked what the other monster's budget was for this auction, but he replied that he shouldn't try or he would tear him apart. The two monsters moved closer to each other, threatening that one more week and his life would end with this auction, but he suggested that he hit him right now. Kim, who was watching, noted that they were very noisy. The girl closed her eyes when he asked her if it was always like this, and replied that most of their buyers were at war or in conflict with each other, but they didn't specifically choose them. The hero turned to Uther as the girl was saying that they had other circumstances besides the auction and asked for understanding, saying that half of them had fled here to survive, just like the little creature once did, to which he said that was in the past. Looking forward, he added that people no longer dare touch him. Then he tugged at the hero's clothes, pointing at something. A man in a cloak was sitting in the hall, and he said that it was Valicious, the owner of the Labyrinth of the Dead. On his back was a golden circle, and he wondered why all the seats around him were empty. Uther looked at this guest, answering that he could not say for sure, because they did not smell the services, but he heard that it smelled like rotting bodies. An announcement was made that the auction would begin soon. One of the guests looked at another, saying that they would continue later. The hall was silent. Watching this, the hero said that it was over quickly, although it would be more interesting if some started fighting, to which the blonde girl replied that fighting was prohibited in the territory belonging to the black merchants, and he replied that he had heard about it. Someone's silhouette appeared on the stage. The host raised his hand, thanking the guests for participating in the annual auction of the black merchants, and he would like to send them a big greeting and express his gratitude. Smiling, he also added that he could not waste the nobles' precious time on unnecessary talk, and so they would immediately begin bidding. The hall was filled with rows. He said that they promised that even the nobles would wait for a special item that was prepared for the final of this auction, asking them to remain in their seats even if they did not like the previous items. One item was rolled onto the stage. The host tore off the cover from it. Kim watched this. What he saw surprised him. He gritted his teeth as he heard that this was something they had not been able to see for the past 10 years, and that it was biting their hands that fed them. The host pointed to the cage next to him, saying that this was something that was hard to find, as they were only found in the remote parts of Geyser, and there were very few of them left. Inside the cage sat a girl, whom he called a Geyserian. The host stood next to the cage, saying that the children of the dungeon, which used to be common in Geyser, had become rare due to a contract made with people on the surface. The prisoner lowered her head when someone asked about her being captured when she came out of captivity. He was told that this was a real child of the dungeon, who had never come to the surface. The host spread his hands, saying that after the contract was made, the child was on the verge of death, but a noble aristocrat took him in and raised him, becoming a savior. The two arguing monsters were surprised that a human was being auctioned. The second agreed that humans were everywhere now, but the voice on the stage said they were wrong. He raised his finger again, saying that their customers from the higher levels coexisted with humans, so they were unable to determine the value of this item, but it was aimed at customers from the deep levels, where the appearance of a human was very rare. The monsters watched the host, hearing that they would be able to make him their pet, a test subject for research or experiments, as well as buy him as a toy, and he could be used as a special dish, so the possibilities were endless. They noted that humans were quite tasty, although the downside was that they had very little meat. They looked at each other when one of them noticed the smell of a human, but the second told him that it was probably because of the stage. The girl in the cage looked down, hearing that she had one flaw, and she was considered defective due to the inability to speak, and because of this defect, the starting price would be reduced. The host smiled and said that this was a child of the dungeon from the deep levels, which was put up for auction by one of the aristocrats, and its starting price was 100 deep gems. Shouts with different prices were heard around the hero, but he did not understand why the child of the dungeon was put up as a product. He turned to the girl irritably, demanding an explanation. She, without opening her eyes, answered that the goods for the auction are selected taking into account their popularity. They study and choose those items that are highly valued in Geyser, and wanted to tell her what if the goods are considered not to meet the requirements. But Kim interrupted her, saying that he was not asking about this. Rikschowska and Uther got nervous, asking him to calm down, because otherwise there will be problems with the dark merchants, and that even the aristocrats from the deep levels are afraid to go against them, because there are dozens of other dungeon owners here. His assistant added with a frown that they couldn't go against them the way they had dealt with the water dragons and that they couldn't solve the situation with force alone. The hero pointed down and asked if she had said that she wanted to help her king because her kind were being experimented on, and when he said that she had, he suggested that she look there. He pointed at the stage and said that her race was being put on display as a commodity and a toy for the same hands. She pursed her lips when he asked if she would have stopped him if a representative of her race had been there. She looked away and said yes. The boy looked at her, hearing that he was trying to go against the Dark Ones and the Dukes, and that he had no chance of winning here. Kim glanced at the one standing behind her who clarified that he was going to save the child. Still keeping her eyes closed, she shared that as a commoner, she found it hard to imagine his life in Geyser, but she could understand wanting to sort it out by force. They were all standing at the entrance. The girl added that there were other aristocrats with a hot temper, but the hero demanded that she stop speaking in riddles and get to the point, and then she replied that this was an auction. Looking in his direction, the auction worker suggested that they start bidding. Valicious was actively participating in the bidding, when they noted that, as expected from a creature that makes living goods run away in fear, the king of the dead was not going to retreat, since he had not seen a human for a long time. This proves the value of their unique goods. The host, smiling happily, noted that this guest was probably the closest to the aristocrats among the other participants. But apparently, luck was not on his side today, and it seemed that an honorable aristocrat had his eye on this child of the dungeon. Raising his head to the loggia, he heard the price of 1,300, saying that it was him. Valicious clenched his fingers, hearing that the honorable nobleman had raised the bid to 1,300. And then he waved his hand, and it was announced that the king of the dead refused to give in. The monsters who had been arguing earlier looked at each other, noting that the unknown man had completely lost his mind, because he should not encroach on the goods that the elite had their eye on for themselves. But the second only replied that he clearly wanted to die. Suddenly, they were surprised to hear a loud sound. The loggia above them shook. Then everything went quiet. Everyone looked at her, hearing the price of 1,600. Taking his hand away, the host announced that the bid had risen to 1,600, noting that their honorable guest was not in the mood, and reminded them that they were dark traders. He placed his hand on his chest, adding that they were not responsible for what happened after the auction. He then raised it, announcing the price at 1,600 and began the countdown. The people present looked away, hearing that the first lot had been sold and that the item, valued at 1,000 gems, had been sold at a very high price. The nobleman was shaking with anger. Kim and Uther released their abilities, wondering why they had to go so far. The boy, looking at the worker who said that they would have to take a fine for damaging the VIP room, did not answer that he did not mind. Closing her eyes, she heard the question of whether he could pick up the goods right away, and answered that they would send the goods at the end of the week, once the auction was over, but if he wanted, he could take a look at it after today's bidding was over. He gritted his teeth when he heard the host's voice saying that their next lot was of little value, when the auction worker said that he couldn't take it today and refused to look at it, while the voice added that it could be useful in battle. Rikschowska glanced towards Valicious. A small animal appeared on the stage. The hero thought about how there were no more people as goods, and living goods appeared from time to time, but most of them were mutilated or rare. Then a small stone was shown, since other lots included deep gems with unusual abilities, and these were expensive goods. A machine gun appeared in the hands of the host. Kim called such goods items with absurdly inflated prices, and he explained that these were firearms that were used by people during the Great War, and although they were not able to harm them, they could be used as elegant decoration. The host tore off the blanket. Kim was talking about how there was a product among all of them that he couldn't understand at all, and the guy called it what everyone had been waiting for, and this was the last and most unusual lot. In the cage was a girl who was called a vampire. The girl had a smile on her face when they said that vampires were extremely rare in Geyser, and the majority of their population belonged to the aristocrats of the deep levels. The host looked around, also noting that, unfortunately, this vampire had almost no pure blood left, but even so, there was no doubt about its rarity. Kim looked at the stage with interest. He brought his hand to his face, noting the feeling that the vampire was looking here, to which Uther noted that he had smashed the VIP room, so it was no wonder that this caught her attention. The monsters were very excited, naming their prices. The host asked them to calm down, adding that this product had one condition. The auction participants looked at him attentively, hearing that even if they were able to win the bid for this item, the transaction would be cancelled if the vampire did not acknowledge it as its owner, then the item would be returned and re-auctioned, so there would be no penalties for this. The host, smiling, said that this was the first time the dark merchants had held such an unusual auction, and again asked everyone to calm down. He extended his hands forward, asking them not to forget that this item was auctioned by a master of one of the deepest levels in Geyser, and they did not mind insults towards the dark merchants. The visitors looked at him strangely when he warned that such behavior could anger the honorable noble. Looking down, Kim said that when he was in the deep levels, there were creatures that attacked others for blood, wondering if this was one of them. Rikchaska replied that they were just bloodsuckers, and many of them had no personality, and were no different from ordinary undead. The guy raised his hand to his face, hearing that a vampire could bestow the gift of immortality on its master. However, since this one had no pure blood left, perhaps she could no longer do such a thing. His comrades were noticeably upset to hear that he was not interested in her, since they had already recently added a new member to their team, and he had just bought a child of the dungeon. The host clenched his fist in joy, since the auction had really gotten going, and in the end, the vampire's final price was 23,000 gems. The vampire waved the monster away. The hero noted that the most interesting part began when she refused to even look at her new master. He demanded that he not take his eyes off her, indignant that she dared to refuse him. A bright light appeared in his hand, and he called himself a 6th-level ruler, but a bright beam immediately struck him. The host changed greatly, telling him not to desecrate his sacred auction with his brute force. A small stone fell to the floor. He raised it above his head, saying that a first-class deep gem had appeared here, and if the examination was successful, it might appear at tomorrow's auction. Ahead, a door was visible, and someone said that the goods were in this room. The hero opened it, hearing that although it now belonged to him, he should still refrain from touching it, since all the necessary procedures had not yet been completed. Something caught his attention. The girl raised her head. So they looked at each other. Looking at her, the guy asked if she had a name. The girl only looked back silently. Then he knelt down on one knee, thinking that although she was looking at him, her eyes were not focused, and asked her not to worry, because he did not want to hurt her and would not touch her even if she made noise. But she only had a sad look on her face, and he was thinking that they were right about her losing the ability to speak. Kim looked at her carefully, thinking that her life in the labyrinth was hard, and last time around him too, there were people like her. A shiver ran through her body when she heard that he was her new master, and now she would serve him. Then she lowered her head. So the girl bowed to him. The hero pursed his lips, realizing that she was treated terribly, turning her into a doll. Still, she got up from the floor when the guy asked her to do so. The girl still looked silently, hearing the question about whether there were others in the labyrinth she lived in. Looking at her, he also wondered what kind of labyrinth she came from and what kind of master she served. But in response, only a mute look was received, and he realized that it was useless. Kim clutched his head, thinking that he was going to leave her in the care of the Naga Empire, but her condition was worse than expected. He imagined the people laughing around her, thinking that if he refused, instead of finding suitable parents, there was a high probability that she would be abandoned or abused by people looking for subsidies. Kneeling again, he still knew that something like this would happen, and it seemed that he would have to take care of her for a while. Placing his hand on her head, he told the girl that he would come for her in a week, so she should gather her strength and rest until he returned. An escort appeared behind him. He closed his eyes and said that he was unhappy with the storage conditions of the goods, and was this all that the black traders could offer? Standing behind him, the girl asked him to say what was wrong, and the boy replied that the child was now part of his retinue, and they should do the same for her as they did for him, finding her room, food, and treating her for minor injuries. The attendant glanced at the child. Kim, looking at her, added that they seemed to be planning to give away the damaged goods, and she replied that they would fulfill his request immediately. Closing her eyes, the auction worker also noted that no matter how exquisite the goods were, she thought that such treatment was too polite for a Gazerian, whose only purpose was to serve as a laborer. Kim began to look more menacing, outraged that such a thing was being said to him. His eyes began to glow brightly, saying that the man in front of her was also a Gazerian. Trying to hide her excitement, the attendant apologized. As he left, the boy added that he would check on the child regularly, and they had better take good care of her. He later sat in a chair, thinking that it had been 7 days since he arrived at the Black Trader auction house. The girl had brought food on a tray, as he had spent most of his time in the room reserved for nobles. There was a flower vase next to the bed, yet contrary to his fears, they were served food for humans and given good beds to sleep in. Kim held his washing utensils in his hands. He was quite comfortable, except for the lack of entertainment. Rikchaska sat opposite him. They had a lot of free time, so he could hear her story, which he had been putting aside, and he imagined the rest of the elves as well, thinking that after their fall, the girl had gathered the remaining members to form a mercenary guild. They had survived by helping the various labyrinths when they called for help. His companion lowered her eyes. He noted that their mercenary guild was quite famous for its fighting skills, but the fact is that they consisted only of elves. Kim put his hand on his head, thinking about how this maid Velicious, who goes crazy for brave creatures, set a trap for them, and she was the only one who was not sacrificed, telling her that he was sorry to say this. The elf lowered her head. She heard that this was a common occurrence in Geyser, and agreed with it. and closing her eyes, she said that she knew that her strength alone was not enough for revenge, and therefore tried to use her wits. The hero supported her, saying that he understood her situation and would help her take revenge. The companion looked at him in surprise, asking if he was sure that he did not mind helping her, and heard in response that it was he who dragged her into their labyrinth. Kim raised his hand to his face and added that even if it weren't for her, the king of necromancers would still act very suspiciously. The girl spread her hands when the guy also said that his labyrinth was next to theirs, and sooner or later they would run into each other, and when she thanked him, he suggested that they stop there. Then, looking at Uther, he asked if the child was okay. He, closing his eyes, asked to wait, but then frowned. Appearing in front of the child, Gluttony said that she was the same as always, looking into the distance at the corner of the room, and when he heard the question about food, he replied that the assistants would give it to her. The small creature opened its mouth wide, demanding that the girl eat. She took the tray in her hands. Uther, getting up from the floor, said that she only eats when spoken to. The hero was annoyed that she was like a doll that moved only on command, but still, he should feel better that she knew how to use the toilet on her own. Turning to the little creature, the hero noted that today was the last day of the auction, asking to be patient a little longer, to which it replied that it was not difficult, since she did not move that much anyway. Suddenly, an announcement was made by the black traders. Words were heard from a nearby loudspeaker that the last auction for today was starting, and guests should gather at the auction house. Kim approached Uther, who noted that after the Gazerian, he had not bought anything at all, and he replied that most of the goods were luxury items, so he had nothing to buy. The guy put his hand on his neck, adding that, besides, as soon as something useful appeared, the prices jumped to 10,000, so he could not buy it even if he wanted to, since the budget of the Naga labyrinth is about 8,000, which speaks for itself. Approaching the door, he suggested ending this and returning home. A loading screen appeared, showing a small creature playing a board game. A small gnome was placed on the stage, so the final auction was nothing special, and the items offered were nothing special. The hero folded his arms, not realizing that these items had prices, and he would rather spend his gems on more soldiers. The auction participants were clearly bored. The guy on the stage called the next item the grand finale item. He pointed at the vampire, saying that everyone already knew who she was, calling her the special item of this auction, which had refused its buyer during the last week. Looking at her, Kim did not understand why this vampire came at all, and it seemed that she was only there to laugh at the participants. The vampire raised a finger when the host asked if she would choose the highest bidder, and asked them to wait. He smiled, saying that the goods were forbidden to speak, but she asked him not to be so boring, since they would be in a difficult situation if she was not sold. She smiled contentedly, saying that since this was the last auction, they could add a little spice. Her shackles broke. A dark aura surrounded the girl, and she said that this time the participant would not choose her. The clothes on her changed to a dress, and the vampire added that she would choose her owner herself, and that owner would determine how much she was worth. Covering her face with a fan, the girl also said that no matter how high or low their offer was, she would be sold for that price. The host looked at her with delight, saying that this was truly an event suitable for the finale, and he believed that the participants would understand, suggesting that they begin right away. He smiled, asking who would be her owner, but she replied that she had already made her choice on the first day. Then she rushed to the VIP box. The monsters looked up in surprise. Once at the box window, she mentioned the nobleman who had made a fuss on the first day. Then, putting her hand down, she noted that the smell from here was very sweet. Drooling was streaming down her face, and she could no longer hold back. Kim looked ahead, confused, and turned to Rikchaska. The girl also looked confused, and when asked if all vampires were like this, she replied that she had never seen anything like this before. The vampire pressed herself against the window, and the guy called her perverted. The host opened his mouth wide, saying that the vampire had chosen her master. He spread his hands, adding that she had chosen the newly elected nobleman, wondering who could fall in love with him on the first day, and saying that the girl was completely out of her mind. One of the monsters looked up, saying that the guy was a nobleman after all, and he had expected something like this. The second noted that it looked like everything had been planned from the beginning, and they were just being used. The auctioneer smiled and reminded him that according to the agreement, her value depended solely on the nobleman's assessment, telling him that they would auction her off for whatever price he named. The vampire smiled when he asked how valuable she was to him. The hero looked at her silently. The vampire shuddered when the guy pointed out that she was of a lower class. Those present looked at each other, not understanding, because she was a real treasure and simply priceless. The host continued to smile and answered that they could not be sure of this, and perhaps she had special abilities, but again heard that she was of a lower class. He silently looked at the VIP box, hearing that he, a nobleman, had given no more than 1 stone for her. Kim turned to his companion, who wanted to say something, and answered that it was stupid to spend money on something unnecessary, especially when he himself could choose the price. The girl and Uther looked at him silently, hearing that he was not interested in it, since it was a waste of time, and besides, he did not know what this vampire was capable of. The hero looked through the window again, saying that if he found her useless, he would simply return her, and wondered if she was from a strange race, like a dragon. To which his companions noted that this was expected. The auctioneer raised his hands, exclaiming that the price was only 1 stone, because she was from a low class, so this vampire, who was considered the red gem of Geyser, was put up for auction for the first time in history. She glared at him. It was heard that she was bought for an incredible amount, and this was the lowest price in the history of auctions. She gritted her teeth, hearing the joke that she would now be known as the vampire for 1 stone, and retorted that it was not funny. She looked at the man behind the glass, saying that she didn't care how she was valued. The auctioneer smiled at her when she asked if she could see her owner if the auction was over, and said that there was a separate procedure for that. The vampire clenched her fists in indignation, noting that she hadn't been sold for just 1 stone and that she would soon die of starvation. The guy asked her to calm down, assuring her that everything would be fine, and suggested that they start calculating. Moving his hand to the side, he thanked everyone who came today, announcing that the auction was coming to an end, and hoped that they had a good time, noting that those who bought something at the auction could go to the waiting room or a separate room. Smiling widely, the dark merchant called it a lucky break. Rubbing his hands, he said that buying this vampire for a literally outrageous price was a great success. Kim looked at him, hearing that since he was very busy, he could skip the secondary procedure and deal with the payment, and said that the interlocutor was not visible during the entire auction, but as soon as it came to collecting money, he immediately came. There was a vampire behind the merchant. The hero asked why him. She, closing her eyes, answered that she was overexcited, but the guy clarified that he did not say this to her. The girl looked away when the guy clarified that he was talking about the one who recently received the position of Baron. The merchant wanted to know what the essence of the problem was, but heard in response that it was his personal business. Folding his arms across his chest, Kim told about how after he encountered the neighbor's labyrinth and overcame it, people began to call him a nobleman, and by chance he went to watch the auction, so it was strange that the first vampire sold chose him. Looking intently at his interlocutor, the hero added that for the vampire he was nothing more than food, and this was obvious, but the other told him that he was thinking too much. The monster in glasses looked up, saying that although it was a little rude, he was just the same owner of the labyrinth as the others, and asked who would benefit if his power increased. The hero, closing his eyes, heard the offer to simply enjoy his luck and skill while not eating, and replied that although it was difficult for him to accept, he insisted on everything as it was. But he looked in surprise at the merchant, who noted that it was not about the lack of a price. He, squinting a little, noted that the former owner loved the vampire very much, and therefore some serious problems with his upbringing could arise. Looking at him, Kim did not understand what kind of enjoyment of luck was even being discussed and whether he was really being mocked. He and the vampiress became noticeably nervous, hearing that the merchant could take her. The monster immediately threw up his hands, surprised that he was saying such a thing, but the guy repeated again that he didn't need her, and so he could take her for himself. Small copies of Uther climbed onto the girl when the hero told him to take good care of her. Kim opened his mouth in surprise when the girl was indignant at being treated like a child. But turning away from her, he replied that if her previous owner loved her so much, then let him take her back, because this was a sale at a special auction. The vampire indignantly stepped forward, hearing that he didn't need her, so let them leave, and demanded to hear her out. Throwing up her hands, she reminded him that she was a vampire, and just her presence nearby would make the guy seem stronger to others. He calmly looked at her, called her a mosquito with arms and legs, and he did not understand why they attached such great importance to her. The girl, not understanding, looked at him, hearing that he was a human. The guy, frowning slightly, said that he didn't know how everyone else felt about vampires, but he and the creatures he cared for thought differently. Then he pointed at the girl, noting that for him, people like this vampire were of no value at all. She closed her eyes and sighed deeply. Everyone looked at her, and it was clear that she had already realized that he wasn't the most accommodating person, but there were some advantages to owning a vampire. Putting his hands in his pockets, the hero reminded her that he wasn't going to become her owner, but the girl simply said that he didn't understand the whole situation and wanted to explain everything. The girl turned back to the merchant, who decided that it would be better for him to cover his ears and leave, but she told him that since he was here, he could stay, because she was going to reveal all the details of their agreement. The monster visibly tensed up when the guy paid attention to these words. The girl placed the fan on her chest and said that her name was Angela, and her previous owner was the Count, the Iron Giant from the 11th floor. Kim folded his arms, having heard that his love for her was not a lie, but due to special circumstances, the Count decided to get rid of her. The vampire opened her fan, hearing the question about the circumstances, answered that everything was simple, and he had not fulfilled even the simplest conditions for concluding a contract with a vampire. Angela looked away, saying that for such a contract it was necessary for him to receive the blood of his future owner, and accordingly, the power necessary to carry out his abilities. The vampire looked displeased, saying that the blood of the previous owner was cast iron, and she could accept anyone's blood, but this is no good. The hero, raising a finger, concluded that although the previous owner was very worried, he still decided to sell his starving pet squid, to which she noted that there are many other details, but in general this is exactly so. Drooling down her face, she said that she had to go without food for several months because of this, and the sweet scent of her new master was simply inexplicable, calling it the scent of excellent blood that she had only tasted once in the past. Afterwards, she lowered her head in regret, saying that she planned to use her abilities as a high-class vampire to seduce her new master and enjoy life, hearing that there was no need for it. Angela pounced on the hero, saying that she would soon die of hunger, but he replied that he did not need her, to which the girl said that she had no evil intentions. She grabbed his hand, asking for no more than a liter, and then added that even 1 drop would be enough. Gritting her teeth, the guy heard from the merchant, although it is difficult to say, but a refusal can anger the previous owner. He pressed his hand to her forehead and demanded that she leave, but she promised to work hard, and although she could neither wash nor clean, she would pretend well and pretend that she was doing a great job. Kim waved her off, saying that he had already understood everything, but that she had to leave. Then, closing his eyes, he agreed to give her some blood to start with, but that did not mean that he had accepted her completely. Angela rushed to him again, thanking him for the food. Something appeared behind the hero. The girl looked at it in confusion. Dominic looked confused. The hero stood in front of her with his comrades, and she noted that something seemed to have gone wrong again, to which he replied that he did not know how it happened. A child and a vampire stood next to him. The girl noted that the girl looked like the owner in appearance, and belonged to the same race, but the second one was very strange. Angela smiled contentedly when she was called a vampire, and the hero explained that he bought both at auction, to which his interlocutor noted that she could still understand why the girl was sold. Shocked, she raised her hands, realizing that given the budget of the labyrinth and the costs of maintaining it, as well as the number of stones in the storage, but the hero reassured her, saying that everything was fine. The vampire behind him was indignant when he said that he got her for almost nothing, adding that it was all because of the gem. She gritted her teeth when the guy asked to bring 1601 gems, because that's how much he had to pay. Dominic still looked at the group in front of her in confusion, and when asked if they had any free rooms, she replied that there was only one, and clarified whether it was worth ordering it to be enlarged, to which the hero replied that it was not worth it, and that this room would go to Angela. Touching the girl, he added that they would be living together for now, since her condition was in poor condition, so it would be better for him to look after her. Dominic closed her eyes a little nervously when she heard that she had to carry her, feed her, bathe her, and then asked the healers to examine her, and that Yunhui would now be calling this girl. Kim sat down next to the child, explaining that the girl was the most important thing here after him, so he had to listen to her. Dominic made a child on his arm when the vampire noted that she looked inspired, but the hero clarified if she really believed it. Angela and he exchanged glances when the vampire said that maids rarely could increase their status, since usually everything was determined by origin, and sometimes the labyrinth grew with the owner, and since she was an elite-level maid, she should be worthy of existence. Uther peeked out from behind him when the hero replied that she was right about Dominic being the core of their labyrinth. The small creature and his subjects gaped in shock when he asked about going home, and were surprised to hear that he was still there. The boy turned to Rikschowska, noting that she should rest as well. Kim also turned his attention to the merchant, telling him to wait here and get the gems when they arrived, to which he agreed. He folded his arms over his chest as he paid, adding that from now on he should not even think about doing stupid things behind his back, although he understood the desire to bring the market to the surface. Angela laughed when he said that it would be better to appoint someone who did not understand finances so well, also that he thought that the merchants could be trusted, but was wrong. He, closing his eyes, replied that in the entire labyrinth there was no creature similar to a human, but the hero decided that they would end their conversation there. Looking at the vampire, he said that he had forced him to accept this, but now he also belonged to his labyrinth, and offered to explore it together a little, as well as discuss some unresolved issues, to which the girl noted that it was an honor. They walked through the labyrinth, and she noted that although it was small, it was well-groomed, and the guy clarified that she said so because of the horned mice. In one of the rooms, she noticed how one of the monsters sat on another, saying that there seemed to be everything from elves, beast men, dragons, and now beautiful noble vampires. Her hero has everything that a trusted person could only dream of, except for the large area of the labyrinth. Angela looked back, passing along the corridor, saying that she knew that he was a noble man, and the owner of the new labyrinth on the 9th floor even became a nobleman, to which he asked how she knew this. Turning around, Kim heard that everyone knew that he had received his title, considering that the labyrinth on the 9th floor had appeared less than a year ago, and some noble minds objected, saying that it was infringing on the dignity of nobles. Raising her fan, the vampire also said that others were simply viewing this as entertainment, and there were also those who saw his labyrinth as an opportunity for cooperation, for example. The hero presented a map, thinking about what he heard. The Dragon King's labyrinth was on the 11th floor, he was an iron giant, and Angela's former master was also in a state of stagnation, and the same was enveloping the entire 9th floor. He also imagined the vampire in that labyrinth, thinking that instead of letting her go without any objections, he met his enemy on the 11th floor to have her seduce her new master. The boy looked ahead, saying that if the faction grew quickly, others would sense the crisis and form an alliance to balance the situation, and therefore it was quite difficult to manage the entire labyrinth. Then he returned to his companion, saying that he understood that she wanted to break the stagnation on the 11th floor by invading from the outside, but they were on the 9th, and therefore he could not go down there, especially considering that he had a lot of work. The vampire wanted to hug him, saying that, as she had already said at the auction, her former master had never specified who he wanted to see as a new one, and when he asked her not to interfere, she replied that she was simply inhaling a sweet smell, and nothing more. Still, he pushed her away from him when the vampire said that most nobles resided on the 10th or 12th floor, so she doubted that her former master expected her to end up with a noble on the 9th. Approaching one of the doors, Angela said that there was no specific time frame, so it didn't matter whether they would leave it like this. The hero said that this was her room. To which the vampire was indignant, not understanding what was wrong with this place, because it looked like a prison, and the guy asked her to be careful with her words and that he himself lived in the same. Upset, closing her eyes, the girl tried to press on pity, saying that it would be difficult to live in such a place without accepting the cup of the master's blood. But the hero calmly left, answering that he knew little about vampires, and therefore he would look at the benefit of it later. Seeing how the guy left, she said that she could tell everything in detail right now about every little thing if they chatted over a cup, but he replied that he had already given blood when they made a contract. Hearing disgruntled exclamations behind him, he thought about how he had been in the labyrinth for too long, and tomorrow he needed to return to the outside world. Kim stood at the counter when the man behind him said that he had not answered a single call, and replied that he had earned enough, so he wanted to rest. His interlocutor said that while he was gone, something happened here. And the man, frowning, said that someone had made a terrible mess. When asked about the hellish arachnids rising again, he replied that he could not be compared to insects that rise up. Kim looked away, hearing that this took his breath away, and he could rewrite the history of the whole world, and asked the interlocutor to speak frankly, but he indignantly said that the guy lacked imagination. The hero lowered his head, saying that since there was no war or something on a similar level of seriousness, he heard that about a month ago the dungeon accepted a boy from the dungeon. The guy looked at him in surprise, hearing that it was the same as with his owner. The man pointed at him, surprised by his expression, asking if it was surprising that a man became the owner of the labyrinth, but the hero clarified, "Is there any proof?" He began waving his hands, answering that they only said something about a portal and say that this portal connects the earth and the labyrinths. Then he remembered looking at the stage, telling how everyone was surprised when the boy from the dungeon demonstrated the portal in front of everyone. The hero thought about what it meant that this was not just a rumor, and he really opened it. Putting his hands in his pockets, Kim clarified that this portal was discovered by the owner of the labyrinth, the child from the dungeon, and then told everyone about it. To which the interlocutor replied that this is impossible, and enemies are everywhere. Looking at the man, the guy said that there must be some reason behind this, to which the man noted that it seemed to have happened when they set up camp in the owner's empty room on the 4th floor. Then he remembered the vacuum cleaner with big teeth, saying that the expedition team members had also seen it. He raised a finger, noting that since he almost never went into the labyrinth alone like a hero, he couldn't kill the group members to keep what happened a secret after returning to Earth. But then came an even more surprising piece of news. A smile appeared on the man's face as he said that the monsters of the labyrinth had founded a community, and even set up an auction where weapons were sold, as well as a child from the dungeon, who was sold for 1,000 low-grade gems. Kim thoughtfully looked away, deciding that they had also participated in the auction, but he didn't remember there being any other people there. Folding his arms, the guy asked what the child of the dungeon was doing now. His interlocutor clarified he was talking about the one who became the owner of the labyrinth. The man closed his eyes, answering that he was killed yesterday. So he imagined one man stabbing another with a blade, telling him that rumors were that his labyrinth was a real gold mine, and it seemed that his dungeon comrade had betrayed him, and now he was going to take it. The sword was sticking out of the guy's back. It seemed that the labyrinth would still be left without an owner, and there was nothing left inside. Kim thought that this was only a labyrinth on the 4th floor, where even low-level gems were hard to get, so he couldn't even have a core. He closed his eyes. It was heard that now that labyrinth was just a madhouse. But he looked at his interlocutor when he wanted to share his thoughts. The man, smiling slyly, asked the hero if he wanted a labyrinth for himself, too, noting that he provided all the information necessary for management for free. The hero frowned, hearing that he was like a real killing machine, so there was no chance of being caught off guard, and above all, because he was acting alone, rumors did not spread, so it was the best condition for exploring the labyrinth. The woman sitting at the table also moved her hand away, suggesting that the guy might already have a labyrinth, but he replied that this was nonsense. He was glad to hear the question about what information there was about empty labyrinths, and when the interlocutor clarified whether he was interested, the guy replied that he would not deny it. Reaching out his hand, the man said that he had received information about an empty labyrinth that was found on the 7th floor. The hero thought that this was the floor where Hoyo was found. Kim looked at his interlocutor, who said that this information was not from his acquaintances, but from the association, and judging by what he heard, the association had already sent its people there even earlier. He introduced a certain person, noting that they must have already met, and when the hero clarified why they had resorted to his help, the interlocutor replied that he had once led the association's initiative group. Looking the hero in the eyes, the man also said that instead of lounging in a huge empty labyrinth, it would be better to take a look, albeit a little late. The hero replied that he would take a look anyway. The hero's interlocutor folded his arms, noting that he really could be relied on, although his character was unpleasant, and asked when he planned to leave. Kim, putting his hand behind his head, replied that he would leave right now, demanding that he be given a gun and this time an unbroken one. Later, a loading window with 2 girls appeared. Dominic happily approached the portal. The hero was leaving it when the girl noted that he had received a mission from people again, and replied that it was so. He sat down on the floor, saying that they needed to explore the empty labyrinth on the 7th floor, but that they shouldn't expect a friendly meeting. Kim raised his head when he was asked if he had come to the labyrinth to check out the situation, and replied that no, he would only go up from here to look around on the 8th floor. His interlocutor opened her mouth in surprise when she heard that Rikschowska should rest, and that she and Quintus should watch over the labyrinth as always, because he didn't think the dragon could handle it, because he was too shy and had trouble making contact with people. Angela happily waved her hand when the hero wanted to say that this time he would only take Uther with him. The vampire herself put her hand on her chest in satisfaction, and when he said that he wouldn't take her with him, she replied that she could see his gaze, and that her reconnaissance skills were quite impressive. Raising her finger, she noted that she could assess the surrounding objects with one glance. Kim remembered the face of the machine, and that he also had such an inspection ability. It would be very useful. They were standing in the middle of the corridors, and the hero said that such a large vampire might be too noticeable, to which she asked to give her time. A red aura surrounded her. In a moment, she was behind him. Opening a fan, the vampire said that they could all hide in her shadow. If they refused, she would disappear immediately. Kim turned to her, noting that it would be useful, and agreed that she would go with them. He looked flatly at Rikschowska, who was standing behind him, telling her that this time Uther would go with him, so she could rest in the labyrinth. He was standing next to the girl, Yoonhui, and she noted that it would be better if she went with them, but the hero objected, answering that he was not going to play games. The girl silently looked at the hero when Rikschowska asked to show her skills. A bright light emanated from her. A scroll appeared above Yunui's head, and when the guy asked what it was, the girl replied that she could create maps, and everything he saw could be immediately recorded on it. Kim opened the map window next to him, thinking that this ability was ambiguous, because it was not much different from the map window that was already available to the owners of the labyrinth, and it was only useful for ordinary children from the dungeon who could not use it. The girl grabbed his cloak. System windows appeared next to the guy, saying that the child from the dungeon shared his vision, and the location information was now displayed on the map, and the dungeon map he created would always be updated. Yoonhui returned to Rikschowska when the hero asked if she could share the paths she had taken in the past, and the girl replied that the terrain was only recorded when the ability appeared and until it was completed, to which he replied that it was bad, but still useful for him. Seeing the girl, he thought that unlike other labyrinths that have been around for decades, the map he created was nowhere near as good as the area map, meaning that I would need a lot of physical strength or energy to activate his ability. Kim looked down and agreed to let her come with them, adding that he would take care of himself, so she shouldn't lag behind. Dominic looked scared, saying that it might be dangerous, but was told to keep a good eye on the labyrinth. Everyone gathered around Kim, who told them to get ready and reminded them that they weren't going for a walk. Dominic nervously walked around the girl when the boy asked her to make them some food. The map showed the different areas. Uther gritted his teeth. Everyone followed him. The hero noted that they had set out 2 days ago, but hadn't encountered any monsters yet. Angela, who was following him, noted that it was because she was accompanying him, and monsters weren't stupid enough to attack them. Uther got angry when she called him a gluttonous child, saying that even animals without intelligence should consider them a whole walking army, and demanded that she watch her tongue. Then he turned away in displeasure, continuing to grumble. Kim looked at him, not understanding why he made such a scene, but he replied that this was the 3rd time in a row since they left, not understanding why the vampire was bothering him so much. The small creature waved his arms and, hearing that after the auction he was already resting, replied that after each trip outside he should get at least a year's leave to compensate. The hero calmly looked ahead, telling him not to worry, because they were just examining the area and nothing more, and after this expedition he would be free. Uther only gritted his teeth, hearing that all this was only on the condition that the Necromancer King did nothing. Everyone looked up. Angela assumed that this was the entrance to the second floor. There was a light at the end of the tunnel, and someone said that someone was always watching the entrance, so they should go quickly. This is how they got to the 8th floor of the underworld. Coming out of the cave, the hero said that he often comes here, but still does not understand why this area is considered safe. He looked at Uther, asking what's wrong? He was trembling, answering that he had never been to another floor in his life. The vampire looked at the hero with a sly smile when he said that his companion was exaggerating, and she herself said that there was nothing surprising in this, because the kings of the labyrinths very rarely leave their homeland. She looked away, adding that the further you go from the floor you were born on, the weaker you become, and assumed that the strength decreases by about 20% with each floor. Uther waved his hands in displeasure when the vampire said that this was why the lower floor residents did not participate in the Great War, and without these restrictions, the humans from the surface would not have conquered the underworld. Kim looked at his irritated companion, thinking that most wars between humans and the underworld residents only involved mid-level or slightly higher-level beasts. But he heard that in the rare cases when the lower floor beasts appeared, they caused incredible damage, and back then, the children of the underworld did not exist. And the small creature opened his mouth in shock, hearing that in any case, it turned out that the higher you went, the more useless you became, and called it very rude. Angela smiled smugly, saying that for a beautiful, talented and noble vampire like her, strength did not change depending on the floor. Smiling, the girl looked at the small companion, who, calling her a mosquito, said that she could not enter someone else's land without the owner's permission, and in general, she could not move without it. Uther, frowning, became even more angry, hearing that she was not going to give up her master, so his words were meaningless, and besides, she could simply fly over the water. The hero, who was watching him, heard him calling the vampire pitiful and demanded that they stop arguing, otherwise they would never get up to the 7th floor. Lowering his eyebrows, he also reminded that the entrance could be watched, and his companion wanted to tell him something about this. Both companions looked at him, saying that they were surrounded and there were about 50 enemies. The guy, gritting his teeth, only replied that nothing could be done with them normally. Uther happily raised his hands, hearing that he should take Yunhui and protect her. Having become a liquid, he began to surround her. The girl found herself inside this creature, and when asked what he was doing, he replied that there were holes so she could breathe, so everything was fine. After which he changed, becoming a stone. The slightly confused guy looked at this, but nevertheless noted a pretty good camouflage, and the vampire said that this appearance suited him much more. She was surrounded by an aura when he told her to start. Kim became part of the shadow when the special ability of camouflage was activated. The system showed new messages that the camouflage had been improved due to interaction with some of the vampire's abilities, and now the aura and even the heartbeat completely disappear in it. A crowd of enemies burst into the dungeon. Their eyes glowed brightly. The monsters looked around, saying that somewhere here someone rose from the 9th floor, not understanding where they went. One of them had drool running down his face as he said he was sure he felt someone's presence, and he didn't understand how they could hide from King Nose's scent. He screamed, opening his mouth wide. Then, turning to another monster, he said he could smell the one who came from the 9th floor, who replied that he was hungry, demanding that he quickly go and kill them. A dark silhouette appeared behind him. Kim looked at him menacingly, saying that if they had met guests, it would be better to show them the way. Earlier, the hero had watched the monsters from the vampire's shadow, saying that when she was in the master's shadow, they could not communicate telepathically, only by thinking about it. Angela looked out from behind him, noting that she knew he would understand quickly. The hero noticed that these pigs were only looking around. Seeing the crowd of technical centers, the girl agreed that they were stupid. Their faces were drooling. She noted that although they were relaxed, but judging by their intelligence, they were from the dungeon, and the two in front looked like commanders. These monsters continued to sniff everything around. Kim decided that it was worth trying something, and although they were looking for an entrance to the 7th floor, they would not be able to completely see the 8th. His companion replied to this that by using their privileges, everything should work out. Angela looked at the guy, asking if he took the sign of a nobleman with him. He answered that although he did not take it off, it disappeared somewhere, to which he said that when it was necessary, he himself would appear. They again became shadows, and when asked what they would do now, the guy replied that he had decided what to do. So he appeared behind the pig's back. Menacingly looking, he noted that when the guests first met, it would be better to show them the way. The monster turned around in fear, saying that this was unexpected. You then added, frowning, that human flesh, though small, was noisy. Raising his hands, he shouted at the ground. The stones headed towards the hero. A loud thud sounded near the monster. The pig behind him, pointing with his hand, asked if he had managed to kill the man, and he replied that he had. But the hero's silhouette was visible through the dust. Frowning, Kim did not understand why the nobleman's sign had not appeared. The vampire had told him that it would appear when the master was ready, but now he had given in deliberately. The monster was frightened when he saw the man. Kim pointed at him in confusion, asking why he was so strong. The hero concluded that since he could do such a thing, he was a magician, but the monster was offended by such behavior, noting that he had not attacked with full force. Clenching his fists, the monster called upon the earth again. But the hero struck him in the face. The pig fell to the ground. The guy put his foot on his head, saying that during the battle you need to think faster. The system notified about the activation of the Baron's unique skill. The others were shocked to hear that Kim could use them as food, but now he needed a guide, so he would ask again. Angela appeared behind him, saying that this was her master. The guy looked at them menacingly, ordering them to bow down, because he was not going to play anymore. The pigs bowed before him. So, looking at the ground, one of them said that they just came for the smell. A loading window appeared. Satisfied Uther walked ahead. The pigs shouted that the Baron was coming. The monsters dispersed theirs, demanding to get out of the way. The guy watched as one of them told another that he was too slow, and said that strangers would think that this was his army. The vampire looked at the pigs surrounding her. They were scared when she demanded that they stop looking, calling them disgusting. Trembling with fear, they replied that they had no blood and were not sick at all, but the girl told them that she was not interested in them. Kim looked at his companion, noticing that they were somehow more afraid of her, and asked what she had done, but she replied that she had done nothing. The vampire looked away, saying that pig's blood tasted quite good, was easy to obtain, and was also useful. Imagining how the vampires ran away in terror, she said that this was why her ancestors began to exterminate them en masse several decades ago, and judging by this, they now have a hereditary trauma from those times. The monsters continued to look at her with fear when she said that their numbers used to be huge. Kim brought his hand to his face, noticing that over time they had become more massive, and that he could take 100 with him. Something caught his attention. A loud explosion sounded. Angela, frowning, turned to the hero, who replied that he knew. A huge pig appeared in front of them, and they noted that it looked like the owner of the dungeon. He opened his mouth wide, saying that he came here for food, and he was very hungry. Other pigs surrounded the people. The vampire noted that he looked much stronger, and it was hard to believe that such a thing was walking around the 8th floor. The monster said that these were not food, but dear guests who had arrived from the depths, led by a vampire. A bright light appeared in the guy's hand, and he thought that all this, it seems, was not just a rabble. The system notified about the activation of a unique defense skill. The huge monster came closer. The system notified that he was resisting authority. Another notification appeared that the resistance was unsuccessful, and the leader was slightly scared. Opening his big mouth, he asked what they were doing here. The people looked up at him when he said that he had never heard of nobles leaving their land and asked if they were there to capture his boys, to which the boy replied that they were just passing through the land. The big pig looked at them, hearing that the man had business on the 7th floor, and so he had to go through the 8th floor, and his subordinates were just showing the way. Kim turned to one of the pigs, hearing that on that side of the big pig's dungeon was the passage to the 7th floor, and on the other side. They were visibly scared, answering that they did not know where the passage was, and so they went to ask the chief. Kim put his hand on his head, hearing that they did not like pain, and asking them not to beat them for it, thinking that forcing pigs to show the way was not the best idea. Afterwards, the guy looked at his interlocutor, who noted that he saw that they were not lying, and asked why they were going to the 7th floor, but replied that it was personal and he did not want to tell. The hero continued to look at his interlocutor and, hearing the question about the situation on the 8th floor, replied that it was his first time there. The big pig looked at his interlocutor attentively, hearing that they would like to change guides, and advised them to go back. The hero grabbed his sword, angry that they wanted to stop him, but he replied that the situation on the 8th floor was not the best. The guy looked behind him, hearing that there was war and disorder there now. They looked again at the leader, who said that this was so, and they should not contact the 8th floor, because they could be surrounded, and then they would not cope, and for a powerful nobleman this would not be the best experience. The hero lowered his head and said that it was problematic, and when asked how important the matters were, he said that it was enough. Kim looked forward, hearing that there was a way out. The monster leaned towards him and said that if he attracted attention, it would open the way for a short time, but it was not often that the dungeon masters appeared at the scene of a conflict. Looking at him, the hero asked what he wanted in return. Putting his hand on his chest, the monster said that once they finished their business on the 7th floor, they would have to give him a little help, offering to make a deal. A huge boar stood next to his subordinates, asking where the most chaos had been lately. A war of attrition had been going on for 2 days. The pig standing behind him replied that the blood lions and striped wasps from the 7th floor were fighting for territory. The other replied that it seemed the wasps had grown tired of fighting the ones above. The pigs opened their mouths at the question of whether there were any messages from the guard on the 8th floor. One asked what it was. The dungeon master approached and angrily shouted that he was asking for the last time. The pig said that he remembered, he would tell him in a minute, to which the boar replied that he should not have entrusted them with this. The boar with large tusks ordered them to return to the labyrinth, gather troops and strengthen the defense. It was unknown if someone would come while they were gone. The fat pig wondered if he was sure he would go alone. The king replied that yes, he would just attract attention. There was no need to waste innocent pigs. He imagined the silhouette of the monster and said that Marcus, the bloody lion that occasionally came out onto the battlefield, had come from the 7th floor and was trying to do something to him. The pigs opened their mouths and heard the order to retreat into the labyrinth. He would be back soon. The king turned his head. Then he blew smoke out of his mouth and said that he had not been on the battlefield for a long time. His body was engulfed in flames as he said that it was time to warm up. The pigs were scared. One asked if the king would be okay. The second replied that he was their king. Once he started, he would become invincible. He could not be stopped. A flash appeared behind him. Stones flew. The pigs said that it was true. There were debris in front of them. He continued that their king was a real titan during the attack. Kim stood next to his comrades and said that it looked like he had already started. Looking up, he continued that no matter how easy it was to make noise here, he had overdone it. The ground was shaking. Uther said that he seemed to be in a frenzy. Angela held a fan, hearing the question, "Is everything according to plan?" She presented a diagram of the dungeon and replied that he succeeded. The enemies are now heading towards the king. Kim stood at the system window, hearing her words. Judging by the noise, even monsters 2 days away were attracted. For some time there will be a real bloody mess. And replied that they still have a few days to get to the entrance to the 7th floor. He thinks they will make it. There was a map on the screen. He said that they still need to hurry. They have a long way to go. 3 days later, at the entrance to the 7th floor, Kim turned around and shouted at Uther to not let a hair fall from Yunui's head. Looking to the side, the hero heard that after climbing 2 floors, he was using up too much energy, and replied that he could eat them when he killed them. But in response, he heard that he did, but he was using up even more. The monster attacked Uther, and he cursed. Looking at Yunhui, he shouted his name. The pink-haired girl turned around. The blow of the hand pierced the monster. Kim looked there. Turning around, he thought that he completely forgot that Yunhui was also a child of the dungeon from the 11th floor. But even if she was from the depths, she would not be able to use her powers normally right away. Yunhui nodded when he heard the question of whether she could fight. The hero held out his sword and asked her to show her abilities. A pink lightning appeared. The pink-haired girl quickly moved forward. She confidently held the sword. Kim thought that her movements looked like she was used to fighting. Isn't it nice to become a warrior and not a caveman? The huge beast was gnawing on Uther's head, who was indignant, asking why he had to protect her, and the brunette thought that maybe it was a talent, and told him to stay close just in case. What would not harm him could be fatal for her. The green-haired man opened his mouth, indignant that it was not so. He was surrounded by green rays, screaming that he was also suffering, but Kim told him not to be indignant. Angela's attack left a mark around. Holding a fan, she said that she did not want to drink this dirty blood and would return it to them. A red stain on the glove. The girl touched it with her tongue, and began to spit out in displeasure, screaming that it was terrible and disgusting, when Kim called her. The guy standing behind asked what the situation was, and heard that they were still everywhere. She stood in front of him, and said that she had killed about half, so if she continued like this, they would soon be finished. Angela closed her eyes and said that there were just under 200 left, and when she heard that there really was a war, she said that she heard that there was a war on the 8th floor, so she didn't know why the 7th floor was in such a mess. Kim winced and asked if there was a way to get rid of them, and was told that it was impossible. The smell of blood was too strong. Kim stared forward, hearing the vampire say that there was a way. If she used the remaining power of her master, maybe she could do it. Without wasting any time, she continued that in that case, she would have to replenish her power. She wasn't lying to him. She closed her eyes and stated that her power only came from her master's blood. Just let him give her some blood so she could save it for later. Kim winced in displeasure and said that he would give her 2 more glasses of blood when they were done with all this fuss, which made the girl delighted. Angela's mouth was drooling. She said she would do it. She raised her hands dramatically and shouted that it was time for the blood festival. A rose formed from the blood swirl. The blood lion stood in front of the enemy. Angela, blue with fatigue, said that it was all over. No one was left. The hero stood in front of him, thinking that he had expected a lot from this race, but who would have thought that she would destroy them all in 1 glass of blood, said out loud that it seemed like she really finished. This was a great job, and the girl reminded him that it was his turn to fulfill his promise. Kim glanced at the lying Uther and promised that he would give her blood as soon as he was sure that it was safe, so let her wait. Uther seemed to be fine. And Yunhui stood among the cracked stones. A hand was reaching for the sword from the rubble. Kim's eyes widened in shock, and then a bright light illuminated his face. Stones were falling down. Turning to the rubble, Kim screamed. He turned to the reincarnated Uther and shouted for him to quickly get to the ground. Yunhui fell asleep. Turning to Angela, he angrily asked why she said that she had already killed everyone. Some magician attacked Yunhui, but the girl objected, saying that there was not a single living creature around. The guy clenched his teeth and said that this was nonsense. Uther appeared from under the ground and said that Yunhui was not here. No matter how much he went down, he did not see. The hero ordered not to stop and go deeper, but heard that the matter was different. He, the excited guy, said that there were no traces of Yunhui on the ground. Kim opened his mouth in surprise, hearing that she seemed to have fallen through the ground. The brunette asked what he meant. Where did she fall? The hero looked at the rift in shock. Together with his comrades, he looked down and asked what was this labyrinth. System windows appeared in front of the guy with a message that the map was updated. Angela looked at him and asked, Yunhui summoned a dungeon? Looking at the dot on the map, Kim thought that some part of the map had been explored, probably due to Yunhui's cartography skill. He imagined a stone room with a sword and thought that in a short time, she had covered a distance that would take several days. When he was summoned, he went from the first floor to the 9th in an instant. Looking at the image of the map, the guy thought that the end of the explored part should be. Angela and Uther heard that he found Yunhui. The figure of a girl was in the green area on the map. The hero said that she was summoned by a dungeon. We need to hurry to catch up with her. The system reported that a special invisibility skill was activated. Uther clung to Kim and shouted. Swiftly moving forward, the guy told him to shut up, otherwise what's the point of invisibility? He said that they were going very fast. Angela, who was standing behind him, asked if he had found Yunhui a few days away. Kim explained that it was all thanks to her skill. If she hadn't had the mapping skills, they would have lost her. He remembered the girl sitting on the floor and said that she was a child who couldn't even eat on her own, so they had to hurry. If they left things like this, she would soon die of hunger. The blonde looked to the side and warned that there were many life forms ahead. The guy asked, monsters? He stopped at the edge of the stone, heard that no, they were people. A little lower there was a group of people. The hero thought it was strange. They were not on the 3rd floor, but on the 7th, and there were so many people here. Watching the group walking, the guy thought that it looked like, as Old Man Beck said, they were looking for a new dungeon. Angela said that in the direction they were moving, hundreds of living creatures were felt. The hero replied that the reason for the gathering of monsters at the entrance of the 8th floor was probably because of people. He jumped up quickly, leaving a trace, and said that we should check. A crowd gathered at the entrance. Words were heard that this was the dungeon. But two men argued among themselves. A question was heard, this dungeon is controlled by people, and the answer was that no, apparently, just a crowd gathered around the dungeon. Looking down, Kim said that however their goal is to get him. The blonde replied that it is useless. One desire is not enough to become the master of the dungeon. But that the guy replied that people do not know the dungeon system yet. Jiangchul angrily shouted that this is now the association's dungeon. Kim thought that he had a familiar face, so this is the dungeon on the 7th floor. He swore at the people standing below, while Kim thought that the association and free explorers were arguing for him. A shadow of invisibility appeared in place of the heroes. The hero marked it on the map and will return later, and said out loud that it was time to move on. Yunhui is in first place. An image of a smiling Uther. Kim crossed his arms and asked if there was anyone alive nearby. Angela said that one familiar entity, probably Yunhui. They stood in front of a tent with a mask over the entrance. The hero said that the dungeon is in a remote place. People have not yet had time to discover it. Holding a fan, the vampire asked if this was a clown mask. Uther said it was a bit creepy, and Kim said that even so, they should go in. They moved inside. The guy said that he didn't have a master yet, but the dungeon was functioning, so he should be careful. A glowing pupil appeared in the slit of the mask, and words were heard that everyone except Yunhui was an uninvited guest in this dungeon. Kim walked through the dungeon, wondering how much time had passed. Looking ahead, he thought that they had entered quite deep, but there was nothing nearby to see. It seemed like the monsters weren't guarding anything. There were stone pillars in front of him. The guy thought that he was definitely inside the dungeon. It felt like he was wandering through an empty cave. It was strangely familiar to him, as if he had been here before. Looking to the side, the brunette asked Angela if she felt Yunhui nearby. He stopped and found that there was no one nearby, and asked again. Turning around abruptly, he called his friends. Gritting his teeth, Kim thought, it was all because of the dungeon. He did not feel any attacks. Maybe he still left the dungeon. Extending his finger, the hero decided that he first needed to return to the entrance, and called the map. He froze later too, because nothing happened. Standing in the middle of the dungeon, the guy with the backpack was drawing a map, fortifications, camouflage. Looking at his palms, he said that all the skills were gone. How could a dungeon on the 7th floor be without an owner? A man with a pickaxe appeared and asked if he was crazy. Turning around abruptly, the brunette asked the guy who he was. He looked at him with displeasure and asked again, in what sense. He wanted to be eaten here, and the guy recognized him. The man put his hand on the child's head and said that if he wanted to play pranks, he should do it quietly and secretly. Because he knew that they weren't playing games here, the whole team could die because of this. He snapped his fingers and asked if something was definitely wrong with him, and he could be eaten. Holding the pickaxe, he laughed and asked if that was how he became the master of the dungeon, and heard confirmation. He clarified that then he must have grown a couple of extra limbs, like those spiders. The child replied that he had something similar, they call it a parasite. Turning around with a smile, the guy with the pickaxe said that his body had probably changed, to which he heard that no, but he was a little taller than him, and said what an interesting dream. The child looked down and clarified, he said it was a dream. The guy smiled, saying that if he got tired in the future, let him tell him and sleep somewhere to the side, not on the go, he would look after him while he was resting. Closing his eyes, the guy continued that among the diggers there was no one who worked harder than him. Even if he rested a little, they would not tell him anything, he himself would prefer that he rest more often. The child looked at him, hearing that then he would not go through what he had to go through today, he certainly did not forget him. He smiled, hearing that he was the head of the Jinwoo intelligence. Turning away, the guy said with a smile that he remembered, so also, to which he heard, it was all fake. He pulled the child by the cheek, not letting him finish, said that he still had not come to his senses, and in general, where did a child who has not seen the light of day get such an imagination? Jinwoo looked away, hearing the words that this is why they love him, right? There was a group of people behind him, it started, asked what kind of crazy group this was, if they were caught doing nothing, they would be killed. The guy with blonde hair replied that if they were not caught, everything would be fine. The intelligence chief smiled, saying that this was one of the most entertaining stories he had heard the last time. It was good enough, it would pull a quality cartoon. The blonde guy turned to the kid and calling him Chatterbox said that it was okay, they would listen to it while digging, he would tell it from the beginning, right? The boy smiled and said that Chatterbox was his first name. One of the guys frowned, saying that this boy was at it again. The blonde guy said that it was not a name, but a nickname. The blonde guy raised a finger with a cute look and said that it was his name, to which Hyun-T heard. He laughed when the boy continued that he was a Korean idol who had visited the world and entered a dungeon that made many dream of a bright light on earth. Hyun-T said that he was embarrassed. Where did he learn to praise so much? The boy's body was covered in blood. Chatterbox said that when the war began, his body exploded and he died. The trembling man asked what he just did and heard that he was the baker Tae-soo who made delicious bread. The man's body dripped down when he heard that when the war began, he was eaten away by a poisonous cloud. 2 more were blown to pieces when the boy said that Sergeant Jiziak, who became bait, was crushed to death, and Technician Juwon, who opened the escape route, fell into a trap and was torn to pieces. A shadow fell on the child's face as he continued that Chef Hyuno, he was caught and eaten while guarding Tae-soo, the former Special Forces soldier Jisoo ran with him. The boy stood next to Jinwoo by the pools of blood and finished that he died when he lost consciousness. Jinwoo closed his eyes and heard that he finally died from a punctured stomach. He remembered holding the bloody head and said that right in his arms, he was the first one to show him what death was. Chatterbox held the man with a huge spike in his stomach, saying that this dungeon makes him wander in a happy dream. How ironic, the happiest moment of his life was before that. Behind Kim were the figures of his comrades. He continued how his close friends were killed right before the real despair when they all died. A shadow hid the face of the guy talking about the dungeon of the 7th floor. Uther slept, drooling, and asked for 5 more minutes. A fist flew into his face. Angela turned around and said that this was a pretty difficult dungeon for the 7th floor. How could he get out of this? Kim confirmed that it was a strong illusion. Someone's silhouettes appeared in front. They were creatures in masks. A question was heard. Since the illusion did not work, they decided to use force. Tentacles appeared on the guy's palm. He said that it would have been more problematic if they had not encountered them in a dream. Using a skill, the hero grabbed the monsters. He held the creature in the mask, saying that there were not many warriors, and it seemed that they were all the same, which means dungeons mainly specialize in debuffs. Angela looked ahead excitedly, saying that he was going to destroy the dungeon after waking up. He was already emitting a murderous aura. Kim stood with his hand outstretched. Then he closed his eyes and said that no, he was not going to. Looking ahead, he continued that he is not a tyrant who destroys everything just because of a little dislike with him, and it is obvious that this jerk from the black market will interfere with him. Uther said that he has definitely thought about it. The heroes went further, leaving the bodies lying, when Kim said that they continued to search for Yoon-wee. Angela walked behind, asking that in the dungeon, besides the illusion, there is nothing else, even the traps are mediocre, but heard the advice not to let down their guard. They stopped at the red wall. Kim said that they have arrived, because of this wall is Yoon-wee. Looking there, the vampire confirmed that indeed, she feels it there, maybe the entrance is on the other side, but heard that there is no entrance. Armor appeared on the guy's hand. He said that this is a defense mechanism of the dungeon, and without the owner hides the room with the owner, blocking the passage. The wall crumbled into stones. Kim looked at it resolutely. He saw a girl sitting and said that she seemed to be doing well. What a familiar situation. Yoon-wee sat silently on the floor. The guy thought that as expected, she had not taken a step after getting here. Kim looked into the passage, thinking that in the current situation, she was most likely. Looking down, the brunette told him to accept the dungeon, to make it his own. The girl offered to sit. In the end, she turned out to be part of a poster with a carnival circus. Kim crossed his arms, saying that she crowned, therefore, a festival dungeon. Uther added that everything looks so fun. A black drop appeared on Yunhui. The guy thought that everything went well. The girl silently looked at him, hearing that she saw a translucent flying panel in front of her. Let him press yes to start synchronization. She touched her finger to the invisible panel. A glow appeared around the heroes. A black and red floor began to form under Yunhui. Words were heard that the dungeon festival and madness, joy and fabulous pleasures registers the Yunhui user as the owner of the dungeon, conducts reconstruction based on the data of the owner of Yunhui. A room with red curtains began to appear in the vicinity of the heroes. Kim raised his hand, thinking that the doors appeared and the synchronization was successful. He threw a stone at a small pedestal. It shattered into pieces. The guy thought that he needed to repair and improve the dungeon. 24 hours should have already passed. Yunhui looked ahead indifferently, hearing that the last thing to do. A scroll and a feather appeared in front of her. Kim asked to become his knight. Later, he looked ahead, saying that he would start with the simple and try this portal. Yunhui stared at him. Raising his finger, the hero repeated drawn out. His face was hidden by a shadow. The comrades looked into the opening. Kim said that he never thought that the wanderer was because of this. Dominic appeared from the portal and called the owner. The hero said that it seemed that his portal had opened. The girl asked if this was what he wanted to achieve, this place. Dominic approached Yunhui, hearing that they were on the 7th floor in her dungeon, and said that she was doing well there. Taking the girl in her arms, she said admiringly that this reminded her of the times when their dungeon was just as small. Kim said that the dungeon began to grow only after she appeared. Glancing sideways at Uther, Kim said that nothing could be done. He thought he had achieved everything he wanted. It seemed that he had also reached his limit. Holding the brown girl, the hero asked Dominic to have Hoya and Draken clean up this place, and Uther and Yunhui returned to the dungeon. Angela smiled widely, hearing that he had business with her. He would return soon. She happily grabbed her cheeks, saying that he needed to give her some blood. A group of people stood at the entrance. Words were heard that the purpose of their ascent to the 7th floor was the dungeon. The fact that people can become their masters quickly spread to the surface, so they came to check it out. 2 shadows of heroes were hiding behind a stone. The guy said to hide in the shadows. He will get inside, hiding in invisibility. The blonde asked with a displeased look why the hell the association was sitting inside with some researchers. The second asked if they were paying rent or something, to which he replied that yes, the same as taking over the dungeon. How annoying. Kim, hiding in the shadows, listened to them say that the association takes a share from everyone. The second said, another place. The hero thought that the conflict was in full swing. The guy in the hat stared at him in shock, while the hero thought that the association's image was getting closer to the bottom. The man pointed his finger in shock, shouting that there was something. He pointed at Kim hidden in the shadows, and shouting that the air was shaking and something was between them. This was some kind of new camouflage. Kim thought that there were skills that could detect it. The heroes in the crowd were talking, while Kim thought that he was only feeling their presence. Hiding skills are rare. I'm sure they all think it's a monster. The shadow disappeared behind the people, and the hero replied that he would not kill, he would just get through them. The guys winced, feeling the blow. Zhangchul turned around, heard in the passage that something ran in front of him. It was a monster, and there were definitely 2 of them, and said that they could not keep quiet for a while. What kind of chaos did they cause here? Turning to his comrades, he told them to be careful and not let anyone through. He would check what was there. They wished him luck. The guy headed towards the passage, saying that anyway those who are called researchers are just dogs blinded by money. They do not understand his grace associations. What is there in the crowd? The rest turned to each other. The guy said that they are generally trying to guard. How not to look? It is just a stone box. The blonde in the hat said discontentedly that this is why they are looking for what they should be researching. There must be some button to become the owner. The second said, all this is too simple. Kim appeared behind, hearing the guy asking if they are not looking for some ancient trinkets, and said that it is ridiculous. The bodies lay on the ground. Words were heard that he mercilessly killed the same people. She thought he never kills. Kim replied that Yunhui is just a child who was treated unfairly. These are another matter. They are not even worth comparing. He was heading away and said that they should stop chatting and hurry up. They could come back at any moment. Angela asked what to look for. In the haze, she hovered next to the hero, thinking that at the end of the corridor was the dungeon master's room. There were no labyrinths, no traps, no structures supporting the core. Kim looked ahead, saying that most likely it was destroyed at the very beginning, when the core was just starting to form. Not even reaching the 3rd level, the girl asked. So this is a dead dungeon, and heard that perhaps this is not so. The heroes stood by the wall with a statue. The guy said that the throne is not visible, only the altar and the emblem of the dungeon. It seems that it is preparing to accept a new owner. The system reported that the parasite's detection skill was activated. The guy's eye turned red. The icon on the box flashed. Kim said that there is something there, maybe, like last time, a dungeon fragment. There was a crack on the emblem. The system reported that he had found the core of the dungeon, and without a master, it was in an inactive state. It would not be activated until it found a new master. Kim reached out his finger to it. He touched the icon, and the system reported that the dungeon, having lost its master, refused to be engraved. The engraving failed. Angela looked surprised when she heard that this was the core of the dungeon. If it was left like this, then one day it would activate itself. She asked if there was a possibility that one of the people outside would become its master. The guy said that he could not deny it. The blonde looked away when she heard that he did not like the idea of people exploring the dungeons. Then a huge crowd would gather around him. It would raise chaos both above and below the ground. Kim closed his eyes and said that without a doubt, one day, one of the people would become the master of the dungeon and begin exploring it. Red claws appeared on his hand. He said that it was definitely not today. He sent beams of energy forward. His fingers touched the red stone. The system reported an attempt to forcibly exclude the inactive core of the dungeon. It was resisting fiercely. The crowd of people at the entrance heard something. Surprised, they looked back and asked what was going on. Jonchul asked what else was going on. The detector didn't see anything. Were they monsters? He turned around, looking at the spark. Then he turned to the others and said about the anomalies in the dungeon. The members of the 7th Floor Association should follow him. Looking to the side, Angela warned that people were approaching here quickly. Kim asked to go into the shadows. He had an idea. A dark mask appeared on his eyes. He told the dungeon to throw its pride aside. How long will it continue to rise and fall? Stones rose around the altar. The guy said that he will be a man or a monster. Death is inevitable. Let him count. He was unlucky today. Making his way to the core, the hero said that in any case she would become a toy for people. Let her go into his arms. Fingers closed on the red core. Kim raised his hand and said that he would use it for his own purposes. The system reported that the forced extraction of the dungeon core was successful. A crowd of people walked along the corridor. Words were heard that there was something there. Is everything okay? Jonchul stopped tensely. Then he frowned. There was a red something in front of him. The man asked what it was. He had never seen anything like it. In the darkness, the monster's eyes glowed. Frightened, raising his hand, the man ordered to prepare and counterattack. However, the vines grabbed him. Red branches filled the space. The team members looked forward in fear. Screams were heard that he did not want to die. The entrance was covered with smoke. Cries for help were heard. Suddenly, Jonchul and his comrades flew out of the entrance. The man fell to the floor. Looking ahead in fear, he shouted for everyone to line up. Let them stand up if they didn't want to die. He opened his mouth in fear, asking where the monster was. The guy said it was there. There was a huge red monster in front of them. He turned around and went back to the dungeon. The man shouted that it was running away. Jonchul looked ahead in surprise, mentally asking, did it run away, and those enrolled? The guy from the team looked at him and asked, will they pursue? The man indignantly asked, does he at least know what it is? Putting his hands in his pockets, he said that he was not on the level where he could be dealt with by a motley bunch of tramps. Maybe it was a local monster of this floor. Turning away, he said to check the number of victims and leave as soon as they were done. The guy clarified, the dungeon, and the man shouted that he did not understand that their location was revealed. It was just on topic. They did not need mass casualties. Kim stood with his hands on the ground, wiping his mouth, thinking that the parasite had gone dormant. He didn't think it was possible to create such a colossus. Angela looked at him, hearing that it was just a trick. Let him think of it as a blown-up balloon. They needed to be scared with something like that. He didn't want them to know that he was human. In the process, they squeezed the red core. The hero said that since he took it out, then there was nothing more to do. Let the lab find out what to do with it. The girl stood among the remains of the monster and asked if he was going to return to the dungeon, and heard that no, not everything yet, and clarified, are there any business? The guys aside, Kim replied that there was a promise left on the 8th floor. 8th floor, the tribe of Fang Boars. The boar with a pink mohawk said that the Baron returned. It seems that not even a few days have passed. He is a reliable person. The second said that not very much. Trust gets in the way. He is more reliable. The first one turned around displeased, saying that he was a fool. There was much better than him here. Kim asked to stop. He was not here for chatter. They turned to him, hearing the question, the boss in the dungeon. Kim looked ahead questioningly. In front of him was the master of the dungeon with a broken fang. There were wounds on his face. The hero thought that everything was so serious. But if so, then he and Angela could have seriously suffered, and asked what happened. Remembering the monster with the sword, he answered that he encountered that same Marcus from the Blood Lions on the 7th floor. He heard that they retreated after a fierce battle. He looked to the side and clarified, they want to say that the master of the dungeon of the 8th floor lost to the master of the dungeon 7 with a weakening of 1 floor. The pig exclaimed that this is not so. Everything is different here. He stared forward, saying that the Blood Lions were fast. They moved. The second one said that he was right. They absorb a huge amount of energy on the topic and moved to the 8th floor, so it became a war zone. They are raging here. The one standing next to Kim said that let's say they moved the dungeon. But why would they do that? Before less than worse, the boar replied that he interrogated several lions. As he understood, the 7th floor is even more disorderly than the 8th. Kim frowned forward, thinking that it means, all because of people. He looked away, hearing the words of greeting. Looking at the huge boar, He said that he can sit. He is sorry that this happened. The master of the dungeon said that he is embarrassed to show himself to him like this. The wounded boar heard that he came back to finish their deal. It was his fault that he got into such a mess, so he will listen to everything he wants, and asked if there is an even more merciful noble. Kim crossed his arms, thinking that he said everything, but it will be difficult, and now the parasite is still sleeping. He must want to get rid of Marcus, but heard that he wants to go to the 9th floor. The boar sitting on the throne said that this is the damn 8th floor, he wants to leave it. Standing next to the throne, Kim clarified, he wants to go down to the 9th floor, and heard that yes, he would like to join him as a knight with the title of Baron. The wounded boar said that he was asking him for a favor with such an ugly face, and perhaps it will look like he is running away from this damn bloody lion. With his tail between his legs, the hero clarified, no? The pig king with the wounds on his face said no matter, there was nothing wrong with it. Kim crossed his arms and told the chief that since they had only exchanged words with him a few times, it was hard to say what he was worth now. The same went for his boys. The boar sitting on the throne said that was not true. The boy looked at the light on his finger and heard that the man with the seal of nobility, the first aristocrat on the 9th floor, he heard that he had decapitated King Anatolius less than half a year after the birth of the labyrinth. The boar with the broken horn said that the old king, who had never lost a battle before, did not think that his victory was due to luck. In recognition of all this, he received the title of Baron. Kim waved his hand and stopped him and said that he did not like to interfere. It seemed that he knew him well enough, so believe me, let him tell his story. Looking away, the boar said that if he saw the state of his soldiers, he would understand that this labyrinth would not move without him. The pig was happy to hear that everyone was missing a screw somewhere, but the second said that this was not a compliment. He imagined the boars with several eyes and said that it was not to say that he himself was once different, fighting to protect the labyrinth and for the sake of survival, they naturally change. He stopped the huge insects surrounding them and said that as much as they wanted it to be easy, some people treated his labyrinth like a production warehouse, stocking up to the brim. The boar squeezed an insect in his fist, saying that he always took the initiative to deal with fools who tried to harm his army. If something happened, he was the only one who somehow repaired the damage. The hero thought that he was definitely the first one to run when he broke into the territory. The chieftain covered his face with his hand, saying that after dozens of wars, he thought he could finally afford a little rest, but this time the bloody lions came down. Holding his paw on the bridge of his nose, he said that to be honest, he was already tired of all this. Pointing with his palm, he asked him to believe the shabby appearance of the discouraged baron, who did not take his own life even after seeing this disgrace. Kim touched his chin, thinking that although he was trying to show his weakness, he should not forget that in front of him was the strongest chieftain of the 8th floor. The girl covered herself with her fan, mentally answering that the old man seemed suitable for him. The boy confirmed, saying that this old man was just tired, and agreed out loud. Kim stood in front of him, saying that this was better than pretending to be the owner of the labyrinth. He asked if this meant anything, and the boy interrupted, saying that yes, he would accept him as his third knight. The hero waved his hand and said that it would be difficult for a while. He should understand that there were also many enemy troops on the 9th floor. She said that she would be the commander with him. Kim looked at him, hearing that his bad reputation was beyond imagination, so he would do anything to collect ingredients for the chimera. Kim waved his hand and said that since that was the case, let them send a messenger when the situation on the 9th floor stabilized. The leader said that he would look forward to it. Turning away, Kim walked away, said that he would be back very soon, let him stay alive until then. The boar with a wound on his face said that now he no longer had to fight alone. There was an inscription on the tablet, "Go down to the mysterious labyrinth." A scream was heard, "Is he okay?" The guy asked, "What does this mean?" The old man at the table asked, "He doesn't know yet." A new beast appeared in the labyrinth where the association was located. Beck pointed at the picture of the spaghetti monster, and said that the boss maze was like hellish spaghetti. Heard that the association gave up on the maze and quickly left there. The first thought that this Jonchul was a real storyteller. Kim covered his eyes with his hand and said that the owner of the maze, they are just one of those who rose from the bottom. Heard the question, he had seen something like this before, and answered that no, he wants to say that it could be like this. The man sitting at the table waved his hand, saying that for now he is safe, that's all. And so was the harvest on the 7th floor. Did he become the master of the maze or witness the birth of a mysterious master? And heard that no. The man silently looked at the hero who said that the owner of the maze did not just press a button. The maze that the association occupied was just a dead maze. He closed his eyes and said he just thought that if anyone could get something out of there it would be him. The guy said that if he was so greedy he might get hurt. Kim put the bag on the table, saying that it was good for his imagination to be a mediator. Let him do it through fun. The old man said that he still had money and thanked him. Kim bowed his head, hearing that someone was looking for him. He definitely left a business card. Here it is. The man picked up the card, saying that it was like a country development company. He said that he wanted to ask him for a nomination. And he read, Deputy Director of Country Development, Cherry Trees. Something strange is happening again. He heard that this time the country was in motion due to unrest in the human labyrinth. It is an organization founded by the government. The old man at the desk said he thought they already knew he was coming in and out of here on every level. Kim asked if they did a background check like everything else and heard they wouldn't do it. Introducing the laughing man, he heard that anyway, one of their crew, a kid from the dungeon who was close to him, he knew the expedition captain, right, a spider? Holding up the business card, Kim asked what they wanted and heard they said it was a state secret. Wouldn't that drive you crazy wanting to know what that secret was? The guy glanced at the business card in his hand. In the blue fire, the guy thought that it was also a complete mess. He couldn't afford to follow human information that he no longer had confidence in. The old man looked at it in surprise and said that he thought so, an unexpected reaction. The brunette looked at him, heard that they didn't even take him into account. Why should he be disappointed? It was good for him. They were trying to take away his client. He turned away, hearing that business was business. He was carrying a deposit to his account, so let him go and work, and replied that today everything was clean, he would be back. Looking at the empty office, the old man asked, how about living with the phone turned on? The system reported, synchronization of the West for parties, the festival venue, and the second night of Yunhui was completed. Now the second night of Yunhui has become the organizer of the entire party hall. The portal between the two labyrinths that could not be activated due to incomplete synchronization is now available. Draken looked ahead and asked in a drawn-out voice to see who was there. He sat on the throne and called for them to come. Then he leaned on his hands wanting to stand up. Kim appeared in the portal and asked if it was difficult to guard the labyrinth. Everything was fine, Draken said yes, but no one came. Hoya was hovering nearby, waving her arms, and in response to the question of why there were traces of vandalism everywhere, he answered that it was her. Dust was visible behind the curtain. Draken exclaimed sternly that this was an intrusion. Kim said no, it was likely. Rabbits in yellow cloaks appeared from behind the curtain. He continued workers. The rabbits came closer. Kim thought that it was something familiar. He looked at Yunhui tensely, thinking that except for a fatal problem. He coughed into his fist and addressed the workers. Taking Yunhui in his arms, Kim said that he would order them as their master's master, let them leave the map and build a warehouse next to the labyrinth. They looked at him, and were silent. Then they scattered indifferently in different directions. Kim fiercely grabbed one of them by the ear and said that he would not allow them to disobey him. Stretching the cheeks of the rabbit, Kim heard the question, why not start the regency of the aristocracy? This is an ability that its former owner Anatolius often used. Looking to the side, Angela said that the condition was that the subject was an aristocrat. The consent of the knight is required. It seems that everything. Squeezing the cheeks of the rabbit, Kim heard that he can literally control this labyrinth as a real master, and said that it is still worth taking the perimeter. For a rational master of the labyrinth, it would be humiliating in death. The guy squeezed the head of the rabbit harder. Yunhui came closer and heard the question, that he will be her regent, agree? The girl standing next to her was silent. Then she nodded, agreeing. The bunnies are sleeping on the floor, covered with blankets. The system says that Yunhui, the hostess of the party labyrinth, has agreed to the regency and Kim has become the deputy of the labyrinth, and now the powers of both are under his control. The system windows say that with the Naga labyrinth, 2 knights and the regent's estate, he has become a true aristocrat. The dignity of the last aristocrat is strengthened by the dignity of the lower one. The protagonist sits with Yunhui and realizes that more knights and regents increase his ability of aristocracy, and it seems that Anatolius was not just making a living by exploiting the regents. At this time someone calls him. Dominic stands next to the blonde and says that they delivered all the gems he asked for. He replies that they did a great job. Kim points to the system window and says that he cannot protect this place forever, so they will work on improving the labyrinth because it needs to be updated. The system windows say that the party labyrinth is continuing to level up to level 3 and there are 2 days 24 hours 59 minutes left. The Naga labyrinth is also leveling up to level 6. There are 13 days 23 hours 59 minutes left. He understands that while the Naga labyrinth is leveling up, he will have time to improve the other one to level 4. The rabbit slaves in cloaks sadly hear that they need to get to work, namely, build a warehouse opposite their home. Kim sits on the throne and says that it would be good to call a few more soldiers. The guy looks away and says that the troop structure is a little different. He sees information about the military forces available for call in the pink system window. He says that here you can understand the military potential of the troops and much more, and it looks like the clowns are soldiers. And the minstrel is the administrator. The guy notes that there are too many troops for a second-level dungeon. The guy points his finger and says that there are only 2 types in the labyrinth, warriors and the administrator. Dominic exclaims that he knows that each labyrinth has its own unique abilities and characteristics. He points his finger at the pink window and asks if she means the festival fever. The picture shows the system window with information about the festival fever. The more enemies are neutralized, the stronger the effect will be. At level 1, the speed of summoning the festival labyrinth will increase by 20%, and the defense will decrease by 10%. At level 2 in the festival labyrinth, the summoned warriors will be stronger by 20%, they will attack stronger. The defense will decrease by 10. At level 3, the summoned warriors will increase all their stats by 20%, the defense will decrease by 10%. At level 4, the Festival Labyrinth capabilities, the weapon power will increase by 20%, the defense will decrease by 10. At level 5, the ability Sweet Dream Fortification can be used once without conditions, the defense will decrease by 10%. The guy looks thoughtfully and understands that at first glance it looks pretty good, but in the end half of the defense deflates, and it would be nice to finish the battle at about the second level when the warriors have an advantage. Level 3 is too large scale, and level 4 is like a massacre. He says stop in surprise. The guy jumps up from the throne and declares the summoning of warriors, one of each type. 4 characters appear in the frame: a regular minstrel, a juggler, an acrobat, a clown. Kim and his assistant look at them and he understands that they are defenseless, noticing a glass weapon from one of them. The guy looks at the system window again and declares that this is not so, there is still one more unique ability. This is a sweet sword, probably a defensive skill. The frame shows a pink pop-up window with information that this ability misleads the enemy, causing him the status of sweet dreams, and the target is isolated from reality, and is in a happy dream, consumes the energy of the labyrinth depending on the strength of the target. To activate you need to be inside the labyrinth, or have an open portal next to it, if you use it on yourself. The status changes to escape from reality. The characters are sitting on the ground. The protagonist thinks that this is similar to the hypnosis that was used on them, and it can be used against a strong enemy, but on such a large scale it is useless. Dominic stands in front of the rulers and says that this is the complete opposite of the Naga dungeons. He replies that this is a complete failure, a difficult dungeon. Thinking, Kim says that if you create a guerrilla squad and wage a secret fight, this skill can be quite useful. Total war, he will go out and take care of it. Kim silently looks forward. The surprised assistant asks again when she hears what is going on with their labyrinth. The protagonist looks at her and asks if there are no special skills in Naga's dungeon. She tries to answer. She asks them with a smile in response, for example, if it is possible to summon all classes. Isn't this considered an ability? He says not bad. Dominic leaves them. He says it is best to make everything here simple and spacious, and if he had started with the festival instead of Naga, Anaxtis would not have left anything here. The guy turns to the pink-haired girl and says Yunhui. The protagonist points to the reptile opposite and says to use sweet sleep on her. She replies that she is hungry. The system window says that the owner of the labyrinth of festivals used force. The reptile stands surprised. The system windows say that there is not enough remaining labyrinth energy to use. He states that he looks like a hero and is very expensive. The yellow monster is standing nearby. Kim shouts the name Draken. The protagonist with a serious look demands to relax his whole body and not strain. Since this is an order, he asks what he wants to do with him. He replies that there is nothing to be afraid of and it will even be useful. Draken excitedly removes the reptile and says, well then, the system window says that 423 is needed. He says with annoyance how fast. The notification says that there is a shortage of 12. The protagonist turns to Yunhui, who puts out her hand. The reptile lights up with a pink flame. The sweet sleep skill is used. The yellow monster screams furiously that he will overcome everything with the insane power of the dragon. It is written that he is a descendant. Kim looks at him and says that now he more or less understands how it works, demanding the next one. The minstrel plays the instrument. The protagonist says that since she is not the manager of the labyrinth, you can try to use the skill on her. The character is pierced by energy. It is said that the target is defenseless, and the probability of successful use of the skill increases. Draken and the cat scream furiously about the stunning suffocator, claiming that they drove him crazy. It is written about the half-dragon. Kim states that he has a rough idea of how to use the festival labyrinth. The protagonist turns to Dominic and asks to ask Rick to make a map of the surrounding area and hide the path to the labyrinth as much as possible, because neither people nor monsters should know about it. She says that she understands. Kim looks at the rabbit and screams why he is idle. The rabbit opens his mouth in shock, hearing that from now on they are responsible for managing the workers. He will pass on orders to Dominic and the others. The guy crossed his arms on the throne says to get to work. He will have to take care of this for some time. He realizes that he needs to improve the labyrinth as soon as possible, so he will significantly increase the scale of the strategy. The system windows say that after 2 weeks the upgrade of the Naga labyrinth to level 6 is complete, and the functions of level 6 of the additional core of the dragon dungeon are unlocked. The pink window says that the update of the festival to level 4 is finished. Green notifications say that now he can summon Naga warriors and dragons. This leads to an increase in overall energy. The territory has expanded significantly. The physical abilities of Kim, the owner of the labyrinth, have improved and additional workers have appeared. The guy sits near the assistants and says that in any case, the key is only adding additional troops. Uther plaintively states that their labyrinth is growing with each arrival, clarifying why they called him. He in response asks if he has recovered in 2 weeks. He proudly declares that he has fully recovered. He abruptly interrupts and demands to prepare for war. The character states that he still needs about 6 months to recover. Kim next to Dominic claims that they are declaring war on Valicious, starting in a week. warning that he is not joking and demands to send a message right now. Uther begins to sigh. He spits a green something on the floor. The liquid lands on the floor. A small copy of the character below screams, "Let's crush this king into dust." He screams with a small sword that this is war and we need to prepare. He runs away. Kim grabs Uther by the scruff of the neck and apologizes, saying that he misunderstood. The little hero stands and clarifies if he is going to fight him. Wouldn't it be better to just set up an ambush, and why is he giving him a week off? Because in any case there is no one who could side with him. Uther looks forward and hears that it is obviously just cruel to just fight without informing everyone, and that is why he told him everything. Kim claims that it is all about the army of the dead. At this moment someone calls him. He sees Rick at the entrance and asks what happened. She answers, talking about the labyrinth of Naga. The guy with a serious look talks about the commander of the king of the dead, noting that it happened faster than he thought. She replies that no. Rick tells Uther and Kim that it was not him. He clarifies who else could scare her so much. She replies Anatolius. A massive figure with a red eye appears in the background. She claims that the count is approaching. The monster's leg is in the frame. The assistants look at it in shock, not understanding why him. She asks the owner if it is possible for a nobleman from the 11th floor to go up to the 9th, and that there was definitely some kind of mistake. Rick says that they were captured. In the frame, a huge monster is fighting rabbits. The scout explains that the entire reconnaissance squad was captured by the count, and they could not deceive the eyes of this monster with their hiding abilities. She seriously claims that there are no victims. He clarifies whether she escaped. Rick says that it would be more correct to say that they were released. The main character thinks and hears that there are only 3 people in this group: Anatolius, a dark merchant, and a demon, and he was with a dark merchant. The guy turns to her and clarifies if there is a chance that they will just pass by. She says that unfortunately their destination is definitely in the Naga labyrinth. He clarifies why she thinks so. Rick lowers his head with his eyes closed and says that she is alive, proof of this, and when the dark merchant found out that they belonged to this labyrinth, he let them go. The protagonist listens to her silently. The assistants are shocked to hear that they need to prepare for the meeting. Kim orders Dominic to gather all the troops and bring them to readiness just in case. She understands the order. Rick seriously tells the owner that they should meet outside the fortress, and given the size of the count, he will not even be able to get through the gate. The guy replies that she is right and they need to run. The guy looks at Angela and says her name. She screams that they have no chance because compared to him, the king of dragons and the king of the dead are nothing more than fleas. She worriedly declares that they need to run right now. Kim asks her to calm down, and what she is thinking about will not happen. The protagonist looks at her and declares that although he does not know why the count came all the way here, but clearly not to fight, and if you hurry, everything can only get confused. Kim looks away and says that this is a good opportunity to assess the level of the count, who is not so easy to meet, because they cannot just hide if such a thing. Angela bows her head and says that she will accompany him. She seriously states that no matter what happens, the master should not show his fangs. Kim tells her that he will remember. The events take place a few hours later in front of the northern gate. The snake assistant stands near Dominic and Kim and says that all the troops were placed around the walls of the fortress. At this moment, he clarifies what is with the assistant. She looks at the protagonist and says that as he said, Yunhui, Hoya, Uther and Draken were sent to the festival dungeon. He says that just in case, it is necessary to close the portal in advance. The surprised assistants hear that Dominic needs to go to the main room. Rick, Quintus and Angela accompany him. She objects that she will also go with them. The guy replies that it is too dangerous. The protagonist hears with a serious face that if something goes wrong and the dungeon collapses, she will still die, and after all, he said that his goal is not a battle. If so, then she will definitely be useful to him if questions about the dungeon arise. She looks at him with interest and assures that in any case, she wants to see him in person in case he becomes an enemy in the future, while begging to be allowed to be nearby. Angela, with a fan in her hands, claims that the entire territory of Naga's labyrinth is already within the count's reach, so there is no point in hiding. He, with his eyes closed, tells Dominic that she is also coming with them. She thanks. Rick stands nearby and calls the master. Red notifications say that the parasite feels great fear and advises the host to flee. The protagonist calmly looks forward. It says that the parasite strengthens the host's body to the limit in order to survive, and irreversible damage can occur if this process is left for a long time. Angela sits with her eyes closed near the surprised Dominic. Red notifications say that the parasite temporarily blocks pain and releases narcotic substances into the body, strongly recommending to run. Kim with a serious look says that he is glad to see the Iron Giant. A huge silhouette approaches them. The guy calls him Count Anatolius. The guy looks up and realizes that he is several times larger than the hellish spider, and is the size of the fortress walls or even higher. Kim sees a huge silhouette, and hopes that he does not see the troops inside the fortress. He asks out loud for what reason the Count decided to visit them without warning. Angela screams in shock. The owner screams. He claims that he will not attack, but is not going to dance to the tune, and if he seems weak, then the Naga dungeon will be easily used. The Count silently looks down. Eyes are visible from the gorge. He says that he heard it. His face appears in the frame. He declares that Kim is not short of audacity, demanding to bend the knee. The system window says that the greatness of the highest nobility is activated. The Count begins to cast a spell against the protagonist, who tries to understand what it is. All the assistants have fallen. The guy wonders what kind of noble greatness he used. Dominic squeezes his face in fear. The protagonist realizes that he feels his body being compressed, and it seems that the force of gravity has increased tenfold, and that the enemy is on another level is all that can be said for now. Anatolius watches calmly. The protagonist stands on his feet among his fallen brothers. Kim hears that he is capable. The window says that the effect of the greatness of the nobility has been removed. The protagonist looks up while the others are still lying and hears that judging by how he stands in front of the Count, he is slightly better than the mediocrity from the 10th floor. The Count's head glows and he says that he is pleased. Kim stands next to the shocked assistant and asks for what purpose the Count is here and whether he came only to boast of this power. Angela is shocked to hear that she thanks him for his efforts and asks for forgiveness for a little rudeness, noting that she met a good owner. The Count furiously radiates energy, declaring that the human baron is a capable guy and perhaps he has kept these words to himself for a long time, so he can be proud of himself. He looms over the guy and claims that he is an investor, benefactor and guide, but he only needs to follow orders. The protagonist angrily asks what will happen if he refuses. He replies that his opinion is not important, everything will naturally happen according to his will. The eye of Anatolius looms over them and he demands to defeat Valicious and get the 9th floor, and his road does not go up. The protagonist, crossing his arms, hears him go down to his native place, into the abyss. The Count leaves, declaring that he will wait for him on the 11th floor. The guy looks after him and says that they will still see. He, shocked, declares that someday he will repay him for the humiliation. He turns his gaze hearing that someone claims that he worked hard. A character with horns and a tail approaches him. Kim says that the owner left, clarifying what he forgot there then. The man replies that he is a merchant, not a servant, who paves the way for nobles. He smirks and says that of course he came to make a deal. Kim looks at him and says that he heard him talking about his auction house earlier and that he must have a decent position on the black market. But how can such a person want to trade with him privately? The interlocutor replies that he really has a diamond eye and will not go into details, but he has a pretty good position. He holds a small bespectacled character and claims that at least it is better than his. He throws him back and asks with a smile that he looks like he has something to trade, noticing that he is completely empty-handed. The protagonist with a serious face states that he is not in the mood for jokes, warning him to speak frankly. He immediately explains that the size of the deal is huge. A character with a monocle and horns smilingly states that this is a dungeon of the dead. The return gift will be information about Valicious. He raises a finger and explains that since Kim looks upset, he will provide non-standard information in exchange for an advance payment. But if there are problems with the deal, the situation will be complicated, specifying what he thinks is the reason the king remains silent, contrary to expectations that he would go into a rage immediately after the death of the Dragon King. A small goblin in a cloak sneaks up on the merchant, while the protagonist asks why. The creature is shocked to hear that the stronger especially, the longer it takes to train the chimera. He in turn shouts to wait because if he says this now, the merchant kicks him in the head, talking about the second question. A four-armed character stands in front of a monster. The question sounds as he thinks what the freshest corpse was delivered to the black market. The protagonist and his assistants stand in front of him and ask if black traders should not remain neutral. He agrees. The guy asks with displeasure what he sees as neutrality then. He replies that he is sorry that he thought about it, but the black merchants are nothing more than an insignificant group of traders. He explains with a grin that they bought a body from the baron, which for him is just a piece of meat, and sold it to a client who will need it more than you, because they are traders. Kim with a displeased face states that this is not what he asked about. The merchant asks what he wants to know then. The guy stands opposite and says that he just heard information about the king of the dead. The other states that he simply conveyed information to him, which may somehow be related to the king of the dead, and there is nothing wrong with that. The merchant with a smile states that they always maintain a balance, and there is no need to worry about it. Kim speaks cautiously about the balance. He angrily assumes something. The protagonist tells the frightened merchant that they sold information to the king of the dead. He giggles and apologizes. The red character throws up his hands and states that Valicious will end up losing and there is no need to worry. He points at the heroes with a smile and asks if the Naga Baron doesn't personally fight everyone in the dungeon, and in that case they think that the information will concern the number of troops. He raises a finger and states that on the other hand, one of the hidden aces of the king of the dead was revealed, clarifying if this is not a violation of the balance. The merchant asks the frightened imp if he is going to return and let him report it then. He asks why him. The protagonist with his eyes closed suggests stopping the gossip. He looks at the merchant and offers to tell the details of the deal, since he wants to conclude it, then it is better to first tell the leaked information to the king of the dead. The events take place a week later. Dominic says with surprise that preparations for the war with Valicious, the owner of the Dungeon of the Dead, are in the final stage. The council members are sitting at the table. She explains that the raid force, excluding the dungeon guards, is 400 Naga soldiers, 200 Naga warriors, 100 Naga archers, 80 Naga fighters. The rest of the council hears that there are 40 Naga healers, 30 mages, 30 rangers, 20 shamans, and finally 100 riders mixed with the dragon race. The protagonist sits across from them and hears that this is about 3 times the information that the King of the Dead received, and this is the current number of the entire army. Dominic tells with interest that the army of the King of the Dead is difficult to count. Approximately 5,000 lower undead are in it, and considering the transactions from purchases 2 months ago, we can say that all the chimeras are already ready. Kim turns to her, demanding to tell her again about the undead. In the picture, the sorcerer raises a dead rabbit. She explains that the undead appear after the energy of the dungeon is poured into the dead body, and it is an absolute submission to the necromancer who created the undead. A zombie with a pickaxe goes forward. Dominic says that each of them is immune to mental attacks, fatigue and pain, and after receiving an order, will carry it out until his head is crushed. Dominic looks at the monsters and says that they can be classified into 3 types: lower, higher, chimeras. In the frame, a small skeleton and a large one, it is said that the lower undead absorb not so much energy of the dungeon, and therefore are able to carry out simple commands. They make up the majority of the undead and serve as a meat shield, an overwhelming number. In the background, a huge fighter and a monkey, it is said that the higher undead absorb a large amount of energy of the dungeon and act as tanks, mixing in a crowd with the lower, causing a lot of damage. In the frame, the snake is waving a cleaver. She explains that the highest modified by the hands of the King of Death are called chimeras, and so far only the King of Dragons has been confirmed. The main character listens thoughtfully. What comes from the reputation of the King of the Dead? There should be plenty of them, and besides, the existence of siege troops has not yet been confirmed. The guy looks at Rick and asks if she has any additional information about the dungeon. She says that she does. The girl moves the figures on the map and says that in normal times the king keeps the undead in ambush, and it is impossible to know how many corpses are buried in the arid wastelands of his lands. In the frame, Rick fights with the rabbit against the undead, explaining that there are also many active skeletons in ambush and all reconnaissance near the dungeon of the King of the Dead has failed. The scout listens to Kim state that she said that the King of Death left his invincible fortress and headed towards the dungeon of Gluttony. She notes that this is true. The rabbits look at the army. She says that the rats confirmed the movement of a 1,000-strong army of the undead leaving the wasteland. The picture shows the movement of troops. Rick says that at intervals of about half a day they were divided into the vanguard and the main detachment, and they confirmed the presence of the King of Dragons in the vanguard and the King of the Dead in the main. He remembers the merchant who said to look wider. If the King of the Dead is with the chimeras, then something will come from his indestructible bunker. The guy understands that the demon was right. Kim approaches the table and states that his positions are different, and this is more of an attack than a defense, and they must be more careful not to fall into a trap. The protagonist council members hear with dissatisfied faces that, however, the situation is different from the time when they were going to attack without troops and their Nagi dungeon is sufficiently equipped with combat power. The protagonist holds a figurine from the map and states that he does not think this will be an easy fight, but Valicious neglected to collect information, and as a result, they will be able to attack perfectly. Angela, Uther and Yoonhui hear that the king's information was obtained after 1 week of war with the dragon ruler, and except for Draken, he does not know about his connection with the 3 characters. The picture shows the schematic forces of the warring parties. Kim explains that Uther will go alone, and there are 2 of them and the total number of troops is 3. Angela excitedly hears that now Uther will move alone to the dungeon of the dead. The assistant with a fan looks at the sleepy boy. A clap occurs. Uther holds his head. The heroine asks if he can handle it. She is told that everything is fine. In the frame of the troop scheme, Kim says that given the current situation, in about 2 days, Uther and Anaxtis will clash here, and while he holds back the enemy vanguard, he, Angela, Yoonhui and Rick will ambush the main forces moving in the rear. In the picture, a detour of another squad, the protagonist says that Dominic, Quintus, Hoya will make a large circle with horsemen to steal the core of the dungeon of the dead. The protagonist stands next to the assistant, and says that despite the strength of the horsemen, they will have to break through a horde of corpses, and if they meet more than 1 chimera, they must immediately retreat and join the main troops. Dominic is surprised to hear an appeal to herself. Kim with a serious face asks her to be careful. She says okay with a smile. The Labyrinth master places his hand on the table and says that even the success of one of the 2 teams can turn the tide on the battlefield, and besides, the core of the dungeon of the dead is an important device for supporting the undead. Kim with a serious face declares that whichever of the squads wins, the general rally point will be in front of Valicious, and if circumstances require retreat, you need to retreat. The guy looks at the assistants and clarifies if there are any questions. Everyone says no. Quintus shouts that he follows the will of the king after Kim stated that he is leading the squad. The warrior raises his hand and shouts for the Naga to listen to him, saying that the time has come to show themselves. He shouts to the huge army that it is time to advance to the battlefield. The assistants look at him and the army. Rick hears an appeal to himself. The protagonist looks at her with a serious face and says that the time has come for the long-awaited place and she should get ready. The protagonist leaves with Dominic and declares that if he hesitates, he will be the first to cut off the enemy's head. Rick laughs, saying that the time has finally come. 2 days later, Uther stands in the middle of the cave and speaks strangely. He angrily states that he was told to fight several corpses, although he himself feels like a corpse. A huge monster appears in front of him. The guy notes that it is a little different from the image. Uther stands in front of the army and greets them. He says with a smirk, "You look great," asking if he got a new haircut. The monster holds out his hand, while Uther assures that this one suits him better. The hero jumps back from the blow. He lies on the ground and states that he was standing still and here you go, asking why he became so active. Uther screams that, however, most physical attacks do not work on him, and he could have hurt him if he had shot those heat rays in life. He looks at the ferocious enemy and talks about his current state. Uther is scared by the glow and screams no way. The monster releases fire in his direction. The villain stands in front of the smoke. He sighs. He watches. The monster looks into the smoke and hears that it is merciless. He is asked if it is too much to use a special skill from the very beginning. Uther strikes, saying take it. The fighter furiously sweeps away the monster and his army. Uther lands in front of the defeated enemy and says that he did not think that he was so strong to finish him off with one blow. He says with a smile that he himself is also the master of the dungeon. Uther stands in front of him and says that the tenacity not to die is a unique ability of the undead, and he will show them his legion that he created for decades. The hero opens a bag with small copies and says it's time to eat. They understand the order. Uther throws them at the enemies and shouts to eat them all. The enraged fighters shout that they have undead for lunch today, and they will eat their bone marrow. Small warriors fall on the undead. They gnaw their skulls. The monster enraged burns them along with his army. Uther attacks the villain with his foot. He says the word Baron in surprise. The little warrior sits on Angela's shoulder and says that the battle with the dead Dragon King has already begun. The protagonist clarifies if this is true. They go with the army. Kim says that it is faster than expected, and in order not to set up Uther, they need to attack Felicius as soon as they find him. The protagonist tells his assistants that the troops must be tired from a 2-day march, and this is bad. Angela raises her finger and says that maybe they will move in small groups, and then transfer the rest of the army through the portal. She is told not to joke like that. It is like opening the doors to the dungeon master's room. She is excited to hear that if he is summoned near the battlefield, it will not close for 24 hours and they will not be able to sacrifice combat power to protect the portal. The little guy Uther sits on his shoulder, hearing the question if he can defeat the dead man. He says that most likely yes, but it is difficult to say yet. The little warriors burn the skulls. It is said that he fights by attacking and eating there, and the lower undead have no nutritional value and therefore it is not easy. The monster shoots at them. He explains that the Dragon King is very massive, and it will also take time to absorb him, and he will not wait until he melts himself. Uther flies to the attack, explaining that his most valuable ability is still fast healing, and it is temporarily unavailable. Kim turns and asks what about Dominic's group. He says a minute. Dominic walks with Hoya among the fighters. The guy explains that not long ago they got into a barren wasteland and he heard that there were 2 hours left before arrival. The protagonist thinks and says that also quite quickly, and he thought that everything would go slower and did not expect this from the Dragon Cavalry. Rick behind him says that the leading reconnaissance department has discovered the enemy camp and thousands of undead are camped an hour from here. The villain walks among the warriors. It is said that they also confirmed the presence of Felicius in the epicenter. Angela looks at Kim and asks what he is planning. He states that it is dangerous to interact with the tireless undead, and he tried to bring them to an excellent condition that does not require rest. Kim stands in the middle of the assistants and claims that it will be difficult if the enemy notices anomalies in the dungeon of the dead, and if so, then they attack quickly and without stopping, ending everything at once. The elf bows her head, hearing the appeal. The guy with a serious look says that before leaving he said that he would give it to her, but the situation has changed, and he will take his head himself. A huge warrior blows a trumpet near the master of the labyrinth. Rick shouts to the archers to open fire. Hundreds of archers shoot at the army. Arrows hit the enemy. Thousands of undead break through the heroes. They knock their bodies on the shields. The skeletons intend to break through the path. The protagonist, crossing his arms, gives the order to push. The line with shields pushes back the skeletons. Their heads fly off. He gives the order to close. The fierce skeletons push the warriors with shields. The protagonist realizes that one undead is low-ranked with low penetration. Kim stands near the other fighters of her army and thinks that they can hold out without him, talking about the smoke screen. Rick watches the clouds of smoke in the middle of the warriors. She raises her hand and shouts for the second squad of archers to shoot straight at the curtain. Arrows fly at the enemies. The king sees his army being shot at. He raises his hand and says something. Suddenly, The protagonist appears behind him with a sword. He draws his weapon and frantically declares that only the king was part of the deal. The surprised king hears that nothing was said about life. He strikes the enemy. The protagonist cuts the body of the undead king. Dominic, Draken, Quintus stand opposite each other. The character with horns calls it all strange. Dominic looks at her and finds out what's wrong, and if they're lost, she replies that she can assure them that they're on the right path without any intervention, like hypnosis. She looks at the skeleton and says that it's Rick's reconnaissance sign and that they're at the closest point to the dungeon of the dead. The picture shows crosses and skeletons, saying that there should have been a huge dungeon of bones and tombstones. Dominic stands next to her. She says that there's nothing now. The hare with horns bows his head and says that he made a mistake and apologizes for it. She replies that it's not his fault. Dominic says with a smile that even the finished map has such a dungeon, and maybe if they go a little further, they'll find something. She looks at Quintus, who wonders if it could be a trap. She says that they can't just sit still. She thinks about it, and says that maybe the problem is that the owner has already dealt with Delicious. An excited Quintus shouts that as expected from a personal maid, this is a great guess and without a doubt, everything is so. She stands near the assistants, and says that there is no more time and they need to move. Quintus supports her. The protagonist, with a serious look, says strangely. He sees the king's head and wonders if it was all over so quickly. The skeletons run to attack the protagonist. He sees them and states that they can still move, and it looks like that guy was just a pile of bones too. The protagonist turns around in surprise at the laughter. Kim is shocked to hear that it can't be, that the undead king was right, that the protagonist is still an idiot, and that it was undoubtedly King Delicious himself. The protagonist looks at the character in the middle of the skeletons, and asks what the general has become the new master of the dungeon. He replies that you could say so. The skeleton with the yellow glow says that unlike some, he is not one of those who first used the sword, and he also bears this name. Kim stabs him with a sword while he declares that he has become closer to perfection than before. The surprised guy hears that there is no need to rush so much. The dead wolf monkey declares that his opponent is everything and nothing. The protagonist mentally asks Angela what is going on. He fights a powerful enemy while she declares that it seems his spirit is not in this world, and in fact, she felt that something was wrong even before the battle began. The monster crushes him while Angela declares that now that he has seen that he has risen, everything has fallen into place. Kim jumps up. The assistant says that she feels a weak internal and external reaction of the undead on the battlefield, but the whole reaction feels like something unified, and not like something separate. In the frame, the resurrected corpse of a monkey, she declares that this man broke his soul into pieces and introduced it into everyone on the battlefield. The protagonist with the sword looks around and hears that the king is experiencing his death and repeating life in another body following the particles of the soul, and in other words, all the undead are Delicious. Kim seriously asks how this is possible. The enemy says that he is quite smart. The monster holds his head. The king explains that this body is called the commander, and it is enough to simply deal with a dead soul. The monkey twists his neck and breaks it. Another skeleton declares that this is all his. Kim declares that then he must completely kill all the undead. The protagonist cuts off the skeleton's head. He sees another enemy and wonders that he just needs to kill them all, asking what he can do with his small army. Kim orders Angela to join the battle and restore order to the battlefield with the mages with a serious expression. A winged creature appears above the army. The girl looks down. Rick understands that this is a signal. She turns around and tells the mages to prepare and not to fall behind the vampire's attack. Angela states that their opponent is undead and there is not enough blood on the battlefield, and she does not think she can show her power. Red stakes pierce the bodies of the skeletons. She says that the lower undead can be killed with a snap of the fingers. Their bodies are broken by scales. A huge snake crawls over the skeletons. The protagonist sees this and asks what difference it makes if thousands or tens of thousands of soldiers die. He holds a sword and says that it will take less than an hour. The king laughs and says we'll see. The skeleton in front of his army states that the lower undead are his main feature, and there was a misunderstanding, and of course he admits that he has no fighting power. He states that he has no need to do anything. A huge monster looms over the skeletons. The king says that the game of war will soon be over. Surprised Dominic states that there is nothing. She stands near Quintus and the others, saying that she thought they would at least find traces of the destruction of the dungeon, or something else, and it seems that she was hypnotized during reconnaissance. The hare denies. She explains that obviously the dungeon was here, because there are traces. They stand in front of the entrance. She asks if this is a tunnel, noting that it is very large and seems to have appeared recently. Dominic looks at her and states that he does not think that such a thing can be simply dug up, and at least a couple of siege-level beasts could not do this. The hare with horns is silent. Dominic happily states that no way. How can the dungeon move? The monster with a cross on top rises, destroying everything around. Kim sees it and wonders if such a level exists, because it is several times larger than the siege of Anaxtis. Snakes lie on the ground. He understands that the fallen Nagas on the battlefield become undead, and even more victims cannot be allowed. The protagonist tells Angela to take care of this monster. The shocked girl tells the owner that something is wrong here, while he calls her. The protagonist turns around and says that now is not the time to nitpick, because he is just a low-level undead. She replies that this is not so. The worried protagonist hears a suggestion. In front of them is a giant monster with huge fists and crosses on its back. Angela says that this is the dungeon. In this empty wasteland, a cross was visible and an explanation that there are many restrictions on controlling the undead. The holy skeleton approached the corpse of the skull and an explanation that it is not always possible to find a suitable body, because there are also many restrictions on the number of bodies that can be awakened on command. He immediately crouched down and reached out his hand to the skull, because even if you lift the body, it will only be a skeleton, and it will only move with the help of magic and nothing more. This secret suddenly rose from the ground, because even if this monster can find a healthy body, they are already dead and will soon decompose and turn into a low-grade corpse, from which only bones will remain. The revived skeleton stood in front of Valera, who was holding his head, and over time, the troops of the dead decompose, become weathered and weaken, and the only thing that awaits this world after the war is a fall. The fair-haired Pelicios, with a sad look, became sad and explained why not risk there, where death follows conduction. He stood on a hill and stretched out his hand towards his army, ordering to collect the dead and put the bodies in a pile. These small skeletons opened their mouths and began to scream, hearing that they must collect bones without pieces of meat. The leader, with a sad look, looked at the fighters and explained that death is the end for someone, but for him it is only the beginning, and asked them not to seek peace of eternal life and endless glory. He was radiating light from himself as the huge mouth of the monster from the mountain was approaching him, because he ordered everyone to get up, and the first chimera of death appeared. The huge monster stretched out his fists in front of the protagonist and the girl as they entered the dungeon of the dead, and the capabilities of the troops in the dungeon of the dead increased. Various bloodthirsty monsters began to crawl out from behind the rocks. Also, bat monsters began to fly away from the rocks. Angela stood next to Kim, who threw the ball over his head and explained that all the villains from the dungeon were higher undead. He caricatured how the two of them would fall into the dungeon, because the blow to it contributed to the appearance of the higher undead, and the first earthquake should have already destroyed it. He discontentedly stretched out his hand in front of himself, radiating an aura, and said that he did not want to use his internal energy. Ra-Dion watched the main character, who was at the epicenter of events. Ra-Dion looked back at Yoon-Hui surrounded by the dead and told her to join the battle, because they needed to balance the situation on the battlefield. The pink-haired girl with empty eyes listened to the fact that they should attack through the right cliff with the army, and the mages should also concentrate all their firepower on the right wind. The protagonist looked away with displeasure, because the party dungeon entered the battle. He looked at the stone cliff from which the pink consistency fell and the notification that the opening of the festival of level 0.4%. Yoon-Hui, along with the purple fighters, ran to attack, because the party dungeon began to increase in power, and since the penalty for opening level 2 must be finished quickly so as not to receive it. The main character looked closely at the tense Angela, who understood that for some reason she found this strange. Kim stared at her, hearing that it was not easy for her to see the transfer of the body, and it was the best skill that only aristocrats could master. The blue core glowed on the top of the mountain, and she stated that the excessive use of such power was most likely an ability of an unknown person than the ability of the commander himself, and she thought that he had hidden the dungeon from the beginning. The blonde held a fan to her face and frowned through her bangs, explaining that there should be many restrictions in the expansion of souls. The skeleton leader, emitting a halo above his head, explained that he only weakened and divided his soul into parts, and for him, this is not even a limitation. The skeleton leader with horns on his head and armor through his helmet explained that he himself revealed his secret intentions, and it was a gentlemanly thing to do. The protagonist squatted down and through a cloud of dust declared that it was stupid, not a gentlemanly thing. Suddenly, a stream of light struck in his place, crumbling the earth. The protagonist soared into the air as the monster's hand reached out to him. Kim immediately stepped onto the huge hand. A light shot followed right into that hand. The protagonist then jumped away from the monster in a stream of light. He made his way closer to the glowing core of the dungeon on the mountain. Just as he was about to enter, he saw a guard on the side. The protagonist quickly ducked from the enemy's swing. Then he was going to attack him from behind, but the guard managed to close. The protagonist looked furiously through the hair. A bunch of light streams and sparks flew from their epicenter of the fight, because it was a higher undead or chimera. He saw the bloodthirsty and grinning face of his opponent with long hair. The guard spread his legs wide and looked at how the demonic cloud surrounded the protagonist, who did not have time to play with him. This undead with horns on his head was wrapped in a shroud. Kim at that moment rushed to fly to attack to take the core of the dungeon. With anger they grinned, seeing that another guard was jumping on him from above. He immediately jumped back from the collapsing explosion with fragments of stones. He spread his legs wide and looked ahead with displeasure, realizing that he was interfered with. He saw 2 guards in front of him, protecting the blue core, and realized that this was not a hybrid. He saw a magician with a green aura in the center between the guards. He widened his eyes in surprise. At that moment, Angela saw a huge monster. She looked at the protagonist, who was squatting through a cloud of dust, and he explained that nothing terrible had happened to him and that he had just scratches. The girl, sweating, widened her eyes in horror, hearing that there were chimeras inside the 3 humans, all quite strong. The main character looked at the huge monster through a cloud of dust and noticed that the guards were leaving. He saw these fighters in armor with terrible grimaces. It was a monster with long ears and an evil grin. When Kim noticed earrings on it, the guy quickly looked to the side, assuming awareness. These were huge rocks, shrouded in a cloud of dust. Ra Dion widened his eyes, looking through his bangs. Pelicios, a skull and a helmet, looked to the side when he was called out. An enraged Ra Dion with 2 swords was flying at him. The main character looked at the saddened Angela behind him with displeasure. Ra Dion was running to attack when a huge red giant with an axe appeared. The fighter managed to soar into the air and dodged the crushing attack of the orc. Ra Dion furiously threw his dagger right in front of Angela. This blade flew straight to Pelicios, surrounded by his skeletons. This sword stuck right in front of the leg of the skeleton. Pelicios reached for this dagger to get it from the ground and was surprised. Pelicios threw the dagger over his shoulder and said that he thought that he would die anyway, so he let go of it and did not know that the guy was still clinging to his life. Pelicios looked at the main character nearby, who heard this. The skeleton added that 3 elves in the field were enough for him. This skeleton immediately began to reincarnate and transform in a red whirlwind and explained that this girl is nothing special. These red shackles fettered the hand of Angela, who was angry and did not understand how this scoundrel without a tongue could blabber anything. She bared her teeth angrily, frowned, looking back, having heard from the monster that it was not worth it, and it is not worth conveying the same importance to such. Skeletons and guards stood guard over the underground core, having declared that it was possible to make a one-on-one battle, and decide to see how long they can defend it. Pelicios, with a sad look, looked down to the side and explained that the man is a warrior, and this is a vampire sorceress, and ordered his shield to kill this elf and deal with this girl. The white-haired girl in the sweat of her brow bulged her eyes, having heard that the leader gave permission to use spirit magic. Rick fell head down, having dodged the light attack. The next stream of light caught this girl, and she flew into a cloud of dust. She was lying on the ground, baring her teeth in anger. An armored chimera elf approached her, looking at her arrogantly. She tearfully took pity and bared her teeth, trying to appeal to her master. This armored monster put his foot on the girl's stomach. Then he kicked her with a powerful blow right into the rocks. Kim saw this phenomenon with anger when they tried to attack him from behind. He managed to bend down and put his blade in front of the guard. His eyes bulged when he received a bloody wound to his arm. Then the guard swung his blade, hitting the protagonist. Kim managed to jump back up after the light strike. He squatted and held his wounded shoulder, because he was sure that he had repelled the attack. He looked at the guard, who stood with his head down, as if tired. Suddenly, this legendary elf chimera bulged his eyes through his hair. He immediately swung his light blade bloodthirstily. The protagonist looked at him intently in the company of his skeletons. He flew back in surprise after the magical attack that killed the skeletons. The bloodthirsty ale swung a light blade straight at the protagonist. The main character bared his teeth angrily and began to transform his face. Angela watched the powerful light cut through the ground and did not believe what was happening. She held her shoulder with an indignant look and looked away, surprised that the undead could control the spirit, although the spirit is denial and imagination. She hovered in the air and saw a magician standing on purple threads and wondered why he did not destroy himself. It was a magician hovering in a white cloud. It was a legendary elf chimera who looked sullen under his hood. His face suddenly began to glow with a blue glow, and the girl realized that he was definitely being purified. Suddenly, the light on his cheek went out. He began to study a bunch of light pulses from the sieve right at Angela. The girl in the red cloak received light strikes on herself while standing on the cliff. Then she rushed as a stream of light to escape from the crushing squall. She looked to the side and saw another monster magician. Pelicios, at that moment, stretched out his hand, used magic. Angela with fury and anger held a bloody bunch in her hand, using the skill of the commanding king. The girl immediately flew into the rocks from the red stream of light. The magic leader stretched out his hand and used a shield from red energy. While Angela was hovering in the air, another elf in armor stretched out his hand. The girl looked at him furiously, baring her teeth, and realized that this was the perfect combination of attack magic and recovery. Angela stretched his hands in front of him and was going to use dark magic. The main character in the scaly mask looked away, hearing from his companion that these scoundrels are not dead yet. It was an open mouth with white teeth, explaining that their bodies were dead, but their souls were most likely still alive, and spirit magic was magic that only elves could do. Kim began to fight the elf furiously with light blades, hearing from his ally that the commander king could not handle them alone. It was a divided elf, baring his teeth through his hair, and Kim realized that they had all been brainwashed. He immediately swung his transformed clawed hand, knocking away the light blade. This elf leaned back and bared his teeth. The leader threw the ball over his shoulder, destroying the rocks with a blow. He looked away with displeasure in his sweaty brow and explained that they needed to find a way to bring these elves to consciousness, and perhaps he needed Rick. The main character saw the same elf in the distance, standing at the stone. Yoonhui looked to the side, hearing the order from the commander that she must protect Rick. The girl in the cape immediately took a fighting stance, radiating an aura. She directed a powerful light stream with stones straight at the elf monster. The main character slightly closed his lips, showing his teeth, and told his friend that these elves were brainwashed. The guy's eyes bulged in surprise, looking to the side, seeing the dungeons. He stood on a hill near the light stream and ordered the dungeon to be opened, and he entered the festival labyrinth. Yoonhui stretched out her hand and glowed with purple light, so she should have used the sweet sleep technique on these monsters. The knight ran from afar to the princess sitting by the crystal, and explained to the princess that it was dangerous outside the castle, and if she wanted to continue, so to speak, then he would be in trouble. He leaned on his knees next to her with a tired look, and she said that she could actually stand up for herself. The knight said that this was not the only problem, because the prince was also worried about her. The blonde looked at the elf with a lively expression and made it clear that there was no need to worry about trifles, because he was the strongest knight in the world who was protecting her. The blonde closed his lips with slight disappointment when he heard that he was the commander of the knights. Then, he closed his eyes with a sad expression and agreed with such a statement. Rick happily closed her eyes, showing her teeth when he heard that the knight lived forever for this. Now Rick was crying tearfully, lying near the rocks, remembering those very words that he would forever be her shield. This enchanted elf fighter widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the princess. The elf commander held a stone slab over Rick. Yoonhui watched as this elf threw off the plate and approached the princess, not understanding how he could even come to this. The girl closed her eyes and cried tearfully when the elf reached out to her with trembling hands. Then the two knights looked at the huge monsters and their leader. Rick's eyes widened, imagining a bloodthirsty skeleton with red eyes. The elf commander looked at his princess with a sad and sorrowful look and realized that it was all Pelicios. He immediately turned around bloodthirstily and screamed at Pelicios about what he had done to him. Suddenly, he was hit from behind by Yoonhui. He immediately flew into the rocks and raised a cloud of dust. The leader of the skeletons with a halo looked at the large cloud of dust in the distance. He watched what was happening with a sad look, looking away. Then, with a cold look, he stretched out his hand in front of him with blue magic and did not think that the guy noticed anything. Angela watched the huge monster walking towards her and realized that Yoonhui used a summon. She saw small glowing purple circles near this monster. Yoonhui with a huge axe was sitting on the body of an elf, who assumed that she was also a minion of Pelicios. This enraged elf in a helmet screamed bloodthirstily that he would kill her and tear everyone to pieces. The purple-haired, empty-eyed girl next to the talking mouth watched him and explained that they were Rick's friends, so they asked him to calm down. This elf commander was all angry, and at once yelled at them not to make him laugh, because who was on whose side, who was whose friend, none of this mattered now. If she covered herself now, it would be bad. The hovering flying mouth watched Yoonhui and the elf, explaining to him that he was an undead created by Pelicios. If he lost his energy supply, he would not be able to exist. Yoonhui looked at the talking mouth with wings in amazement, who explained that if the elf commander understood all this, then she would most likely be brainwashed again, and she would be the one who would be aimed at by his fists, Rick, and now Pelicios' main priority was to kill her. The elf commander immediately jumped up and excitedly shouted that he knew everything. He looked away in surprise as the talking mouth flew towards Angela. The protagonist continued to fight with the blade against the monster leader and heard that it was a success as the elf commander woke up and broke free from the control at the same time, and Kim became curious if the shield guy was able to get rid of it. The protagonist glared at his opponent with a furious grin as he heard from the flying mouth that he was right, and before the commander noticed it, the rest of the elves would be in confusion, but for the leader, it was impossible. Behind the cold-blooded commander-in-chief were a pile of skulls and Yoonhui as he reported that it only worked this time and the festival dungeon's energy was at 0. So he told him to tell Yoonhui to hurry up and prepare to open the 5th floor. The flying smiling mouth hovered above the surprised elf commander and Yoonhui, stating that she had to act from the frying pan into the fire. The flying mouth began to scream bloodthirstily near the surprised Yoonhui, trying to understand that it was not the mercenary general. The blonde frowned with displeasure, looking away, and explained that it was not surprising, because he was too strong to be an ordinary mercenary, and there is no such group as a legendary mercenary. The blonde saw Pelicios in front of her in a dark cloak and dreamed that this was something similar, like a court magician. The EF commander knelt down in front of Yoonhui and asked how he could help, as he heard that he would be useless now, because the loss of Pelicios' power is what will help them at the moment. The elf commander listened with a sad look about how he should just try not to catch the eye of the king of the dead. Yoonhui looked stunned with empty eyes when the speaking mouth said that she should take care of him and hurry up to level 5. She grabbed his armor with her hand. Then, with a quick swing, she launched him in a powerful stream. It crashed into the ground, destroying it. Numerous explosions began to occur in the skeleton army. The elf commander lay in the rubble in a cloud of smoke. He lay in the stones and with an empty face, he realized that he swore that he would protect the princess with his own life. A skeleton was walking on Rick, lying in the ruins, and the commander knew that all he could do now was come to his senses and just watch. The skeleton bloodthirstily swung his sword at the girl. She immediately covered herself with a blue protective sphere. The elf commander barely stood on his feet, stretching out his hand and said that wherever he was, he would forever be her guardian knight. A powerful bright stream was near the protagonist's battle when they realized that they opened a portal in the middle of the battlefield to upgrade the core, and this was to get the dungeon effect. The Lich King looked at the dust cloud in the battle, explaining that it was clearly something else and the connection with the shield was continuing to weaken, so he ordered to keep it out of his sight. Pelicios stretched out his hand with a surprised look and did not understand why he was letting down his guard. This monster with the devouring mouth was supposed to destroy the portal. Kim held a sword in his hand and looked at the huge stone monster with a mouth. The protagonist frowned angrily and wondered if this was a chance to get into the dungeon, but he aimed to destroy the portal and wanted to open it to level 5. He looked at the notification that the opening of the festival dungeon of level 3 was 27% complete, and understood that he still had time, and he needed to hold on to it somehow. Angela in a cloud of dust and Yoonhui flew above the leader, and explained that she was a little busy at the moment. Yoonhui at that moment was fighting with an axe with a bunch of skeletons. The protagonist looked in amazement at the bloodthirsty knight flying past. While they were fighting, a huge monster protected the core and Pelicios. This knight named Lina with a sullen look through his hair explained that he was a shield that should protect all the elves in this mess. He immediately flew with a powerful stream of light at the stone monster. The king of the dead looked at what was happening in surprise, hearing the screams of this fighter. Lina furiously ran to the attack, trying to clench his fist and explained that instead of being his puppet, he would rather die. Angela bared her teeth in horror and did not understand what this fool was doing, because she asked him not to stick his head out. The elven commander flew straight at the Lich King, and they considered it a useless act of heroism. Lina flew at Pelicios to take revenge on him. The Lich King looked at this fighter with a cold heart, and realized that his brainwashing had been undone. Lina crumbled the ground, but the minion managed to return. Lina stood in a cloud of dust and watched it all. The elven commander cringed slightly and glared at his opponent, who was unsure how he managed to wake up, but he must have been fighting for something he could not get rid of from his past life. Pelicios looked at his opponent in front of him, and called him a pathetic elven knight who should not attach importance to a life that had ended. This elven commander held his head from the electric discharge, the attack because he tried to resist the manipulation of the essence. Pelicios with a sad look extended his hand and told him to let him go and accept this because he must give him power. Lina clutched his head in a frantic and violent manner as he tried to resist this manipulation and begged that it was his mistake to leave them in their bodies as he wanted to show him what spirit magic could do. Lina glowed with a powerful stream of light and his head and armor came off. Pelicios looked to the side in agitation as he saw notifications pop up stating that the target was unbridled and immune to status ailments, so the essence manipulation had failed. He began to scream furiously that this body was a vessel he had created, and it was impossible as the soul trapped inside should not have any freedom. A blue glow appeared from the scraps of armor. Lina stated that he had removed the armor, as he thought he had already told him. This elf commander appeared in a blue fiery glow, and stated that he would rather disappear than exist as a cursed puppet. There was a spirit of the Lina geyser with a blue glow, and an evil look. The protagonist watched the scene and the monster, and realized that his soul had left his body. He threw his sword over his shoulder and looked at the immobilized elf, seeing that he had stopped attacking. The white-haired elf's eyes widened in excitement when Kim realized that he was showing his respect in this way and his brainwashing had also been cancelled. The protagonist bared his teeth in anger, looking away when Angela, behind him, explained that it was spiritualization, explaining the situation. The protagonist glared at her when she stated that hundreds of years had passed since the elves had fallen, and she did not expect that there would be someone who still knew how to do it. A shocked Rick was lying in the ruins behind the protective barrier at this point, and Angela began to explain that elves had spirits in their bodies, and spiritualization was a ritual that prevented the soul from going to the spirit realm and forced it to remain in the physical world. It was a geyser spirit in a blue fiery flame, with the explanation that the price for this was complete disappearance without the possibility of reincarnation, and after a while, his mana would turn into nothing. The brunette looked at the immobilized elf nearby, when Angela explained that this skill was considered sacred among their kind, so she thought he was just doing it subconsciously. Behind the main character and Angela, Lina's golden armor appeared, as the leader stated that it was some kind of archon, but it didn't matter anymore. The fiery flame of Lina stood in front of the surprised Pelicios, who realized that it was a spiritualization, and he was going to kill him. The king of the dead looked at the fiery mask in front of him with cold blood and supposed that he liked this body, but he could not do anything. Liner reached out with his flame hand to the saddened grimace of the king of the dead, and dreamed that he did not even know what a spirit was and wanted to tell him. Lina in a blue glow frowned angrily, baring his teeth, and said that he was now incorporeal, and he just touched his essence. The king of the dead was scared and confused, hearing that Lina felt his disgusting soul. He immediately got hot and started getting angry. They immediately collapsed in a powerful light sphere. A moment later, Palacios stood in a cloud of dust and began to fall. He immediately plopped down on the ground. Kim and Angela looked at what was happening in surprise. Then they both looked to the side at the screen. The protagonist saw Rick in the distance, who was imprisoned in a blue sphere and screaming the name of her subject. She was crying tearfully through the sphere and screaming that he promised to protect her, and almost twice before her eyes had already died. Angela looked away warily, while the protagonist listened, that she was also not sure and thought that he would disappear along with Palacios' soul. The girls saw a knight in armor, and how all the skeletons began to fall, because the brainwashing of the elves should also be cancelled. The elf bared his teeth furiously and looked back through his hair, because he could not cancel the manipulation. The protagonist threw his sword over his shoulder, and explained that only half of the undead on the battlefield had fallen, and the rest were fine. The blonde's eyes widened in sweat, realizing that it was the return of the soul. She immediately shouted excitedly towards the leader, and told the master that it was not the end, and he needed to hurry up and destroy the labyrinth. Palacios lay on the ground near the core of the dungeon, and realized that a third of his soul was gone, and it was normal that the soul of his main body was split, and he felt like he was throwing a banquet or as if he had become omnipotent. Lines began to stretch from the body of the king of the dead towards the core, and yet he could not bear it when the soul of the main body disappeared without a trace. It was like he was resurrected an entity different from his past self. The exhausted Palacios, in a dark face with a glowing halo, realized that this was unpleasant. He was floating in the dark space, when sharp stones were reaching for him. Then a huge mouth of a furious monster appeared. This huge monster with stones began to move forward. His huge foot destroyed the ground. Angela watched in horror behind her leader. It was a huge monster with a core in its chest and a halo, who decided to take control of the battlefield. The main character stood in a cloud of dust and watched closely, because he was wondering what he was going to do, however, just relying on the scale, and was not even surprised. A huge stone fist of the monster flew towards the guy, who noticed that it was just like the king of the flood dragons. The main character managed to jump out of the air from the impact. Then he held his sharp blade in his hands. He realized that except for the fact that the monster was superior to him, both in strength and speed, there was one nuance. Suddenly, another elf in battle mode flew towards him. Kim bared his teeth in anger, holding back the attack, and stated that his comrade had sacrificed himself, and that elf was still in a trance. They faced each other in a fierce duel, and a notification popped up that the level 4 festival excitement had reached 7%, and progress was slower because the festival labyrinth power had been destroyed. The monster's huge hand reached out to grab the boy, and he realized that there was also no labyrinth energy left to supplement with anything else, and it would be nice if his kills helped the excitement grow. He watched from above as a bunch of skeletons tried to surround Yunhui, and he wanted her to hurry up. The pink-haired girl stood confusedly surrounded by skeletons. I saw how the huge monster tried to grab the main character. A moment later, she watched a cloud of dust and a glowing halo behind the monster. The small skeletons continued to run towards Yunhui, while Rick was far away. This empty-eyed, pink-haired girl was devastated. Then, she closed her eyes sadly. Then, she was enveloped in a dark light and a demonic appearance, holding out a finger. The protagonist turned to the system window. It displayed the percentage of the excitement level of Festival 4. Angela froze, feeling the girl's gaze. She sweated and turned towards her. Yunhui stood as if nothing had happened, and the blonde assumed that it was just her imagination. There was no one around the girl, and Angela realized that all the undead in the area had disappeared without a trace. The woman looked at the child, but then the protagonist called out to Yunhui. The guy frowned and asked to use Sweet Dream on the elven mage. The girl obediently stretched out her hand. A bright light emanated from it. The mage turned pale and shuddered. The blonde looked at him and assumed that it worked. She created energy in her hands and decided that now she just needed to wake him up. The woman threw a red ball at him and offered to taste it. The elf reflected it with his staff. Blue chains appeared around him, and Angela asked if he was in a trance. The blonde saw that his weapon was aimed at her master. Kim flinched when the girl called out to him. The chains wrapped around the body of another elf. He grimaced and screamed. Suddenly his eyes widened after using Sweet Dreams, and his voice congratulated him. The guy remembered himself in the past, when he was told that the prince wanted a younger brother, but it was a girl. A magician stood opposite, and the young man replied that it was not a problem, and he would love her anyway. The guy held a child in his arms, saying that elves only have one chance in several centuries to give birth to children, so what significance could his small hope have in the grand plan of time? The girl yawned and the prince compared her smile to the spring sunlight that filled the silent depths of Gizeh with happiness. He picked up his sister and added that if she were a boy, they would have to subject her to strict training. The baby closed her eyes and the prince stated that since a lovely princess was born, they should protect her so that she would never lose her smile. At the very least, the girl should be free from the endless threat of war. The mage looked at him and noted that protecting citizens was the duty of the royal family, and he asked not to worry. The boy smirked and assured that he would also take on the child's responsibilities. Peletius stared ahead. All the elves froze and he noticed that the connection was also weakening, and the same was happening with the shield man. The villain activated essence manipulation and asked if they really thought he would just let this happen. Red energy reached out to the mage and he said that he couldn't be fooled by that crappy third-rate magic again. A sphere with writing appeared around him. The necromancer frowned as his connection was broken as the essence manipulation failed. The statue reached out to the elf and the villain shouted that if he couldn't control them then he would destroy them, but he wouldn't let them be taken from him. The protagonist jumped back, dodging the attack. A girl ran past the brunette. Kim frowned and exclaimed that the elf should move away. Rick walked up to her brother and muttered that it was dangerous here and they had to get out of here, and she didn't want to watch him die in front of her again. The girl started crying, saying that it was her fault that everything turned out this way because she was a burden. The man stood with his head down as his sister muttered that if she had never existed or had been killed before she was captured, none of this would have happened. A huge hand slapped them both. Kim looked in their direction and cursed. His eyes suddenly widened. The body of the statue was covered in glowing cracks. The elf released energy, covering his sister, and destroyed the enemy. The prince placed his hand on the girl's head and asked her not to say such things, because she had done nothing wrong. He smiled and added that he was very late. The elf burst into tears, remembering Lina, and her brother replied that they did not have much time, so he should listen carefully. The girl raised her eyebrows when the interlocutor said that he did not want her to live the life of a soldier, and raised her like a flower in a greenhouse, thinking that all he had to do was protect his sister. The protagonist watched them from the side, and the prince continued that he could not imagine the pain his mistaken judgment had caused her, and he was sorry that he could not protect the girl. They knelt down, and the elf added that if only he could atone for his sins with everything he had and help her a little on her journey. The prince turned to Kim and said that he was ashamed to ask for it, since he had attacked him up until now, but to take care of this child. The hero raised an eyebrow when the other muttered that he could do it, since he was stronger and the girl was royalty, but the young man replied that the elf was still not in his right mind. The brunette threw his sword over his shoulder and said that it did not matter anymore, since Rick was his captain of scouts, who would continue to work hard on the front lines. The elf looked at him carefully when Kim promised that if she was in danger, he would protect her until the end. The prince smiled and said that it was enough, and maybe now everything would be different if he himself had treated her like that from the beginning. The girl looked questioningly at her brother. He hugged her tightly. Blue energy began to emanate from his body, and the elf shed tears. The man dissolved into thin air, saying that she must live, and the sister tried to stop him. Rick froze when her brother finally disappeared, and the system notified about the detection of spiritual energy movement caused by external factors. The spirit emerged to the surface. All the conditions were met, and Rick's heroization began, while the system sent notifications about the girl's awakening as a hero++. The protagonist looked at the sign where it was written that Geyser had detected an incompatibility, and asked what that was. A wizard appeared behind him, who said that it was his turn to intervene. The magician looked at the young man and said that this was the only chance he had to act for Her Highness and ridicule Geyser, namely, to make her awaken. Rick's silhouette was visible in the sphere in front of them. The core of the large creature burned in its chest, and the villain thought that when he had only a small group of undead before he became the master of the labyrinth, it was ready to sacrifice its pride whenever it felt it was in danger and fled without hesitation. The necromancer narrowed his eyes, thinking that there would always be another chance to counterattack. In front of him was the sphere, next to which the protagonist and the wizard stood, and Peletius noted that his senses told him that this thing was dangerous. The man furrowed his brows and addressed all the undead that owned a piece of his soul to convey an order of the utmost importance. The skeletons twitched when the master asked them to flee. They opened their mouths, listening to the need to use all necessary means to get out of this place, and it did not matter if only one managed to escape. Angela turned around as the necromancer ordered them to get out of the reach of the Nagas. The blonde turned and shouted to the master that the undead were escaping. The boy frowned and asked her to leave them, as they could not allow any of them to escape. The large creature swung its paw and declared that it would not allow them to be stopped. The mage looked at Kim and said that it was impossible to interrupt Her Highness' awakening, and there was no time to be distracted, so let him protect her. The hero assumed his altered form and cursed. He pushed off the ground sharply. In midair, he struck the enemy. The brunette glanced sideways at Angela and called out to her, and she responded that she would take care of it. Policius waved his hand and shouted that it was useless. Tentacles reached out from behind the statue. The blonde gritted her teeth as she was grabbed. The hero watched her fight back and asked where Yunhui was. The girl was lying on the ground at that time, and he realized that the little one was also at the limit of her abilities. The brunette glanced sideways at the mountain of enemies and muttered that the Naga on the cliff couldn't stop thousands of undead, so how could they stop them from escaping? One of the skeletons climbed the slope. It raised its head. Then it opened its mouth. Someone was standing in front of it. The small clones of Uther looked at it, muttering that they wanted to eat. Policius shuddered in fear. The man turned around, feeling that all those who had climbed this cliff had disappeared, but how could that be? The king of gluttony stood at the top, while his copies devoured the undead. Uther crossed his arms, asking why he couldn't let any of them go, and the small copy suggested that it was because of their deformities. The boy smirked and said that he was hungry anyway, so it didn't matter. The necromancer punched and shouted that the damned Anastos couldn't even kill a slug, as if his status meant nothing. He gritted his teeth and decided that all was not lost. The man turned to the wall and thought that there was a tunnel through which the labyrinth of the dead passed, and if he went through it, he might be able to escape to the barren wasteland. Policius suddenly widened his eyes. The monster stopped, and the necromancer felt that the tunnel was also blocked. The beast girl jumped up. She landed on her paws. Dominic and her squad followed her. The advisor frowned and ordered the Nagas to help their master crush the enemy. The protagonist smiled and exclaimed that they were just in time. The skeletons were surrounded on all sides, and Kim ordered that all the undead be treated as seeds of the Necromancer King, and that none of them be allowed to escape. Policius put his hand to his head. He darkened and used Soul Return. All the skeletons suddenly fell down. The hero looked around and asked what happened. Angela approached the master and said that all the undead were falling, so could the enemy surrender, but the young man replied that it could not be. They looked at the large creature, and Kim guessed that the necromancer was regaining his power since he no longer had a way to retreat. After all, he was no fool. Policius approached the core and muttered that it had been a long time since he had been cornered to this state, and how funny it was that he was afraid of death as an undead. The man touched the stone and said that even with this in mind, he did not see victory, since defeat was inevitable, and the truth was that his original body had no fighting skills. He picked up the core and added that his non-existent heart was beating, and pus dripped from his decayed skin like sweat, and air hissed from his punctured lungs. Policius smiled and muttered that it had been so long, it felt like he was alive. The necromancer opened his mouth and shouted that he would fight desperately until the very end, and then activated Chimera Creation. Dark energy and many hands appeared around him, and the core. The protagonist and Angela looked at the enemy, and the boy noted that the labyrinth was collapsing. It seemed that the enemy was using all the power he could. The mage helping Rick with awakening snorted that Policius was still a lower undead, and the system notified that the girl had reached the level of Hero+++. The wizard smirked and said that the princess could not reach the legendary rank, but he still had a body to sacrifice. The system detected the movement of spiritual energy caused by external factors. The elf's body began to dissolve, and he assumed that it would be temporary since it was force, but it was okay. If her body remembered this, it would help her highness in the future. System windows appeared in the air, notifying that there was an excess of geyser influence, a temporary release from the curse of the fall. The mage disappeared and the sphere above him split open with a bright light, and the man asked the girl to restore the once glorious elven dynasty. Rick sank to the ground. Her hair turned golden and energy sparkled around her. The high elf of the golden age and the queen opened her eyes. Dominic and Quintus stared at her in shock, realizing that they were much too late. The elf turned to the hero, who muttered that since the soul was reunited, he no longer had a reason to spare his strength. Kim transformed and asked not to worry about the black traders, and he would definitely clear the way for her. The blonde looked closely at the gentleman, who declared that everything was in her hands. Rick nodded and thanked him. A strengthened Policius hovered above them. Policius spread his arms and said that the dead sheep would become a wandering flock, to which he would find the right path and bring salvation, since he was born among them. The protagonist and Rick stood before him as he muttered that they would be resurrected and separated through him, like father and mother, good and evil, the beginning and the end. His eyes sparkled as he said that the sheep were the reason for his existence, and the place where he was both the afterlife and reality. A bright sphere appeared around the villain, and suddenly an entrance to a formless labyrinth opened, in which the Necromancer King's abilities were increased. Angela and the others looked around tensely. She looked at the situation and said that it was unstable and corrupted, and all it could do was strengthen the enemy's body. The girl turned to the master and said that this bastard had probably reached the level of aristocrats, but the protagonist replied that it did not matter. The enemy in front of them slammed his paws on the ground, and the brunette ordered his ward to step back and protect Dominic and Yunhui. Policius gritted his teeth. He raised his head and screamed. The ground beneath their feet split into chunks. The enemy swung his paw. The stone Kim stood on sank lower. A huge cross fell from above. The protagonist jumped up, clutching his sword. He pushed off sharply and rushed forward. The guy was approaching the enemy very quickly. Pelicius swung his paw, but he dodged. The young man turned and hit the enemy with a blade on the neck. The necromancer suddenly grabbed the hero by the face. Then he arched and jerked upward. The enemy forcefully slammed Kim into the ground. At that moment, Rick folded her palms and moved them. Pelicius shuddered, noticing the needles. The blades pierced his body. He looked at the elf and shouted that it was useless. A large cross fell on the girl. The hero immediately found himself behind the enemy. He slammed his fist into his face. The blonde jumped out to meet him, preparing to attack. The partners hit Pelicius at the same time. He grimaced and screamed. The enemy waved his arms, pushing away his opponents along the way. Kim put up a shield on his back and ducked. Spikes appeared on his body, and his eyes lit up. Tentacles wrapped around the necromancer from behind. The back of his head resembled a crooked face. Suddenly, a dark grimace appeared in front of the guy, and Pelicius tried to use the status ailment's fear and horror. The brunette sharply squeezed the enemy's head. The hero bared his teeth and asked if he really thought that such an attack would work on him, and the system immediately notified about the successful resistance to status ailments. Kim wrapped himself around the necromancer's body and shouted that he had grabbed him. The enemy clenched his teeth and shuddered. An elf was hovering above him. She folded her hands, using parts of the wizard's consciousness, and asked to let her borrow his power for a moment. Bright symbols appeared around the girl. Pelicius opened his mouth and screamed that it was all useless, because he would kill them all. Streams of energy fell from above. An explosion was heard in front of the necromancer. Rick's figure appeared from a cloud of smoke. She pulled spiritual power in her hands and used the spirit blade, threatening to cut the enemy in half. The enemy frowned and demanded that he stop getting in his way. He tried to attack the protagonist, asking if he was really going to die with him. Pelicius shuddered when the young man answered negatively. The guy grinned with his mask and said that he was sure that nothing would happen to him, because he used the maximum limit of hardening. The man looked back, remembering Anaxtos. The elf swung, shouting the enemy's name. She frowned and squeezed the weapon, asking him to die. A bright beam touched Pelicius's head. The protagonist's eyes flashed, using consciousness acceleration. He quickly compressed the core of the labyrinth of the dead into the necromancer's chest and pulled it out without any resistance. The young man jumped to the side, and Rick cut the enemy in half. A powerful blow fell on the ground, destroying everything around, after which the exit from the formless labyrinth opened. The elf stood in front of the villain's body. She grimaced and demanded that he stop pretending to be dead and get up. The interlocutor rolled his eyes and replied that he was dead from the very beginning. He lay in front of her, saying that he had a body that did not need to breathe, and he had no intention of avoiding this situation by pretending to be dead. The protagonist waved away the smoke and muttered that he did not think Pelicius would still be alive. The boy frowned when the enemy stated that there was no need to worry, since he did not have enough mana or a new body to resurrect himself, and would probably cease to exist in a few minutes. He looked at the girl and asked her to take his revenge and end it all. The blonde narrowed her eyes. She closed her eyes and turned away. Pelicius glanced at her and asked where she was going, and Rick replied that, according to him, he would have been dead from the start, so what was the point of killing him? It would be like just turning a switch. The necromancer followed her with his gaze, and the elf added that she would prefer to prolong his suffering. The girl approached the owner, and the hero asked if she was sure that she would just let him go. The interlocutor glanced at the enemy, and said that these guys would find a better way to make him suffer. Pelicius frowned and clarified what kind of guys they were. A red light appeared from a crack in the ground, and a voice said that it knew he was watching, and the elf asked to take the necromancer away, since they had already finished talking to him. A red silhouette appeared in front of Kim. Then a demon in a tailcoat appeared. Pelicius raised an eyebrow and guessed that he was from a group of black traders. The man grinned and said that they were at their service. 3 days later, the hero was sitting in the throne room, and Dominic was reporting that they had finished replenishing the 300 Naga soldiers who had died in the battle, after which the guy clarified that they had returned to the state they were in before the war, and the girl answered affirmatively, if it was only about the armed forces. Kim remembered how a demon came to them after a group of black traders leaked data on the Naga labyrinth to Pelicius, to offer information on the military strength of the Necromancer King. After the fight, the elf simply left, and thanks to this, the hero was able to fulfill his part of the deal, since the price for the information was to hand over Pelicius to the traders while he was still alive, as well as the core of the labyrinth of the dead. The demon looked very annoyed, since the necromancer was practically dead, and the core was on the verge of destruction and without the energy of the labyrinth, so in the end, no one really gained anything from this deal. The protagonist was also angry, as all the units from the festival labyrinth, as well as a large number of Nagas, had died, and the only loot was rotten meat, a pile of cracked bones, and not a single urn-deep gem. Kim covered his face and muttered that they had gained nothing from this war, and he should just be satisfied that the area around their labyrinth was cleared. Dominic leaned over and asked if it was okay to let them take the Necromancer King, adding that she was worried. She remembered Peletius, who had shouted that he would wait, and then the opportunity for revenge would definitely present itself. The hero, the elf, and the demon looked at him, while he yelled that he would return for everyone and take care of it no matter what. The black merchant spread his arms and transported the loot to the distribution center. The girl looked away and admitted that the necromancer's last words were still in her head, but the guy replied that he was sure everything would be fine, since that organization had all of Giza at their fingertips. Quintus appeared at the threshold as the young man was talking about the nearby labyrinths of the 9th floor. The man frowned and said that Rick had woken up. The elf looked at her hands. The blonde shuddered when the hero asked how she was feeling. The girl, who had once again become a low elf due to the curse of the fall, turned around. Kim and the others were standing at the door, and Rick asked what had happened to her, to which the brunette explained that she had a seizure right after Peletius was taken away. The guy remembered how his subordinate had grabbed her head, and said that, according to the demon, it was the curse of Geyser, which had returned along with the consequences of the forced awakening, and although there were many questions he wanted to ask her, her rest was more important now. Kim frowned and told his interlocutor that she had slept for about 3 days. The girl tried to get up, apologizing for not being able to do her job, but the hero assured her that everything was fine, so she should stay in bed. The elf frowned and exclaimed that now that Peletius was gone, the nearby labyrinths would soon begin to move, and the boy responded that it was not her responsibility to take care of them, although she insisted that she could not allow the reconnaissance team to act on their own, as it was too dangerous. The protagonist closed his eyes and declared that their contract was over. He crossed his arms and added that it was only valid until she took revenge on the Necromancer King. The girl's eyes widened when Kim said that she was no longer connected to the Naga labyrinth, and was now just a guest. The elf looked down. Kim and the others looked at her in surprise as she thanked her master for starting a war for a simple mercenary soldier who had nothing to do with him at all and for the opportunity to take revenge. Rick bowed and expressed her gratitude for waking her people from their brainwashing so that they could be with her, because if it weren't for him, the legacy of the elven royal family would have disappeared forever. She looked at the hero and added that without him, she would already be rotting somewhere on the 9th floor, and that she was still alive today thanks to him and the Naga. The brunette's sweat dropped when the interlocutor asked to let her continue working under his command. The guy closed his eyes and clarified that she was going to be his subordinate, not a mercenary, and the girl confirmed, after which the boy reminded her that she was the elven queen. Rick lowered her head and explained that she wanted to help the Naga labyrinth prosper, but for now she was just a captain of the scouts, nothing more. Kim rubbed his neck as he heard her say she would be working herself to death on the front lines, where royalty and bloodline meant nothing. The girl smiled as the hero stated that he was going to ask her anyway. The elf paled as he heard the boy still reject her request. Kim took the tray from the servant and said that if he hadn't done this, he would have immediately run off to do his job, but the treatment came first. The boy placed the dish on the table and noted that despite the lack of any external injuries, she had slept for 3 days without eating, and they didn't know if there were any other side effects from the curse. Rick teared up as the hero promised to take her in once she recovered, and for now, she would rest as a guest. The girl knelt down and thanked him, calling him master in advance. Kim and the others left the room, and the young man noted that the elf was also doing well, and it seemed that the clearing of the adjacent territory of their labyrinth was finished. The brunette frowned and decided to focus on restoring his strength and stabilizing the situation for a while, but he also could not neglect his defense. Quintus smiled happily when the master said that the other labyrinths already knew about what happened to the labyrinth of the dead, and no one would look down on them, as Peletius and Anaxtus did. Everyone turned to look at the Naga when he exclaimed that the news of what they did spread throughout Geyser, and the young man replied that it was good, but there was no need to be arrogant. Kim turned away and added that they did too much in too short a time, and if the others had brains, they would form an alliance. The subordinates looked at the master in shock, realizing that someone would stand against them. The protagonist turned around and asked for Uther to go to the Hammer and Anvil Labyrinth. The guy introduced the Goblin King and explained that he needed to meet Malaxus. Somewhere in the swamps of the 9th floor, the Wanderer King Hecarim turned and asked if he had sent an invitation but had not prepared the most necessary guest for the meeting. Ariana, the Queen of Dreams, hugged a pillow and muttered that she had indeed expected this, but he did not even have seats prepared for them, and they were literally in the middle of a swamp. They stood in front of a silhouette, who replied that now was not the time to play aristocrats, because the situation was not going well, so they should exercise a little vigilance. A being towered over them, saying that first Anaxtus, now Peletius, and it did not take even a year. The Swamp King Corinthus glared and added that they had to consider his potential, since they couldn't discuss the quality or quantity of their military in his presence, and arrogance never had a happy ending. The girl raised an eyebrow and asked to get down to business, since it was obvious that he wanted to form an alliance. Hecarim looked at the owner of the place and asked if he was afraid that Peletius was gone, and his image had sunk as low as the swamps, and if it wasn't too early to panic, since the most annoying guy near the Naga labyrinth was still there. Ariana gestured and added that he should hold out longer than Anaxtis and the necromancer combined. The girl leaned back and muttered that she didn't think that stupid slime would lose in the first place. But then Corinthus announced that Uther was on the Naga King's side. The interlocutor jumped up and asked again. The bondman leaned over and added that the Hammer and Anvil King Malaxus was also quite friendly towards the Naga King, and it was only a matter of time before he too would end up under Kim's command. Hecarim touched his mask and muttered that given the layout of his warren and his powers, he was the weakest, so he was likely on his knees begging for mercy. The Wanderer King looked up and added that he was surprised that the other would even be willing to stand up to him when he was so afraid. Corinthus' eyes blazed and said that if another Warren Master sided with him, the balance of the 9th floor would be completely upset, as no one had ever taken an entire floor, and nothing could be more dishonorable than that. Ariana smirked and pointed out that the balance was already upset, but he countered that they would have the advantage if they did not attack first. He presented a map and said that the Dream Labyrinth and the marshes were good at defense, so they would hold him off while the centaurs intercepted him. Corinthus imagined arrows on the map and added that it was too risky for the Naga Labyrinth to attack the Wanderers, as it would leave them vulnerable to attacks from the Dreams and the marshes. Barriers appeared on the map and the monster noted that, assuming the Naga King was not stupid, they would be in an endless dead end, and that was the plan. Hecarim tightened his weapon and said he did not like it, to which the other reminded him that now was not the time to think about his ego. The Wanderer King agreed to consider his proposal, but it was a shameful day. Ariana waved her hand and said she needed more time to think it over. Corinthus flushed and hissed that she probably couldn't get rid of her fallen fairy instincts, and was thinking about falling at the feet of someone strong, and then he should kill her right now, but the girl assured him that there was nothing like that. She shook her hands and explained that there was something else bothering her. Ariana remembered her charges and said that this was information her girls had obtained by brainwashing some of the minions from the lower floors, and she hoped that it was a lie. Her face became serious when the Dream Queen reported that the aristocrats of the deeper floor were going to invade. End of Season 1. 2 days after the war, Peletius was chained somewhere in the territory of the Black Traders group. The necromancer lowered his head. Then suddenly he stirred and laughed. He bared his teeth, grinning. The man looked ahead and noted that there was no mana or guards in the room, and he was only bound with chains. Who knew that the great group of black traders could be so stupid, or look down on him because he lost his arms? The undead raised his head and muttered that there was no mana here. Peletius grinned and added that there was a lot of miasma. He began to grow arms, muttering that there were a lot of corpses in this place, and for the first time they caught intelligent undead. The necromancer broke the chain and decided that they just didn't know that he had the ability to consume miasma. The man folded his arms and said that he had collected enough, and it was time to prepare to leave, since there was a lot to do. Energy appeared around him, and Peletius thought that they probably thought that his soul transfer magic came from the labyrinth of the dead, and that wasn't wrong. He remembered himself in the dungeon, where he spent an eternity researching soul transfer magic, and eventually found a way to use it himself. The undead furrowed his brows and used soul fragmentation dispersion. Fragments of creatures flashed in front of him, and the man began to search for a suitable fresh body, and it would be ideal if it had magical talent. The necromancer flinched when he heard a growl nearby. In the picture was an undead, a Gazerian, and Peletius muttered that it didn't meet his standards, but now was not the time to be picky. He created magic circles around and set the resulting target coordinates, beginning to separate the soul from the main body. The man frowned, thinking that it was a complicated spell that was hard to use without the help of the labyrinth, and he should not overdo it and take it step by step, when suddenly a voice said that 2 days was longer than expected. A demon came up to him and said that he fell asleep waiting for him. He rubbed his monocle while the necromancer chuckled that the merchant was taking too long, since half of his soul had already left this place. The devil stepped onto the stairs and said that the lower undead that grew to this level were quite attractive, so it fed his collector's spirit, but he became a little curious. The boy smiled and asked what would happen if the undead born from the collection of thoughts remained alive. Peletius frowned and noted that he was talking nonsense. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Bloody spirits were reaching out to him from above. The necromancer opened his mouth in surprise. He turned to the smiling demon and asked what he was doing, to which the merchant replied that he was simply rewriting the magic array. The undead bent over, feeling how the fragments of his soul were beginning to gather again, and the target coordinates were also cut off, but he could not lose the initiative. The demon raised a finger and listed: the pain of wounds, the stench of blood on the battlefield, the taste of the hunt. But what is the point of living if you can't even feel all of this? His face twisted into a grin as he asked if he didn't wonder what it would be like for the undead to have blood flowing and a beating heart, since a living body has many limitations. Peletius frowned and asked to stop, but the interlocutor only asked to accept his condolences, but his character would not allow it. The necromancer imagined a diagram of a person and thought that the soul is tied to the body and limited by its powers, and it is impossible to learn magic if there is no talent for it. But most importantly, If you do not break the connection between the body and the soul, you will be sent to the afterlife. The man sweated and tried to cancel the soul transfer magic, knowing that it would be real death. The demon smiled and noted that it was too late, since he had seized the initiative, and Pelicius shouted that he had wanted this from the beginning. He gritted his teeth, thinking that he couldn't just sit here and do nothing, so he needed to select all the other parts with a key ad. The merchant presented several pictures and listed: social life, no fratricide, labyrinth, talent for necromancy, maximum mana. He clapped his hands and exclaimed that this was enough. The demon turned to the prisoner and said that instead of being grateful for what he had given him, Pelicius was asking too much. The merchant grinned and asked how far he could go, since the devil would be watching him in case the undead became the new protagonist. The man looked at him and cursed when the other man expressed the hope that he would be entertained. After that, the demon snapped his fingers. The necromancer opened his eyes slightly. Everything around him was blurry, and he was breathing heavily. He had small paws, and Pelicius wondered if everything went well and if the magic of the soul had transferred him to a living body. He looked ahead and decided that now that it had happened, nothing could be done, and he should first figure out where he was. There were a lot of holes in the wall and dried plants on the floor, which looked like a living space. The undead moved his fingers and noted that his hands were quite bulky. Could it really be a young one? A small blue circle appeared in front of him when he decided to use magic, but the amount of mana was too small. A small ice cube appeared in the air, which was difficult to hold. There was a torch burning on the wall, and Pelicius thought that the living body would progress as it grew, and it seemed that the keywords took effect, so this place must be a labyrinth. Everything around him shook as he thought that he should find out what kind of dungeon this was, so he should look at another life form. His body fell backwards. He extended his paw and realized that he couldn't walk. His lower body felt like a tail. The necromancer moved his limb and screamed in panic. A silhouette appeared next to him and greeted the newcomer. The snake looked at him and said that he was rolling on the ground as soon as he was summoned, and that it must be nice. Pelicius' eyes widened in shock. His pupils froze. Then he slowly touched his cheek. He began to move his hands over his head and sigh. In the cells, other cubs were sleeping, who woke up at Pelicius' scream. The first-generation Naga, a super-duper veteran worker, narrowed his eyes. A while ago, the snake approached his colleagues and asked why he should be in charge of a new recruit who was summoned later, but the entire second generation was in the wasteland as administrators, so there was no choice. The worker frowned and thought that he would just have to show his charge the labyrinth, and when the schedule came, work to demonstrate how it was done. He looked at the sweaty Pelicius and muttered that it was the first time he saw a Naga who couldn't even crawl, and Pelicius responded that he was starting to get used to it little by little, although he continued to use his hands to crawl. Blue looked at his colleagues, who were discussing how the new recruit had just been summoned, so he would be fine in a while, and he himself had thought so at first. Pelicius was tearing into the meat during lunch, exclaiming that it was a gourmet's paradise, and the taste spread throughout his entire mouth. Sometime later, the snake was lying on the ground, screaming that his skin was tingling, as if a volcano was erupting, and his kinsman came to the mentor in tears, justifying himself by simply hitting him as a joke. Then the former necromancer turned white, because he forgot how to breathe. His mentor frowned and demanded that he take a breath and take in more air, and the latter asked why the life of a living creature was so tiring. 3 days after the war, it was the necromancer's second day in the Naga labyrinth, and he was sweating in front of his master. The protagonist arched his eyebrows. The newcomer bowed before him. The guy looked at the advisor and clarified whether this was the same worker who had been summoned out of nowhere, and she replied that he had suddenly appeared in the workers' dormitory. Dominic closed her eyes and said that he was currently being trained by his colleagues, but no matter what job he was assigned to, he did it very clumsily. The brunette looked at the system window that had appeared. Pelicius was sweating, knowing he would die if he was discovered, and the protagonist muttered that something was wrong with his sudden appearance. But since he was marked as a worker Naga, it should be fine, so let them try making him do different things first, and there should be something he was good at. Kim crossed his arms, and the girl said that she would leave this child to another worker from now on, and the guy asked to report if there was anything noteworthy. The hero touched his chin and wondered if he should be happy about this, since they were in desperate need of a new hero-class Naga. The snake mentor pointed his ward to a place next to him, and Kim thought that he hadn't even expected that they would get a heroic worker. Dominic looked at the master and said that they were ready to go to the Hammer and Anvil Labyrinth, and Rick was away. Angela and Draken were waiting with the army. The guy waved his hand and said that he would go see Uther, since they would need a guide, but it wouldn't take long, so let the girl take care of the labyrinth as usual. During lunch in the workers' dormitory, Pelicius peeked out from behind the corner and looked around. There was no one in the room, and he thought it was a shame to refuse an exquisite dinner, but it couldn't be helped. The snake had made a nest for itself and noted that it would have to kneel in front of the protagonist, and that would be a stain on its honor, but with its current body, there was nothing else to do. Pelicius folded its paws and decided that it was impossible to get caught until it regained its strength. He closed his eyes and tensed up. Sparks appeared around him, and he fell. The Naga rubbed the back of his head and thought that even though he had a hero class, it was impossible with only the magical power of a worker, and now his soul had completely settled in this body. The necromancer frowned, realizing that it would take decades to increase his mana reserves using traditional methods. But was this really the only way? He imagined himself driving a bus, and remembered that the amount of mana was determined at birth. Then he imagined a bus full of small gluttons, and thought that there was no limit to the miasma, since it was the tainted energy that emitted from corpses and the like. Nag saw himself driving, knowing that the problem was that miasma was toxic to living things. There were wrappers under his feet, because the necromancer compared this energy to waste, as opposed to fresh mana, and using something that should be excreted from the body as a primary source of nutrition was no easy task. He closed his eyes and decided to begin building up a resistance to the miasma, absorbing it little by little in quantities that would not kill him or become a burden to the body. Nag shuddered. Pelicius began to crawl around the room, exclaiming that it was impossible. The former necromancer paled, realizing that there was no miasma here, and how the labyrinth could be so healthy. His mentor appeared at the door, reminding him that they had decided to grab a bite to eat and then head to the forge. The newcomer turned around and asked where they had been fighting when the water dragons had invaded. He immediately began to sweat when he was asked where he had gotten that information. The worker frowned when the other man lied and said that another elder had told him. The Naga approached and said that, other than the giant flood dragon they had encountered, all the fighting had taken place just outside the outer wall of the labyrinth. Pelicius' eyes lit up when he asked if he could see any water dragon corpses in the area. He immediately paled when his mentor replied that there was nothing left, of course, since they had taken the parts they could eat and buried the rest. The worker raised his eyebrows and asked what he wanted to see, and the subordinate exclaimed that he wanted a cemetery and corpses. Pelicius immediately moved towards the exit and called out to his mentor when he responded that he understood. Some time later, they stood in front of a temporary cemetery. The newcomer's eyes were shining. Dark energy was coming out of the pile, and the snake thought that it was not much, but miasma was formed here. But for him it was perfect, since it was necessary to absorb small amounts at a time. The worker pointed and said that this was a place where they were stored after death, whether from hunting or war, and it was like a cemetery for enemies, so the Naga did not often come here. Blue narrowed his eyes and said that usually they sent here as punishment, or selected by lottery, but the interlocutor shouted that he would do it. Pelicius spread his arms and declared that from now on he would manage the cemetery and take care of it, even if there were hundreds or thousands of corpses. The veteran looked at him in confusion as the newcomer exclaimed that the youngest in the labyrinth had to do all the dirty and heavy work, and it was kind of them to let him do it. Nag smirked when the mentor agreed to discuss it with the handmaiden. Blue watched the strange ward, who was climbing around and assessing the corpses. Dominic looked at the little one and asked if he really volunteered, and the interlocutor answered in the affirmative, but the girl checked to see if the elders had forced him. The mentor sweated and muttered that they would never do such a thing, and the ward assured him that he had decided to do it himself. The advisor raised an eyebrow and informed him that since their number of personnel had recently increased, their food consumption had also increased, so there would be at least 10 carcasses every day from hunting alone. Nag put his hands on his hips when Dominic pointed out that even carrying them himself would be difficult, let alone burying them, but he claimed that was no problem, especially since all the flesh and skin would not be removed prematurely anyway. Pelicius clenched his fists and exclaimed that this job was meant for a worker like him, and burning corpses had always been his destiny. The girl covered her face with her hand and muttered that even the master had said that this little one could find a job that suited him. So was he really being called to manage a cemetery? She looked at Blue, who merely shook his head. Pelicius winced when the advisor agreed and said that she was relieving him of all other work, so let him take care of this place as a cemetery worker. The other man jumped up and shouted that he would work until this body broke and his soul dissipated, and the girl noted that it was not necessary to go that far. The Nag grinned and thought that he hadn't expected everything to work out so well, and now he could focus on collecting miasma and creating a chimera to transfer his soul to. He chuckled evilly as Dominic said that they would build a rest room nearby just in case. The girl looked at him dumbfounded and muttered that they had come across a strange specimen, and Blue replied that he had said so. The hammer and anvil labyrinth was in full swing. One goblin ran into the room and reported that an urgent message had arrived from the scouts. He frowned and exclaimed that an army of Nagas was heading for their labyrinth, and would arrive in 2 days. The boss put down his hammer and clarified their numbers. The young man looked at him and replied that there were about 20 elite Nagas, a dragon, a vampire, and even a king of gluttony. Another goblin turned to him and asked if there were any people there, and he remembered that there was a Gazerian with them, but that must have been just a slave. The blacksmith turned around and exclaimed that this fool did not have the intelligence of a scout, because this man was the owner of the Naga labyrinth, the human baron from the 9th floor. The young man looked at Black and said that he almost made a huge mistake. The bearded man grinned. He stood up and said that he expected them to be just messengers, but the leader decided to come in person. The king turned around and ordered everyone to be called in to prepare for the meeting with the noble. The protagonist and his comrades looked ahead and noted that it was surprising to see that the Goblin King was not a goblin. The man grinned and replied that they had the same problem, because a man ruled the Nagas. The interlocutor sat at the table, and the guy said that he now understood how the goblins developed into what they are now. Malaxis closed his eyes and apologized for the reception, as this room was converted from an empty storage room, but he did not expect the hero to come to such a place himself. The man looked at him in surprise when the brunette admitted that this was the best labyrinth of all that he had seen so far. Kim remembered the narrow road leading to the valley between the rocks, the moat and the outer wall. He imagined another angle of the inner wall with a tower and the main walls of the fortress, and noted that even if siege-class water dragons were brought here, it would be difficult to break through. The interlocutor slapped the table and laughed, saying that such words made him proud, and the youth only said that this was the perfect place for a fortress. The dwarf pointed behind him and said that due to their size, it was difficult to fight even ordinary beasts, so they decided to build a fortress and work on improving their technology. The goblin showed off his armor as his master explained that food could be hard to come by here. They somehow managed by supplying the group of black traders with quality gear. The protagonist rubbed his chin, concluding that they had been quietly cultivating while the others were unaware and looked down on them, and Uther exclaimed that he hadn't heard from the dwarf in a long time, so he thought he was dead, and he responded in kind. Kim furrowed his brows and thought that since there was no way to know what was going on inside the fortress, they just thought of these guys as skittish cats that stayed indoors all day, and even he couldn't think of a good way to take over the place. Malaxis took a sip of his drink as the youth noted that he had passed all of the fortress defenses, and asked why he had opened his doors to him. They exchanged glances, and the brunette asked if he had a backup plan, but the other replied that he was just confident. The hero looked at the master of the labyrinth, who asked why he would turn his back on them, who were on friendly terms, when there were other enemies, and besides, they had many useful technologies that they could offer. The dwarf took the bottle and added that there was no point in that, and even that stupid Anaxarchus wouldn't do something like that. He scratched his head. The man pointed at the guests and said that they would suffer unimaginable losses fighting a vampire, a draken, an invincible aristocrat, and the king of gluttony. Malaxis glanced at his subordinates, and noted that their scouts were still scared to death. The dwarf closed his eyes and thanked the hero for taking care of Anaxarchus and Peletius, who were a pain in the ass for them. Kim took the mug and said that he expected to be able to communicate with the man, but did not think he would be able to see the big picture. To which the blacksmith replied that one must know when to bow one's head if one wants to live a long life. Malaxis winced when the boy added that he should know the reason for his visit. The brunette took a sip when the man expressed hope that they could give him a little more time and asked why. The hero presented a map and said that he was sure that in his place, the dwarf would not want to leave a potential enemy behind the front lines. The goblins worked in the mine, and their master told him that due to the desert lands they could not hunt, so they relied on a group of black traders. In other words, a large part of the cost of maintaining the labyrinth depended on the mines for the extraction of gems. The dwarf put his hand on the table and said that if he became his knight according to the contract, he would have to give up 30% of the gems that were necessary for their survival. Malaxis looked down and added that they were already in a difficult situation, so if he gave up that much gems, their labyrinth would collapse before the war. But then the hero raised his hand and noted that he did not understand something. Kim looked at him and asked when he asked to be his knight in the first place. Uther chewed vigorously while the boy remarked that it would be strange to knight someone he had just met and demand loyalty from them, after which the blacksmith asked why they had come then. The protagonist frowned and said that he had come to form an alliance and find an ally he could rely on and who would not stab him in the back. The king of gluttony glanced sideways at Kim when he said that he did not knight just anyone. Malaxis looked at him in surprise and muttered that the difference in status and strength between them was obvious, but instead of forcing them to submit, he wanted to form an alliance without any conditions, to which the boy replied that he had already given him a lot. The brunette remembered various creatures and said that when he became an aristocrat, he received envoys from the labyrinths of the 9th floor, and they brought only simple words of congratulations. They wandered around the dungeon pretending to be busy with surveillance, the only exception being the messengers from the Hammer and Anvil labyrinth. The hero remembered that the goblin had opened a chest of gems for him despite them having a hard time keeping up with the maintenance costs, and had also provided a map of the 9th floor with the layout of the labyrinths and information on their current position. Kim folded his arms and said that he had hired troops with the gems he had provided and had made plans with the map, which led to his victory over Peletius. Malaxis and his subordinates stared at the guest in shock, who stated that this was no different from the fact that they had already fought together. The two exchanged glances, and the hero added that he wanted to reward him instead of taking anything. The dwarf laughed and noted that the youth was indeed different from those water dragons and undead bastards, and that made him want to swear allegiance. He waved his hand and ordered Black and Black to carry the things inside. Everyone looked at the door. The protagonist leaned forward in surprise. The goblins brought in equipment made of a deep dark iron and adamantite alloy, as well as weapons, since the blacksmith had heard that at the end of every battle, the boy's sword broke. The subordinate handed Kim the blade, and Malaxis said that it was not so strong, since it was not made of pure adamantium, but there should be no one who could scratch it except the abyssal nobles, since, after all, the best blacksmiths of their labyrinth came together to create it. The protagonist picked up the sword and noted that it was commendable, since it was annoying to constantly search for new weapons. The dwarf waved his hand when the guest asked if he could accept it, and admitted that he had originally intended to use it as a bargaining chip, but in the end it was not necessary. Malaxis grinned and declared that it would be a symbol of the alliance between the Naga labyrinth and the Hammer and Anvil labyrinth. He spread his arms and exclaimed that he would never have thought of leaving this valley before, but he was also the master of the dungeon, and one who lived with big dreams. The hero smiled when the other said that he could not stay locked up forever, and now was the best time to see the world. They shook hands, and Malaxis said that he was ready to leave his name next to the Baron's on the list of achievements, and Kim promised him eternal prosperity. Uther lay down on the table and asked the hero why he had called him in the first place, and Angela noted that without him, the place would be empty. The hero stood with the gnome on the dais, and everyone celebrated the successful creation of an alliance between the Naga, Hammer and Anvil, and Gluttony labyrinths. The blacksmith looked at the boy and shared details about his labyrinth, since even if they were allies, it would be better to clearly state their capabilities as a sign of trust. The dwarf stood in front of his army, which numbered 600 people and 2 hero classes, all of which except Malaxis were goblins, and unusually, they did not have specific professions. The wards were engaged in various activities, working in 3 shifts, protecting the labyrinth, hunting, mining and doing other things. The hero looked at the squad in armor, because during the battle, everyone wore equipment that they created themselves, and this makes them unique. On the floor lay a cannon with cannonballs, which was used at long distances, and the reason why guns were not developed is probably because they would not be very useful against beasts. Kim crossed his arms and muttered that it looked more like a medieval castle than a labyrinth, and maybe he should ask them to help him repair their walls next time. Dominic smiled and asked if the master liked Malaxis, and the man admitted that he was easier to talk to than he expected, and the fact that he was a humanoid and not a beast also helped. The girl touched her chin when the master asked if there was any news about the other labyrinths, and replied that there hadn't been any special movements yet, and the boy noted that they were more relaxed than he thought. The brunette waved his hand when someone called out to him. Quintus appeared at the entrance, and reported that there were messengers at the gates, waiting for his permission to enter. The man sweated and reported that they were representatives of the Dream Labyrinth, Wanderers, and Swamp. The protagonist clicked his tongue in displeasure. The guests knelt and declared themselves honored to see the master of the Naga Labyrinth and Baron Geyser. Dominic held out her hand and demanded to know the purpose of their visit, and if they were here because of the alliance, then they should leave immediately. The girl smiled and replied that she would never waste the Baron's time on such an insignificant problem, and the ambassadors came as representatives of the 3 dungeons. The brunette leaned on his arm while the guest said that their masters admired his feats, but also feared that next time he might point his sword at them. The hero presented several symbols near the bright disk, when the interlocutor said that their masters asked all the owners of the 9th floor labyrinths to gather at the round table. Kim sat on the throne, asking again, and the messenger answered that there was an important matter that they must discuss concerning their floor. The girl smirked when the hero asked if he was being tricked right now, and replied that if it was a trap, they would not have revealed the names of the 3 labyrinths. She looked at the brunette and added that even the rank and file soldiers could see that the thriving Naga labyrinth was quite dangerous, so the other labyrinth masters were worried about this fact. The envoys knelt when one of them admitted that their masters had been looking for ways to counter the protagonist before the new problem appeared. Kim raised an eyebrow and said that they must not know that he did not like to waste time. The interlocutor turned his gaze to her colleague and passed the floor to him. He took out a scroll and said that a meeting would be held in a month near the swamp labyrinth that was closest to the center of the floor, and the exact location was indicated here. The representatives raised their heads and said that the topic of the meeting would be the invasion of the 10th floor aristocratic union on the 9th. Quintus approached the gentleman and said that they had confirmed that the ambassadors had left their territory, and the hero praised him and asked him to inspect the area again just in case. The boy ruffled his hair and muttered that it hadn't even been a week since the war ended and they weren't giving him a break. He frowned and noted that the abyssal invaders hadn't done anything during the Great War, so why were they doing it now? Dominic looked at him and said that it was unbelievable and could be a trap, to which the master agreed. The girl's eyes widened when the brunette said that if it was true, the consequences would be huge, and it was better to be deceived by the idiots from the 9th floor than to be attacked by nobles without any preparation. The hero looked down, saying that he would go to the meeting, but before that, there was something he needed to do. He looked at the advisor and clarified if the black merchant was still in the barren wasteland, and she confirmed, adding that they were inspecting the area to try to restore the labyrinth of the dead. Kim headed for the exit, saying that he would be back soon, but he would go alone. A few days later, at the sight of the former labyrinth of the dead, the demon narrowed its eyes in displeasure and asked how the boy was doing, and the boy remarked that it seemed as if he was not welcome. The hero came to the construction site, and the interlocutor muttered that he was the number 1 customer on the 9th floor, and the boy asked what they were doing there. The demon pointed to the stones and said that they were making the foundation for the labyrinth, and unlike the water dragon labyrinth, this one was missing the entire section, so there was an awful lot of work to be done, and the brunette then suggested that they work on the water dragon labyrinth instead. The interlocutor smiled and asked if that meant he was allowing another labyrinth to take the place of the water dragons, and the hero refused. The boy looked at the displeased demon, who muttered that this was why they were building from scratch, and Kim noted that he spoke as if it was his fault. The protagonist turned to him and asked what would happen after it was finished and if Pelicius would return, and he replied that it had been confirmed that a new labyrinth would be created here, but it would not belong to that necromancer. The demon hesitated when the youth asked how he knew this. The man remembered how he had stood over the corpse of an undead with a colleague when joining the 2 halves of his body did not heal him. Kim put his hand on his belt and asked what they were going to do, since he also did not like the idea of a new labyrinth appearing here. The demon looked at him with fear and reminded him that he had already agreed to this, but the guy turned away, saying that he did not understand what they were talking about. The brunette looked at him and said that the negotiations only said that he would hand over Pelicius and the core, and the interlocutor noted that they were both destroyed, but the protagonist stated that the necromancer himself did it, not him. The merchant raised a finger and assured that there would be no labyrinth here anytime soon, since Pelicius was dead, but that was not the only reason. He pointed to the core, which was on the verge of destruction, and said that most of the funding went to preserving it. The hero remembered how he took the stone out of the necromancer's chest, and the demon said that in order to safely extract the core, it was necessary to sacrifice some of its energy. But since it was extracted when there was no energy left from the gems, it was dying. He crossed his arms, and Kim asked what would happen if he forcibly extracted it again, and the interlocutor answered that then it would be completely destroyed. At this time, the protagonist was already standing with the crystal in his hands. The stone immediately split into pieces. The brunette frowned and noted that he was right. The demon's eyes widened. His face turned pale with horror. He fell to his knees and asked what he had done. The merchant burst into tears, screaming that he would be killed, and the guy asked him to calm down. Kim arched his eyebrows and said that the interlocutor was behaving rather rudely, but he exclaimed that it made no difference since he was not going to live anyway. The demon began to collect the fragments, and the hero asked if the problem would not be solved if a new labyrinth appeared here, especially since there was one on the 8th floor. The interlocutor's eyes flashed, and he asked again, to which the young man told about a tribe of boars with large tusks that were preparing to move to the 9th floor, so why not just tell them to move here? The merchant grimaced and replied that it was not that easy to solve. Kim looked at him when he explained that then there would be an empty space on the 8th floor, and the thing is that they currently lacked a labyrinth core. The guy came closer and clarified whether it was such a rarity, and the interlocutor admitted that even a group of black traders did not know how to make a core. He raised a finger and added that they only knew that the seeds of the labyrinth cores appeared in places where it was abandoned, and they were about the size of his thumb. The merchant presented an altar, since such resources were hidden in such places and were looking for an owner. There was a bright stone visible behind the image, and the demon said that once it found it and reached the 3rd rank of the labyrinth, it would gain its original power. At this point, the protagonist was already holding a red crystal in his hands. The demon's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the stone in the guy's hand, and the guy noted that he was holding a labyrinth in his hands. Kim grinned and tossed it up when the other guy asked where he got it from, and replied that he didn't know, since they had called him a fool. The merchant crawled up to the brunette and muttered that if the Baron had a new one in stock, he could have just said so, but the guy noted that he never said he was going to give it to them. The demon rubbed his hands and said that then they had no choice but to demand compensation from him for destroying the labyrinth's core, but the protagonist reminded him that it was not he who would be killed for this incident. Kim turned around and asked to tell his successor everything before they died, and he himself needed to prepare for negotiations. The merchant turned pale and said that with this seed they could easily populate the boars from the 8th floor, but the boy said that this was not a fair deal, since it would be an exchange of a new seed for a broken core. The protagonist pointed to the crystal and reminded him that the demon's life was on his hand. He glared menacingly and added that he was beginning to wonder what would happen if his parasite devoured the labyrinth. The demon fell to his knees and muttered that he had nothing to give, so what did he want? And Kim suggested starting with information. The merchant flinched when the young man said that he had been hearing strange news lately about the aristocrats from the 10th floor preparing to invade the 9th. The interlocutor stood up and asked who said that, but the boy reminded him that he was here asking questions. The brunette raised an eyebrow when he heard that it was probably a false rumor, since those idiots would never start a war on their own. The demon walked to the side and called the hero to follow him, while the latter was surprised that he called the aristocrats that. They moved behind the wall, and the merchant muttered that this should be enough to talk. The protagonist's eyes widened when the interlocutor said that the 10th floor was destroyed, and there were only losers there, with the exception of a very select few, but these aristocrats had long since lost any fighting spirit they had. The demon narrowed his eyes and said that in the past there had been a bloodbath, but now they were more focused on who could build the largest palace. Kim sat down on a stone and asked why the messengers had lied then, and why the owners of the labyrinths had gathered together to come up with such an obvious trap. But then the merchant added that if there was external pressure, it would be possible. The two looked at each other, and he said that most of the aristocrats on the 10th floor worshipped a certain person, but they would both die a painful death if anyone heard them talking about it. The demon frowned and said that it was Count Parthy of Despair from the 11th floor. The boy turned to him and noted that he had never heard that name before, so how was that related? The boy raised an eyebrow when he heard that it was an old enemy of Anatolius. Kim narrowed his eyes and repeated what that had to do with the 9th floor. The two looked at each other, and the hero muttered what business he had here. The boy frowned and asked if he looked like a henchman of Anatolius, and the demon hastened to assure him that it was not so, because the boy did indeed receive a noble seal. The brunette frowned and asked again when he heard that the problem was that others saw it differently than he did. The merchant narrowed his eyes and said that rumors about him and the Naga labyrinth were quite widespread, and not only the lower floors in the abyss, but also the upper middle floors knew about it. He imagined the hero defeating the monster, and added that only 3 months after the labyrinth was created, the guy managed to defeat the king of the water dragons who ruled before the Great War and became an aristocrat, which was both a very interesting and unrealistic story. The demon remembered watching the hero and admitted that he witnessed how it happened. The merchants watched him with popcorn, watching the ground open up, blood splattering everywhere, but the brunette asked them not to digress. The interlocutor raised a finger and said that the problem was that after everything that happened, Anatolius visited the Naga labyrinth, and then the youth defeated Peletius. Kim shuddered when the demon asked what Count Parthy could have thought. The protagonist rubbed his chin and guessed that it looked like Anatolius had done all the work. The merchant imagined the image of a guy with an army and admitted that there was a rumor that the success of the Naga labyrinth lay in the count from the 11th floor. He looked at Kim and said that this could be the reason why the forces of the abyss, who considered Anatolius their enemy, paid attention to him. The youth raised his head and deduced that Anatolius and Parthy were fighting on the 11th floor. The aristocrats of the 10th floor were basically enemies of the first, and since they believed that the hero was his subordinate, they were preparing to invade the 9th floor. The brunette closed his eyes and muttered that the steel golem bastard was really talented at making life difficult for others. But if that was the case, then he didn't have time to worry about what the other labyrinths on the 9th floor thought, after which the demon stated that there was 2 pieces of good news. He gestured with his hand and said that there was no labyrinth on the 9th floor except for the Naga that Count Anatolius had witnessed, as he had killed every single scout that wasn't a hero. The guy remembered the golem, and how Rick had almost died back then too. The merchant introduced Ariana and her subordinates, and added that the other labyrinths knew that there was once some kind of creature from the abyss here and could deduce that they were preparing for war, but not that the target was the Naga's labyrinth. The Dream Queen hugged her pillow and the demon assumed that she thought of it as an invasion between floors. He rubbed his head when the hero asked what the other piece of good news was. The demon glanced sideways at the young man and said that after the war with the King of the Dead, Count Anatolius seemed to have decided to officially sponsor him, after which Kim noted that he simply did whatever he wanted. The hero stood up while the interlocutor was saying that some goods were being delivered here from the 11th floor, but it would take at least a few weeks. After all, they needed to quietly pass through the 10th floor. The demon smiled and added that he had now said everything he knew. The brunette passed by and objected that this was not enough. The interlocutor looked after him with displeasure and exclaimed that he would forget that he would destroy the core of the labyrinth of the dead, help the boars move, and even told all the information about the abyss that he knew, so what else was needed? The protagonist stopped and noted that he said that his life depended on it. But he was in the same situation, to which the merchant asked if he really had to give away this old rag that he was wearing. Kim turned around and asked if the black traders were doing business on the 10th floor, and he answered yes, saying that someone else was in charge there. The other man scratched his head and agreed when the young man asked to go with them. The next second, he froze and asked again. The hero crossed his arms and said that he wanted to see what was on the 10th floor. Dominic and the other girls looked at the gentleman in shock when he said that he would go with the black trader to the 10th floor in a week. The guy looked back and explained that he needed to know the enemy to make this whole ordeal easier, and the advisor exclaimed that it was dangerous. The brunette looked at her and asked her not to worry, since he was going to pretend to be the trader's bodyguard, and there was probably a rule against attacking a group of black traders, and the blonde noted that in the abyss, everything was a little different, and they were accompanied by mercenaries for a reason, unlike here. She introduced the monsters and said that there were wild animals that would easily notice any amateur disguise, and there were many groups of mercenaries and bandits that were not associated with any labyrinth. The hero turned to the vampire and noted that the group of black traders was not so poorly organized that they would be plundered. Rick moved Angela and said that they definitely needed to explore the abyss, but it was unlikely that the master of the labyrinth should be constantly exposed to danger. The girl pointed to herself and added that when a subordinate dies, he can simply be replaced. But in the case of the master, everything will be of course, so it is better for her to go. However, Kim said that subordinates are not expendable, and this applies to her. The elf frowned and tried to object, saying that he is always on the front lines, but he said that it has already been decided. The protagonist, who was being watched by the Naga, frowned and said that he had destroyed the threatening forces on the 9th floor, and now the nobles were hunting them, and if he did not approach this matter prepared for death, they would not survive. Pelicius watched from around the corner, while the brunette said that they would never know if the labyrinth would level up at the right time, like when they fought Anaxtis, or if reinforcements would arrive at the perfect time, like with the necromancer, so they could not rely on luck every time. The boy moved forward, stating that this conversation was over, and he would be in his room if he needed anything. The girl sighed in resignation. The hero walked down the hallway, thinking that he understood their concerns, and no matter how strong the labyrinth was, it would all end with his death. Kim frowned and decided that there was a big difference between second-hand and first-hand information about an enemy, so he had to do it no matter what. He thought back to his battles and thought that every time he killed an enemy, a stronger one would appear, and his sword hadn't pierced through when he fought Pelicius, so he needed to find ways to become stronger, and there might be clues in the abyss. Someone approached the boy, who realized that he had become quite anxious, and called out to him. The brunette glanced back and muttered that he had asked not to ask. Draken tilted his head and said that Quintus had asked to call him because some mercenary had come. Kim looked at him, noting that they had continued to come after the war with Pelicius, but he had asked to just send them away. The interlocutor scratched his neck and reported that it seemed to be a heroic-ranked mercenary. There was a crowd in the Naga Labyrinth Plaza. The wandering knight Balzac gripped the handle and announced that he had come to see the master of the labyrinth, the Naga, also known as the Invincible Commander. He pointed at Quintus and said that he had walked all the way through the abyss through forests and swamps to get to this place because he wanted to express his admiration, and he was told to just leave. The Naga crossed his arms and asked the purpose of the visit, to which the guest exclaimed that it was a duel, because what knight would serve someone weaker than himself? The interlocutors looked at each other, and Balzac asked why the man, as a warrior, did not understand his feelings, to which the man replied that he did, but followed orders. The stranger sweated when Quintus noted that he did not see a horse with this knight. They both turned around when a voice said that it was very noisy here. The protagonist and the Draken approached, and everyone bowed. Balzac frowned and exclaimed that the Invincible Commander was much smaller than he imagined. The man looked at Kim and asked him to fight him, and if he won, he would become his sword, and the brunette told his subordinate that he would deal with him himself. Draken stood between the Naga and the knight while the parasite assessed the target's strength, and the hero thought that the guest was definitely a hero rank, about the same as Quintus or stronger, although he remained weaker than Draken. The youth crossed his arms and asked why he came, and the warrior replied that he had heard that the Invincible Commander lived on the 9th floor. Kim bowed his head when he heard that he wanted to see for himself the strength that was rumored, so he came to fight in a duel. Balzac sweated when the master of the labyrinth repeated what the purpose of his visit was. He extended his hand and tried to repeat what he had said, but the boy sharply demanded to know the true purpose. The brunette closed his eyes and asked if he seemed stupid to him, and he himself was stupid. The knight winced when Kim said that it could be a worthy excuse, but if he wanted to lie, he should at least change his armor. The hero frowned and asked what the soldier Anatolius was doing here. Balzac took off his mask and demanded not to pronounce the name of the one who deserves to be torn to shreds. The protagonist stands next to Quintus and thinks about him being a therianthrope and being half bull. He states that this is not the reaction Kim expected. The guy stands in front of Balzac and says that it is rather rude to speak like that about his master. He asks if he is afraid of the consequences. The man replies that Anatolius is his former master. He says with a serious look that he was part of the Iron-Blooded Knights even before he came there. The guy asks if he was expelled. He replies that if. Kim is surprised to hear that Balzac left of his own free will. The protagonist clarifies why. The man looks at him and explains that he simply hates the boss. Kim asks again in a calm voice. The protagonist stands near Quintus and states that he is underestimated. He asks if he really wants to say that he voluntarily left the Iron-Blooded Knights of the Count to go under the control of the Baron from the 9th floor, instead of the 10th. He replies that he did not mean that at all. He looks at the interlocutor and clarifies that he expects the protagonist to believe that he did it only because he hates Anatolius. The man explains that this is true. Balzac with a serious look hears that the protagonist knows that the 10th floor is full of individuals who hate Anatolius, and if the man really hated him, he would go to one of them. He exclaims the owners of the 10th floor. Kim stands in front of the huge boss, explaining that the Count himself went through the 10th floor to go up to the 9th just to talk to him, and at first he thought that the Iron Giant got bored or something like that, and he just decided to take a walk. Kim sits next to the little demon, saying that he now understands that his little walk was just a plan to completely deprive him of his right to choose. The protagonist asks with a serious look what he means, that the same Anatolius so easily let go of such a valuable subordinate of heroic rank like him. He asks again about valuable, suggesting that the guy does not seem to know the Count very well. Balzac stands in front of the heroes and says that it is true that he is very scrupulous and careful in his plans, but a valuable subordinate of heroic rank. The man states that he was nothing to him. He holds his spear, explaining that this conversation is becoming too long and there is even more bloodthirstiness in it now, and if they continue to talk, it will turn into a mortal battle, instead of a noble duel. Balzac stands in a stance, offering to stop there. He asks to accept the protagonist's request for a duel, calling him an invincible commander. Kim looks at him with a serious expression and asks if he is going to reveal his goal. The man replies that his goal is to personally verify his strength, and the invincible commander, whom he knows, is not such a talkative person. The protagonist holds his head and says that it already hurts from all this mess, but then this henchman appears and asks for a duel. Kim holds the hilt of his blade, agreeing to the fight with one but. The protagonist gets into a fighting stance, warning that even if he wins, Balzac will not become his sword, because he prefers not to take risks. The protagonist blazes with fire, declaring that this is not a duel, but an execution, and he should take his secret with him to the grave. The guy flies to attack Balzac. The man with the staff furiously counterattacks. The protagonist blocks the blow, thinking that he is going to attack with his halberd instead of defending, considering it a shame. The guy counterattacks, striking his opponent. He cuts off Balzac's head. Kim lands nearby. The man's neck is on fire. The protagonist says that he didn't expect him to even react to the attack, let alone make a bad judgment. Kim scratches his head as the headless Balzac raises his halberd. The protagonist thinks that maybe he should have interrogated him instead of killing him. Kim looks up in shock. The protagonist deftly blocks the halberd strike. He holds the blade with his petrified hands, not understanding how he fights without a head. He looks away, hearing that he believes the title is true, and all he did was blink, and the next moment he was staring into space. The severed head nearby states that he saw nothing and thinks that he can't defeat him. However, he cannot meekly submit without showing his abilities. Balzac's severed head loudly declares that he will give everything he has out of respect for his strength. The protagonist stands in front of the enemy's body, while the head is near the workers. She lies around snakes and rabbits, asking the horned rats to move his head closer to the body. Balzac on the ground says that the duel has just begun, and he can't look so pathetic. Someone takes his head. Angela looks at him with a smirk, while he states that he does not know who she is, but she squeezes his face, saying that he seemed familiar to her, clarifying that he is still as stubborn as always. Angela stands next to them and shouts that they have not seen Balzac for a long time. He also recognizes her. Kim with a serious look clarifies about the Dullahan. Joyful Angela turns his head and says that Balzac is a high-ranking undead, and besides, everything he said earlier is true. The protagonist watches as she throws her head up, clarifying why then he really hates Anatolius. Angela is interested in what he knows about the Dullahan. The picture shows a headless horseman, saying that he knows that they are creatures that sometimes appear on the lower floors or in the abyss, and they always ride an undead horse or some other undead animal, and that they are self-aware. Angela smiles as she looks at the head, saying that this is correct, but they are a little different from him. The frame shows a diagram with Belicius and Balzac, explaining that the former is a new creature created from wandering souls, while the Dullahans on the other hand inherit the body and soul from their past lives, and he thinks that the biggest difference from when they were alive is that instead of mana, they have blood flowing through their veins. Kim looks at a girl nearby and clarifies that it turns out that you can become a Dullahan if you die during a battle and immediately awaken as an undead. She replies that there are several conditions. She smiles as she holds the head and says that he must die from decapitation, and must be a cavalry knight, and the last thing. Angela looks at him with a smile and states that he should feel deep disgust for the man who killed him. Kim looks at Balzac, who puts his head back, stating that Anatolius is the one who killed him. The man with horns explains that he was a member of an old mercenary group made up of therianthropes in the abyss, and they were not as famous as Kratos' invincible mercenaries, but were able to feed themselves. In the picture, Balzac is happily sitting in front of a hare. It is said that like any mercenary group, they would relax in the client's labyrinths when they were hired, and the rest of the time they would wander and relax in abandoned labyrinths. But they should not have done that. Kim is surprised to hear that their mercenary captain was chosen by the labyrinth. The guy in shock points to Balzac, who says that is why he appointed him as the new one and at the same time tried to kick them out. They did not come to an agreement because they were like family to each other, and that is why he was filled with despair. The protagonist looks at him and asks if it is not good for the creature to be chosen as the master of the labyrinth and geyser. He replies that they were a group of mercenaries, not a dumb beast, and they themselves experienced how to handle a new labyrinth. The protagonist thinks about what he means about hunting a new labyrinth. He replies that the whole point is to wait until the new labyrinth gets fat and then eat it. Balzac looked at the guy, explaining that in his past life the king was wise. The guy stated that if he improves the labyrinth, everyone will know about it. They will just leave him alone to collect as many gems as possible, and this is the only choice they have. The workers are standing around the table. It is said that over the years of working as mercenaries, they have collected enough gems to fill the master's room and even more. Then they began to increase the level of the labyrinth. Balzac fights monsters. It is explained that each improvement takes quite a long time, and of course they did not choose any of them to protect, and the result was successful. The man with horns stands in front of the protagonist and explains that they were able to quickly level up the labyrinth and gain more strength to fight, and they repelled all the enemies that tried to invade, and within a year they reached level 7. He points his hand and states that the story of their labyrinth spread far throughout Geyser, and because they successfully defended themselves from every attack and leveled up faster than anyone else, just like he is now. Balzac laughs and states that it was fun back then, and he felt like he finally did something with his life. In the shot of their group, the man says that he thought that maybe their king would become a real aristocrat and they would actually live on the 11th floor, and he also thought that he could become a knight of an aristocrat instead of some loser beast hunter. Balzac looks forward and says that back then the surrounding labyrinths acknowledged them. He lowers his head and states that it was not like that, and in fact everything was forced, and that was when Anatolius personally attacked them. In the frame, a huge monster hangs over the workers. Balzac responds with surprise when the captain calls him. The guy next to him asks what he told him that he is now the captain, asking how long he is going to continue calling him that. He replies that he did not agree to this role and he definitely rejected the offer. He notes that he is now the master of the labyrinth. The guy looks at the workers with a smirk, stating that he is on a completely different level compared to a mercenary like him. The hare replies that how can he joke in such a situation, and he said that at first he did not want to be one. The animal with a serious look hears the question of what happened, and if he is not afraid, he asks again how he can be afraid. He points his finger at the giant count and states that this giant covers 100 meters in just one step and he has never seen anything like this before. He replies that he is right and his legs are shaking so much that he can barely stand on them. The captain with a smile says that everything is fine and this is definitely the most difficult enemy they have ever faced and they got here. It is just a little more difficult. The hare pets the animal, while the captain says that who knows, maybe he is an easier enemy than they think. The other one discontentedly objects that doesn't he look at this through rose-colored glasses. The hare asks who cares, after all, it is better to fight than to pee in your pants. The captain grins at the joke about rose-colored glasses. He offers to begin with a smile. The captain, in front of all his subjects, shouts for everyone's attention, declaring that their opponents are Count Anatolius, the Iron Giant, and about 100 of his knights, but there is nothing to fear. In the background of his army, a cry is heard that they are no longer a newborn fragile labyrinth, they are no longer some worthless group of mercenaries, because with thousands of comrades, hardened in countless battles on their side, they will know only victory. He points forward, shouting that this is the last step and test in the name of the labyrinth of Therianthropes, proclaiming death for glory, repeating several times. The captain loudly asks who he is. The army in front of him answers that he is an invincible commander. The captain, in the background of the fighters, orders to attack. He and his retinue blaze with fire and raise his sword. The army moves forward. A warrior with a spear stands on the shoulder of the count and addresses the master. He looks at Anatolius and states that they are pathetic creatures, although there is a kind of nobility that can only be felt in fools. The count holds out his hand, saying that he must show his respect. He clutches the stones. His assistant orders all the knights to prepare for the attack. Angela kneels with him. The count, with a huge sword in his hand, speaks of the present. The workers see Anatolius with a sword advancing on them. The phrase continues with the word shame. A bright flash occurs. Balzac is shocked to see his friends evaporate. Dissolving, he says in horror that he has never seen anything like this. The captain opposite him looks him in the eyes and turns to him. The guy holds out the hairs and tells him to take these two and pretend to be dead, and he will be a wall for them. The captain apologizes with a smile, saying that he did not know he was so strong, and he leaves the group of mercenaries to him. Balzac dissolves along with the commander. It is said that everything they created over the years was destroyed by one attack. Balzac is lying on the ground. He gets up and realizes that he is alive and has not even lost his limbs. He looks ahead in shock, realizing that it is a miracle that he only broke his legs. The man looks at the workers on the ground, realizing that they are seriously injured, but still alive. Balzac sees them in front of him and thinks that he needs to take his comrades and get out of there before the enemy gets to them. The man looks ahead in shock. He sees an assistant near the count claiming that the owner of the labyrinth is dead, but there are several survivors who are not affected by the death of the labyrinth. The count notes that they are mercenaries. Balzac looks ahead and hears that mercy must be shown. The man with horns looks at the hare. The assistant flies into it with a sword in his hand. Shocked, Balzac sees blood in front of him. A warrior in armor pierces the hare with a spear. A frightened man lies on the ground and asks what he is doing. The villain presses the hare's head with his foot. He swings his weapon. He freezes, hearing the request to stop. The assistant looks up. He silently stabs the hare. The tip is stuck in the animal's body. The villain pulls the spear out of his body. Balzac watches in fear. He tries to say something in horror. Balzac clenches his fists in rage and screams like hell. This can be called mercy. The Count's face hangs over the frightened man, declaring that he sees that he is still okay, offering to talk in that case. Shocked, Balzac turns and says the name Anatolius. The huge villain Count hears the cry of what he was so afraid of, that he had to destroy their little labyrinth when he has such power. The Count, hanging over him, hears that they have no jewelry, no treasure, and for him, suppressing the weak is some kind of perverted entertainment. He replies that he was just showing respect. Shocked, Balzac, lying on the ground, asks again. The Count in front of him explains that they were the ones who held weapons in their hands and expressed a desire for war, and they made a choice, and he simply showed his attitude towards their choice. Balzac points his hand to the side and shouts that he should not present himself as a good guy. Anatolius states that he came for a conversation, and more precisely to discuss something important. The Count shines his eye, saying that he is attracted to potential and he likes promising ones, and if they come in the form of a wanderer, he will accept them, and if it is the master of the labyrinth, he will sponsor. Anatolius shows his face, hearing the question, then what is the point? He answers that he thinks he can say that they do not meet the standards, and he was looking forward to meeting the master of the labyrinth, because he was called the Invincible Commander. He points his hand at the man and says that they turned out to be nothing more than a crowd of stupid animals who could not appreciate their enemy, nothing more than an inferior labyrinth that would eventually turn into ruins. Balzac is shocked to hear that he simply squeezed this eternal pain for a short moment to give them peace. Dear little and inferior animal, this is the mercy he gives them. The Count looms over Balzac, demanding to accept his mercy and be grateful. The man with horns looks at him silently. He asks again in rage about gratitude. Anatolius hears him say that he came all the way from a knight of hero rank just to chat, and seeing that they had weapons at the ready, he decided that he would respect their will to fight and be polite. Lying on the ground, he states that the Count destroyed thousands of soldiers defending the labyrinth, and he has the nerve to say that they were going to die anyway, so he was simply doing them a favor. Balzac clenches his nails in the ground, asking if he can hear himself. He throws a stone in rage, offering to accept it as gratitude. He throws it at the huge Count in front of him. The rock looks at him and states that letting your emotions control you is not bravery, but stupidity. The assistant stands nearby and states that they always hear the same monologue from the survivors. Anatolius notes that it was rather boring. Severed body parts lie near him. The Count states that besides, the labyrinth was just a gathering of animals, and he would like to experience something new. A bright purple flash is in the frame. Against the background of smoke, he says that he is sure that for them, they are nothing more than a pack of simple animals. In the purple window, words are heard that he has no doubt that a bunch of weaklings who gathered together, laughing and crying with each other, trying to survive in this damned geyser. Balzac, with a severed head in his hand, says that it looks like nothing more than a colony of ants fighting for their lives, and they are just some lower animals compared to the Count. Balzac's head in his hand screams the name of Anatolius. The Count sees a character who promises that his relationship will be eternal. A rider on horseback and holding a halberd in his hands gallops forward. Balzac screams furiously. The Count sees an enemy approaching, saying that only the strong survive in geyser and he should have just accepted his fate, but instead he rose from the dead, driven by pure rage. He raises his hand, declaring that nothing will change. Balzac looks ahead in shock. He shoots a beam of energy at the man. An explosion occurs. Anatolius sees a warrior flying towards him with a halberd in his hand. The Count points his finger and moves it. Balzac flies, preparing to attack the giant. He suddenly begins to scream loudly. He effectively cuts through the stones in his path. The fighter flies towards the Count's head. He swings his halberd, shouting the name of Anatolius. The Count begins to cast a spell against the warrior with his hands. His body begins to petrify. He clenches the hilt of the weapon with his teeth, shouting the Count's name. His body is crushed by stones. The head flies off from Balzac's body. The Count sees this and calls it interesting. He looks at the head on the halberd. Anatolius deftly squeezes it with stones. The assistant next to him says that he apologizes for it happening so suddenly that he could not react in time. The Count tells Hestia that there is nothing terrible in it. The Count points his hand towards the stones, hearing that the assistant did not expect him to rise as an undead to continue attacking, and he already died once. But he still does not care about the gap in strength. Hestia stands on a boulder, declaring that she will take care of him. Anatolius asks to stop. The Count looks at him and states that there have been countless enemies that have attacked him, fueled by rage, and yet this has never happened before. He looks at the hand and states that the Lullahans feed on hatred, but most fail to achieve their goal of revenge, and instead they direct their arrow of resentment at everything in sight. Anatolius looks forward and hears Hestia say that she knows that they are also losing their minds in the process. The assistant looks at the master, hearing that he accepted him as a knight and trained him, noting that Balzac has caught his interest. Hestia watches her master, hearing that if the object of his hatred is always near him, then he assumes that he will not go mad until he gives up on vengeance. He nods his head saying yes, master, while the count states that they will see when this beast changes his mind. Anatolius holds up his hand and states that they have gained quite an interesting catch. Kim, with a serious expression, clarifies that he joined him as a knight and did not resist anymore. Balzac tells the guy that of course not, he woke up in his labyrinth and caused a real commotion, and all he could think of was how to hurt him. The man is silent with his eyes closed, hearing this. Kim, with a displeased face, says that it can't be, he has a hero rank. Angela turns to the master, while Balzac states that he could not even defeat his weakest knight, let alone harm him. Angela looks at the master and says that all iron-blooded knights are of hero rank or higher. Kim thoughtfully asks not 10 knights of hero rank, but 100, while realizing that this has no solution and everything is much more serious than he ever expected. Anatolius is too strong even on his own. Balzac looks at them and clarifies if he can tell the rest of the story. The guy says to continue. Balzac explains with a serious expression that after that there was nothing special, it was a vicious circle. When he resisted, he was beaten. When his will to fight began to fade, Adjutant Hestia tried to convince him. The girl looks forward with a smile. Balzac pretends to question why it is so difficult for him to know his place. He is a stupid animal, and no matter how much he resists he will not leave even a scratch on the master. Does he not know how to think? His head fell off, not his brain. His brain rotted due to the fact that he became undead. The man with closed eyes states that in fact it was not persuasion, she was simply passing on a message from the count to him, and his head would probably roll if he rejected it. He shows the severed head, saying that he meant it as a metaphor, because as they can see he can detach it without any problems. The protagonist notes that this does not need to be explained. Angela shoves Balzac with a smile, asking why he needed to make a mountain out of a molehill, hiding his identity. He replies that he heard that the Baron recently fought an army of undead. Kim with a serious look hears that he is also undead and therefore thought that he might not like him. The guy notes that the undead are better than someone who just appears and demands a duel. He replies that it is his fault. KM with his eyes closed says that he understands his situation. Balzac stands next to Angela and is surprised to hear that this was a bit drawn out, but valuable information, and although he could have gotten it from her. The protagonist leaves, saying that he thinks he should reward him for this. Offering to go to the training hall, he asks again. The guy reminds him of the proposed duel. The man with horns hears that causing even more damage to the area than has already been done would be rude to the workers, and he also needs to find out how strong the new subordinate is. Balzac with a smile says that he understands. The heroes move forward. The man assures that this time he gave it his all. The protagonist stands opposite his opponent in the middle of the training hall of the Naga labyrinth. Balzac deftly twirls his halberd in his hands. He places it in front of himself and thinks. He looks ahead in surprise. Kim warms up his fists. The man asks if it is true that he will not take out his weapon. He replies that although the opponent is undead, he should avoid fatal wounds. Balzac swings his halberd, declaring that he is underestimated, because it will not be as easy as before since he will fight at full strength. Kim with petrified fists declares that this is what he wanted. Balzac holds the halberd and screams. He breaks away and runs towards the protagonist. Balzac's body lies next to his head. Kim sits nearby with a mug of drink. The man says that indeed not only did he not use all his strength, regrettably, but he was unable to show his original strength due to the lack of a horse, but amidst defeat. The protagonist asks him with a serious face what he means by becoming stronger with a horse. The opponent answers of course, because he is not a foot soldier, but a knight who really should fight on horseback. Balzac puts his head back in place. Kim wonders if Anatolius did not provide him with a single horse or animal when he enrolled him in the squad. He answers that he tried, but a problem arose. He stands in front of the heroes and explains that this is all because he is a Dullahan, and they do not know the reason. But a Dullahan cannot saddle a living creature. The protagonist answers that this is a rather absurd story. He scratches his head and says that undead riding animals are problematic, because walking undead can be found if you look, but he has not seen four-legged undead animals. Gloomy thinks, realizing that making a ghost horse is easier than picking your nose. Angela turns to him and says that if the black merchant had left Belicius alive there would have been a way. Gloomy realizes that the girl has a good eye for people, but he would not help even if he came back to life. Kim turns to the snake and states that even if he was here it would not matter much, because the horde of undead he led was overwhelming, but his skills in creating chimeras are terrible. In the picture of warriors in armor, it is said that the chimeras he created were corpses that were revived a little more carefully, and they basically retained their forms from when they were alive. In the background of a ferocious monster, it is said that the most Kim has done in terms of modification was change the king of water dragons. The protagonist looks at Gloomy and asks how such a guy could create a four-legged undead beast without the original form, clarifying that it is impossible, and in other words, his reputation regarding chimeras is somewhat overstated. The snake is very angry, hearing that he was smart in his own way, but inept in terms of abilities. Gloomy watches him drink the drink, realizing that it retained its original form because there was no better material than the original, calling him an ignorant man who does not know about the undead. The snake crawls away from them. At this time Angela says that if he manages to create an undead mount, then she will bow down to him, and in the meantime she will also make inquiries about them just in case. Gloomy crawls away in rage, realizing that he will make her bow down. The other snake watches him crawl away in surprise. The snakes sit at the table. One of them says that everything should be fine, because now he eats, breathes, moves well. The other clarifies that they are worried about what kind of trouble he will cause again. They sit at the table. The snake states that he doesn't seem to cause accidents by breaking things, except for hurting himself, and it doesn't cause any problems. Greenie points out that this is true, since it is quiet. They turn around in fear, hearing a question about what they were talking about. Pinky is standing nearby. The snake asks her about her break and if she wants something to eat. She replies that her mealtime is almost over and she needs to go to work, clarifying what they were talking about. 3 snakes sit at the table looking at her. One clarifies that she hasn't met him yet, since she does have a younger one. Although only one, she asks where he is. Teal sadly replies that he is in the graveyard. Pinky is shocked to hear that he is there alone. She furiously tells the older one that he shouldn't push the newbie around. He replies that she misunderstood, since he volunteered. Pinky objects that it is still inappropriate for an older Naga to say such things. They sit with their eyes closed. Pink screams loudly how he could leave him alone in a terrible place, specifying how much time has passed since he sent him there. The eldest notes that about a week. She again exclaims that his sense of smell must have been paralyzed and not only, and perhaps he even fainted. Pinky crawls out of the tavern, screaming that she will quickly check because she cannot lose her only youngest, noting that she is disappointed in the guys. Snakes sit at the table. One of them says that everything should be fine, because seeing with your own eyes and understanding will be faster than explaining with words. Greenie asks what could have gone wrong. The third objects why they should be treated like bad guys. The workers look on in surprise as Pinky crawls through the cave. She seriously understands that the elders were cruel and spending a week in a terrible graveyard is terrible and maybe too late. She remembers that they were kind to her when she was summoned, because she is the most beautiful Naga. She holds her face in shock, wondering if it could be her fault too, because the newbie took on all the work alone because she is beautiful. Pinky hurries, screaming for her master the king of the Naga, begging him to forgive her sins. She stands in front of large doors with a sign that says graveyard. She looks in surprise and thinks that she has come to the wrong place. But it clearly says that this is a graveyard and the reason why there has been no terrible smell nearby lately is probably in the doors. Pinky looks ahead and says that there is a sealed space behind the door and he could have suffocated. Pinky rushes inside, screaming if everything is okay and if he is alive, because she has already come to save him. She looks in surprise and wonders what kind of place this is. In the middle of it is a pile of crosses. She wonders if this is really the same cemetery that was before. Pinky looks around, saying that the piles of bodies that were just dumped and covered with dirt are gone, and there is no foul smell. She looks at the tombstones, stating that they were buried with care according to the time of death and race, wondering if he really did it alone. Pinky sees a house and realizes that this building did not exist before. She looks out the window with interest. Snake sees Gloomy inside and realizes that this child is her youngest and is probably on a break, while he says that it is problematic. Gloomy, with his eyes closed, says that he has a lot of materials for growing, he can do it in no time, but the problem is in his body. Pinky wonders what he is talking about. Gloomy looks at his hand and states that his body has accepted it over the past week, but he is not sure if he can withstand it. Snake outside the window sadly realizes that after coming to terms with his situation for a week, he worked hard, already reached his limit, and was worried that he would pass out because his body could not handle it. She watches in surprise, hearing that he still needs to improve his skills with this body and if he acts with extreme caution, there should be no problems. Gloomy sits thoughtfully. Pinky thinks that he knows that his body is at its limit but still tries to do something for the labyrinth. He in turn is thinking about what ingredients to add. The water dragons have decomposed too much. Gloomy sits calmly in place, while Pinky began to admire him, because he has such fire, pale skin, a body hardened by hard work. She watches lovingly, realizing that he is different from the elders who just hang around the tavern all day. She crawls to the door, thinking that she has decided, because if this continues, the child will faint, and working together will probably be more comfortable. She holds her face in embarrassment, realizing that besides, this place is the scariest graveyard in the maze and they will be able to work together for a long time. Pinky rushes inside and screams that the sweet elder has come to help the newbie. The whole house screams who she is. The snake offers to work together in their little cozy style. Gloomy with a serious look says that he is quite sure that he will manage the graveyard himself. Pinky with a smirk replies that everything is fine, and he does not need to burden himself like that, she will help. They stand in front of each other. The snake says that he does it because he wants to. She replies that he took on such a challenge alone, but still puts another before himself. Gloomy looks displeased at the happy elder, saying that she is not a pony at all. She replies that there is no need to worry, because she came because she wanted to, and no Naga will scold him for accepting help. He throws up his hands and yells at her to stop, as he already said that he doesn't need help and the graveyard is his little personal territory in the first place. Gloomy points a finger, saying that he's sure she has other duties to attend to, but she's willing to give them up to come help him, stating that she's about to break the rules of the maze. Pinky looks on in surprise and realizes that despite the situation he's in, he's worried about her breaking the rules. Gloomy holds out his hand and tells her to leave if she understands, as he's busy, wondering how such a Naga could exist. Pinky rushes over to him, exclaiming that it's true and that it's because he's running this huge graveyard all by himself, but he shouldn't worry. She puts a finger to her mouth and says that the Naga's handmaiden knows that the graveyard is in poor condition and that she'll be understanding if she just talks to her. Pinky breaks out of the house and crawls away, yelling that she'll go get permission and that he should wait a bit. Gloomy watches her go silently. He grabs his head and does not understand what is happening with this crazy Naga, because he recently finished preparing for training. In the picture is a diagram of a cemetery. He realizes that he needs to meditate 3 times a day in a room filled with miasma, and he cannot miss a day, because his goal is to transform the body, not create miasma. He imagines Dominic and Pinky and realizes that given the character of the servant, he is sure that she will allow this crazy woman to work with him. He wonders if he should give her half for work, realizing that she does not look like an efficient worker. Gloomy with a serious face suggests that she can follow him. He with a sly look realizes that it is impossible that he has already been identified, which means they are just suspecting. The silhouette looms over Pinky lying on the ground. He wonders if he should kill her if he puts her in a room with miasma. She will lose consciousness within 10 minutes, and is sure that it is not dangerous, and will be even more suspicious if the follower dies. He muses over a diagram of the graveyard, saying that he will seal the rooms with the most and dig a secret passage to the Chimera's workshop, and he needs to do it today. The next day at 8 a.m., Pinky bursts in on him shouting, "Accept a recruit." She puts her hand to her head and shouts that she has been ordered to help him from today. Freed from all other duties, she must work in the graveyard. Pinky sheepishly clarifies that with him, and he will also be living in the same house. She turns away from Gloomy's serious look. They stand opposite each other. Gloomy says that he is sure that she heard the servant's conditions. She replies that it does not matter who is in charge. The order is different in the graveyard, and also there is 1 hour of personal time after meals. He points a finger at her and explains that personal time is the most important thing, and they should not invade each other's territory and talk. She replies that she remembered. After all, they are both in their prime. He angrily realizes that she is so casual about it, which means she is a spy and he will give her the hardest work and is sure that she will leave on her own. He smirks and tells her that now the fun work begins and hopes that she is ready, while realizing that it will be even better if she dies from overwork. Pinky clenches her fists and screams that she will do her best, thinking that he starts a hard day with a smile and he is so cool. She looks at the pile of corpses in shock and asks if this is all. They stand in front of the bodies. Gloomy says that they are byproducts of today's breakfast, and she should save the useful parts and bury the rest. He looks at the scared snake and says that they should get it done before lunch, although it is not too late and she can give up. Tears flow from her eyes. Pinky screams loudly that he did such a hard job alone, and she will do her best. She waves her hand and moves forward, declaring that she will do it. He says that they will then, realizing that she is full of strength, although most likely it is temporary. An hour later, Gloomy is cutting up the body. Pinky is working furiously. 2 hours later, she helps him push the bag into the cart. 3 hours later, they are still working. Pinky wipes away the sweat and says that they are done before lunch. He replies that it is good work. Gloomy, with a serious face, thinks that she is better than he expected, and he thought that she would give up before lunch, and they must have sent the elite to spy on him. Someone knocks on the door and shouts that they have lunch. Snake with a bag says that for some reason he has lunch for 2. He stands in front of them and exclaims why she is here. Gloomy states that it is lunch because there are 2 of them. She loudly thanks Demi for her hard work. He looks at them and clarifies that she works here. She replies that she also lives. He stands silently in place. He starts to cry. She turns to Demi. Pinky wipes away her tears and states that she is sorry, but she had no choice and she just did as her heart told her. He strokes her and states that he will not try to stop her. She left him, but for now she is happy. Demi hugs Gloomy and tells him to make her happy, and if she ever cries, he will not forgive her. He leaves, shouting that he loved her and let her be happy and not forget about him. She shouts after Demi. Gloomy silently watches this. He seriously thinks that they have gone crazy. The wary snake understands that this is most likely their plan to make him lose his vigilance, and they intend to ambush him while he carefree absorbs miasma. Pinky crawls after Demi. The snake understands that he will find out everything about her down to the smallest detail because he has no such thing as a weak spot, and he will be the one who watches her. In private time after dinner, Gloomy absorbs miasma, and Pinky communicates with others in the tavern. They say that nothing happened. 3 days later, on the outskirts of the labyrinth, a small demon walks with Kim and says that he thinks about it every time, but the labyrinth is undoubtedly unique, and it would be more correct to say that the protagonist is unique. He clarifies why he thinks so. The demon in glasses explains that he does everything himself. He says that he is short. The assistant is surprised what this has to do with what was said. Kim goes forward and explains that if he were as big as the king of water dragons, he would attract a lot of attention. The assistant with a serious look states that he did not mean that, saying that they are almost there. The heroes go to the cave. Someone looks out from behind the corner. The demon looks ahead in surprise and says that there is a merchant on the 10th floor. The character detonates a firecracker. A girl with a red face blows a whistle. She is standing in front of a welcome sign. Kim stands next to the assistant displeased and asks to explain this. He claims that he forgot to warn her. The demon in a suit states that there is a necessary procedure before they go to the 10th floor. He asks again what it is. She calmly hands over a paper with a pen and demands a signature. The assistant at this time clarifies that the demon is his fan. The demon holds a piece of paper with the name of the main character in her hands. She looks ahead in shock. The protagonist stands next to the assistant and states that he thought the group of black merchants were just full of suspicious imps like him, and he didn't expect to see a demon. The assistant replies that he understands his point. The assistant looks at Kim and says that in fact, imps were in charge of the abyss floors a few years ago. The protagonist clarifies what changed. He is displeased to hear that all of their merchants continue to die on the abyss floors. Citri looks at them and explains that it doesn't matter if an imp dies since there are many of them, but losing goods is not something they can ignore. She approaches the protagonist and states that she has to work here now because of those greedy and useless imps, but of course they don't have to worry about that. Citri looks at Kim and says that she has been waiting impatiently and hasn't been able to sleep properly for the past 3 days, and she would be happy if they worried about her because of that, but they don't have to. The protagonist looks at her worriedly and asks if she is sure that everything is okay. She thanks her for her concern. He replies that he did not mean that. The assistant in glasses looks away and explains that everything will be fine. Although she is strange, she is still a higher being, incomparable with the demons in the wasteland, and she will be fine, even if she does not sleep for 3 months instead of 3 days. Kim removes Citri with his hand. While she wants to get down to business, he says that he almost forgot. He hands the assistant a red object, and says that this is the promised dungeon core. He thanks him. He looks at it with tears in his eyes and declares that he is saved and will live. Citri assumes that the negotiations are probably over. She tears up the sheet and says to get back to work. The assistant leaves for the portal, wishing him luck on the trip. The protagonist thinks about the ability of merchants to teleport. The picture shows Kim with her retinue. He finds it convenient. It does not leave an entrance at the back like a labyrinth portal, and it looks like they are tearing something apart to teleport. He remembers another demon and wonders why that demon didn't use anything and if there were no restrictions if a flock appeared in the center of the labyrinth. Citri behind Kim states that they can't teleport to the surface or to other labyrinths, so there's no need to worry. The protagonist goes with her and asks if it was obvious what he was thinking. She says no, it's just that all the other hosts who witnessed the ability had the same concerns. She takes his hand showing a piece of paper and states that then they can teleport to the 10th floor where the mercenaries are waiting. He asks if they have to hug. She says yes, because they can separate during teleportation. The heroes stand silently in the empty space. They stand hugging. The protagonist asks if there are any problems. She says no. He again asks what she's doing then. They stand hugging silently. Citri holding his hand states that she's just enjoying their solitude. A portal opens somewhere on the 10th floor of Geyser. A powerful red beam pierces the ground. The protagonist and the demon are standing on the ground. She says that they are there. He thinks about it and says that he can't even see the ceiling, and it really is an abyss. Citri goes forward and says that they are about 5 minutes late due to some reasons. She is told that there is nothing to worry about. She replies that she hired them and why would she worry about that. Citri points her hand at the characters in cloaks and explains that they are mercenaries in charge of protecting a group of black traders on the 10th floor. The frame shows several heroes in masks and hoods. Citri calls them failures. The character with the bone mask says that he is the captain and he will play along, so there should be no problems as long as he pretends to be one of the interns. They shake hands. The protagonist realizes that it is difficult to determine the species due to the clothes and mask and they have never seen such a hand. They cannot be therianthropes. Kim activates the red eye, wanting to see how strong they are. The system window says that the parasite is assessing the target. Its red eye is watching intently. He sees them and realizes that they are all regular soldiers and at best they are on the 3rd floor. The protagonist hugs Citri and asks if she is serious, because these guys work as bodyguards in the abyss, and look like passers-by who were picked up. She objects that this is not so. Citri, clinging to him, says that the failures were responsible for protecting the black traders on the 10th floor for 5 years and at the moment they are essentially personal soldiers and they are not the only mercenaries on the 10th floor, but they have better indicators than others. The protagonist, with a displeased look, holds her by the hair and speaks anyway. They turn around and see no one. One of the failures is sitting on a stone and explains that a group of giant worms is approaching 200 steps from them, and they most likely noticed vibrations on the ground and a red light. The captain, turning around, says that this is good, because it would be much more annoying if they appeared during work. He looks at Kim and Citri, telling them to rest. After all, he is just a trainee in disguise and can actually be considered a burden. The protagonist stands near the demon with a dissatisfied face and hears the captain order everyone to prepare for battle. Because there may be more enemies, he wonders what giant worms are there, and a whole group at that. The worm crawls on the ground. Kim thinks that he does not even know about them, despite the fact that he did not pay any attention to the abyss after he rose to the surface. Their diameter and length can reach 3 and 10 meters respectively, and they live on the lower floors. The monster crawls through the tunnel. The protagonist thinks that they are able to move freely underground, but without the vibrations of moving creatures on the surface, they cannot determine their own location. The girl watches her father listen to the news on TV. Kim realizes that one day, a research team of 100 people died because one of them got so lost that he ended up on the middle floors. The protagonist watches Citri eat popcorn with glasses, realizing that these mercenaries can handle them, and he thinks that only he and the demon can defeat them. He looks away, realizing that they will all be killed. The captain stands near the warriors and says that everything he sees is not all that really is. Surprised, Kim hears that he relies too much on his parasite. Several ferocious worms fly out of the ground. The failures stand with weapons. The captain declares that there are 5 of them, one for each. One objects that he is actually a healer. The girl exclaims that the one who kills last prepares dinner. The smallest one claims that today is her turn and let her not try to get rid of it. Everyone except the healer breaks away. He swings his staff shouting healing. He casts a spell over the worm. The worm closes its huge mouth. The girl in the bone mask screams that she told him to hold back, asking if he really wants to attract all the monsters of the 10th floor. She activates the magic, stating that she has to clean up after him again. She blows a giant pink balloon. The worm fits into it. The balloons float in the air. The worm's mouth flies towards the heroine. A huge hand deftly blocks and hits the monster. The big guy with the huge fist says don't get distracted. She replies that she was cleaning up after Hanbiol. Kim looks on with displeasure and tries to understand what is going on. He looks at the battlefield and thinks that the mercenaries still seem like normal soldiers, but 2 worms were beaten half to death in just a second. He turns to Citri and hears her say that the failures are not a group of mercenaries. However, their name is very appropriate, and they were freed after the Great War, but failed the journey to heaven. The healer's hood flies off. Hanbiol feels suffocated. The demon explains that they are from the abyss, who gave up life on the surface. The large worm looms over them. Citri states that no one knows when the conflict between the surface and geyser began, but in their day they call it the Great War. The demon looks ahead and explains that it hasn't even been a century since the captive humans began to be used as slaves, and they were nothing more than nameless prisoners of war or food. Kim silently hears that the creatures that were born to the captives are Geyserians, and the Baron is one of them. Children with pickaxes work in the cave. It is said that those born with the blessings of Geyser, they were very different from the people from the surface. They were very efficient workers due to their inhuman strength and endurance. The Earl looms over them. It is explained that despite belonging to the same species, those of them who were born on the deeper floors usually had stronger blessings, enough for them to attract the attention of higher beings. Citri with a serious face states that eventually, deep within Geyser, human breeding organizations were formed. This is also the reason why the Geyserians were able to exist on the deeper floors where humans could not reach. The protagonist standing next to her states about the mother of the tentacle of the sunken sea. She replies that he knows about her. The protagonist stands in front of an image of a man in a cloak, stating that this is the place where he comes from. The demon looks away silently. She sees worms and asks how humans managed to win a war when they couldn't even reach the lower floors, let alone the abyss, and who ended the other war. The picture shows a crown with a knife, asking the question of the king of Geyser, nobles, or a hero of humanity, and it is said that it doesn't matter. The frame shows children with a pickaxe, explaining that what is important is that the Geyserians are much more blessed by the place than everyone thought. They have the potential to become more and more powerful due to surviving in harsh conditions. The frame shows the grown heroes of the team as failures. The demon is sure that the higher beings were afraid of this, and they probably thought that if they just sat back and watched, they would eventually be destroyed by humans. The children climb up the cave. It is said that this is why the higher beings decided to expel them under the pretext of freeing the prisoners, in the hopes that they would lose their powers. People are standing on a hill with a flag. It is explained that their idea was to put an end to the war, and so that the people of the surface could not receive the blessing of Geyser. A huge monster is visible behind the fighter. She explains that, however, contrary to the wishes of higher beings, the hero casts a spell. It is said that there were those who turned away from humanity. The captain stands in front of the cave. It is explained that they took their place in the abyss. The character in the bone mask turns around. It is said that they are called failures. The protagonist goes with her, thinking about the children of the dungeons who abandoned life on the surface and remained in Geyser, but how they managed to achieve such strength just from being here for a long time. He turns to the demon, realizing that there must be something else. He wonders why she is telling him this, clarifying whether the black traders are also geyser creatures and maybe he is a geyserian but still a man, that is, in fact, an enemy of the abyss. She replies with a serious face that this is a little different. She looks up and asks who Kim sees her as. He replies that he sees a demon. She states that this is correct, since an old acquaintance of humanity is a demon. He is surprised to hear that they are not technically geysers' creations. The captain approaches them with a pickaxe in his hand and states that it looks like they were introduced, but they would have explained anyway. He takes off his mask and says, "Allow me to introduce myself." The guy with a white spot on half of his face states that his name is Purium, and he is the captain of a mercenary group known as the Failures. The girl with pink hair is happy near the guy. It is said that their names are Hyojin and Eugene. She exclaims that he looks like a captain. He is no longer a monster pretending to be a captain, is he? The boss says that they are their supports. The others also took off their masks. Purium says that they are Jungwon and Suyang, and they are their DD and Scout. The girl states that she would have suspected something was wrong if their voices were similar. He looks at the protagonist and says that they have just proven their skills, so whatever he feared during this mission will not happen. He replies that they really are people. Kim looks at the captain and asks if it is true that they gave up trying to get to the surface. He agrees. He again asks why. Purium calmly explains that he is sure he remembers what the atmosphere was like in the abyss when the prisoners were freed after the war. He replies that he does not remember those days. He cautiously states that this is strange, because it was a series of nightmares that are impossible to forget. The Failures stand in front of them. Purium states that this is normal, and after all, memory loss is common in Geyser, and in that case he will tell everything. They stand in front of ferocious huge monsters. The captain says that there was a holiday in Geyser, the so-called Harvest Festival. The monster grabs the scattering people. It is said that tens of thousands of people were freed at the same time, and what they mean to the other inhabitants of Geyser. Purium looked at this. It is explained that it is nothing more than a delicacy. Vicious mutants await the escapees. He says that their brothers were devoured as soon as they were released from the labyrinths. At the time they could not understand the situation, since they lived their entire lives in Geyser. A distraught man screams that they can only return home if they pass through here. The boy wonders what kind of surface it was that these people were willing to risk their lives for, despite the fact that they witnessed the miserable death of others. The character sees his hands near blood and groans. The question arises whether the surface even exists. The boy is shown against the background of the sky. It is said that there is no ceiling, there is a blue sky, floating clouds and a scorching sun. He looks at the water. It is said about countless stars, planes that sway in the wind and an endless ocean. He stands in front of the monsters, wondering if it was really worth risking his only life. The group members cry, asking if they failed in their journey to the paradise on the surface. They hug, explaining that they did not, because they failed to even start. Silhouettes of people in front of the hugging team members, saying that they gave up in order to survive. Hyojin looks forward with the others while crying, explaining that if death was the price to pay for a dream based on a paradise that may not even exist, they could just run to the very edge of Geyser, where hope will not reach them. They look forward with a smile, saying that they will replace the warm sun, fresh air and human laughter with shadows, dust, and screams. Purium calmly states that they survive in the darkness, because there is no paradise for them. He seriously says that they have given up on existing on the surface. The guys move forward. The captain says that they returned to the master of the labyrinth who freed them and begged him to take them back. He took their request as loyalty and took them back. Kim looks ahead and hears that they started working as soldiers and not prisoners, at least until the labyrinth fell. The protagonist asks again. Purium tells the interlocutor that the master of the labyrinth was killed during the war, and they barely managed to escape. He seriously states that the further story is important to understand how they received the blessings of Geyser. Kim stands thoughtfully near Citri, hearing that he is a little hesitant to tell despite the client's request, because in the end this is the fruit of a lifetime's work. The failed ones stand opposite. The captain raising his hand declares that even if he is the first person they met after liberation, the question is heard that they still refuse. They silently look forward, hearing clarification from the surface. The protagonist points his finger down and explains that he was born on the 12th floor, which is even deeper than here, and he managed to reach the surface. He points his finger up and talks about the surface that they refuse. Hyojin and the others enthusiastically ask what this place is. Purium sadly lowers her head, hearing their arguments that water sometimes falls from the sky. The other heard about ice. He looks down sadly, hearing about the blue sky, floating clouds and the scorching sun. He looks at the main character. It says about countless stars, planes and an endless ocean. The guy looks down and states that the destination is a base on the surface, 50 meters to the east. In the picture, there are trees among the rocks. It says about a portal. Purium looks at the water. The team members stand on the surface in shock and watch. Purium is shocked to realize that they are not failures, but just a little late. The guys are standing on a green field, looking at the blue sky. Bone masks are lying on the grass. Someone is walking, stepping on them. Hyojin happily runs across the field with a friend, shouting that the whole world is bright and the ceiling is also blue. She replies that it is so high. Hanbyul stands next to the big guy and states that he no longer coughs when he inhales. He says that he never thought the air could be so clean. Kim silently stares into the distance as the girl says she can't taste it, but for some reason she thinks it's delicious. The protagonist asks Citri why she won't come out either, and she replies that she would like to, but she can't leave her workstation. She hears Kim apologize for deviating from the plan with a serious expression, and the demon replies that it's fine and plans are always made with the expectation that it will take longer due to the importance of staying hidden. Purium stands next to the protagonist, and states that he heard that their kind constantly returns to geyser from the surface, so he believed in its existence. He seriously states that he didn't expect it to look like this and thought it would be little better than the abyss. They stand in front of the rocks. Purium says that it was an amazing experience. Kim looks ahead and replies that he was a little curious because he seemed unsure of its existence and besides, he would have reached the surface a long time ago if he wanted to, and Kim agrees in uncertainty. Purium continues to stare ahead silently. He stands next to Kim and states that Geyser's blessing pertains to mana. The fighters are standing in the middle of the grass. The protagonist asks about mana. He replies that it is something that all creatures born in the abyss have, including the Geyserians. Purium pours water on his hand, saying that the deeper you go, the more concentrated it is in the process of evolution and the animals adapted to the amount of mana in their habitat. Kim turns around and listens that this is just a hypothesis, but he believes that since the Geyserians did not have time to evolve, they eventually began to absorb mana. The protagonist asks with interest what it means that Geyserians born in the same area are equally strong. Purium says that he most likely means the sunken sea, where the mother is, but this is not so. In the picture, a monster with several arms, it is explained that mana does not become full immediately after birth. It grows as you adapt to the environment. They are with their mother in the earliest stages of life. The hero kneels before the fighter. It is said that this is true mana, formed inside them during this time, creates a gap in strength between the Geyserians of the lower floor and the abyss. They look at the playing team members. Purium declares that all she gives them is physical enhancement, and this is also not very effective. The character looks forward and declares that all other geyser creatures know how to use mana. The protagonist, thinking, hears that this is why Purium thinks that the subordinates of his labyrinth believe that he probably does not know how to use it. The fighter looks at him and promises that they will teach him how to use the blessing. He hears with interest that he will become so much stronger that it will be heaven and earth. Hyojin sits next to her friend and asks why they suddenly started fighting. Isn't it better to use this open space to gather animals? She replies that there are no animals in heaven. The other corrects herself that she means people. The protagonist looks forward, hearing that this will not work either because he said that this is his private property, while they do not understand what it is. Purium stands opposite, asking if it is necessary to do this. Kim replies that he said that he is stronger than him. The guy looks at him and says about the assumption that mana is used for spells and he cannot believe it until he sees it. Purium sighs and says okay, clarifying that it is probably necessary. They stand opposite. The fighter notes that the other needs to fight at full strength. He replies that it is up to him to decide. After all, he does not want to kill his mentor. The protagonist looks forward and hears that it is not so difficult to detect mana that has nowhere to go, and what he sees around him is mana. Purium looks at the pickaxe in hands, stating that the Geyserian from the upper floors would not even have this, and the lower you go, the thicker it becomes. He looks at the silhouette of the fighter, saying that starting from the abyss. He says with a smile that so this is the strength of the 12th floor, surprisingly, because it is better than he expected. He stands opposite the burning Kim and says that this does not change anything. The protagonist with blue eyes hears that he cannot defeat Purium. Kim suddenly breaks away and rushes to attack. Purium stands still. He blocks the sword strike with his pickaxe. He throws the protagonist aside. Kim looks at him worriedly and flies on. Purium with a pickaxe in his hand looks at the explosion, saying that simply having mana does increase strength, but the effect is minimal. The protagonist rushes to attack him again, while he states that if he learns to focus mana inside his body. They fight. Purium says that he will gain greater strength, endurance and agility, and his thinking abilities will also improve, which will allow him to quickly analyze the enemy's attacks. Purium looks at his opponent with a serious look. He attacks with a pickaxe. The fighter throws the protagonist aside. Kim is shocked. He clenches his teeth in rage. The protagonist swings his sword. He holds the hilt, thinking about what if he goes further and learns to infuse his weapon with mana. He flies at Purium with the sword in his hands. An explosion occurs. The fighter says that then even a rusty iron pickaxe. The protagonist is shocked to see that his sword is on the pickaxe, who states that he can block an adamantium sword. He counters Kim's head. The protagonist flies to the side after a kick. He slides along the ground. Gritting his teeth, Kim thinks that although many of his attacks did not cause damage, he could at least hit before. Despite this, he cannot reach the guy. He looks at Purium, realizing that even more insanely is that Purium calmly holds the pickaxe, The protagonist means that he did not move an inch and did not use his other hand. Kim shakes off his cloak, saying that it seems he underestimated him and has never fought such a strong person before. The protagonist with a petrified face declares that it is time to give it his all. He rushes towards Purium. He calmly looks at him. He sighs sharply. Purium says in a calm voice that during mana training, turning into a half-gray man, he states that he does not allow the use of parasites. He envelopes the protagonist with his abilities. Kim with red eyes looks forward in shock. The protagonist with a sword stands in front of the enemy. With a petrified face, he asks what just happened. The enemy asks what is surprising. Purium with abilities asks that the parasite is a privilege that only he has. The fighter says that they are an endangered species, but they still exist in Geyser and it is not so strange to meet him. The fighter with a pickaxe stands in front and states that this fight is necessary to evaluate the strength of a Geyserian, and not the power of a parasite. Kim with a serious look realizes that he cannot compare to him even with the help of the parasite of the 12th floor and the physical enhancement effects of the labyrinth. Purium looks forward and hears that he is strong. The fighter objects that this is wrong. Purium clarifies with the protagonist if he really still does not understand this. Kim excitedly hears him begin to speak. The image of Purium looms over the protagonist, asking if he really doesn't feel anything. The protagonist, holding a sword, asks about the wall. The image of the enemy stands in front of him, realizing that despite countless battles on the 9th floor and all the near-death situations, he has never experienced anything like this before. He realizes in shock that no matter who the opponent was, if he kept going like this, he somehow managed to find a way to win, and he didn't feel anything like this even when he resisted Anatolius. The protagonist refuses to believe it. With the count in the background, he realizes that he simply wasn't strong enough to understand it. Purium, with his eyes closed, hears that it's not that he's strong. Kim, shocked, says that he's the one who's weak. The fighter with a pickaxe stands in front of him and states that knowing yourself is as important as knowing your opponent, and that it's directly related to your chances of survival, and is necessary in order to improve. Purium, looking at him, says that life in Geyser is not like heroic stories and you can't win everything just by being determined. The fighter looks away and claims that the eternal and immutable law is that the strongest survives. The team members are sitting on the grass. The captain explains that they have evolved through adaptation and research and the strength of their skin and bones, flexibility and muscle density, which will allow them to eat rocks if necessary. The protagonist looks at him and continues that all this is probably thanks to the blessing of Geyser. He says yes. Purium stands with his back. Hearing that Kim suggests that he is a step above the human race, he answers that it is possible. The protagonist is silent. He takes the hilt of the dagger, saying that he has no choice but to admit defeat, and it seems his ego has inflated a little due to the fact that he is called an invincible commander. Purium looks away hearing about the request. Kim bows his head and asks to teach him how to use the blessing, because he has a lot to protect and become stronger. The protagonist stands opposite with his head down and says that he will be his second teacher. Purium excitedly replies that he was going to teach him anyway, and there is no need to be so polite suddenly. The participants enter the caves. Hyojin says that she would like to stay there longer. They walk forward with a smile. Jungwon states that heaven is nice, but they are at work. Hanbyul happily notes that Kim said he would take them there again. Purium looks at the demon and asks. She replies that as she said, this time the plan includes training the Baron. Citru, with his eyes closed, states that thanks to this, the term was increased to 3 weeks instead of the usual 2. He notes that this means they have an extra week. The protagonist looks at them and says that the difference between them is huge and a week seems too short. Purium replies that there is no need to worry, because he is not teaching him martial arts. They are trying to change his physique, and if everything works out he will be able to circulate mana by the end of the day. Kim asks again in surprise. The fighter looks at him and advises him to take off his clothes and sit comfortably. They will teach him to feel mana before they leave. The protagonist asks why he has to undress. Purium with a pickaxe stands in front of him and asks what is in the bodies of all Geyser creatures except the Geyserians. He answers deep gems. The guy again asks why they are in their bodies. Kim, taking off his clothes, suggests that it is related to mana, given the context of the conversation. Purium, watching him, says that the gems look like hearts. Instead of blood there is mana, and this also works as a storage. In the picture, Dominic points to flowers. The hero fights a monster. It is explained that the deeper you dive into Geyser, the more of them can be found due to the abundance of mana, and the stronger the beast, the higher the quality. The main character sits on the ground and clarifies that they have the same. The fighter answers that it is located just below the heart, and if he had to evaluate it, he would say that it is of medium-high rank. Kim looks forward and clarifies that he just has a stone in his body. He says that an insect is crawling inside them, and what is bad about a stone? Purium looks at her charge and says that she will get it anyway. The protagonist tries to understand what he means. Someone grabs him by the back and apologizes. Eugene hears him behind his back asking if she is going to make him explode. She replies that it is rude to say that. Purium, against the background of a huge worm, says that her ability allows her to manipulate the cells of the target's body, and at a distance she can only perform simple tasks, such as cell division. Eugene is surprised to hear that if she directly touches the target, she can heal injuries and see the progression of the disease, as well as manipulate the accumulated mana. The girl sitting with the hero says that then she will begin. Kim's body transforms into something else. She asks in shock about the horizon and the ocean. The girl looks at the endless landscapes, not believing what is happening. Purium looks at her questioningly. He states with a serious expression that the mana gathered inside him will make a path, and first it will pass through the heart, and very slowly spread through the arteries. And once he gets used to it, it will enter the veins and vessels. Kim sits with his eyes closed while he states that this will be until he learns to feel it inside himself and circulate freely. The fighter looks at the pink-haired girl and says focus. Hyojin begins to cast a spell, talking about a noise-canceling barrier. A silent bubble surrounds the three heroes. Purium looks ahead and realizes that the mana is so quiet and passive at rest that he can't even tell it's there. But once he activates it, it begins to affect everything. Eugene holds Kim's back. Purium realizes that thanks to her, it won't take on dangerous forms, but the paths of his mana have never been opened before. The protagonist sighs while the fighter realizes that the intense pain is from the mana passing through the body for the first time. Sitting with his eyes closed, he says that he can actually feel something flowing through his body, a feeling that is familiar, but not in a good way. Purium calmly calls it incredible. Eugene opens his eyes in surprise and turns to the captain. She looks at him and states that his mana paths are mostly open and there are even traces of where the deep gem used to be. Purium looks ahead excitedly and says that this can't be because he didn't have any skills and couldn't even use his mana. The protagonist asks if there is a problem. The fighter replies that there isn't, and he doesn't know if it should be called that, although it is unexpected. Kim sits on the ground with his arms crossed, hearing the question of whether he has any skills. The frame shows a battle with a monster and X-ray vision. He states that he can detect the enemy's weaknesses, and thanks to the parasite, he can also see the internal organs of creatures weaker than him. Kim's eyes light up blue. He is asked if he can use it right now. The guy replies that it activates on its own when the eyes glow. Purium looks at him and says that earlier during the fight, he interrupts and states that he also used it, and it turns on regardless of whether he wants it or not. He remembers the crazy look of the protagonist, and states that this is not a skill, because he did not have marks on his eyes. Purium turns to him and clarifies how much he knows about skills. He replies that he knows that these are special abilities that some Gazerians have, and about 10% of them have skills, and it seems that the detection type is common. Kim thoughtfully says that there were no confirmed cases of skills manifesting after they escaped to the surface, and therefore he assumes that they are innate. The interlocutor states that this is not so. Purium, looking at him, claims that skills are created depending on the environment, and these are spells that Gazerians use with mana. In the frame, Chansik points his finger. It is said that those who are sent out for reconnaissance, or used as bait, receive detection skills. A monster with a petrified face is shown in the picture. It is explained that those who are thrown to the front lines or subjected to experiments receive defense skills. A fighter looks at his watch. It is said that those who had to read the movements of enemies and focus on avoiding fights to get to heaven receive foresight. Purium looks at Kim and says that they are usually created when you are on the verge of death. He in response clarifies that the blessing of Gyra's skills. He asks with a serious face that then don't all skill users use mana, and he hasn't heard stories of people becoming especially strong because they have skills. The interlocutor replies that he is half wrong. A fighter shoots a bow. It is explained that most users do not know the source of power, and they remember the feeling that arose when it was first activated, and therefore they do not know how to invest mana in strengthening the body. The silhouette of an archer is depicted in a picture with diagrams. It is explained that it is true that they use mana, so it is indeed easier for them to create a deep gem and train mana. Purium listens with interest to the question, what is this thing with detecting weaknesses? He answers that when the protagonist uses a skill, marks appear in his eyes, and he also cannot remain active throughout the battle. The fighter stands opposite and explains that skills are spells that must be consciously used. His detection is most likely related to talent, and the ability to see organs is probably the merit of the parasite. Kim, crossing his arms, clarifies that detection will not help him in training mana. He replies that there is no need to worry because clearing his mana paths is a basic design. Eugene looks forward in shock. It is explained that she says that they are already open so that she circulates his mana. She interrupts saying that she cannot. The girl sitting next to Kim says that all she can do is like throwing a stone into a small pond and creating waves. But throwing stones into a huge sea will do nothing. Purium, looking at the girl, asks her to explain it more simply. She replies that her skill level is not high enough to do anything, and even if she tried, he probably would not feel anything. The fighter with the white eye thinks, noting that this complicates the situation. The protagonist, sitting on the ground, clarifies what is wrong. Purium asks permission to simplify. The picture shows a diagram of the protagonist with paths. It is said that their plan was to create a natural flow of mana in his body. In the frame, the girl is trying to move him from his place. it is explained that for some reason they are already open and the mana inside him is too thick and concentrated. He leaves her. It is said that if she cannot intervene, then he needs to remember the feeling he experienced when he awakened the mana. He replies that he has never used it, but Purium objects. Against the background of the hero's silhouette, it is said that he used it, because if the mana paths are open, this means that he has already experienced awakening and used it before. Kim thinks, hearing the question, does he really have no ideas and maybe he suddenly became very strong in a dangerous situation? He says with his hand on his chin that it is definitely not after he became the master of the labyrinth, but all he did until he escaped was dig. Purium looking at him asks that he does not remember how he escaped, specifying if there was anyone with him. The guy with a serious face hears that although he was the only one who got to the surface, he did not check if anyone else survived, because he lost consciousness on the way, and when he woke up, Kim looks in front of him in shock. He remembers the exit from the cave, saying that he had already climbed to the surface. But how? Purium with a pickaxe says that means he remembers how he lost his comrades, but lost the memories of how he climbed from the 12th to the first floor, and he believes that it was then that the main character awakened mana. The fighter holds his head and states that this complicates the situation, because he does not even remember this and they also cannot go down to the 12th floor to try to regain his memory. Citri pulls on the creature's tentacles, offering to use them. Purium looks at them and clarifies that she means the porter. The demon states that he is being used like that, but he is still a geyser beast and he specializes in recording information and transmitting orders. Citri stands in front of the monster, saying that it also has defensive abilities. The tentacles wrap around her hands. She explains that its ability to reproduce injuries is something that all illusion-type beasts have, and if she helps him a little, it will allow him to observe his past in more detail. Citri holds her hand out in front of her and says that she will tell him to hypnotize them, and if they look at their memories, then I will find the one in which they awakened, but the decision is up to them. Kim silently looks down. Purium addresses him, clarifying that since these are the memories of a Geyserian, they will be mostly painful and he is confident that everything will be fine. The protagonist with a serious expression states what kind of idiot would give up the opportunity to become stronger just because of some memories. The demon stands in front of the monster and says that then it is decided and she will begin preparations. A pink bubble envelopes them on a red background. The demon with a calm expression says that due to the fact that they have a lot of mana, their resistance to psychological attacks is very strong and this is enough to withstand the attack of the master of the labyrinth. They need to relax their entire body and accept the attack to begin hypnosis. Purium stands in front of the wards and says not to worry about the beasts that can lure them into an ambush. Hyojin loudly shouts about the bubble. The protagonist sits in the middle of the pentagram, offering to begin. He closes his eyes realizing that it is time to look back at his past. A small child is lying in a crib. Someone touches the cradle with a hand, saying that he did not expect it. Kim looks at the baby, saying that it will start from birth. Kim looks at the pillars with thousands of such beds. The action takes place on the mother's human farm in the sunken sea. He walks looking at the children, wondering what a newborn can know. The most he can do is scream for a guardian to come. Someone takes the baby. It is explained that the first step to raising an ideal slave is to kill the instinct. A crying child is a bad child. A servant in a cassock stands in front of Kim. He thinks that this does not mean that bad children are punished. After all, pain only makes them cry even louder. The character walks with a baby in his arms. It is explained about bad children. The monster opens its mouth and devours it with dozens of tongues. It is said that they are eliminated. Kim stands in front of incubators with children. It is explained that this happens until only silence remains. Endless staring at the ceiling, while sucking the breast of some unknown creature. The red cradles take care of any waste they excrete, and although it is unclear whether they are living men themselves or whether it is the pillar they are attached to. For the babies who have yet to develop their own egos, it does not matter. All they have to do is survive, watching as a child is eaten every now and then. The boy looked around and narrated, "This is when the children get used to the concept of death. As soon as the cradles mature to a blue hue and the children learn to crawl, the pillars descend. New red cradles are formed and the cries of newborns begin to carry throughout the room. This is only for a moment. Soon there will be silence again. Nothing changes there. Having descended to the floor below, the pillars throw out the children. Thanks to the pillows, only a few people die in this process. There, not kind guardians await the children, but animals, poorly disguised as people. They begin to act like parents. People opened their mouths and said, 'Mom, Dad.' The child was lying on the floor in front of them, when the child shows interest in the strange noise these guardians make, and touches some tool lying on the ground. They make a different sound, as if reacting to the child. In this way, they are trying to teach the children to talk. They must all be beasts of the sea, so the protagonist does not know how they reproduce human language. Sometimes the pillar throws out food for the children. This is how they grow up among the endless conversations of the beasts. This is a safe and comfortable period in the life of the Geyserians. When the children are old enough to stand on their own 2 feet and take tools from the ground, the pillars go down another floor. The hero believes that this is when physical strengthening with mana begins. It is illogical for such a small child to easily swing a pickaxe. The first floor is for creation or death, the second floor is for mastering basic knowledge and learning language, the last floor is for acquiring work skills. The mother is also there. The last floor is simple, he digs and digs and digs until she values him. The high valued are given to the highest aristocrats, while the low valued to the barons. Those deemed unworthy are turned into food. There is no way out of the whale's consuming portal. Perhaps being eaten by a tweet was the best option. Those who were not noticed by their mother had to dig forever. The boy said that, frankly, he liked the work. He did nothing for months except dream, he just held the pick and the hammer to the boulders until they broke. In some places, even cracks do not appear when he hits. In other places the boulders crumble into pieces. He found their weak points and hit them with all his might. The brunette said that he believed that this was the impetus for finding the weak points. Kim looked askance at the whale. The creature stuck out a finger and said, "Good child." The protagonist continued to narrate that he was soon assessed as a high level and sent to the 12th floor, to the Spider Duke's labyrinth. His friends were there. The man was writing something in a notebook. He scratched his head and said, "Phew, that's all the investigation needed for today." The blonde then looked at the man, who said that he was really passionate about his work. The people were all lying together, when one of them said, "This must be real fun for a reporter like him. Wherever you look, this is important news, someone might think that they can get out of here alive." The brunette frowned and asked why he was writing this. No one would see them anyway. When Hyuna looked at him and replied, "A young man like him shouldn't be so pessimistic." Ji-suk opened his mouth wide and screamed, "Pessimist, damn it, they're all fucking slaves who will be eaten one day. He's laughing at this, he's in his right mind, damn it, he's fashionable and has lived a long time." But suddenly the man interrupted him and ordered the sergeant to stop. Major Kisa stood up when the hero looked at him and added, "It must have sucked to deal with a rookie like him who snapped." And to which he replied, "Sergeant Lee." The man went wild and started screaming at him not to call him that. His discharge date had already expired a long time ago. He put his hand out and walked up to the major and kept yelling. It had been over a month since then, but they were locked in this fucking place. The major, fuck him. 11, assault rifle, fuck all this bullshit. The boy chimed in and said, smiling, "Let them calm down, that's enough, roll call is about to start, the spiders might hear." He walked up to the old man and said he was sure it was horrible for Ji-suk to be a prisoner here too, why couldn't he rise above it, and just forgive him? He then turned to the man and said he knew it was hard for him too, but they were all in the same situation here. It would be nice if he was more understanding. When the man grabbed his head and replied, "Damn, this is all fucking bullshit. Why did it have to be him? His mom would worry about him, damn." Suddenly all the heroes turned around in fear when someone said, 8052nd group. The creature addressed them, told them to stand in the second and report the total number of people, to which the blue-haired one replied, 7, as usual. Scarecrow opened his mouth wide and said, 8052nd save him group. The blonde scratched his head when he added, "Must be 8, it hurts. 1 will not roll, let them kill him and explain." To which the guy replied, "On the last round they reported that the 8th was buried during the work." Spiders crawled out of the hero's mouth when he said 7, total, will kill, check, will kill him, check. Insects began to crawl out when he groaned. People with fear in their eyes looked at him when he fell. Spiders crawled next to him when someone screamed, "No, stop." The man was captured and screamed loudly, "Please," he would give them everything. Suddenly a spider crawled into his mouth, after which it began to eat the hero from the inside. It crawled deeper and deeper. The blonde opened his eyes wide and said, "Only 7, check." Standing in front of the blue-haired one, he said, "The plan for tomorrow, no changes, let them continue digging in the planned direction and pave the way." The brunette raised an eyebrow and said, "He knows if they have to tell them the same thing every day," and the blonde looked at him and replied, "He thinks they are just checking how many are left alive, let him calm down." The brown-eyed one frowned and said, "Nonsense, he is sure these spiders know that they have no chance of surviving even if they get out of here." On the ground lay a cocoon, when someone said, "A month's supply of food and a new family member, teach and work together." The heroes unfolded the cloth, when one of them said in surprise, "This child." Inside lay a man, when he added, "Must have been born here, down here, I think they are called Gazerians." Before continuing the story, we see an introduction from the author. The notepad said that the hero was forced to work as a war correspondent. His boss made him do it because he wrote several scandalous articles about celebrities without checking the facts. There was no need to yell at him in front of everyone, the people involved wouldn't even react. If it was true, then it was big news, and if not, then why were they bothering him? Damn it. The note continued by saying that one way or another, the boss started treating him like some kind of aristocrat. Once he blurted out that he was going to Geyser. Funny. The hero wrote, probably because it was dangerous there, he was sure of it, articles about Geyser bring in a lot of money and views. Film crews go down there to do multi-hour projects, it can't be that hard to just jot down a few lines. The hero will just take a few interviews from people who are in the background of the 3rd floor of the Geyser. The blonde wrote that the boss told him to start keeping a diary just in case. They will probably make an article out of it if he dies. Although he does not intend to die, he will write this in his autobiography when he becomes famous. On July 1, 2013, he wrote that they were poisoning themselves tomorrow. The boss got him a film crew. If he knew that becoming a director was so easy, he would have gone to Geyser much earlier. They would join the station troops at the entrance to the third floor, where the military had completely taken control. Then they would film several battle scenes and return, the young man wrote. He had not yet fully realized that they were going to a combat zone, although he felt that his wallet had become lighter. Because he had to buy all the equipment with his own money, it turns out that only 30% of the equipment returns from Geyser, or whatever, well, excuses, they just don't want to spend money on it. On the 4th of the same month and year, the hero wrote, 2 days had passed since they reached the first floor of Geyser, he still had to go to battle. He was assigned to the 30th Armored Brigade and entered Geyser through the Payu Gate. They are currently driving on paved roads in armored vehicles. Their destination is the third floor. It looks like they will need another 4 days to reach the second floor. There are quite a few research facilities along the way. The monsters locked up there look really stupid. There are rats the size of a person, and they even have horns. He even saw a chameleon the size of a house. It's even funny. It's like a safari tour in another world, the guy wondered. There are horned rats, so why aren't there horned horses? On the 8th, they reached the entrance to the second floor and went down. Since yesterday they have not been able to reach the base at the entrance to the third floor. The soldiers who accompanied them are no longer happy. The atmosphere is tense. He noticed a lot of blood stains on the ground. The blonde asked why they weren't cleaning them up, and they said a little trouble wouldn't hurt, and there was no point in cleaning them up because more would come. The brown-eyed boy looked at them askance and wrote, they just had to be honest about saving money. He had served in the army too, that was just the way they were. It had been 2 years since they had held a military parade to celebrate taking over the first and second floors. What was the point in scaring them? Were they just trying to help him with an interview? Anyway, he had just been informed that the blood stain they had just passed was from the last journalists who had been here. On July 13th, the boy wrote, the ceiling must have collapsed or something. The road was blocked by giant boulders, making it impossible to move in an armored personnel carrier. That must be why they couldn't contact the third floor anymore. They need a drilling rig to clear the way, but it looks like it will arrive in a week at the earliest. They had 2 hours left to the third floor, but now they are stuck. The blonde man stood next to the car and wrote down in a notebook that it was noisy in the command vehicle. They were arguing whether to go on foot or return to the entrance to the second floor. They can't just choose another route. After all, they have captured the second floor. They split up. One group goes to repair the communication lines and go down to the third floor, and the rest go back to the entrance to the second floor to wait for equipment. It looks like it will take them a whole day to get there on foot. The film crew with all the equipment is clearly upset. Slowly walking along unpaved roads in a quiet and dark cave is like they are on a special mission. In fact, it's even a little exciting. Despite the repair of the line, communication with the third floor is still not established. Apparently they will have to monitor the ground to find broken wires. They will be there in an hour. He wants to rest. The sheet of paper was covered in blood when the young man wrote, it looks like there is something on the third floor. People are ready. Regular firearms do not harm them, so they are preparing. The note continued with the fact that at 1:30 when he was writing, he is still alive. He was separated from the film crew. He is with 2 soldiers. There is still no connection with the third floor. The other soldiers were just crushed in front of his eyes. He is sick. They say that he cannot, because the smell can attract monsters. The hero narrated that he is writing this by the light of his digital watch, because he was told not to turn on the flashlights. They say that they need to hurry to the third floor while the monsters are distracted. Half an hour later the young man was writing, he is alone. The soldiers at the entrance to the third floor pushed him away to save his life. He cannot see anything. He thinks the signalman is dead. He cannot check. He hears screams behind him. The soldiers who saved him shoot into the mouth of the monster. He saw the flashes of gunshots. On the next page, he wrote in big letters that he didn't even know where to go. He met the soldier who saved him again. He had a bullet fragment in his face. They needed to hurry to the base on the third floor. The entire sheet was written where all the soldiers were, the third floor. At the beginning of the 5th, the hero wrote that the third floor was also full of monsters. They could have guessed, since one was already at the entrance. They all lied when they said they controlled more than half of the third floor. Now he uses the camera's night mode to see. The base is about 300 meters from here. But there are monsters there too. The problem was not in the wires, they were all dead. The soldier who saved him has a very dirty mouth. Understandable given the situation, although he usually doesn't swear at himself. Half an hour later, the guy wrote that there was no food and the soldiers' bleeding wouldn't stop. They needed to get to base. They were worried about the smell of blood. Dad, Mom, he loved them. Then he left the passwords and added that if anyone tried to contact him, tell them he died saving people as a matter of conscience. Don't look at his external hard drive, just throw it in the ocean. The password to his bank account was 1131. He loved them. At 1741, he wrote briefly, still alive. At 1:30 maybe, he added, now in the hall on the 3rd floor of the base. They provided first aid and are now resting. They were able to get here easily thanks to the radio messages that reached the hall where the antenna is, and then drew a diagram of the halls. He only has blunt trauma from the fall. Ji-suk stopped the bleeding and took paracetamol. He said he had 2 weeks left until discharge. Apparently he was on this mission because the army said they would never contact him again if he helped. He wrote that he knew this was a shitty situation for him, but it would be nice if he would tone down the swearing. He was already in a shitty mood with all these monsters, but he really needed to calm down. Luckily there was a supply closet on the 1st floor, so they got some food. They were currently holed up in the air ducts above the medical quarters on the 2nd floor. At 10 o'clock that night, the guy wrote, looks like the army is coming to retake the 3rd floor, but it's going to take them 5 days to get a drill to these boulders to really destroy them. Basically they need to hold out for 2 weeks. The next day he wrote, army rations taste disgusting. He picks out the ones that smell the least. Although it's better than dying, being in a closed space all the time is really tiring. Sometimes they come down from the ventilation shafts to stretch their legs. There are still monsters outside. They are already like family to him. He will call this one Chubby. He is probably not so nervous anymore. They take turns going down to relieve themselves. He gave out a huge one, probably bigger than Chubby's finger. They put the poop in 10 layers of bags so that the smell would not reach the monsters. They did not smell Ji-suk's blood, so everything should be fine. Tweet. In large letters without a date, the hero wrote that he thinks the monsters got into the S hall. They must have smelled the poop. They should have thrown those damn bags into the D hall. Later in the evening the blonde wrote that one of them was hanging around the room and then left. They were going to hide for another 2 days, just in case. The drilling rig must be working on the boulder already, when suddenly someone called the reporter. He raised his head and they both looked forward with fear in their eyes. The brown-eyed man froze, his eyes wide open. In front of the boys was a huge monster. When the boy thought, Chubby. The two screamed loudly when the monster opened its mouth. Someone was talking in the room. Both of them had limbs in place. One was injured, but not badly. He thinks they can both be considered finished goods. The two were looking at the capsule. When one of them said he caught 2, he is so proud of him that he wants to eat them. Silly, he is not allowed to digest finished goods. The hero held up his hands when the girl asked if they should send them to auction, to which the man replied, what about their gender, some other items, and the lady added, they are both men with no special features, and she was told, then just send them, they will see. The Spider Duke made a lot of orders for adult men, right? The blonde sat, leaning against the wall, and wrote in a notebook that on September 19th he is still alive. His phone and watch were taken from him. But he still has the notebook. He does not know how much time has passed, but it seems like about 2 months. He feels blind because there is no sunlight here, and he does not even know what floor they are on. There are many spiders the size of buildings around. They are digging. Although he thinks that they would do better than them if they just walked along the wall with one of their huge paws, he is in heaven. A guy came to him and said that the spiders were coming. They should pretend to work or something if they didn't want to die. Both men came out of the cave. A huge spider looked at them. On September 20th, looking at the abyss covered in webs, he wrote that he had never seen such scenes in Geyser, not even in the media. Maybe this is a part of their kingdom that humanity hasn't reached yet. The people on the surface are wrong. They think that they are winning the war, that they are pushing these monsters out of the surface. But this is not true. They don't see humanity as a threat, and rightly so. They are just fighting for territory with each other, and don't care about the surface, be it a spider or a wild animal. If even one of them got to the surface, he needs to inform everyone up there before these monsters start showing interest in the world above. The blonde looked down. He turned his head and saw a battle. Someone was shouting that there were enemies here and they need to run. A huge mutant was approaching the people. On September 22nd, he wrote that the 8052nd group consisted of 8 people. The first, Kim Jin-woo, that is, him, a war correspondent. The rest is omitted. The second, Lee Ji-suk, an army sergeant. The rest is omitted. The third, Jang Ki-soo, a major in the special forces, entered Geyser through the Yoju Gate during an operation, was captured on the 3rd floor. The unit under his command was destroyed. The fourth, Park Hyunti, a member of a male idol group, entered Geyser through the gate for marketing purposes, reached the 2nd floor, then was captured. All the other members of the group were dead. The fifth, Jong Tae-soo, a baker, was caught in a stream of beasts at Chuncheon Gate. The sixth, Oh Ha-yuno, a chef, was caught in a stream of beasts at Chuncheon Gate. The seventh, Lee Ji-won, a technician, was captured while repairing at Chuncheon Gate. The eighth, Yoon Hyun-jae, a technician, entered Geyser through Paju Gate, was captured on the 2nd floor while operating a drilling rig. Hands reached out to the silhouettes, and the man wrote that it seemed like everyone had seen the red demon after they were captured. On September 25th, he found a blue abyssal gem while working. He had only seen them on the news. It was nice to look at, so he wanted to keep it, but a spider took it during roll call. The monster took the stone. It turns out they have to hand over abyssal gems when they find them, because they are valuable resources. What need do these monsters have? The creature took the bag in its 2nd claw. They said that they deserved a special treat and gave them meat of unknown origin. They cut it into pieces for everyone. It tasted a little fishy, but it was better than chewing cave moss. On October 29th, he found more deep gems, 5 finger-sized and 1 fist-sized. He turned in 2 small ones and kept the rest. They were given more meat as a reward. The taste was different. Maybe they used different meat every time. It's just a guess. But he doesn't think it was human meat. The piece of meat was too big. At least it seemed that way. One of the guys remarked that it would be much harder for them if they got used to this kind of food. On October 1st, while working, they were attacked by a wild beast. Most of the prisoners working nearby died. Everyone in their group was okay, because there was a spider overseer behind them, but he was still almost caught. The spider fought in close combat. He wonders why he didn't use his web. In fact, he was surprised by something else. He saw how the spider tore the wild beast apart and pulled out a deep gem from its body. So why was it inside the monster? The man frowned. Could the deep gems be the reason why Geyser's monsters became so strong? On October 2nd, he tried to absorb one of the nasty stones he hid. Apparently his body rejected the deep gems and he immediately vomited and lost consciousness after convulsing. Because of this, everyone around knew that he was hiding deep gems. Although it seems that it is not poisonous, since he does not feel any side effects, it may be his imagination. But he feels like something in his body has changed. The blonde rubbed his bruised head. He was asked what he was trying to do. After all, they give them meat if they hand them over, so it can't be because he is hungry. The blonde laughed and replied that he must have gone crazy for a moment, and in his notebook he wrote down whether he should cut out his flesh and stick a deep gem in it instead. Like he did with that lock, he needed to do more research. Besides, he didn't feel anything when he swallowed it. But now that he threw it up, his mouth tasted like soda. On October 3rd, Jinwoo wrote that he had given up on the idea of inserting the profound gem into his body. He had no way to treat the wound he would have to make, and if it got infected, the spiders would probably throw it away. He would save it for the last resort. On October 5th, he broke off a piece of the profound gem and ate it. He felt stronger. His emotions became more intense, but his ability to control them decreased. He simply clenched his hand into a fist, but his nails dug into his hand and he didn't even notice it. Only after a while did he realize that he was bleeding. He gritted his teeth, wrote that it seemed to relieve fatigue as well. He felt good. In the evening he almost attacked the spider guard, and if he hadn't come to his senses before that happened, he wouldn't be here. He simply doesn't have a chance against them. On October 6th, the blood vessels in his eyes and nose burst. His arm hurts too. His whole body hurts. He continued to work because he was afraid of being thrown out. All his muscles hurt. The blonde leaned against the wall and breathed deeply. They asked him if he was okay and if he was overworking himself. The man clutched his chest and replied that he couldn't rest. They could throw it away. He wrote that he was now sure that the profound gems were the source of power and that they could affect people. However, he still wouldn't insert it into his body. He had seen it in movies. If he did something like that, his body might be overloaded or something. He needed more information. Maybe he should try it on other people. Jinwoo looked into the distance. The brunette opened his mouth and said that he would be on guard and that he should rest. On October 6th, during breakfast, he put some profound gems powder into Hyunji's food. He added a little more than he ate, maybe about 4 times more. He would certainly suffer from muscle pain, but he didn't think he would die. The blonde watched the man eat the meat. On the evening of October 6th, Hyunji died. While working in the caves under the influence of the profound gem, he couldn't hold back his emotions and swung his pick at the spider. It wasn't strong enough to break through its shell, so it was torn apart on the spot. A man died because of it. Either he was too used to death, or that damn geyser clouded his mind. The 4 stood with their mouths open and looked at the corpse. The blonde lowered his head. He wrote that he didn't feel much guilt for dying because of him. No, isn't it really for the best that he died without pain because of the profound gem? He made the best of this hell. Maybe he was happy. The corpse was lying on the rocks. Jinwoo looked at the body and said, "Please." He looked away and said that, however, he was not going to leave this place using such a convenient method. This inhumane act was done for the benefit of humanity, and he needed to get out of here and tell everyone about this hell. No one could hear him say these words. On October 9th, a new member was added to the group, Kim Jinwook, a high school student. He gave him twice as much profound gem as he ate himself. His emotions were heightened. He was coping with work, the blood vessels in his eyes and how much burst, but he did not realize it. Maybe it was like morphine, which also makes a person stronger. On October 10th, a day had passed since he took the profound gem. He woke up with muscle pain. Jinwoo handed the student some meat and told him to eat his food too. Because he needed to eat to feel better, he thanked him. The man wrote down in his notebook that he gave him more to test his tolerance, the same amount as last time. His emotions were clearly heightened, but with the pain relief, everything was not so clear. Blood came from the wounds that had already healed. During the work he was considered defective and removed. The blonde opened his mouth and screamed that he had started having convulsions again. On October 12th, a new member of the group arrived, Byung-cheol, an army captain. He has a much stronger physique. Perhaps he would be a better test subject. He gave him 3 times more than he ate himself. He had the same symptoms as before. The man could not control his emotions and attacked the spider guard, and was killed, and the pack got off with a scratch. He saw how Chiol's eyes glowed before she died, or so he imagined. On October 13th, his group members began to doubt him and would have to pause the experiments for a while. He didn't have enough data yet, but so far it looked like 2.5 times what he was taking was the limit before people lost their minds. The effects of consuming the profound gem were a boost, not just a little, but about Captain America level, bleeding from the eyes, nose and gums. Possibly due to a sharp jump in blood pressure, heightened emotions and loss of control over it, pain, relief, glowing eyes and supernatural abilities were still in question. On October 15th, a new member was added to their group. They didn't know his name or features. It was a Gazerian child. Jinwoo tried to refrain from experimenting, but he needed data on this child. He was born among monsters. Gazerians were much stronger than normal humans, as if they had already taken the profound gem. And what if he gave him more? Maybe it would be the key to saving them. On October 16th, he gave him 5 times more than he had eaten himself. Hyungtae sat down in front of the boy and asked him where he had been before he came here. He replied, "A large pillar, a large fish." He opened his mouth and added that the large fish had eaten him. He was inside its stomach. There was a large spider here. They had been pickaxing with him and others like him for 30 nights. He was then asked if he had any friends. The child replied, "No." The boy scratched his head and said what he had just said. But the boy interrupted him and said that he had been eaten by a large spider. The boy replied that he was not sure what he meant. Jawoong came up behind them and said that it seemed that he had been digging in another place before coming here, and that his group consisted only of Gazerians. He raised a finger and suggested that the large pillar was where the Gazerians originally lived, and the large fish was perhaps some kind of means of transportation. The boy wondered how he had figured all this out. The man scratched his head and answered sheepishly that he was just guessing. Nothing was certain. Ji-suk, laying with his hands behind his head, summed up. So he worked in another place before coming here, and was used to spiders eating people like snacks. They didn't even have to teach him. The blonde smiled and said that he was glad that they could at least talk to him. After all, they heard that the Gazerian child from the neighboring group hadn't said a word yet. The man turned his head and said that the ability didn't waver despite the harsh conditions. The brunette rolled his eyes and said, "Don't have this conversation again. Look at this kid's eyes, they're glowing. It has nothing to do with a strong spirit or anything like that." They tried to argue with him, saying that he's just a kid who was born in a shitty place and is used to a shitty environment where shitty things happen, so he doesn't care if people around him die or not. In fact, he probably doesn't even know what death is. The boy listened attentively. Ji-suk opened his mouth and said, "Fuck spiders, fuck geyser, they made this kid into a working machine." The boy repeated after him, "Fuck." Everyone looked at him silently, and he asked, "Fuck what?" The adult started explaining that he shouldn't say things like that, and should forget that bad word, otherwise he'll look like the man with the evil face behind them if he says such words. The man frowned and asked what he was saying. The protagonist thought that wrapped in the same rags, living the same days with the same expressions on their faces, he thought that was all there was to humans. They were the first people from the surface he met, different kinds of facial expressions, personalities and clothes, conversations that he could not imagine before. Taisu frowned and said that he should calm down because the child was watching. Hyungtae came up to them and told them both to calm down. The 3 men stood next to the baby. He raised a finger and said, "Jang Kisu, Kim Jinwoo, Jong Taisu, Oh Hyunil, Lee Jinwoon, Jong Taisu, Park Hyungtae, Lee Ja-suk." The man smiled and exclaimed that he learned all the names the first time. He learned so fast. The second exclaimed that he would have been a genius if he was born on the surface. The third frowned and shouted that he was Lee Ji-suk, and he did it on purpose. The boy looked up and asked what his name was. They asked him what people called him. He replied that no one ever called him and that he wanted a name too. Hyunil turned away and wondered if they could give him a name. Since they weren't even his family, Jinwoong suggested giving him a nickname. The 5 gathered around the child and the technician said that they needed to think of something to call him for now, and it wouldn't be like his real name. The idol replied that it sounded great, and they could all come up with a nickname together. The kid opened his mouth and screamed, "Not a nickname, a name, a nickname, not a name," and kept repeating, "Name, name, name." Ji-suk grabbed his face and screamed, "Why is he so damn loud? He needs to shut up right now, they are trying to think." He turned his head when someone continued with the chatterbox option, and asked the others how they liked it. The purple-haired guy raised a finger, explaining his choice by saying that he chatted non-stop. Someone said it was a cute nickname, and the technician added that it was easy to say and easy to remember, but he didn't think he liked it. The boy sat there frowning. Someone asked if he wasn't mad because Ji-suk was making fun of him. The protagonist thought that was where he learned about the world. Everyone laughed, and the blonde stood there frowning. There was an explosion. The man fell to the ground and covered his face with his hands. He took his hand away and looked forward. There stood a kid, and he said that he felt strong. He turned his head and said that Jinwoo's meat is the best. The blonde clenched his fist and said that he didn't expect him to survive a 30-fold increase. But he basically survived by eating half of a whole profound gem. He chuckled and added that he wasn't a human, a monster, no, a newly evolved human. 3 people ran towards them asking if they were okay and if this was an invasion. Ji-suk opened his mouth and said, "Wow, what is this? His eyes, does he have cataracts?" The technician said that he doesn't think so, since they glow and they can't see any monsters. And what happened to the wall? Did a bomb explode or something? The man put his hands in front of him and said, No, he's not sick, that's just how Gazerians are. He turned his head when he was called. The idol was squatting and holding a piece of meat in his hands and asked what it was. He just smiled and said that he left it to eat later when he was hungry. But then the child said that it was strong meat that Jinwoo gave him. The man turned his head and said, "Quiet, baby." Hyung-tae handed the meat to the blonde and told him to try to eat it. He just smiled and said that it was lying on the ground. He can't eat it, they will throw him out if he gets poisoned. The idol frowned and began to list: Kim Jin-wook, Yoon Hyun-jae, Byung Cheol. It all started when he had an attack. Then he thought that it was some kind of contagious disease that exists in Geyser. He continued that someone died every day after eating meat. Even if they survived, Jinwoo always gave them the rest of the meat, saying that they need to recover. The purple-haired frowned and said that he should try to eat it right now. The blonde took the meat in his hands, and he brought it to his mouth. But then he closed his mouth and lowered the piece a little. Then he threw it to the child. Hyung-tae froze with his mouth open and asked what he was doing. The child clenched his fists and said that meat made with love by Jinwoo makes him strong. The man looked at the child and said that he was glad that he liked meat, and answered the others that he understood that it was morally wrong, but it was necessary for the sake of their escape. Thanks to their sacrifices he was able to find hope. This Gazerian, no chatterbox, will lead them to the surface. The others listened attentively. The blonde put his hands on the child's shoulders and said that he would tell them everything after the roll call was over, including what had happened so far. He frowned and added that he would also tell them about his plan to get out of this hell. Paws were visible from the man's mouth and a voice was heard congratulating the human prisoners. They had won, the contract was over. The body twitched and he continued that in a month, they would be released. The man froze in place and asked what? The group of people standing there heard that in a month, they would be released. Hyung-tae looked a little confused and Jinwoo asked for an explanation. The monster standing in front of him pointed out that as he said, in a month, they would be free, because they did not interfere with the prisoners who left the labyrinth. Whether they went to the surface or stayed here to work was their choice, because the humans had won the war. The entire group was confused. Then, delight appeared on their faces. Jinwoo covered his face with his hand when the others were happy that they could go home and they had succeeded, and that they just needed to hold out for another month. But the guy's face was confused. He was crushed by what he had done so far, not understanding what the meaning of all this was. He looked forward, hearing the question about them being disappointed. The monster holding the human body said that there was a point to it, that there was nothing to be gained from exile, and that there was no need to worry because his lordship was merciful. The man's eyes looked in different directions, not hearing that the Duke had decided to give them another chance to prove themselves. Everyone looked at him, hearing that in 2 weeks they would join the war of the 12th floor. People looked at him, hearing that they would become signal flares to signal its beginning and destroy the walls of the labyrinth on the front lines. Jinwoo pursed his lips, saying that he was not mistaken. The others gathered around Hyung-tae. He ran his hand over the book, calling out Jinwoo's name. Then he looked up, asking what it was. He looked at him and said that it was his notebook, but the guy clarified that the other person knew that he was not asking about that, and then replied that it could also be called his survival diary. Hyung-tae tightened his grip on the notebook when he heard that this could also be called observing the experiments, and said that this was not what he wanted to hear. He pointed at his comrade, saying that 3 people had died because of his experiments, and he had not even asked them if they wanted to be test subjects. Jinwoo just looked away, not understanding what was wrong with that. His companion gritted his teeth when he heard that these 3 people had been sacrificed for the sake of the 8 remaining here and all of humanity. Frowning, Hyung-tae called the hotel nonsense, but his companion replied that he was selfish, but for some reason he did not think about the people who were on the surface. Jinwoo spread his hands when he heard that they were now safe, and suggested that his companion look around, asking him what floor they were on. He looked at the others, asking how many people had died from the beast flood 2 years ago, clarifying that it had been as horrific as a nuclear bomb, and that there were people here who had been captured during that incident, and asked the old man if he knew what floors those beasts had come from. The old man looked at the boy, saying that they had come from the 2nd and 3rd floors, hearing that they had, and that they were chameleons the size of a 2-story building. He remembered the huge spider, saying that it made those chameleons look tame, since the monsters here were the size of skyscrapers. A smile appeared on the boy's face as he said that they needed to get out of here at all costs, and tell people how dangerous this place was before those monsters came to the surface. He looked at the old man sympathetically, who noted that he was jumping to conclusions, since he had just heard them say that the war was over and that everyone would be released, and asked him if he really believed that. The veins on Jinwoo's face stood out, and he recalled the words about the signal flares of the approaching wave, asking him to pull himself together. The major looked at him when he recalled his words about the other prisoners he knew being sent to war, and asked him what the outcome was. The military man closed his eyes when he heard that they all died and no one came back, so they were just being lied to boost their morale before they died. Everyone looked at him when he said that even if they believed that it was true and got out of the maze, the spiders were really going to give them a ride on their backs to the surface. Jiwon raised his hand while smiling when the guy asked how they were going to get out, and what about food and weapons, not understanding how they would find their way up when they didn't even know what floor they were on, and said that they had come to an agreement, so he was sure that the army would come for them. Jinwoo's words made him grit his teeth even harder. He blushed, shouting that he didn't understand how someone could be so naive, and asked them to come to their senses. Then he spread his hands, remembering the words about how they could work hard together and endure hardships in order to escape, and that even though all the prisoners in the neighborhood were killed, that would definitely not happen to them. He made a stupid face when he said that the army would definitely save them if they held on, and now that the war was over, they could go home, and the cute law-abiding spiders would cooperate with the South Korean army and bring them safely to the surface. He hugged himself, saying words about how they would hold hands in this hopeless place, like the main character of a dystopian movie, because they tried their best, and he lived by justice and ethics, saving everyone and did not regret his decisions. His companions looked at him in confusion when he asked if this was the ending they wanted, considering themselves heroes of some movie or TV show. He then opened his mouth wide, saying that they should probably have an audience too, and apologized for it not being the touching story they wanted. He had a completely crazy look in his eyes, and said that they had come to the wrong place if they wanted to see adults sacrifice themselves to show a poor child the light of day. Everyone continued to watch in silence as he hugged himself. Hyung-tae looked at him, hearing the boy talk about how they were weak people who couldn't even scratch those spiders, and he refused to wait until the others saved them. He sighed, and added that he wouldn't follow those orders just because they couldn't do anything. He turned around, telling everyone that he was going to get out of here no matter what. His comrade hung his head in silence. Ji-suk stepped forward, agreeing that now was not the time or situation to think about what was right and what was wrong, and he didn't really think he had done anything wrong, although he wouldn't have said that if he was one of his test subjects. He then walked towards Ji-woo, wondering the reason why they were still working as slaves, and he himself answered that it was because they had no other choice, since they were simply following orders because they didn't want to die. Jin-woo stared at him silently, hearing that he had simply seen an opportunity in the deep gems and was experimenting with them to see if they could help them escape. Hyung-tae's mouth dropped open in surprise, hearing that while it was hard to justify the fact that he hadn't told any of them about this, it was simply to avoid being caught by the spiders. The two looked at the others, noting that they could talk about ethics when they got out of here, but he was going to work with him. Frowning, Hyung-tae turned to him, but turned to Kisu, who asked the guy if he had a plan, to which he replied that it was rough for now. The other, looking at the major, noted that he didn't think they would start a war close to them, and they would probably be far away, in which case they could take advantage of the chaos of the war to escape. The man, looking at the guys, still doubted that they would be able to get out of the battlefield, but he heard that they had prepared something. He placed some balls on a leaf, saying that they were moss, with 1/10 of the amount of deep gem he had eaten once, and they should take one every month. Sitting in front of the balls, the boy explained that he was going to gradually increase the amount they would take, and if his calculations were correct, they would be able to withstand 3 or 5 times more by the day of the war. Jin-woo took one of the balls in his hand, saying that they would become newly evolved humans. Kim looked at him in surprise, saying that this was not the past he knew. Hyung-tae came to the center of the room, saying that there were additional troops stationed along the attack route they were working on, and that there were more prisoners, to which his comrade noted that this meant that the war would be on this side, and that they were lucky. Ji-woo took a stick in his hand, and when asked why they were lucky, he replied that it was because they could prepare in advance, which they were already doing. Drawing a diagram on the ground, he said that he had dug a small path branching off from the attack route where the spiders could not see it, and he and Ji-suk had been digging for about a week. Kisa looked at the boy, who said that the progress was quite fast thanks to the balls he created, and asked if this was an escape route if it didn't lead anywhere, to which he replied that he was going to tell him after a closer inspection, but at the end of the tunnel they found a labyrinth. He drew this labyrinth on the ground, hearing surprise that this labyrinth did not belong to spiders. The boy remembered how they ended up in the labyrinth, saying that that tunnel would lead straight into it, and considering the height of the corridor, it was not as big as that one. Looking at the man, he heard a question about what size mattered and if it was dangerous, answering that it was fine and there were no monsters or anything like that. Ji-woo drew a cross on the passage, saying that it was either abandoned or damaged, and the maze was mostly alleys, so it should allow them to get rid of the spiders that would try to chase them, and they could also collapse the tunnel to block their path. Kisa folded his arms, noting that they could get lost in the maze and die of starvation. But the other party said that they needed to find a way out before that happened, then asked what the current stock of deep gems and food was. Jawung seemed to say that they had enough food for 2 weeks, and they couldn't store meat, as it would surely spoil. Jinwoo lowered his head thoughtfully, hearing that as for the deep gems, they had 17 small ones and 1 large one. He then looked up, suggesting that they exchange 1 profound gem for meat every day to take care of their food supply, and then about 2 days before the war, exchange all but the 8 small ones and restock the tunnel. The man moved his hand to the side, asking why they didn't just exchange everything for food and escape right now to avoid the war. But the man replied that he had thought about it too, but the problem was the guards. He introduced one of them, saying that they were monitoring the number of survivors, and if they assembled a team to hunt them down, the chances of escaping would be slim. Kisa then raised his hand to the man's face, asking why he was suggesting escaping in the chaos of war, and was told that many other people would escape when the war began. The man turned to Jisuk, asking why they would keep the 8 profound gem, and replied that each of them should have a death pill. Taisa placed his hands on the old man's shoulders as their comrades said that they would probably not all make it out of here, and it was up to them to decide whether to use the pill or not. Looking towards Jiwoo, he added that since they could now withstand 4 times what they had originally, they would be able to last for a few seconds even after consuming one. The major placed his hand behind his head as the boy said that 1 small abyssal gem could be made into about 100 small balls that they were taking, and reminded them that these were deadly pills. Jinwoo lowered his head, noting that this was all they could do to prepare. But the problem was whether they would be able to reach the tunnel safely once the war began, and it all depended on the attack route, since 1,000 prisoners were working together to dig about 20 meters every day. He looked at his diagram, saying that on the day of the war, they would have to cover 200 meters and somehow get around the spiders stationed there. He then looked away, adding that on the morning of the war, before they started, they would take the balls with the initial amount of deep gems, and right after the war, they would take 5 times more and run across the battlefield. Hyungti looked at him in surprise, hearing that this would allow them to jump at least 3 meters, so they should use the other prisoners as bait to escape. He turned to him, telling him to get ready, because there were 1,000 prisoners, none of them were tolerant of deep gems, and they wouldn't be able to escape with all of them, because they wouldn't even be able to get past the regiments. Looking at him tiredly, Jiwoo asked if the guy was tired of being so sensitive about everything, or if he was afraid that some reporter would write a scandalous article when he returned to the surface. Making a stupid face again, the guy remembered that he was a reporter too, he must have just forgotten about it. Hyungti's eyes grew bigger when he heard that he didn't care either way, as long as he didn't interfere, and in general, he should stop acting like a good child, because it was very hypocritical. The other man stood up, deciding that the planning was over, and asked if the others had any questions. Everyone just looked at him silently. He stood with his back to the others, and then he turned around with a slightly scary smile, suggesting that they make a movie together, where they would be the main characters. The dead man's mouth was wide open. A huge spider was holding several others, telling the people to take the glory, to announce the beginning of the war, and that the Duke was doing them a great honor, so they should be grateful. A large crowd was visible in the cave, and words could be heard about how the people were no longer prisoners, but great warriors who were paving the way for the Great War. Jinwoo held the tool on his shoulder, hearing that human deeds will never be forgotten and all of Geyser will hear about it, saying that it is not very motivating, especially with a voice like that of this beast. Looking at his comrades working, the guy noted that he and the others are in the center of the battlefield, and this can be bad, which means they are definitely unlucky. Seeing Hyungti's confused look, he noted that he has been in a bad mood all week and it seems that he is still not himself. A part of the wall collapsed in front of them. Jinwoo covered his face with his hand, asking his comrade to slow down. But what he saw surprised him. On the other side, there were people looking at him, and behind them were monsters. The guy immediately threw the ball into his mouth. Opening his mouth wide, he told his comrades to do the same. The monsters rushed towards them. Jinwoo looked behind him in fear. The spider struck the monster, and the guy noted that it was doing a good job of being a leader until the reporter took matters into his own hands. Gritting his teeth, he wondered if it was really going to die like that. The ground beneath their feet trembled. Another monster burst out from under it. The mouths of the people on the spider's legs were wide open, and words were heard that the war had begun. Several green monsters appeared. A voice told the people to form walls and unite, and running away would mean death. Hyungti crawled along the ground. He coughed up blood. Looking to the side, the boy realized that he was in the middle of something, and he needed to take the balloon to get out of here. Taking it in his hand, he also paid attention to his legs. A spider appeared behind him. A blow to the ground threw it aside. The balloon flew out of his hand. Rolling his eyes, he just wondered why everything turned out like this. He remembered the silhouettes of people, their words about how the heavens gave him many things that others do not have, and the kinder he is to the world, the kinder the world will be to him. A man's hand stroked his head, asking him to be a good child, and the boy said that his parents were not wrong, and his world was full of kindness. Hitting the wall, the thought in his head was that he thought it would be the same in the geyser. He remembered himself on the stage, thinking that up there his sincerity and good behavior brought many praises. Imagining Jinwoo's face as he told him to stop acting like a good kid, he knew that down here it was only bringing insult. Hyungtae fell, wondering if he had only acted like a good kid. Then he remembered his comrade throwing up his hands, thinking that the true nature of people is revealed at the threshold of death in ruined faces and desperate struggles. Imagining the grimace on the boy's face, he thought that even when others lost their humanity, he chose to act good until the very end, thinking that if he too succumbed to savagery, then others would fall too. Hyungtae fell to the ground, wondering if this was the result of him being kind and living for others. Next to him lay the corpse of a monster. Blood dripped from its mouth, and he realized that he should have just given up on kindness. He stood in the middle of a battle. He glanced at Chatterbox lying on his shoulder, asking if he could stand. He didn't react to anything at all. Gritting his teeth, the guy didn't understand what was wrong with him. The others approached them, saying that only the central route, where they were, had been attacked. Jinwoo turned around, hearing the question. "What's wrong with Hyungtae?" He turned away, closing his eyes. Taisa and Hyuna looked at him. Ji-suk and Jinwoo exchanged glances, and when asked where the Major and Jaewon were, he replied that there was no news from them, and that they were most likely still on their way. Having presented a diagram of the dungeon, the guy noted that they were on the left side, the others in the center, and Kisu and the other guy on the right. Ji-suk looked at his comrade, hearing that this meant that they had already passed the enemies, and that they could only hope that everything would work out for them. Jinwoo took the ball in his hands, asking if he had fed such a chatterbox, and hearing that he had not yet, he demanded that he do it immediately, because they did not have time. He shoved it into the boy's mouth when someone was worried about his condition, but he replied that it was not a situation where his condition should be taken into account. Jinwoo looked at the old man, asking if he had accepted it, and upon hearing that he had, he wanted to clarify something. Hyunal's eye glowed brightly, and he asked the boy in surprise that he thought it was some kind of magical item that created power out of nowhere, adding that for someone like him, it only reduced pain. The boy looked at him in confusion, saying that it couldn't be. He looked away, thinking that the deep gems were more like energy boosters, and they only increased efficiency, but did not reduce body fat or make muscles grow. Taisa placed his hands on the old man's shoulders in concern, noting that it was a matter of physical training, and his old and frail body had its limits. The big man sighed heavily. Jinwoo noticed that he had a problem too, and although he had become stronger, his large body could not handle the load, and he found it difficult to breathe after each step. He frowned, realizing that they would slow them down. There was a battle going on around them. The guy said that the three of them would break through the regiment in the center and distract attention, and they, keeping to the right side, should head to the designated point. He then turned to Ji-suk, who noted that they should stick together, and told him that they had a better chance of surviving if they were separated in situations like this. The two groups stood opposite each other. The old man agreed, noting that it would only get worse if they stuck together, since they would not be able to keep up with him. Jinwoo held his comrade back, asking what was wrong with him. He shook his head, noting that he saw what happened to Hyungtae, and they had a plan that he was always trying to ruin. The guy smiled nervously and asked to listen to him, and he would make sure that they got out of here and that he didn't make him think that he was not on his side and that his mother was worried about him, which meant that they needed to get home safe and sound. Ji-suk just looked at him silently. Taking the lead and turning to the others, he said that they needed to move and they would meet at the promised place, asking his comrade to take care of Chatterbox. Rocks fell from the ceiling. There was a huge spider ahead of them. Following Jiwoo, they heard that there was a blockade ahead and they needed to jump 3 meters to the right, and then jump on the small spider under the giant one. They managed to move further. Turning to the others, the guy said that they would throw off everyone who was chasing them in the sandy dust at once. The main thing was not to fall behind. A green-skinned monster appeared behind them. He thought about keeping low, not attracting attention, trying to hide in the dust clouds so that they would be lost. Together they ran past more spiders. The boy thought about them passing unnoticed, and that they were hunting people and fighting enemies. Frowning, he also knew that this was not what was planned in the first place, but a distraction for this stupidity, no matter how much he thought about it. A spider pierced the man. Jiwoo thought about how even though they were a little faster, it did not mean that they could distract all these spiders, and that made the reason for their escape during the war and the plan to use the rest as sacrifices pointless. He frowned again, realizing that they were not distracting attention this way. The monsters approached Hyunal and Taisu, climbing the walls to move. The old man sighed when he heard that the reporter had abandoned them, and when asked why he had agreed to his plan, he said he knew it. He closed his eyes, saying that if at least the young ones got out of here, it would be better. He didn't want to become a burden to survive, and he was tired. Taisa looked at him with regret. The old man went forward, saying that he was sorry that he had to go with him, but asked him not to worry. He moved his shoulder, promising to do everything possible to get him out of here alive. He put his hand on the man's shoulder when he wanted to say something about the gem. But then he lifted him off the ground. So he managed to make a powerful throw. Taisu was shocked by this. He flew over the monsters. They were approaching Hayuno. Surrounded by lightning, he said that he was standing in front of them. The veins on his body bulged. He added that they were not well-mannered. The old man jumped up. He managed to knock the spider off its feet. Stones rained down over the heads of the young guys. Ji-suk looked up, not understanding why the enemies were falling off the walls. Jinwoo smiled widely, noting that the old man had taken the death pill. Hayuno was throwing punches, and the boy thought that he never knew he was capable of such a thing, and even though they were just 6s, even with the 5-fold increase in the balls, they would not be able to give the spider a scratch. The grandfather moved his hand behind his back. Then he struck the spider. But from this, his arm broke. In pain, he opened his mouth wide. The boy watched this, guessing that the body cannot withstand this, and if they ever consume their death pill, then controlling the strength will be very important. Ji-woo rushed forward, telling the others to continue on their way, because the old man will not last long, and they should leave while they can. Looking to the side, Ji-suk called Chatterbox with him. A bright glow surrounded the boy, and he said that Taisu is a friend. The boy crouched down, saying that he had promised to bake him bread. Ji-suk opened his mouth wide. Chatterbox rushed forward. The man landed on the ground with a thud. He tried to stand up, not understanding why his grandfather did this. Spiders appeared in front of him. But they passed by. He looked back, surprised that they ignored him. In the distance, Hayuno was fighting with the spiders. At that moment, the old man pulled his hand back to strike. The man stood up and said that his comrade had sacrificed himself to buy him time, which meant he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. More spiders ran past. Taisa looked down, but he turned around when he heard a scream. The old man's arm was broken. Chatterbox immediately struck the monster. The man smiled at the boy being there to save them. The smile on his face disappeared. The old man and the boy were standing back to back, and he noticed that he was having trouble even walking, fighting for his life, and the child was trying to save him. Gritting his teeth, Taisa was devastated by what he was doing, and acting like they should be doing these things. He remembered the reporter's face, realizing that he was no different from him. He looked at the battle in front of him. A stone appeared in his hand. Jinwoo turned around when he heard the scream about Chatterbox. Then he saw the boy rushing into battle, wondering why he was there. A spider appeared behind him as he was telling his comrade that he asked him to take care of him. He grabbed the monster's paw. It threw him to the ground. Jinwoo was breathing heavily. The spider approached him, but another monster knocked it down. Watching their battle, the boy said that he was alive. The green-skinned monsters rushed towards him. He managed to make a dash. Ji-suk gritted his teeth, watching the boy. A reporter landed behind him, asking why he was distracted, and his comrade mentioned Chatterbox. Jinwoo looked at him, telling him to leave the child, since they were in the middle of the battlefield. At that moment, a monster appeared behind him. A bright light appeared on its body. A bright beam appeared behind it. The beam flew along the ground. The two stopped at a cliff. Jinwoo looked ahead in shock, not realizing that it flew past them. His comrade told him to look up. A huge spider loomed above them, which he called the Regimental Duke. Looking at him, the reporter noted that it was not him. A little further, they noticed a silhouette and several others. The eyes of the huge spider were shining brightly, and he called them just stooges. Jinwoo raised his hand, realizing that they were going to attack again, and so he had to run, leaving everyone behind. Fear was visible on his face, screaming for Ji-suk to run if he wanted to live. The boy and the old man watched the bright rays. Hayuno, hiding, asked him about wanting to die. He opened his mouth wide, screaming that he was buying time for the others. I don't understand why he came here, and heard in response about bread. Chatterbox looked at his comrade, answering that he wanted to try the bread he promised. Confusion was on the old man's face. He looked away, hearing someone calling him. The sounds of fighting were heard among the spiders. Taisa was surrounded by a bright aura. He excitedly turned to his grandfather, saying that he was here to save him. Hayuno blushed with anger, answering that he sent it flying on purpose. The man landed next to them, answering that he understood that it was so that he could escape. Then, clenching his fists, he added that he would rather die than live with the guilt of abandoning everyone and running away, and he was sure that they could get out of here together with the power of the deep gems. An old man sitting by the wall asked him if he ate it. He replied that although the reporter said that they would die in a few seconds, it was quite bearable. Chatterbox was looking for something in his pocket when his comrade addressed him. A gem appeared in his hand. Hayuno immediately snatched it. But then he threw it deeper into the cave. Taisa looked at him in confusion, asking why he did it, and he replied that the deep gems were not magical artifacts, and it was impossible to control. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he was fine, but the other man suggested that he look at his legs. His legs had turned blue. Hayuno said that the human body could not cope with this, and now they were both crippled. Taisa looked down, hearing that he did not feel pain because of the deep gem, and on him its effect was already weakening, so if not for the chatterbox, he would have passed out from the pain. The old man noticed a flash above his head when he said that it was all over for them, and they should at least get the child out of here alive. His eyes began to glow brightly. So he threw his comrades away from him. Holding his hands in front of him, the old man again wanted to repeat his last words. But a beam of light that hit him interrupted. Both of them watched it in front of them. Taisa stretched his hand forward, addressing the old man. No. Steam was rising from the lava. The man looked at the hole in the ground with regret. He gritted his teeth, saying that they couldn't save themselves together with the power of the deep gems, and they were completely powerless here. A spider appeared behind him. The boy struck it. He continued to hit him with his hand. After, standing with his back to the man, he said that he couldn't eat the bread now. He thought that there was no time to grieve, and he had to make sure that at least Chatterbox would survive. Looking at the lava, he also understood that they couldn't run through the place where the heat beam had passed. The monster surrounded them. Taisa thought that the child was now unable to think logically, and would immediately return even if he threw him far away from here. The veins on his legs bulged greatly, and he noted that the pain was also getting worse, and therefore he wouldn't be able to reach the meeting place, which meant he had to somehow make him leave without him. Taisa looked away. After, he put his hands on the child's shoulders. Looking down, the man asked him not to repeat his mistake. Taking it in his hands, he asked the child for forgiveness. Then he threw it. Opening his mouth wide, Taisa turned to the major. He ran quickly with Juwong on his back. The child flew over them. Kisa jumped high. He managed to catch the chatterbox. The man looked to the side. Taisa was pointing to the side. He noticed the state of his legs. Then he closed his eyes. Seeing his comrades running away, he thought about how the spiders were focused on the child, and he was no threat to them. The monsters passed by Taisu, who noted that humans were like bugs that could not harm them, although the old man and the child managed to damage him. He lowered his eyes, thinking that they could be considered stray dogs, not bugs, and in any case, he needed to somehow distract them. Then, gritting his teeth, he decided that he needed to be more than just a stray dog. A bright aura began to surround him with thoughts that he must become stronger. Something like stones appeared on his legs. He wanted to become something that would make the spiders think that their lives were in danger, and make them feel like a person who encountered a wild animal in the mountains. Tendrils also appeared on his arms. Taisa decided that he could not just be an irritant or a hindrance, but must be a real threat. Opening his mouth wide, he shouted at them that he was right here. A bright glow surrounded him with words that he would tear everyone to shreds like a hungry bear. Jiwoo peeked around the corner when his comrades said that they still had food here, and although some parts of the tunnels had collapsed, they could still crawl through them. The reporter watched the monsters fight, heard that this tiny tunnel was fine despite all the shaking of the earth, answering that this showed how stable the stones in the geyser were. Jisuk put the bag on his back, heard that this tunnel is slightly larger than a grown man, so the spiders will not be able to get inside, and if they can get out of here, they will be safe for a while. Walking up to the reporter, the guy asked if there was any news from the others, not hearing the answer that there was none. Jiwoo, frowning, thought about shouting at his comrade to leave him, since the situation was getting dire, but this was bad. He remembered the child, reasoning that not having such physical characteristics anymore was a big loss, and although he tried to get rid of the burden, in the end, he lost an important member of the team. The spider looked at them when he thought that if he jumped to the edge of the battlefield, he might be alive. Fear appeared on his face. He tripped, fell to the ground. On the ground lay the head of the spider, and the guy noted that it was already dead. Kisu appeared in front of them, asking if they were okay. They looked at each other. Jinwoo asked if Chatterbox was okay, to which the other said that he had to knock him out for a while because he was resisting too much, but now was not the time to talk. A spider appeared behind the major as he was talking about them coming. Kisa looked behind him. He managed to avoid the spider's attack. Then it grabbed him by the head. Veins appeared on the man's face. The major tore the monster's head off. Jinwoo looked shocked that he had just killed a spider with his bare hands. The man shook off the dust. The guy noted that he already had a trained body, which meant that the difference in effect between someone in good shape and someone out of shape was very big. Kisa turned around, noticing someone approaching. Another monster appeared from the corner. Spiders were crawling on its paws. The major put his hand forward and told everyone to go to the side path immediately. The whole group crawled through the tunnel. Jisuk stood at the exit, saying that they had all passed. Kisa looked behind him. Many spiders were approaching him. He noticed a stone on the ceiling. Then he pulled his leg back to kick. Jisuk covered his face with his hand. He looked at the exit of the cave in surprise. The passage behind Kisa had collapsed, and the guy warned that the exit would also be blocked now. He extended his hand to him. The exit of the cave was blocked. Everyone looked at it in confusion, saying that this couldn't be happening. Jawung raised his eyebrows, noticing something. Some kind of sound was heard underground. A hand appeared from under it. Everyone ran to the blockage, saying that they needed to pull it. Kisa was breathing heavily, saying that they were safe for now. He looked at the blockage, saying that although it was not bad, he had no choice given the situation, but now the others would not be able to get through. Jinwoo looked at his comrade when he suggested digging out when everything calmed down a bit, and replied that they were the only survivors. Closing his eyes, the guy told about Hyungtae being killed by the first explosion, and his grandfather and Hyunil being killed trying to save Chatterbox. The reporter looked at the man again, hearing that he had seen him too, and he had thrown a child at him, which surprised him, since he had not walked. But then looking at his legs, it became clear that they were covered in necrosis. Kisa raised his hand to his face, hearing the question if he had seen a beam of light next to him, and replied that he had. Looking down, the guy decided that the man had also taken the profound gem, and this could have been a side effect. The major, putting his hand on his head, said that he expected someone to die, since their plan was to cross the battlefield, but he still wanted to be there, to which Jawung tried to calm him down, saying that it was not his fault. He held the chatterbox in his arms, saying that the man had crossed the battlefield with him and the child. The other guy agreed, adding that they would not be here if not for the sacrifices of those two people. Kisu, with his eyes closed, heard that it was already hard for them to keep their lives, and there was no need to try too hard to save others. He looked down when someone said that the worst was over, but it was not over yet, and they should focus on the future to make sure that their sacrifices were not in vain. Jinwoo looked away when the major agreed that they did not have time to sit here and grieve, saying that they must find a way out of this labyrinth. Looking the other way, he noted that this was only an assumption that the labyrinth was abandoned, and therefore they should act carefully, and after getting out of the labyrinth, they should find a way up. Everyone looked around, hearing a sound. Kisa looked at the blocked passage. The others looked in the same direction, realizing that it was coming from behind the wall. Jinwoo's eyes became smaller from fear. He opened his eyes wide, shouting that monsters were breaking through the walls. Part of the wall was destroyed. Jinwoo fell to the ground. The boy turned around when he heard a sound. A huge monster was standing above him, and he exclaimed that this always happened to him. Another monster knocked him down. Jinwoo looked at him, surprised that this happened again. His comrades were about to leave, telling him to move faster. The green monster was holding back the spiders. Looking at it, the boy noticed something. Although his face was not visible, he thought that it was Hyungtae. Jinwoo was getting to his feet when he was called again. He ran away, gritting his teeth. When he caught up with the others, the boy heard from the major that he never thought that the warden would come all this way to take them. Ji-suk did not understand the value of a human hostage during a war. Jinwoo shouted that it was Hyungtae. Looking up, he told them that he saw his face and the boy was the monster who helped him. Kisa stared at him, saying that it was impossible, since he almost died there. Maybe his mind was just playing a cruel joke, but the guy continued to insist. He turned around, hearing that the monster was already dead, which meant Hyungtae had died twice. The spider put its paw on him. The others were already walking into the narrow passage. The spider rushed towards them. The veins on the body of the defeated monster appeared. Everyone ran along the long corridor. The warden was approaching them. Kisu, turning around, said that they were not fast enough, and they would soon be caught up. The guy noted that the effect of the balls was decreasing. He turned around, hearing his scream. Spears from the walls hit the monster. Jawung smiled happily, saying that there were traps in the labyrinth. Taking a step, he stepped on something. A click was heard under his foot. Blades flew out from under the ground. The boy opened his mouth wide, screaming about his legs. Jinwoo reached out his hand in confusion. The spider got out of the trap. The reporter picked up the wounded man, telling Kisa to take the chatterbox, and they ran from here, and when the man wanted to offer to switch, the boy did not agree. The major looked at him in confusion. He heard that the child was their top priority, and he was the most important. Jinwoo helped Jawung up, telling him to climb on his back. The others moved forward when he apologized for this, but the reporter told him not to do that, and told him to speak up if he saw traps. The guy holding his comrade's back thought that this was bad, because he could feel the blood flowing out of his legs, and he was also on the major's back on the battlefield. His face turned pale. He opened his eyes wide, hearing that he should wake up. Jawung pursed his lips. The spider was getting closer, and he noted that they were being caught up, saying that he felt fine, so his comrade should try to escape. Jinwoo frowned, demanding to speak up, as he couldn't concentrate due to the chaos around him. The injured man closed his eyes, shouting that the spider was right behind them, and that he would slow them down. To his surprise, the boy fell to the ground. Jinwoo let go of him. Looking at him, he thanked him for stepping on the trap. The spider extended its paw towards him. Ji-suk turned around, hearing the scraping sound. He looked at Jinwoo in surprise. He was standing in front of the triggered trap, wondering what their comrade had just done. A look of despair was on his face. He extended his hand to the others, saying that Jawung had decided that there was no hope for him. Tears appeared in his eyes. He relayed their comrade's words that he would try to stall for time, although he himself tried to stop him. Kisa closed his eyes, saying that he did not hear the screams, and it was not his fault. The monster was bound by a trap, and they noted that this time it worked properly, so there was much more time. The major placed a hand on his shoulder, noting that now was not the time to mourn his comrade, so they should leave, making sure that his sacrifice was not in vain. Ji-suk looked at him, thinking that he was lying. He remembered how he threw the guy into the trap, noting that this was not the first time, because Ji-woo used the old man as bait. Looking at him from behind, Ji-suk concluded that he abandoned everyone he considered useless, and the same thing happened during his experiments with the deep gems, which means he was a psychopath. The group continued walking and the boy decided that this man was too dangerous, and he should tell the major about it before it was too late. He then imagined the man's stern look and the words of Ji-woong's shout, who sacrificed himself so that he not only diminished the heroism of the dead man, but also tried to split the group by creating conflict. Gritting his teeth, Ji-suk concluded that the major would not listen to him and even perhaps considered Ji-woo more reliable. Walking behind, the boy decided that it was better for him to remain silent for now, and when he behaved like this again, he would tell Kisu about it. A shiver ran through his body. Looking at the others, he noticed that only 4 people remained. Imagining Chatterbox, the boy thought that he had great abilities, since he was a Gazerian and did not experience any side effects from the deep gems, doing what he was told. Afterwards, he remembered how the major had torn off the monster's head, noting that it had a good grasp of the situation, was very strong, and therefore was definitely very reliable. A look of horror appeared on his face as he wondered what it could do and what it had shown the steel ones before. It was as if a shadow fell on him with the understanding that he would be the next one to be thrown out. He looked at Jin-woo with a little fear when he approached him. The reporter, looking at him, asked if everything was okay, since he looked shocked, and noted that everything was fine. He was just thinking that they should not forget about Ji-woong's sacrifice. To this, the guy sighed heavily. They continued walking along the corridor. Jin-woo said that he was not sure that he wanted to die like that, but he had lost both his legs and they had no way to heal him, and it seemed like their comrade just did not want to be a burden. He then placed his hand on Ji-suk's shoulder, adding that they needed to gather their strength, since there was a risk of the wound getting infected. A crazy smile appeared on his face, and he said that if that happened, he would leave him to carry food, not as a spider. He looked at him with fear. But Jin-woo looked at him calmly, asking if he was really okay, because for some reason he always looked confused. But he replied that he was just thinking. Ji-suk looked away when his comrades said that they should avoid injuries, because it would be terrible if someone got sepsis, so they should be careful of even the smallest ones. But he just thought that he had misheard all of it. He took the bag off his shoulder when the other boy offered to carry the food himself, but he held it close to himself in fear, saying no. Jin-woo looked at him blankly when he said he could carry it himself, since he needed to contribute something. He patted him on the back with a smile, telling him not to burden himself too much. He must have known how tired he would be. He then walked up to the major, offering to carry the chatterbox himself. The man placed the child on his back, saying that he might have woken up, but then noticed that he was still unconscious. Ji-suk thought about being abandoned once he gave up the bag. His expression was horrified, thinking that he was no use now, so he needed to keep the food to himself to survive, and he would be abandoned once he lost it. They came to a fork in the road. Jin-woo noticed the traps on the floor. Kisa turned to the others, saying that they had come quite far, but since there were no forks in the path, the spiders would catch up to them very soon. If luck was on their side, they would be able to lose them. The man folded his arms when he heard that they needed to make sure they did not end up in a dead end, because if they had to turn back, they would most likely encounter spiders. The major pointed to one of the passages, telling him to check this path, and asked him to stand guard here with Chatterbox. Ji-suk trembled when he asked him to check the other path. The boy held the bag tighter and agreed to do so. The senior ran deeper into the passage. Holding the bag in his hand, the sergeant wanted to say that he would go too. His eyes became smaller from fear when he heard the suggestion to leave it here. Turning slightly away from his interlocutor, Ji-suk heard that he was just looking and therefore did not need to burden himself, but he replied that since he was responsible for him, he would carry him. But the guy clarified that he was not asking him to carry him, but only to leave him here while he looked around. Covering his face with his hand, Jin-woo assumed that the sergeant did not understand what he was talking about, but he kept repeating that it was his duty. Taking his hand away, the reporter clarified that the guy was acting like Taisu and Hyeno because he abandoned Ji-woong. Ji-suk looked up in confusion, hearing the question of whether his comrade looked like a bad guy. Putting his hand behind his head, he explained that he simply expressed his opinion with the old man, and then agreed with him, and he did not threaten Ji-woong, he did everything voluntarily. The sergeant lowered his head, hearing that the guy could not even walk on his own. Was he really going to make him explain everything after all this? Ji-woo threw up his hands, wondering why the other guy was afraid of being abandoned here and did he seem like such a terrible guy, noting that he was the one who saved him back on the second floor. The sergeant looked confused when he heard that his comrade was only alive because of him, and he wouldn't abandon his savior, and even that he took care of him all this time. The reporter raised his hands, adding that he was just trying to repay the rescue and so that they could get out of here together. He then remembered how they hid from the monsters, saying that if it weren't for him, he himself would be dead by now. They later found supplies when they snuck into the base to disinfect his wounds. Jinwoo put his hands on his shoulders, saying that he just wanted to work together again to get out of here, and even though the results were bad last time, it was still a good job. Ji-suk remembered the reporter explaining his plan, thinking that it was true, and although Hyuntae was also helping them with their emotional state, he did not actively do anything. Then he remembered how they stood in the center of the battlefield, thinking that even if spiders could climb walls, the center was more dangerous than the outskirts. And then he imagined Jaewon's face, realizing that he really was the first one to volunteer to be the bait. Jinwoo held his hands on his shoulders when the sergeant thought that if it weren't for him, he would have to fight on the battlefield with the other prisoners, and his comrade promised that he would not be abandoned, because he needed to go home and see his mother. Ji-suk handed him the bag, saying that he would go and inspect the path. As he walked into the passage, he told him to take care of it while he was gone. Jinwoo raised his hand when he heard that he was trying hard to keep them alive and replied that it was okay since they had been here for a few months, and it would be weirder if his comrade was sane after everything they had been through, and thanked him for understanding, calling him a kind person. Ji-suk continued walking silently, and then added that he was also a good person. The sounds of his footsteps could be heard in the cave. The reporter looked after his comrade as he walked away, noting that he thought he was the strongest when it came to mental toughness. But now he had just reached his limit, although there was nothing strange about it. He then put his hand on his head. A monster appeared behind him when he wanted to say that this was not the end for him. Jinwoo ran on, thinking that maybe not everyone was tired since they were in the same situation, and while everyone was holding their nerves, he was just whining. Frowning, the boy also thought that everyone had done their best and sacrificed themselves while he was hesitant, so he should do his best. But he turned around after hearing a sound. A spider had appeared behind him. He looked at his comrades in fear and shouted at Jinwoo to be careful. But he was surprised at what he saw. The reporter pressed a button on the wall. His face grimaced, and he said that he really didn't want to do that. The passage closed, and he repeated that he really didn't want to do that. The spider turned its attention to Ji-suk. He opened his mouth wide and cursed at his comrade. So he had to run away from the monster. Tears streamed down his face as he recalled the words about the savior, realizing that it was all a lie. The monster's blow knocked him off his feet. The sergeant fell to the floor. Getting up, he looked around the corner. There was only a dead end in sight. He gritted his teeth when he saw it. Then he looked down, thinking about the deadly pill. Holding it in his hand, he wondered if he could defeat this spider if he ate it. The monster was already behind him when he thought that the pill would allow him to live for a few more seconds at most, so he would not do anything useful to the traitor. The paw pierced him. The spider lifted him off the ground. A green monster appeared behind the spider. It grabbed his mouth. Then it tore it apart. Ji-suk fell to the ground. The spider staggered. The green monster dodged the attack. It clenched its fist tightly. With a punch, it tore off the other paw. Then it grabbed the other paw. The monster stuck its hand into the spider's mouth. It managed to tear something out of it. Blood flew everywhere. The spider fell to the floor. The monster looked behind him. It saw Ji-suk sitting by the wall, saying that they had not seen each other for a while, but a lot had happened. The guy looked up, recognizing Hyuntae. Seeing his comrade in the form of a monster, he told him that he thought he was dead and noted that he looked fine. Hyuntae crouched down to him when he said that he was thought to be dead in the first explosion, and that's why the helmet, and he protected them. Ji-suk put his hand on his wound, admitting that he should have listened to him and not trust the other. He cried, saying that Jinwoo is a traitor who acts like a good person and then throws him as bait when it's dangerous and runs away, that the same thing happened to Taisu and Hyunal. The interlocutor remembered their corpses, surprised that all this was the reporter's creation, although he thought they died during the escape. He awkwardly put his hand behind his head, hearing the surprise about the creation, and replied that no, he wanted to say. Hyuntae looked at the interlocutor, hearing that he had a request for him. Seeing the deep gem in his hand, the boy asked him why he didn't eat it, since he could have fought the spider. Taking it in his hand, he heard the answer that he thought that if he ate it, he would just stall for time for Jinwoo, and the more he resisted, the more likely the traitor would get out of here alive. Closing his eyes, he shared that he couldn't let him escape, and he didn't want him to get out of here alive, and that he wasn't worth saving, and he should die here. Hyuntae looked at him with a smile, saying that he didn't seem to understand something. The sergeant cleared his throat. He gritted his teeth, saying that they really didn't understand, and he was the only one. Putting his hand on his finger, he added that Hyuntae was the only one who knew his true face. He should have trusted him. The hand slid off the finger, saying that he just wanted to see his mother. Ji-suk stopped moving. Hyuntae stared at him in silence, then turned away. As he walked away, he thought about how grateful he was to that traitor, because at first he thought his whole life was a lie. He quickened his pace, thinking about how he had always lived for the happiness of others, and neglected himself. He could see the bars ahead, thinking about how he told himself that everything was fine as long as those who loved him were happy, no matter how much he was hurt or broken in the process. The guy opened his mouth wide. He had managed to break the barrier with a blow, and he thought about how Jinwoo had made him understand that all this was meaningless, and that the most important thing for him should be himself. Landing on his foot, he realized that he was tired of everyone taking his kindness for granted and of those who only saw him as entertainment. Taking the iron pipe, he was also tired of being begged to give him another chance because if he had won, the guy would live a completely opposite life. Walking deeper into the corridor, Hyungtae decided that the geyser had granted his wish and looked for the others to repay this debt. Peeking around the corner, he saw the major and the reporter. Ji-woo pointed in his direction, and the guy thought about the fact that he was not following them to save them. A sinister smile appeared on his face. He came out from around the corner, saying that he finally caught up with them. The previously injured Hyungtae sat against the wall, thinking that he should have been a little more shameless. The monster's eye began to glow brightly as he spoke of another chance. The boy sat in complete darkness, hearing words about how humans were prey for predators and weren't even allowed to breathe in the geyser. Hyungtae looked down, surprised by the voice in his head, and heard that it was the being that oversaw the evolution of beings like him speaking to him. A huge eye hung over him, telling the man to accept him, and it would give him a new chance. Sitting across from him, Hyungtae reasoned about the great being that oversaw evolution, asking if there was a reason why someone like him would need a person like him, and was told that he couldn't exist without a host. The being remembered the previous body, saying that it couldn't get rid of the concept of a soldier despite all its efforts, and ignored its advice, not using any of its abilities. Now that body was lying on the ground, the being called it its former host, who had met a fitting end for the soldier that he was. The guy lowered his eyes, hearing that he would soon be in the same state, but he shouldn't worry. Hyungtae sat silently, hearing that his head and chest were in excellent condition, although the former owner only had a damaged head. The eye became closer, telling him to accept his new body and gain strength, taking advantage of the opportunity. It became brighter, telling him to become its owner, but the guy interrupted, asking him not to press so hard, because he needed to think, and they were in no hurry. Hyungtae lowered his head, hearing that there was no time, because the life of the creature depended on the life of the owner. A smile appeared on the guy's face, saying that they were in the same boat, and therefore he could stop pretending to be a higher being. Then, pointing his finger at the interlocutor, he added that he did not know how to ask for favors, calling him prey and believed that the guy would be scared and agree if he then looked at him with a huge eyeball. The eye looked straight at him, hearing that the guy couldn't stand gaslighting, and he wasn't going to give in to anyone's manipulation anymore, and from now on he would only do what he wanted, answering that the current enlightenment of the mind was meaningless in the face of death. It became brighter again, saying that no matter what thoughts a person had, there were only two options from which he could choose, life or death. Hyungtae smiled at him, answering that he was ready from the very beginning, and only the creature makes the choice. A crazy smile appeared on his face, and he told the monster to accept him, and he would give him a new opportunity. And then, spreading his arms, he added that he couldn't control him. Many eyes appeared, and the creature said that it was amazing. Now he appeared near his comrades, saying that he finally caught up with them. Jinwoo looked at the major with a smile, saying that he was the one who stopped that spider back then. Something flew past his face as he was surprised by what happened to his body. Something crashed into the wall behind them. Hyungtae held his hand out in front of him, saying that he didn't seem to be used to it yet. Holding his hand back, he heard a voice saying that they weren't fully fused yet, so he should go back and absorb the spider and the man, demanding that he stop telling him what to do. Frowning, Jiwoo heard him say that he didn't care if they were fully fused or not, and that he already told him that this guy would be the first meal. Hyungtae took a step forward when asked who he was talking to, and said that he had been infected with some kind of parasite, but it was okay since he could control it. Moving his hand to the side, he also felt sorry for the others, since he could have been a little faster, but he heard the demands to stay back. Kisu turned to the boys, telling them not to think that this thing was their former comrade just because it had his face and voice, since it had just attacked them. The man pointed at the monster, saying that it couldn't fool them by wearing his body. Hyungtae laughed at this. Then he gritted his teeth, saying that he was the most humane of them all, and now they call him a monster, although he tried to take care of everyone. Taking another step, he noted that he was watching the spiders, because the others got tired after a minute of shoveling, and calmed the soldiers down so that there would be no fights. The people looked at him silently, hearing that he was taking care of an old man who was nothing but a burden, wanted to be treated like royalty, and although he could at least rely on Hyunjae, Jinwoo killed him. Throwing up his hands, the monster added that he suffered the most because of the others, and after that they had the nerve to treat him like this. He opened his mouth wide, indignant that he dared to say that. Kisa looked at the mutant, answering that he knew that he worked very hard and was probably upset, asking for forgiveness for judging him only by his appearance. Hyungti clasped his hands in delight, saying that he was finally understood and his suffering was acknowledged. But he pursed his lips, noting that this only happened now. He put his hands on his head, continuing to repeat the words about it only happening now. Then, smiling, he still said that there was no need to be upset, because everything was in the past, and although the process was terrible, the results were good. He moved his hand to the side, explaining that he may look like a monster, but this is the body of a man who has perfectly adapted to the geyser, and this is the newly evolved man that Jin Woo dreamed of. The major and the reporter were visibly tense, noticing that he was completely crazy. The man told him that these were the words of someone who is still transforming. The monster put his hand behind his head, saying that unfortunately, he had not fully evolved yet, and that they also had a chance. Jin Woo opened his mouth in surprise, wondering what he meant by the word chance, and heard that it was a chance to become a re-evolved human. The monster lowered himself to the ground, saying that it was simple. Then he raised his head, explaining that they would be eaten, and then he would be able to become complete, so they could fulfill the dream of a re-evolved human. The man grabbed the guy by the collar. Hyungti flew past him. The major looked at the guy, telling him to take the chatterbox and get out of here, to which he replied that the monster was blocking the way to the exit. Hyungti had already pounced on the man when he told the guy to go the same way that led him here. The blow threw him back. Kisa watched as he ran away. Then he looked forward, hearing demands not to interfere, and that the monster would let him go if he just gave him Ji-woo. Hyungti spread his hands, saying that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, but the major asked him to pull himself together, because he was now being controlled by the monster. Many eyes appeared on Hyungti's face, and he said that this was stupid. His body began to grow something, and he shouted that everything was under his control, and also that all of this was planned by him. His teeth became sharper. He said that there was no need to care about what others thought, and it was very nice, surprised that in his past life on the surface he did not think so. Kisa looked at him, answering that this is what it means to be human. The monster's body completely changed when the man explained that they were not lone wolves, and caring about what others thought was only proof that it was caring for them, and also, by accepting each other's shortcomings, you can grow together as people. Hyungti stepped forward, saying that this is why they are called an inferior species, but the current him is different. Smiling widely, he once again called himself an evolved human. Kisa put the crystal in his mouth, replying that he is nothing more than a zombie infected with geyser, and will not allow anyone to take a single step further than that. A man walked down the hallway. Jin-woo was breathing heavily. He saw the body of a monster. Jiziak was lying next to him. The guy turned around when someone called him from behind. Kusu appeared from around the corner, and said that it was safe now. The man in the hallway heard that he killed the monster and asked, "Is it true?" Ji-woo looked worried. Tentacles appeared near Kusu's head and words were heard that of course he took the deadly pill and tore his throat out. The power of the deep gem really is. Hyungti appeared from around the corner in the body of the monster, and finished that this is something. Ji-woo arched his eyebrows, repeating the word no. He screamed and started to run. The monster asked where he was going. The guy held a child in his hand and thought, how did this happen? His plan was perfect, so why did he kill one person in desperation first? The monster was catching up to him, and the guy thought that then he sacrificed those who were a burden. After that the strongest person fought the enemy to save the protagonist. The monster smiled widely, ominously asking why he was running away. Jin-woo closed his eyes and shouted that everything was going according to a cliched plot. He should have gotten out since he was the protagonist. His eyes widened in realization. He said that of course, everything was still going according to a cliched plot line. He remembered how he pointed out the direction to his friends, and thought that the accidental discovery of the hidden power of the deep gems and the subsequent trials to find a way to escape from Geyser. Everyone around the protagonist when trying to escape. The guy remembered how he stood over the bodies of his friends, and thought that finally the promise of revenge is buried even deeper in the secret of the deep gems. That's how it should be. Holding the crystal in his hand, the hero said that peace can only be found after a terrible storm, then this should be the first boss fight. Jin-woo sat the child down and heard a question. What was he saying so quietly? Gave up, too bad, and replied, no, he still didn't understand. Throwing the crystal into his mouth, Jin-woo said that at this moment he opens up a new power for himself. This is the moment when the protagonist awakens. The monster looked at him questioningly. While the hero thought that the first awakening and extras of the protagonist, he is sure that he can control the powers of the profound gem. The guy's body was covered in a glow. When he thought that he needed to remain calm while the energy was circulating, that's right, he also shouldn't ignore the risk of disrupting the circulation of energy. Standing up, the hero thought that he should concentrate most of his strength in his legs and protect his muscles and bones with the remaining strength. Surrounded by a glow, he quickly rushed towards the monster. With a wild smile, Jin-woo shouted that he could perfectly control the power of the profound gem. However, a fist flew into his face. The monster threw it aside. The boy sat in the dust that rose up. Then he closed his eyes and said that not yet, he needed to use the power of the profound gem to recover. The paw of the monster pinned him to the floor. Hyunti in the body of the monster stood with his leg raised, heard screams that it hurt, and asked, "Is he kidding? He still hasn't pulled himself together. He's the main character, seriously. Where does he get such confidence?" Blood came out of Jinwoo's mouth. He called Chatterbox for help. The boy flew from behind, swung his fist. The force of the blow threw the monster back. He stood holding his limb, and asked how he could be so strong. Jinwoo looked at the boy and said that he had to eat his profound gem, or they wouldn't be able to, and heard that he didn't have it. Without turning around, Chatterbox replied that Taesu took it, he threw it. Looking ahead, the hero said that Taesu had disappeared. Hyunol had disappeared too. He was used to people dying, but it felt strange to see his friends die. He had to save his remaining friends. His eyes widened when he heard that everyone had died. A monster stood next to them. The elder said that he had killed them all. They had to take revenge. He had to avenge his friends. Hyungti's lips curled when he heard that he had also been eaten by that monster. He was under the control of that monster. A hand fell on Chatterbox's shoulder. Jinwoo smiled encouragingly. Fight together, avenge their friends. Chatterbox chuckled as he looked at him. Rocks were flying everywhere. The hero thought, this is it, the season finale, the high point, the climax. A huge monster stood next to them, shouting that this is a happy ending with a touching emotional moment. He gritted his teeth and asked, "What the hell?" A purple hand grabbed the boy. The monster attacked, raising dust. Then it threw the boy aside. A huge paw held his leg. Swinging, the monster threw the heroes to the side. Jinwoo and Chatterbox flew forward. The impact crumbled stones. Approaching the raised dust, the monster said that he was beginning to understand the true reason for all his actions. There were sharp claws on his fingers. He said that he was nothing more than an extra, writing a monologue for the main characters. Jinwoo lay in the rubble and heard that he was just jealous of the people who made this world brighter, and said that he was not. Blood poured into the face of the guy who screamed that he was not an extra, and heard that he was right. The monster swung his hand, saying that he was a villain and pathetic at the same time. He grabbed the guy by the clothes. Blood splashed on the screaming Jinwoo. He opened one eye. Then, shocked, he looked forward. Chatterbox shielded him with himself. Blood poured out of his mouth. He heard the question, "Why?" Looking pitiful, the boy answered that he did not want another friend to die. The confused boy heard that he was his only friend left. The boy fell forward. The monster grabbed his cheeks, exclaiming that everyone tried so hard to protect Chatterbox, and now he sacrificed himself for their main character. Pointing a finger at the boy, he asked what he was going to do now, scream in rage, his hair turning yellow and spiky. Was he finally going to awaken as the main character? One held the boy in his arms and said no, he was right. The son, with his eyes closed, continued, saying that he was not the main character, and he was nothing more than a pathetic villain who wanted to feel special. Hyungti, in the monster's body, crouched down next to him and asked, was he going to just admit it? This was no fun. Opening his mouth, he screamed that he had to continue to act like the main character, had to fight desperately until the end. Wasn't that the main character he wanted to be? The boy placed his hand on the crystal, hearing him at least try, maybe he will really wake up, who knows, and replied that it doesn't matter whether he wakes up or not. He held the crystal in his hand, saying that because the main character is the one in his arms now. Jiwoo placed the crystal on the boy's body. The hero's eyes widened. Citri stood with her hand outstretched. There was a red mark on Kim's chest. The girl looked at it in surprise. Turning to the others, she shouted for everyone to take cover. In the bright light, a silhouette of a person was visible. Rocks flew up from the explosion. Kim screamed loudly with a wild look. Citri put out her hand, hearing her call out, and told him not to come closer. It was not because of her. It happened because his mind synchronized with the past. In fact, this is what they were aiming for. The glow where the figure of the boy was visible. She did not expect the mana storm to be so strong. His body should have been torn to shreds by now considering the amount of power emitted. Screaming, Kim grabbed his head. The girl thought that when he was younger, he managed to withstand and even get to the surface. This means that he was able to take control of her. Young Kim hugged himself with his arms. The girl thought that if he could endure this until he was done with these memories. The demoness winced, asking what kind of sound it was. She looked back. The monster with many eyes was shaking. A scream was heard that the porter could not handle it. Behind him was a man who lowered his head. He spread his arms, standing in front of the girl. The man and the monster screamed. She turned to the side. Hyojin looked at her, saying that they will protect this ugly monster, so hurry up, a group of worms is already approaching them. Does she want to attract all the creatures from the 10th floor here? Citri looked at her in surprise. Putting her hands forward, she thought that restoring memories was good, that it was successful. They needed to hold on until the Baron did something. The guy's figure froze in the air. The girl noticed that he was no longer screaming. Kim's eyes were yellow. She thought why they looked like this. Is this his skill? No, is it something caused by an external factor, brainwashing? The man with the marks on his face had similar eyes. She thought it was more like mind control. Jinwoo held Chatterbox's shoulders, telling him not to let the profound gem destroy his body. Let him use his potential to the fullest, feel the power of the profound gem, and make it his own. The hero's eyes were yellow with stripes. He heard that he must use it to escape from this place and destroy everything that will come in his way. Let him forget all the bad memories of this terrible place and live happily on the surface. With a determined look, there is nothing he can't do. Everything is in his hands. He is the main character. Hyungtae, who was encased in a monster, looked at the shining ball in surprise, asking what they had just done. The monster's voice was heard, telling them not to approach them. They were self-destructing. The heroes were floating in the fireball. The monster said he would think about it. Only such a large abyssal gem was shoved into his wound. He had never seen anything more stupid than that. It was true that hungry beasts sometimes absorbed abyssal gems to stay alive, but they would not absorb anything larger than low-ranking ones. The notification spoke of units of Naga soldiers being summoned. A stone was shining in the center of the silhouette. The monster said that in order to absorb them without side effects, it would take many days and effort, because the mana contained in the abyssal gems did not belong to them. Jinwoo held the boy's shoulders while the monster said that this adult just stuck high-ranking profound gems into the wound of a fragile human. The child will be torn to pieces by all the mana. The wounds on the boy's body were healing. The monster said that this person's body was regenerating. He looked forward with many eyes. Hyungtae said that he will be torn to pieces. The monster said that this is impossible. This can't be. The boy held the child's shoulders. The monster asked how a mere human could. Hyungtae and the monster's body froze in front of him, hearing that an adult was interfering with the child's mind. Let him kill the adult now. Looking forward, he heard the parasite's words that he would actually witness an awakening now, and asked, does he mean that he was using his powers to instill false memories in the child? Swinging his hand, he ran towards the ball. Jinwoo and Chatterbox were floating inside. A sharp limb pierced the boy's body. A powerful force of mana threw the monster back. The monster touched the severed arm and cursed. He stood in the rising dust, hearing the words that this was all. There was only one thing he wanted to ask. Jinwoo looked at his friend and said that he understood what he had done until now. Even then he thought he would become the main character, like he wanted. He reached his hand to the boy's face and let him be greedy one last time. He just didn't want to be forgotten. He didn't want to end his life as a useless extra, a pathetic villain. He touched Chatterbox's face and asked, he wanted a name, let him take it. The hand fell limply, while Jinwoo said that at least his name would live on after this. Let him go to the surface. The boy lay, holding the body of his injured friend in his arms. A shadow fell on his face. He said to use the power of the deep gems to its fullest, to make this power his. He looked at them with yellow eyes, saying to use the power of the deep gem to escape from Geyser, to destroy everything that gets in his way. Adult Kim looked at them with the same yellow eyes, saying to forget all the bad memories of Geyser. His name is Kim Jinwoo. A bright beam shot up. Citri looked at it with confusion. In the bright beam, a guy's silhouette was visible. His eyes were glowing. Hyojin opened her mouth, saying what an incredible mana, and Youngwon added that he had goosebumps all over his body, as if he was naked. Citri winced, saying that now was not the time to admire, they should prepare to defend themselves. She looked at the blonde. She asked if he would attack them and confirmed it. The hero's figure was approaching her when she said that this was a brainwashing team. The girl turned around in fear. Kim's punch through her back. Blood splashed out of her mouth. The blonde looked at the flash from the punch. At this time, Kim had already approached him from behind. Youngwon covered himself with his hands, defending himself from the attack. The figure of the hero struck him. The girl with pink hair screamed in fear. She covered her mouth with her hands in horror. Suddenly, the guy in front of her tore the big-eyed creature in half. Blood poured onto his head. Kim looked up. Hyojin opened her mouth, unable to say anything from shock. Then she looked down. An alien hand was sticking out of her body. Kim pierced it with his bare hand. Suddenly, the image of what was happening cracked. The crack was reflected in the eye of the guy, who said that the visible reality was a lie. The guy with the shield on his back raised his head. The unharmed heroes looked at themselves in surprise. Hyojin smiled and thanked the captain, saying that she thought she had died. Citri heard that there was no time to be distracted. She needed to prepare and thought about what had just happened. She looked at the boy in front of her and thought that he had also returned to his place as if he had not moved. She glanced sideways at Purium and wondered what this meant, their captain's skill, denying reality. The boy winced as he touched his face. She thought she had heard of it before but had never seen it. Looking away, she wondered how it worked and heard a warning that he was about to attack. Kim jumped up, flying from above. But suddenly he fell right into a crack. Surrounded by a glow, Suyang shouted for them to run. She could not hold him for long. Youngwon, who was standing next to him, warned the demon that it was not the time to stop. She had to go with them. The girl ran up to the captain and asked how he was. Purium replied that it took more strength than he expected. He could only do it one more time. After that he would lose his eye and would not be able to use it anymore. He touched his face when he heard the words that he used it more than 3 times last time, and replied that it was because they were the only ones that needed to be used. Hyojin looked surprised to hear that the demon and the Baron were taking much more energy than he expected. Now she believed that there was a limit. Citri looked confused when she heard that he wanted an explanation. Watching the boy lying in the crack, the girl replied that from what he saw, he had awakened as intended. Purium added that it seemed like he had also lost his mind in the process. The girl replied that she had set the synchronization of emotions and sensations to the maximum so that he could truly feel and sense what he was seeing. Looking forward, she continued that who would have thought that he had awakened thanks to brainwashing and not his own efforts. She imagined the man holding a child in a crystal. A question was heard. She wanted to say that he was currently under the influence of brainwashing, and the answer was yes. In the past, a high-ranking profound gem became fuel for forced awakening. Looking at the hero rising, the guy said that he could not believe it. Such mana could not be created with a high-ranking profound gem. The heroine thought that he was right. She remembered the images of awakening and thought that the young Baron's mana storm was about 2 meters in diameter, but now its width exceeded 10 meters. The silhouette of the guy was visible in the glow. She thought how he could absorb so much mana. Firstly, a mana storm is not something that can be controlled by brainwashing. Looking ahead tensely, Citri wondered if this was just talent. Purium looked at her, called out, and said that now is not the time to indulge in reflections. Let him say what they need to do. Imagining a man with lines on his face, the demon replied that there were 3 commands in the brainwashing: absorb the power of the deep jewel, escape the dungeon, and get rid of all the obstacles that stand in his way. She held the monster's limb, saying that it seemed like everything would be solved if they sent him to the surface. But they couldn't let him fight his battle from the 10th to the 1st floor. Purium looked down, hearing the request to make sure he didn't go on a rampage, and asked for how long, to which he heard until his younger self reached the surface. Citri looked at the boy, who said that it was impossible. She knew how long it would take, and replied that he shouldn't worry. She held the tentacles in her hand, saying that she was going to speed up the memories. Kim stood among the rocks. Suyang looked at him worriedly, saying that he was even a human. That kind of power was enough to crush even a giant worm. Turning to the captain, she shouted that it seemed like he was about to move. The demon stretched out her hand, saying that she would start right now. A dark something with red stripes appeared behind him. A red circle appeared around the hero. Looking in that direction, Youngwon heard the captain's request not to do anything. He would figure it out himself, and said that it affected him, but he did not want to die again. Standing in front of the girl, Purium said that Suyang could stop. Kim turned his burning gaze to him, and the captain said that it seemed to him that not even half a day had passed since their fight, and here they were again. There were shining cracks on the guy's face. He heard that maybe he was not in control of himself, but he would still have to pay for the harm he caused to his family. Purium threw off his clothes and said that he would see how much stronger he had become. Kim looked at him with a shocked look. The guy stood among the rising dust. The kick broke the ground, and the heroes were rapidly approaching their opponent. Purium's eyes narrowed. A fist flew near his hand. The guy hit Kim in the stomach with his knee. He lowered his head. A fist flew past the captain's face. Debris flew everywhere. Purium hit Kim in the stomach again. He swung his fist back. Staring ahead tensely, the boy thought that he hadn't dealt him any damage. He had wrapped himself in mana-like armor. A shadow fell on the face of the approaching hero. He punched him in the face. Kim fell to the ground. Looking at him, Purium said that he was no better than a beast that relied only on overwhelming strength and instincts. Nothing had changed since their last duel. The brunette was getting up, leaning on his hand, and heard that when it came to fighting, technique was the deciding factor, but he still didn't hear it. The boy raised his shining eyes and rushed to attack again. Covering his face with his hand, the opponent replied that it was useless. His fist attacked his stomach. Taken aback, Purium opened his mouth, thinking that he had deceived him, but he realized what he had said. Kim swung his fist with a furious look. Opening his mouth wide, Purium asked for his eye to be restored now. A crack appeared in the eye. The boy's body was wrapped in the parasite's armor. The boy stood next to the dust that had risen. A shocked Hyuntae sat in the rubble asking the parasite what just happened. The monster replied that it couldn't be. In front of them stood the figure of a young Kim. The monster said that this man was controlling a mana storm that should have torn his body to shreds a long time ago, but instead he managed to completely contain it. The monster's eyes on the parasite's body opened. It said that it was still just a representative of a lower species. I'm sure it had its limits. It would not be able to dodge its attacks if it gave it its all. The monster attacked the boy, screaming death wishes. Chatterbox stood among the rubble. Bright beams rushed forward. The boy flew between the tentacles of the monster, who said that this was impossible. He must be an inferior. The parasite opened its mouth, saying how could this be? Young Kim approached with his hand surrounded by a glow. He slashed at his opponent. The monster screamed, opening its mouth wide. With a huge claw, Chatterbox attacked him. Then he jumped up and swung again. Then he jumped up and pierced the parasite with its own spike. It lay there, its mouth wide open. The boy stepped on its body with his foot. Then he clenched his fists. The attack sent debris flying. Bright beams rose from the monster's body. Chatterbox's hand was covered in black blood. He smashed Hyuntae and the parasite's body in the face. The disfigured opponent said that it was enough for him, if the last one to survive was Chatterbox. He remembered standing with his head on his hand and saying that if he was the one killing him, he didn't mind. The boy froze, looking down at him, hearing that he didn't mind, let him kill him. With eyes wide with shock, Chatterbox called him a friend. Then he crouched down next to him, saying that Hyuntae was his friend. He was alive. He was so happy. The wounded boy lay there, hearing that he would save him, let him wait a little, and said no. A voice in the boy's head ordered him to be killed. Chatterbox grabbed his head, hearing a voice ordering him to destroy everything that would get in his way and get rid of all obstacles. With an expression of horror, he said that Hyuntae was his friend. He did not want to kill him and could not. The boy trapped in the parasite's body asked to put an end to this. But a scream was heard that friends cannot be killed, he will not. A flash appeared from the movement. The boy covered his ears with his hands, not hearing his appeal. Bloody tears ran down the disfigured Hyuntae's face. He begged to come back. Chatterbox ran away. The hero pierced by a limb said that he did not want to die alone, not again. Stones flew everywhere. Purium covered his eye, talking about his right eye. There was a crack in the pupil. He said that the eye was not blinded, it was fine, but next time. A huge eye of a monster seemed to appear in front of him. He heard words that next time it would be like this. How long was he going to deny himself? Deny him, he was flowing in him. The guy covered one ear, hearing that they were one in this body, and told him to shut up. He was a parasite that entered him of his own free will. The monster replied that it didn't matter what he called him. The huge eye told him to use it like on the surface. The guy replied that it was said to show him that a parasite is not something that only one person has. Purium turned, hearing that if it weren't for him, he and his friends would have become one with the mud long ago. If he had used him, he wouldn't have lost his left eye and arm. Staring forward, the hero heard a request to use it, to save his life using its abilities, and replied that he would never admit it. The huge eye of the parasite was in front of the guy, who said that they would win on their own. As always, let him shut up and leave forever. The eye closed, the voice said that it would watch from the darkness, as it always did. Kim flew from above. The impact caused the ground to crack. Purium gritted his teeth. The brunette swung his fist at him. A powerful blow drove the hero into the ground. Purium lay among the rubble. He winced, hearing the parasite's voice, what if he used his hand, and reminded him that he told him to leave. Kim flew out of the rising dust. The guy leaned on the ground with his hand. A powerful blow scattered the rubble. Purium, breathing heavily, thought that he was not giving him a break. He was not even tired. He needed to hurry and prepare. A silhouette of the enemy appeared ahead. The guy thought that it was approaching. A huge creature burst out of the ground. Purium, standing nearby, realized that it was a giant worm. Was this the same one that Seyang talked about earlier? The girl behind heard the question of how many giant worms were approaching and said that she could not tell the exact number. Seyang looked ahead in shock, saying that there were simply a huge number. Many monsters burst out from the ground. Purium jumped back, saving himself from the attack. Looking to the side, he said that it seemed like the worms from all over the area had gathered here, his weapon. He stood in front of many monsters, knowing that he still could not find it. Citri stood with her hand outstretched. Purium turned to his comrades and ordered them to protect the demon from the worms. He would try to attract their attention. The monster's body was torn apart. Kim held the crystal in his hand and repeated the use of the deep gems, making all the power his own. A bright flash appeared near his body. A blinding light tore apart the monster's body, and Purium thought it was a mana storm. Kim gritted his teeth. The hero thought that he had just shoved a deep gem into his torso. He no longer understood what was happening. Many monsters turned to the glow. Purium waved his hand, shouting that the worms were attracted by his mana. Everyone back. Looking intently in that direction, he hoped that he could hold out for some time. The brunette landed. He looked to the side with his red class. The parasite was looking for deep gems nearby. There were red sparks in the eyes of the worms. One of the huge monsters appeared behind Kim. He jumped up, tearing his body. The brunette landed on one of the monsters. Zigzagged forward. Kim stood with his arms outstretched. The hero saw crystals in the guy's fingers and thought that he had just ripped out the deep gems from the worms. Kim touched his chest. His body disappeared in a blinding flash. Looking at it, Purium said that this was no longer a human. Even a child's body of a dungeon couldn't withstand it. It was a monster. Citri, who was standing behind him, objected. She stood with her hand outstretched and said that this was only possible due to the brainwashing and the fact that he was unconscious. She was sure that he was in great pain, worse than being burned alive. The hero's silhouette was visible in a blinding flash. She said that due to the foreign mana inside, his body was in a vicious cycle of simultaneous destruction and restoration. Looking forward, the demon continued to say that if the restoration stopped, she was sure that in a few seconds he would turn into dust. Ignoring the pain, he could absorb the mana from the deep gems with maximum efficiency. She imagined a long-haired boy, thinking that this was probably the secret to the abnormal amount of mana. When he was a child, he spent his time absorbing the deep gems on the battlefield. With a displeased look, Purium clarified, then what else is he if not a monster? His gaze became surprised. Kim looked at him. A red spark was glowing on Purium's chest. The brunette quickly approached. The guy's look became shocked. Fingers dug into his body. He said that appearances are a lie. The silhouette was reflected in the eye with a cross-shaped pupil. Kim's eyes widened. The fingers reaching for the crystal were entangled. The power of the parasite threw him back. The guy was kneeling in the dust. Surrounded by gray fetters, Purium screamed, asking what the parasite was doing. His body was covered in a gray substance. The parasite replied that it did not choose him to die in such a place. The guy's face was hidden behind the fetters. He heard that it was taking control of the body to prolong their existence, and shouted that this was his plan from the beginning. He always wanted to co-own his body. The parasite stood with his arms outstretched. A mouth was visible from behind the gray tentacles. The monster said that it had been a long time since he had last gone out into the world. Geyser was as cold as ever. Hyojin looked at it in shock, saying that the captain had been eaten. The parasite replied that she should not worry. He would just borrow his body for a while. The monster folded his fingers and said that it wasn't forever. 10 minutes was probably the limit with the amount of energy he had stored up. Citri stood with her hand outstretched and heard him say that he couldn't be captured or knocked out safely right now. They would have to kill him. The red-skinned girl frowned and said that he was crossing the line. A group of black traitors would chase him to the very end to kill him if he did. The gray tentacled monster said that she was asking for the impossible. Was survival really that necessary? He looked at the hero's silhouette, saying that he would have to cut off his limbs then. That should calm him down a bit. The monster took off, breaking the ground. Kim's fist glowed brightly. He swung and hit the monster. The bandages around his hand unwound. The parasite appeared from behind, saying that physical attacks wouldn't do anything to him. The hero moved abruptly, breaking the ground. He flew upward in a bright beam. Waves spread around the parasite. Gray tentacles reached for the guy. They surrounded his body. The parasite clenched his fingers into a fist, and abruptly threw the enemy down. Kim was lying among the rubble. Coming closer, the parasite in Purium's body said that it did not cause any damage. He would hit his joints. He opened his mouth, speaking until his limbs fell off. Dust rose from the attack. He hit the hero's hand. Blood splashed. The gray parasite thought it was working. Suddenly purple tentacles appeared. They occupied more and more space. The silhouette of the parasite was visible, who thought he was not sure because he only saw his face, covered in it during the fight, but seeing this form. Ahead was a purple creature with many eyes. The Purium monster said that he must be one of the prototypes. He thought they were all extinct, but it seems no. He is probably the last of them. The monster opened a huge toothy mouth. Hearing that this is even better. The two parasites approached each other in an attack. Opening his mouth, Purium said that he was a relic of an arrogant and greedy past. Let him return to where he belongs. He is just the first generation that denies the reality in front of him. The monster with yellow eyes heard that they, the prototypes, are the cause of all the evil in their lineage. The heroes looked at this in surprise. Suyang asked if this was their captain speaking. Citri said no. It seems that this is a personal matter for the parasites. The parasite that took over Kim's body asked darkly if he was so desperate to survive that he forgot about his duties. They all have a mission. A huge orange eye towered over the monster. A voice said that they are the seeds of the king. Let him return to the colony and fulfill his duties. The gray monster said that means he met the head of the colony. Well, it makes sense that the only remaining prototype is him. Touching his chest, the monster said that he separated from the colony to become a separate person. They are no longer a single entity. Let him accept reality and accept failure. The creature with huge orange eyes heard that the king has fallen. The order will collapse. The arrogant prototypes will be finished. It is obvious, however, the mission was a failure. The round eye opened. The monster from Kim's body asked again and said that he can say this. Looking at his master, he will return him back, the failed traitor. The teeth reached for the monster. He ordered to become a prototype again. The parasite bit the second one. The system reported that the parasite is absorbing the fallen fragment. Fibrosis is in the analysis stage. The parasite can use fibrosis when the analysis is finished. Absorbing a target with fibrosis will shorten the analysis time. Huge teeth touched the monster's body. He thought that absorbing the ability of the prototype is very dangerous. The restrained gray parasite thought that he couldn't do anything right now. He would have to rely on the host. His teeth tore off gray chunks. The bodies of the boys appeared among the monsters. The gray monster addressed Purium as the host, saying that something dangerous had taken up residence in his body. Let him kill him. They had to kill him. Citri looked at the tangle of monsters and shouted that he shouldn't kill him. The monster objected to the young demon that she didn't know what she was trying to protect. It was the Demon King. Her gaze became surprised. The gray monster shouted that the Demon King would fall upon them again. Let the host kill the man in front of him and destroy the Demon King's vessel. Purium replied that he was trying to think of a way to trick him while he was inside. The boy chuckled and said that he heard that the black merchants, the people on the surface, call it a knight's move. He touched Kim's shoulder and said that he had shown them the light while they lived in denial of heaven. He did not expect to be able to repay him for it so early. The parasite was screaming at this time that he had to kill him. Let him not make a mistake with his choice. Purium touched his forehead to Kim's forehead and said that this time he would take away his darkness, his entire past. Black blood flowed from his eye. He said that this was a lie. A yellow light was reflected in Kim's eye. Kim stared forward. Then he sat up abruptly. Closing one eye, he asked when he lost consciousness. The man said that he finally woke up. The hero looked at the man who asked how he felt and asked what was happening. His eyes narrowed from the sharp sensation. The guy bent over. The man who came up said that it probably seemed to him that 1,000 needles were piercing him. He should just think of it as muscle pain. The masked man pointed back and said that the others had gone to get some medicinal herbs and food. Some of their things had been lost during the incident. They were hiding in a nearby cave. He shouldn't worry. His equipment had been found. The items were standing by the wall. Looking forward, Kim asked what the incident was. Instead of an answer, he heard a question. Why didn't he come out of the cave? There were monster remains lying near a huge crater. Holding his hand, Kim said that it was chaos. There had been a war or something. The worms must be powerless considering how many there were. That he heard that it was all his fault. The guy turned around in shock. The captain assumed that he had lost his memory. He touched his mask and said that he was talking about the destroyed area and the worm corpses. Kim looked at the captain in shock. Both of Purium's eyes were gray. Standing in front of him, he said that he would explain everything. The boys were sitting by the fire. Kim said that it meant he used his skill to erase the past where he was brainwashed, and as a result he lost his eye. Moreover, it had been 2 days since then. The crushed boy touched his head, saying that he had never been so indebted to someone. He didn't even know what to say, but he heard a request not to worry. The boy with gray marks on his face said that he would have lost that eye anyway. It just happened now. He used it to repay him for showing him paradise. Purium closed his eyes and said that he didn't regret it. Kim opened his eyes, saying that it was much more important to lose his sight and geyser, but he heard that he hadn't completely lost it. The pupil in the boy's eye was in the shape of a cross. He explained that he now relies on the power of the parasite, which allows him to detect deep gems. When mana flows through objects, he sees and much better than before. He saw the hero as a silhouette with a crystal inside. Purium said that now he is like the sun for him. The mana spreading from him reflects from the surface and illuminates his path. The heroes appeared in the cave. Suyang asked, "What is this, BL?" Discouraged, Kim asked again. The girl said that it was just a stupid joke. Let him not pay attention. Touching his chest, Citri said that she was glad that he woke up. She was worried about their schedule. Stretching out her arms, she said that since he had not yet fully recovered, she would carry him in her arms, to which she heard that he was fine. The demon stood by the fire and said that it was too late to go to the labyrinth, which they were going to visit first, so today they can rest, and tomorrow they will go on a journey. Kim asked where they will go first. Citri looked away and said that in the Raven's Labyrinth. He should be understanding. After all, they dealt with the giant worms in the area. Purium said that sounded like a good plan. Waving his hand, he asked if he could continue his explanation. He still had a lot to tell him. Kim nodded and asked him to continue. He imagined himself sitting with his arms crossed. The hero continued that their goal was to look into his past and relive his awakening. He had to remember the feeling of that moment in order to use mana now, in the present. The guy grabbed his head. Purium explained that the problem was that he lost his mind during his awakening. The one sitting next to Kim asked if he didn't remember it. Doesn't that mean it was all meaningless? He lost his eye in vain as well. Purium said that if you only look at the result, then yes. He glanced sideways at Suyang and said that fortunately, they still had one solution left, and asked if everything was ready. The girl handed the hero a red stone. He said that it was a low-rank deep gem. The red crystal lay in his palm. The one sitting opposite Purium said that he heard that he absorbed profound gems even before the brainwashing. Just 2 days ago he put several medium ones into his body. This means that he has the ability to absorb raw profound gems. The unsure brunette said that he was unconscious at the time, and heard that he was sure that his body would remember this. Let him just go with the flow. The guy with gray eyes asked him to learn how to use this power and not let his sacrifice be in vain. Kim looked at the stone in his palm. Then he bent his fingers and said that there was no point in taking the long way. The heroes looked at the brunette. Looking ahead, Purium thought that there should be no mana storm. After all, it is a low-ranked profound gems. Kim looked at his comrade, who said that it would be terribly painful. His body darkened. Kim grabbed his body, asking in a daze what the hell. His comrade exclaimed to him to concentrate, ignore the pain and control it. His eyes had cross-shaped pupils. He thought he could see it. He saw red rays in the guy's silhouette and thought that foreign mana was raging in his body. as if it was trying to break out of him no matter what it had to destroy. Kim leaned back, clutching his head. Purium thought that he was in pain now. He didn't know how to manipulate mana, so he also didn't have the ability to self-heal. The parasite was dormant, so it wouldn't help either. The red-faced guy gritted his teeth. The hero thought that he would die within a few hours. This is usually what happens when he absorbs deep gems. Sitting opposite, he told him to think about it, as if there were a bunch of glass shards in his body, and these shards were his power. Let him take control of them. The brunette grabbed his hair, hearing the advice not to try to stop it from moving and to control where it was going, to create a smooth flow. The red threads moved. The advice was heard to make one shard spin in place so that the others could follow it. Red beams of mana filled his hands. The guy said to create a flow from the tips of his fingers to his shoulders. Imagine that it was blood flowing through his veins. He imagined green beams, saying that this was his path of mana. The glass shards in his body became a flow, and now flowed of their own free will. Looking with gray eyes, the captain said that, however, there was more to his mana than what he received from this deep gem. The beams swirled. He asked to direct the flow into his chest, to his heart, as if there was an endless well, to explore where it led inside. Kim with a spark inside said that he did not see it, as if the stream dissipated in the fog. He heard that he should concentrate. It does not have to be a constant stream, no need to strain too much, even if it is only one drop, let him concentrate on it until the end, and then this drop. A bright spark appeared in the silhouette. He continued, will reach the bottom of the well. Kim sank deep into the water. He floated to the surface, his mouth wide open. Standing next to him, Purium asked, is this what Eugene saw? Purium looked with a slight smile and said that it was beautiful. Imagining the universe with stars, he said that he has his own paradise in his chest. Standing next to his comrade, he congratulated, he found a blessing. The guy with a serious look thinks. He points a finger in front of him and says that there is a ceiling, a large one to the right of Hyjin. Yunhui points to the side and says that there is nothing there. She is asked if there is a wall, because then there must be something inside. The girl sits by the cliff and shouts about the middle deep gem, while the hero tells the other that there is one there too. Someone grabs him by the hood. The blonde stands in front of him and says that the commander almost fell off the cliff. He thanks, noting that he cannot see the area. The protagonist approaches them and claims that he can show the way with mana. He is told that it is not worth it, because there are too many animals that can detect it. Kim turns to the character, hearing that he can see people in front of him, so he will just follow them. Also Jungwon will be behind. The 5 heroes go forward. Kim says that there are quite a lot of deep gems in the area. The red creature corrects him about Baron Horus. He in turn says that he thought that they were already on his territory, clarifying nothing, that they are just taking deep gems while they are here. The girl says with a serious look that she is sure that he will not care, because he will not even notice that they are gone. The picture shows his barony. The girl explains that Horus is one of the richest residents of the 10th floor. The core of his labyrinth is in the center of a giant mine. Against the background of mutant workers, the protagonist clarifies that the goblins on the 9th floor were also engaged in mining, but it seems not very successfully. The interlocutor replies that they still have an iron mine and the most they can find there is a little mithril or several deep gems, and in the labyrinth of Horus they mine gold and various precious stones. Kim thinks. The assistant explains to him that there are also deep gems and adamantium. In fact, this is the treasury of Geyser, and there are rumors that stones fall from the roof of the labyrinth and fall on the altar by themselves. He says that this is not good. She looks at the serious guy and asks what worries him, that he can afford a military force with excellent equipment, since he is so rich in deep gems. He replies that yes, because in the end they will most likely have to fight. The red girl thinks. The surprised protagonist hears that there is no need to worry, because Horus will not fight with all his might. He asks again. She points to the deposits of jewels and says that it would be more correct to say that he will not be able to, and Kim should understand what she means. The shocked guy stands next to the white-haired one and asks if this is really all gold. He in turn asks to put it on before entering. He holds out a red mask and states that it is soaked with the smell of a beast, because it is better for him not to know that he is a man. The heroes enter the labyrinth of shadows. The hidden protagonist states that these guys look like they are just black smoke in armor. She notes that they are Baron Horus's soldiers. In the picture, black is in armor. She explains that other than that, she cannot say. Kim in a mask walks next to her and asks if their equipment looks nice or is it really high quality. She replies that they all have first-class equipment, and she even sees several items made of mithril. But the owner should not worry because they can't even swing a sword. The surprised guy asks why. In the frame, Shadow Warriors, the girl explains that they are not animals that can fight physically. They die as soon as their physical form dissipates. So armor is meaningless. He wonders why then. He looks at his companion and clarifies this just for show. She says yes. Heroes in cloaks walk along the red carpet. Kim realizes that security is practically zero, and the soldiers do not care at all that they are here. They look at the guard. He thinks that he has not seen a single normal warrior yet. The main character in the mask says that this one looks like a real soldier. In the frame, A character in a hood with a sword, the girl says that this is Zealot, they are the lowest soldiers of Count Parthenon. They look at him, the guy says that he looks pretty strong for a low rank, the companion explains that he put one in each labyrinth under his control, after all, he is the Count's soldier. In the frame, there are massive doors, she explains that this is the entrance to the owner's room. The white-haired man in the mask behind says that before they enter, he must remind them of one thing. He with the bone mask states that he should not try to attack Horus just because he has a lot of mana. The main character turns around and says of course, because this is his territory and besides, he is an aristocrat. Kim explains to his comrade that he would not do anything rash when he cannot even properly control his mana yet, and he understands his concern. But he worries too much, the comrade apologizes. They turn around hearing that since they are ready. The red girl stands near the gate, and says that then they will meet Horus because he should be here as usual. A dark character with decorations sits on a purple throne. They can be heard greeting Baron Horus the Burnt, a great being shining in the darkness of the abyss. The Baron smiles a frightening grin. The protagonist stands next to his companion and realizes that he did not think he would be able to see him, wondering if the accessories he wears have some special power or are just for show. The Baron raises his hand and says that they can raise their heads and get comfortable, because this time they came earlier than usual, and he was not expecting guests. They kneel and raise their heads. Kim thinks that in fact they are 3 days late, but it is quite natural that in Geyser the sense of time is distorted. The red heroine states that they brought some very rare things from the surface and therefore hurried to show them to him. The Baron hears with a grin that he is the only one who sees the true value of such unique jewelry. Horus shouts that of course, and it is simply magnificent. He sits opposite them and states that an aristocrat should be an example to follow, an icon for everyone in Geyser, and there are too many offspring of lower beings blinded by gluttony and power, and an aristocrat is obliged to maintain his dignity and class. The red worker says of course with a grin. She pulls an item out of her pocket, saying that she will call for it right away, after asking where the unique accessories are. A pillar of flame flares up opposite her. On the ground lie gold and other accessories, rings, pendants, gloves, bracelets, and so on. The protagonist looks down and realizes that they are all of very poor quality, and several of them are plastic. He wonders what this demoness was thinking. The demoness stands in front of the huge baron and states that they were made by a jeweler of the royal palace in a country called Korea on the surface. They were supposed to be given to the king, but they, a group of black merchants, took them away first. He exclaims that these are gifts for the king. Horus with a scary grin says that means these are the most luxurious things one can only dream of on the surface, and he cannot allow other aristocrats to have something so valuable. He specifies the price for which he can buy. The shocked guy hears that the demoness names the price of 10 deep gems of the highest rank, because they are going to give it for 8. The red girl, pressing her fist to her chest, says that they suffered great losses during the robbery. She is told that humans can be inferior creatures. But he believes that the king's army is strong. She notes that the baron is right. The delighted demoness hears that these rare accessories are not easy to get in Geyser, and he is willing to pay that much since they are trying so hard for him. The baron extends his hand to the side and says that he is willing to give 12 top-ranked deep gems, telling them to accept his wealth and generosity. Horus seriously states that this is what it means to be a true aristocrat of the abyss. The demoness, in front of the serious hero, exclaims hooray for the great and generous baron. From now on, all the jewelry of the Black Trader group will be intended only for him. Kim is shocked and wonders if this is an aristocrat. He looks at the discussion between the demoness and the baron, wondering how this creature managed to survive in the abyss and how he got the title of baron. The girl bears gifts. The protagonist realizes that he is stupid and no wonder the commander called him an idiot, and he is now disappointed. The protagonist sees her approaching Horus. He realizes that this may be his chance. Kim seriously considers whether to kill the baron right now. Angela and Dominic are touched by the decorated Yunhui near the mirror. The hero realizes that the servant and the vampire are playing with a human child. Quintus and another fighter are training soldiers. Greenie and the other snakes are doing their shift work. Hoya and Uther are riding Draken. It is said that the animals are playing together with the dumb slime that came here again. A couple in love is walking through a cave. The guy wonders why the elf is absent again today, probably as usual on reconnaissance, and it is very lively here, even when the owner of the labyrinth is not there. The purple snake looks at the pink one with displeasure. It is said that living creatures are like that. He thinks near his girlfriend and thinks that now that he thinks about it, a lot of time has passed since he last examined this place, wondering what the labyrinth of the dead was like when there were no battles. A character is walking against a background of skeletons. It is said that only days, months, and sometimes years of suffocating silence. He also lost track of time when his research did not progress and just stared into the void. He spreads his hands and says that the silence of this cemetery. The pink one asks the elder what they will do next. The snake sees his companion and asks what she means, since they finished all their work in the morning. She exclaims suggestively that they can finish their date at home, but he replies that this is not the case and that she can go to her place. He points and states that she forgot the terms of the contract, saying that he is guaranteed personal time. He shouts personal time in rage, hearing that he always works alone after she leaves. The snake turns around and crawls away, saying bye. The pink snake thinks that even if he says personal time, when she comes the next day, the corpses of the evening shift are always cleaned up and tidied up, meaning that he does half the work alone. She understands with affection that he acts so coldly towards her. He is clearly worried that she might collapse from overwork. An angry Gloomy hears that he is so caring. He comes into the house and says that he had to cut back on his chimera work because of that stupid Pinky, and that he'll have to work late today too, and that he never felt tired in his past life. Gloomy crawls to the closet saying that he can't even try to create chimera soldiers because of that. He looks away and realizes that he's at least almost finished the body he's going to move into. Pinky exclaims in surprise. What was she thinking? She holds up the box and says that she forgot to give him the lunch she saved for him because she cooked it especially for him, and so she can't eat it. Pinky looks at him silently. She stands by the door and says since it's right after her personal time, can she just give her the lunch? Pinky yells loudly for her elder. She opens the door a crack and looks out, saying that she brought the lunch box. She sees a green fire in the fireplace and asks if it's here. She puts the box on the table and says that she wanted to hand it over to him, but apparently she can't, and so she'll just leave it here. She looks at the cabinet with interest and wonders if this bookshelf has always been there, and it feels like its position has changed a little. Pinky happily looks forward. She sees a hatch behind the cabinet, realizing that there is a basement. The protagonist looks forward realizing that he can kill the Baron right now. He holds onto the hilt of the sword. His comrade behind him sees this movement. The white-haired masked man says no in shock. He sees the demoness dressing up the Baron and understands that now the enemy leader is openly exposing her neck to him, and one jump, one blow and everything will be over. The protagonist holds onto the blade and realizes that as soon as he dies, all the beasts he summoned will disappear and he will be able to take all the resources and the core of the labyrinth. A bone mask hangs behind him, telling him not to try to attack Horus. The guy thinks if he takes control of his labyrinth, then what will happen next? The picture shows various demons. He understands that firstly he will have problems with the black traders, since he is now officially associated with them and other labyrinths will put pressure on them for violating neutrality. The demon stands in front of the creatures. It is said that it is only a matter of time before the whole story is revealed and at the same time information about the labyrinth will fall into the hands of others. The protagonist schematically holds Horus's head, realizing that since they have not confirmed the invasion from the 10th floor to the 9th, if it becomes known that the owner of the 9th cowardly killed the nobleman from the 10th, the protagonist is kicked out to the enemies. He realizes that this will give the rivals a reason to invade and raise their morale, since he is the cause of all this and the union of the labyrinths of the 9th floor will be impossible. The guy in the red mask is shocked to hear the question of what Horus thinks about the 9th floor. He stares at the demoness and asks why he is asking such a question. She says that a nobleman has become famous on the 9th floor and that is why she is interested in knowing the opinion of the famous aristocrat Horus, who claims that he is sure that this fool is Anatolius's favorite. They hear with a grin that the noble seal is not some cheap trinket that can be hung on the neck of a pet. He has no time or desire to mess around with those who do not exist. The surprised Baron hears if he feels a threat. He asks again. Horus laughs loudly against the background of the grinning demoness. He shouts that this is a funny joke, saying that he can destroy his labyrinth with just 2 soldiers. The guy in the mask hears this in shock, while the demoness says with a smile that this was expected from Horus. Kim, lowering her head, realizes that they have let their guard down and know almost nothing about the 9th floor and are not even trying to find out. He holds onto his sword thinking about the consequences of murder. He puts it back realizing that he almost committed a reckless act. The Baron rejoices sitting on the throne opposite the heroes. The events take place in a cave near the Labyrinth of Shadows. The protagonist hears that he already thought that he would have a heart attack, and he scared him so much that he almost restored his vision. Kim looks at his comrade in surprise and asks if he really noticed. He replies that the protagonist was so determinedly squeezing the handle, ready to cut everything in his path, it is impossible not to notice. They are sitting by the fire. He says that Kim probably thought this was a chance to take over his labyrinth, and he did the right thing by not attacking. He replies that there would have been many more casualties if he had killed him. The white-haired hero says that this is a very big if, because the protagonist would not have been able to kill him from the start. The guy turns around hearing from Kim that there is something more to the Baron. He replies that he understands what he was thinking when he drew his sword, and it is true that Horus looks like an incompetent fool. In the picture, the Baron is against a background of gold. It is said that there is a reason why he has a monopoly on the richest lands of the 10th floor, as well as his title. The white-haired man seriously says that until the darkness enveloping his entire body dissipates, no one can kill him. Kim asks in shock that not even Anatolius. The guy closes his eyes. He looks forward and explains that no one except Anatolius can kill him. He clarifies about the Spider Duke, but the guy says enough. In the picture, the main character cuts the Baron's head. He has explained that even if he had rushed at him, his body would have split into 2 parts after his attack. The main character in a red mask stands with a sword. It is said that as soon as he understands that everything was an illusion, only eternal darkness will remain in front of him, and soon he himself will dissolve in it. Kim's face is stroked by the hand of a monster. It is explained that this is the Flame of Darkness Horus. In the frame, the Baron's terrifying grin. The main character looks down and says that it is simple. He looks up and says that you can just shine a flashlight on him. Pinky stands in the doorway and sees her friend calling someone. Gloomy looks forward in surprise and says that it is finally ready. He looks at him and announces his new body. Gloomy stands in his lab, thinking about how the vessel contains all the miasma he could find in this place, excluding the secret room, and his power is about 60% of his old body's. But he won't be able to gradually make up for it once he takes over the body. He looks at the purple paws and realizes that he lacks the miasma needed to move to another vessel, and he was probably in a hurry because the end was so close. He clenches his fist and states that he will die if he fails, and that he only has one chance, and that he should focus on rebuilding for a bit. He stands in front of his friends, realizing that he will lose his taste, smell, and all senses once he becomes undead, and that he will have to say goodbye to all of Naga's workers as well. Pinky stands behind him with her eyes closed. He sadly says that he will be alone again after leaving the labyrinth. He turns around in surprise. Gloomy sees Pinky standing in the doorway. The shocked pink snake is standing with a box. He is shocked, thinking that he has been caught. He asks with wild eyes if she really saw everything. He is furious, realizing that he must kill her. He begins to use magic on her. She is shocked, watching as energy overwhelms her. She falls and screams in pain. He calmly uses magic. Gloomy, with a serious expression, understands that using power capable of killing a worker will result in him taking damage too. He holds her up with his magic, realizing that if it takes too long, the damage will accumulate, and he can kill her in a second if he uses maximum power. She clenches her teeth in pain, while he realizes that he must kill her right now. He looks at her worriedly. He grimaces, not understanding why. Gloomy holds her and screams why she came back. She should have left him alone for his own time. Pinky is surrounded by an energy ball and is in pain as she hears what she promised, wondering why she is hesitating, realizing that she can't hesitate any longer, as she is wasting precious miasma. Gloomy is furious and asks if the maze really sent her to spy on him, and who else knows about it, realizing that he must end this before it is too late. He is writhing and doesn't understand why. He is shocked and tries to understand why he is hesitating. Pinky starts talking about lunch above him. She is tearful and holding a box, and says that she wanted to give him the lunch she had packed for him. Gloomy is unperturbed and says that it is a lie and who cares about some lunch, and she wants to say that she broke the contract. He releases magic and asks what she means by promising him because of some lunch. She replies that she made it herself. There are boxes of food on the ground. She says that she was just thinking about him, and there was no evil intent. Pinky tearfully asks him to forgive her, saying that she just wanted to spend more time with him. He is shocked to hear that she just wanted to spend a little more time with him. He lowers his hands, hearing that if he wants her dead. Gloomy stops casting and Pinky hangs in the air. She falls to the ground. He realizes that he has run out of miasma and has also received serious injuries. He looks at his bloody hands and thinks that she knows what he did, and now he has to kill her. Pinky lies on the ground. He thinks about living things. His eyes close and he realizes that they are disgusting. He sees the ceiling. Gloomy opens his eyes lying in bed. He lies on the bed and talks about this place. He looks to the side and someone says that it is definitely saturated with miasma. Gloomy realizes that this is the healing center of the Naga temple. The healer stands next to Pinky and Dominic, and says that if she were in the cemetery, the miasma is distributed throughout the area, so it should not have caused such harm. She replies that it is because of the new caretaker of the cemetery. She asks what she means by that worker who was lying there. Gloomy sighs, realizing that it is all over. Pinky, with bandages all over her body, explains with a smile that he singled out the corpses with increased risk and told them not to approach them. But curiosity got the better of her, and after she lost consciousness, he saved her at the cost of injuring his hands. Dominic stands in shock next to the doctor, who says that now it is clear what happened. They go into the ward to the snake. The healer says that she knows that he has already woken up, addressing him as the caretaker of the cemetery. He lies in bed with a sad face. He clutches his face in pain. They tell him to be careful with his hands because his injuries are more serious than Pinky's. Gloomy lies in bed and asks what happened. He is told that Pinky crawled all the way to the temple with him on her back. She was carrying him. It is said that despite the fact that half of her skin was burned, it seems that she did not receive any help, since the cemetery is far from the center of the labyrinth. He looks at his pink friend, hearing that the doctor performed all the necessary procedures. But the damage from the miasma is not something that can be cured by one healing spell. The healer looks at the notepad and states that since Gloomy's body was restored with magic, he does not need to worry about a secondary infection. But it will still hurt for a while and he will prescribe him medicine, recommending that he take it and report back on the recovery. Dominic happily states that he will send some workers to the cemetery so they can rest. The healer tells the sad snakes that they can stay here for a month. Gloomy says that he is leaving. Pinky wants to too. They crawl through the cave. The doctor says they look cute together. The other says it's probably because they're complete opposites. The silhouettes at the temple gate say that they wish what they see was all there is. Dominic looks at the doctor and asks what he means. He says he has something to report. He points to the sheets and states that Pinky has second-degree burns all over her body from the miasma, and the caretaker has third-degree burns on his hands when he saved her. Dominic covers her mouth and states that she heard this and thinks it could be considered negligence on her part since she didn't know about the danger. She remembers standing with them, stating that they almost lost 2 workers they couldn't replace, and she left everything on Gloomy and never looked in on him. Dominic thinks about it and says she needs to inspect the place and tighten security. The healer turns and states that she is right, but notes that he wanted to talk about something else. Pinky could have gotten burned in a room full of miasma, but the situation with the graveyard caretaker is strange. The doctor says that for him to have gotten such injuries, he had to put his hands in a deadly and so concentrated miasma that it could be seen with the naked eye. The healer stands in front of Dominic and asks how he got such burns, trying to save someone who only got second-degree burns. The interlocutor calls it strange, and he says that there is more. Dominic is surprised to hear that they were told that he saved her from a room filled with miasma, but only his hands were damaged. She exclaims in shock about what this means. He talks about magic. The doctor thinks that he uses necromancy spells, since miasma is used as a catalyst, not mana. Small creatures walked through the dungeon. Gloomy looked tired and was pointedly silent. He looked back at the bandaged Pinky, who was breathing heavily. She froze and fell into a stupor after her partner suggested that she climb on his back. Her friend spread her arms, turned her back and said that it was harder for him because he had it all over his body, and her body and tail were fine. The dragon lowered his head, saying that, however, she would have to hold on to him herself because his arms hurt too much. The girl's face expressed pleasure, and she agreed. The companions moved on and the partner was on his back. The dragon carried his companion on his back and asked why she didn't tell them, to which she asked again. Pinky was tense while the guy was saying that she didn't tell her friends about his underground storage and that he tried to kill her, to which she made a knowing sound. She peeked over her companion's shoulder and said she didn't think it was worth reporting, to which he asked again, and she said it was true that he almost killed her, but that was because she had entered a personal space that he was trying to hide. Gloomy carried the dragon on his back and said she didn't know what he was doing there, to which she replied that she was sure it was something that the others would like and maybe that's why he kept it a secret. Pinky looked at the assistant, saying whatever it was, she didn't believe it was anything that could harm the Warren, to which he replied that she had no proof and she said she did. The boy froze, waiting for the creature to say that they were worker Nagas and if anything happened to their Warren, they would suffer too. The worker put his hand under his chin and thought that he was a worker in the labyrinth of the Naga, and this fact alone excluded the possibility of his betrayal. The girl looked at the cellar, saying that she thought for a long time about what could have made the most diligent of all workers heat up a secret cellar in the cemetery. The creature with bangs closed her eyes and said that she came to the conclusion that while he was diligently working as a gravedigger, the sinister energy of the corpses of the miasma, but forgot the word and tried to remember, and the bearer said that she tried to remember. Pinky showed her fist and said that she thought that he had been under the influence of the miasma for so long that he had gained special power. Gloomy stood near the crosses and she said that he was afraid that the energy he emitted was dangerous and would harm his colleagues, so he decided to retire to the cemetery. Naga extended his hand, rejecting his companion, in order to continue and explore on his own, and then she came and said that she would help. The girl dug while her partner held back all the miasma in his body while she worked on him. The slave's body was enveloped in purple energy, and he released it all at once in the secret basement when he was alone. The companion was enveloped in energy, and she accidentally came when he was in the middle of the process. The reptile was tense, and said that she was right, to which she received the answer that she was not finished yet. The snake-like looked at his hands filled with energy, and she said that although his special power was quite sinister, and probably no one else had it, he was probably thinking about how it could be used. She remembered how he used the energy to create something and said that he began to study the abilities and understood why he had that humanoid. The bandaged one remembered that the creature sat on a man and asked why the humanoid rode on people and said that the master of the labyrinth, who is also a man, would not like it. Gloomy looked back and said irritably that it was a training sample, to which she said she understood. They approached the wooden structure, and he said that since she already knew everything, he would need her help to create an undead horse. Pinky held on to his assistant and asked if this was true, to which he said of course, but on a condition. He turned and said that they would work together for 4 of his 8 hours of personal time, and asked her to never come to him during the other 4 hours. The girl was wary as he said that no matter what happened in the maze, whether she forgot her lunch or there was an emergency, she was never to break this rule. Gloomy imagined the other reptiles and thought he was sure the servants sensed something was wrong, and it would probably be more believable if he said they were working on research. Pinky smiled and he thought that if he killed this one, everything would be much more difficult, and still did not understand that he could not finish off that one. They went deeper into the dungeon and the traitor thought that it would be difficult to possess this corpse for some time, and also he ran out of miasma. The couple stood next to Kim, and the white-haired one said that an infinite amount of mana flows through him, and this power is incredible. The red-bodied one held her finger on her jaw and said that they are not sure, but it is definitely more than the Baron's mana and perhaps it is the level of the Count, or even more. The hero put his hand on his chest and asked if this means that he has more mana than Anatolius, to which he was asked not to get ahead of himself. The man looked at the interlocutor and said that he taught him the main way to strengthen the body with mana and asked to use it now. The protagonist looked at his hands, embraced by energy, and was going to circulate mana through the body. The whole body was surrounded by energy and the process was watched by those present. The teacher pointed back and said that it was good and that they should continue in the same spirit to try to attack that boulder. MC stood in a stance and made a sound. He made an attack and the ground beneath him cracked. The guy took a step and a crack spread across the surface. The teacher looked at the guy and said that the steps were very heavy and the main enemy would definitely die from this, to which the student meaningfully remained silent. The man closed his eyes and said that his movements were constrained because he was too focused on the circulation of mana, and this indicated that he was not used to controlling it. The mentor stood in front of Kim and said that mana control is not something that should be done consciously, it happens consciously, but should happen naturally, like the flow of water in a river, as a passive ability. The hero lowered his head while the man said that since they cannot use mana from birth, it will feel like he has a new set of arms and legs and the main thing is to control them like body parts. The protagonist put his hand on his jaw, saying that so what if he trains until he can move normally while in a state, to which he was interrupted. MC looked at the gray-haired man, who asked him to try hitting the stone by strengthening his body. The student was enveloped in mana and stood between the guests. He took a step forward while the white-haired man said that he could have come here first. Kim swung and was about to strike. He was concentrated and his fist was clenched. There was a blow and pieces of the boulder flew to the side, raising a column of dust. The hero was impressed by the result and could not find words. The master examined the crater while the teacher swung and said that it was not such a big difference. A powerful attack occurred and the light from the collision illuminated the area. The stone block shattered into pieces and the protagonist was impressed. He was amazed at what happened and said that the gap was huge. The boy looked at the white-haired man and said that it couldn't be because of the difference in quantity, to which he was told that it was a matter of how effectively he could use it. The hands were squeezing the cloth from which water was flowing and the current said that even if he had an ocean of mana, it didn't change anything if he could only use a tiny part. The man's body was covered in vessels of mana and he said that he needed to draw an entire waterfall from the paradise inside him, not a small stream, and he should be able to do this to be on par with the barons of the abyss. The protagonist looked at his hand and said that the mana he was covering himself with only came from a tiny stream, but he needed an entire waterfall and asked if that was true. Kim was about to strike while the red-bodied woman held her hands in front of her and said that there was no need to rush him. After all, no child starts running as soon as they can stand and guessed that he probably used up all his mana when he was in a state of brainwashing, so if he continues training, he will get tired, but did not finish. The hero's hand was filled with energy and thought that he could not hit as before, and he now had a different power, which had no upper limit. The white-haired man watched as he was about to strike and thought that he would not be able to move freely yet, wrapping himself in manga. However, he could concentrate power while standing still. The teacher was tense until he asked if he knew what a tsunami was. The fighter moved forward, overcoming the barrier. A huge tunnel formed in the dungeon. The teacher stood behind the guy and was in a stupor. He examined the place of the blow, and did not believe that a person was capable of such a thing. A group of people appeared behind and they asked what was happening and whether it was an ambush. The purple-haired girl noticed something strange and was shocked. Kim opposite the tunnel and she asked what was passing nearby, the queen of giant worms or what. The man turned to the group of people and said that it happened during the Baron's training, to which she asked again and did not believe that it was the Baron's doing. He looked back at the guy, thinking that he did not expect that he could do it with just a few tips. The teacher looked at the student, who said that even if he did it himself, he still could not believe it, while he thought that there was one critical flaw. The interlocutor took him by the hand. The guy's limb was bloody. The protagonist stood in front of him and asked why his hand was injured but did not finish, and the white-haired man, looking at his companion, said that he should be grateful that she was still there and asked Eugene to heal him. The assistant used magic on the guy's injured hand, who said that fast regeneration is a property of mana. Kim stood in front of the man and asked if he could try, to which he asked what he wanted to try when he couldn't even control the power of the attacks, and said that it required precise control of mana and none of them except the healer could do it, especially him. A smile appeared on the hero's face, and he said that he understood. He approached the redhead and said that it wouldn't hurt to hear an explanation. The healer put his finger on his jaw and asked how to describe it, saying that every grain of mana was like a good doctor. The doctor stood next to the girl and she said that he prescribed medical procedures for every injured cell and did not finish when the guy was told that they trusted him with healing. The white-haired man lowered his head, saying that the power of that blow was amazing and if anyone in the future passed by this place, he might think that a battle between aristocrats had occurred. The man looked ahead and said that, however, there was a critical flaw in what he was doing and the interlocutor asked again. The protagonist looked away and asked what was the matter with this body not being able to withstand it, to which he replied that this was also a problem but there was something else. But he did not finish. He put his hand over his mouth and asked what he was thinking before he struck, to which the guy replied that he was thinking about concentrating his power in one place, and he replied that for a few seconds after that attack, the body's power was no different from that of an ordinary person. The monsters looked forward and he said that all creatures with mana have stronger bodies, whether they want it or not, the level of power is proportional to the amount of mana, so the closer to the abyss, the stronger and tougher they are. The man was killed after colliding with a truck and this would have been the case on the surface and the whole hero was standing there. And the car was smashed and the red-bodied one said that a wound that could kill someone from the surface would only leave a scratch on a Gazernian. The teacher placed his hand on his chest and said that the mana came from the profound gem that was in the guy's body. But what was in his paradise was not everything, because the profound gem only worked as a storage and a certain amount of mana was always in his body. The guy struck and he said that on top of the inactive energy that he had drawn from paradise, the mana that was used to strengthen the body was also concentrated in one place. The mana flowed from his chest into his hand and the teacher said that his defense had decreased while he was preparing to strike and for 3 seconds after the attack his body was like a person from the surface. And then, in about 10 seconds, it returned to its normal state, and it may seem like it was insignificant, because it was such a short time. MC kept his hand on his jaw while he said that if the enemy was strong enough to force him to use this attack, it would be bad. But he did not finish and the guy said that he could not ignore the fact that he was in such a vulnerable state before and after the strike. The white-haired man looked down, saying that 3 seconds was a long time when it came to fighting in the abyss and asked not to use this attack unless there was no other way. The man looked up and said that if he had to, he should make sure to kill his opponent with this attack, because it was essentially a finishing blow. Kim's arm was healed and he said that he understood. The guys were standing with food in their hands and the girl said that training was good, but they shouldn't skip meals. He looked at the meat and said that it was giant worm meat again, to which she said that the guy blew up their supply himself and noted that he should be grateful that it was not cave moss. The black-haired woman's mouth was drooling after he promised her that he would let her try food from the surface someday, and noted that it would not be a problem if he used the portal. She put her hand to her mouth and said that if that was true then she would forgive him for what he did, and the purple-haired girl asked if they could try too and the guy said sure. The red-haired girl closed her eyes and suggested they eat and continue on their way saying that they were behind schedule. She stood next to the group and asked them to come up with an excuse for the earthquake that was caused by the attack and the guy muttered under his breath and the man said that he didn't think anyone would care. The guys were standing near a dry pit and Kim asked what it was, an underground labyrinth that went all the way to the 11th floor. The team walked forward and it was a clean and colorless labyrinth, made of marble in which all the soldiers were insects. The creature was covered in stone and most of the fighters were slow-looking bugs but were massive because the exoskeleton was covered in marble. Red Skull looked away and the place looked quite minimalistic compared to Horus's barony, and it looked like the owner didn't care about treasures and accessories. Velatus was in her royal place and said that they were a little late. She looked away and asked if there were any new games, saying that she liked Link's adventure that she brought her last time and even though she was an insect, she looked like a human and Kim asked if all highly intelligent beasts evolved to become like humans. But she was very lazy and was constantly squirming. Red Skull held out a disc, saying that there was a new game called Tears of the Kingdom and the Baroness was lying under her shell the whole time, like under a blanket. The hero looked away and thought that Velatus bought mostly electronics and games from the black merchants, and assumed that she also bought this generator from them. The white-haired girl was watching Aunt Lion, who was saying that she had recorded the latest speedrun and asked if she wanted to watch it, to which she replied that it would be an honor for them, but they were behind schedule and she was a real loner, because at least Uther showed up for everything and, apparently, she played offline games, because there was no internet here and she did not look like a threat and did not know about the earthquake. The group was standing near an abandoned structure, which was a labyrinth in the middle of a dense jungle. The hero said that there was something similar on the surface, asking that something was called Angkor Wat. People were walking through the forest and on the 9th floor there was also a forest, but this place was much more like a regular jungle, without any pronounced features. The hero looked to the side through the mask through and the soldiers here were therianthropes, only instead of different species there were only harpies. The creature was eating pizza and every single one of them was extremely fat, and the protagonist didn't believe that these creatures could even fly. The Blue Sky Xanax was sitting in the nest and saying that they were just in time and MC thought it was pretty ironic considering where they were but the ceilings in the abyss were pretty high. The Baroness was looking ahead and saying that she was out of food and the little things down here couldn't fill her up and she was fat like the soldiers and besides being lazy she was also arrogant. The red one was carrying bags and saying that like last time all these products were from 3 Michelin star restaurants, and she asked to heat up the food because she couldn't see her, and she basically showed the food from a group of black vendors which were mostly from convenience stores. The girl smiled when she heard that it was delicious and said that such products were hard to get because it was rare and only members of the royal family ate it on the surface, and Kim thought that the military power of the abyss was pathetic, as the failures with the black traders had said, and it was said that they had calmly left the labyrinth without receiving any other useful information. The group came out onto the rocky terrain and the hero said that he was no longer nervous about it, and it seemed to him that he would soon forget that he was dealing with aristocrats who ruled the abyss, and it began to seem to him that everything was quiet and peaceful here. The red-bodied one looked away, saying that lately, on the 9th floor it had been quite tense, and it was not surprising that he thought so. The protagonist looked at the companion and asked if the other aristocrats were like that, to which he received the answer that yes, except for one, and the man asked to stop. The white-haired man looked at the girl and asked that they were going to the Betrayal labyrinth, and she agreed, saying that they would visit all the labyrinths and the eternally frozen lands of the Baron were actually next on the list. The teacher looked away, saying that it was no wonder that the price for this matter was so high. The teacher looked at the student and said that the Baron was the only being on the 10th floor who truly deserved the title, and asked him to do it again just in case. The outline of the boss showed him, and the man asked him not to show aggression, no matter what happened, even if he attacked. The hero walked forward and said that everything here was frozen. The team passed by the rocks, while he said that there was no trace of water left, and how much it could not be called, and noted that it could not be ordinary ice, to which the red-bodied answered that it was frozen mana. The companion showed a finger up and said that the labyrinth simply took the form most suitable for the owner, like Baroness Xanax, because she and her troops are harpies. The protagonist looked to the side and asked what about Borea and assumed that he was a yeti or something like that, to which he received an answer that he was a frost orc, although she knew that he ruled several yetis. The creature was bluish in color, and the guy assumed that it was another muscular rough guy. MC folded his arms and said that camping here would be a big problem, because they would not be able to cope with such a cold with only a fire, and someone asked to stop. The white-haired man put on a mask and ordered the others to do the same, to which Kim assumed that there was a beast, and he replied that he could not say. There was a corpse on the ground and the man said that it looked like the corpse of a recently killed beast, and the hero noticed that there was a spear in its back. The weapon emitted energy and the amount of mana in it was abnormal, which meant that Borea was somewhere nearby. The protagonist looked at the companion and said that maybe this is the territory of that one, but this is the outskirts, and asked that they can really meet that one here, to which the hunter replied that the Baron is known for his love of battles. The red-bodied one covered her eyes while he said that the ogre kills all the beasts in the area because of his thirst for action in this long period of peace, and he heard that he destroys subordinates, who steal prey. The girl looked ahead while he said that this is why the main army of Borea consists of scouts who search for prey for him, and he himself is the only hunter, and noted that he was told so, to which the companion said that there is no need to analyze so deeply. She pointed a finger at the creature and said that the weapon belonged to the Baron. The fighter folded his arms and said that a group of black traders had arrived earlier than planned. Kim froze and was afraid. The people bowed and the assistant ordered to greet the Baron of the North Wind, while he thought that the creature was very fast. The ogre looked at the guests and told the demon that if it were not for her red skin, he would have cut her down as soon as he noticed, and it seemed to him that he told everyone to wear a flag with a symbol when they came to him. She leaned over, saying that they lost most of their cargo when they were ambushed by giant worms, to which he asked again. The monster looked down and said that given the number of those in the group, it would not be difficult for them to kill one of the 9th floor aristocrats. He was dissatisfied and asked what they were saying, that they lost the cargo because of several giant worms, and asked what they thought he was a fool, and a notification came out that the lower dignity of the aristocrat was activated. MC lowered his head and the Baron asked what he was still standing with his head raised. He stood among those who bowed and Borea assumed that he was challenging his authority. Kim fell to the floor and he said that he realized that he was simply paralyzed. The red-bodied looked up and apologized, saying that he was just a newbie they picked up on the 9th floor and the guy still hasn't gotten rid of a bad habit. The monster looked at her and asked what she thought, that he was worried about the circumstances, to which she replied that she made a mistake. The ogre put down his spear and said that he would punish her for her lies and insolence. The demon was tense as he said he would do 5 strikes without using a spear, 2 for the demon and 3 for the mercenary, and she called out to him. He looked down as she said she was responsible for the subordinates' misdeeds, so she would take all the punishment, to which he agreed. She froze after the ogre said he would do 10 strikes for the demon. Kim watched his companion. Blood spurted in his direction, and he was scared. There was an explosion and a column of dust rose from the scene. The girl was standing in a crater. The creature folded its arms and said that this was the first strike. It grabbed her and was about to slam her into the floor. The attack created a crater in the ground. Its eyes glowed red and it said that this was the second strike. Borea stood in front of the column of dust and said that this was the 7th. He looked at the exhausted guest and said that everything was happening too slowly. She held his hand and asked for forgiveness. Kim watched the process and thought that it was his fault, and all this happened because of him. Blood splashed to the side, and the hero thought that if he had not been distracted and had dropped to his knees in time, then nothing would have happened, but he did not finish. The demon crashed into a pile of stones and ricocheted into another wall while he was saying that this was the 8th blow. The sword on the guy's belt was in a sheath, and he thought that it was holding up better than he expected, but it was now at its limit. He remembered how he told him not to show aggression, no matter what happened, even if he attacked. The hero grinned, thinking that he did not just say that, and understood that he had no choice but to believe in the demon. The ogre turned around. The red-bodied one was lying in a pile of stones, being broken, and he was asking why she did not have the strength to go. The creature approached her and asked her to be grateful that he came to her. She clenched her teeth and thanked him. The 9th blow occurred. The protagonist looked away and thought that Borea was trying to kill her. The man's hand touched his shoulder, and he asked him to hold on. His gaze was directed at MC, and he was telling him that he had to. The girl was in a very bad state. The ogre was calm and said that the demon would die from the next attack. He looked the other way and said that they were hired by a group of black merchants to protect her, and asked if it was okay that they did nothing, saying that he was allowing them to speak. The white-haired one did not turn around, saying that she really hired them. The spear stood in the middle, and the man said that the Baron's orders took precedence over the contractual relationship established with the deep gems. The monster did not turn around and said that everything was clear to him. The demon was lying in a dying state, and he said that since they said so, he felt sorry for the red-bodied one. Borea stopped after being called out. Kim was standing behind him, and he said that it was that stupid mercenary. He knelt down and said that it was his mistake, and the demon had also decided to take his share of the punishment. The ogre turned around and he said that, however, the death of the one would mean not only a failure on their part as mercenaries, but also a violation of the non-aggression pact with the black merchant group, and said that he thought that he would not gain anything from the death of the one. The Baron looked at the guy who said that he had come up with a solution to the problem and asked for forgiveness for his impudence, to which he replied that he thought that he was just a fool, but he turned out to be quite eloquent and asked what kind of solution it was. Kim lowered his head and it was visible how he was shaking. The guy raised his head and asked to be allowed to take the 10th blow in her place. The demon tried to call out to him. The creature stood in front of the protagonist and asked that he simply stood and watched the first 9, and now wanted to take the last one, saying that it was insignificant. He extended his hand, agreeing, but putting forward a condition. The spear twitched, remaining in the ground. It jumped out of the surface and rushed into the monster's hands. Borea took a stance and said that he would use a spear. He held it in front of him and said that there would be one attack and that he should not dodge, but could try to block. Kim held a sword and said that if he succeeded, he would close his eyes to any future misdeeds. They stood opposite each other. The monster held a spear in his hands, and he thought that this was his main weapon, and there was no doubt that it was an excellent piece of equipment. The guy stood in a stance, thinking that in addition, when attacking, he would probably use mana, and since the opponent said that he could try to block the blow, this meant that he was going to give it his all. The warrior was preparing for an attack, and the guy understood that if he failed, he would die. The hero took a stance and assumed that hardening could help him, but this did not seem to be an option, and noticed that the parasite had not shown any activity since he regained his memory. He looked back and thought that he could not dodge the attack, but he had to block it somehow. The protagonist looked at the floor and noticed a pickaxe. An idea appeared in his head. He imagined it attacking him and understood that if he filled the weapon with mana, even a rusty iron pickaxe could block an adamantium sword. They stood opposite each other, and he asked if the guy was ready, while he thought about filling the weapon with mana. The creature looked forward and led up to the phrase. The ogre swung, preparing to attack. MC was engulfed in mana and thought that it was good that his weapon was a spear. After all, the strongest and most effective attack is a thrust. He raised his head, thinking that this meant that he would concentrate his power in one point, and he would be able to do the same. Energy was spreading across the sword, and he thought that he could not concentrate mana in one point, because it was constantly dissipating, and this was completely different from concentrating it inside the body. Borea rushed to attack. Kim was tense. Mana gushed from his eyes, and he thought that there was no other way. The guy was standing on a pile of stones. Ogro was focused. Mana was spreading across the area, and the guy thought that he should fill the area with mana. The spear was approaching the target, and he thought that he would direct it to one point. The energies entered into diffusion, and the Baron was about to reach the protagonist. The mercenary met the spear with his sword. There was a powerful explosion, and the stones rose up. The violet-haired girl coughed, and was covered by a golden hand while a column of dust rose. The fighter examined the guys and asked if everything was okay, to which the girl said that it was only thanks to that. The arms surrounded the group, and he asked what was wrong with the captain, to which he replied that MC had gone to save their employer. The commander was sitting near the boulders. He looked around and said that so much destruction had happened from just one blow, and noted that Giza would collapse if a war began. The man looked at the demon and asked if she was okay. The body was unconscious, but he noticed that she was still breathing. The captain turned around when he heard laughter. Borea was standing nearby and said that it was refreshing. He smiled, saying that this attack should have been fatal and could not believe that some mercenary blocked his attack. The guy's sword showed contact with the spear. Blood was flowing from under the mask. The ogre stood in front of the victim and said that it seemed that he had not managed to avoid an internal wound and noted that this was not surprising. He walked away, saying that the punishment was over and, as he had promised, he would not pay attention to misdeeds. The creature turned to the demon, saying that it did not look like she was in a condition to negotiate. He extended his hand and said that he would leave the passage open and asked them to come after they treated him, to which they agreed. The group of people left. Eugene treated the boy and said that the internal wound was quite serious, and she gave him first aid, but he would need to rest for a while, to which Kim thanked her. The hero placed his hand on his chest, saying that he understood what the captain meant when he said that he would be vulnerable after concentrating all his mana, to which she replied that on the outside, the boy was fine, but in essence, it was like being stabbed, to which he replied that it would have been very bad if she had not been here. The commander looked away, saying that it was actually a good thing. He was calm, saying that if a normal mercenary had repelled Borea's attack and remained unharmed, his reaction would have been much more unpleasant. MC put his hand on his jaw as the man said that he was sure that he would consider him a useful mercenary since the guy tried so hard to block the attack and survived while getting injured, and he replied that he thought that made sense. They looked at each other, and were silently meaningful. Kim lowered his head, saying that the guy had told him earlier that he shouldn't provoke him, but he did it anyway. But he didn't finish, and the man said that he was wrong, and he was sure that the guy had already noticed that he wasn't very good at adapting to new situations. He raised his head as the other man said that he was very stubborn when it came to Giza's rules, and sometimes his choices led to casualties. The commander-in-chief looked at the guy and said that if he hadn't intervened, the demon would have died, and noted that even if they could turn back time, he wouldn't have done anything. The white-haired man lowered his head, saying that they, the failures, only survived thanks to this. Kim looked at the coward who said that they avoid adventures and take safe paths, ignoring those who need help to save themselves. He lowered his head, saying that they are a selfish group that always takes everything for granted. The demon was shaking and he wanted to say something about the guy, but did not finish. The hero looked at the creature and asked if she could move already. She buried her face in his chest. She hid her face and thanked him. The protagonist was confused and she thanked him for saving her, saying that he was different. The guy closed his eyes and bowed his head. His hand was on the girl's hair, and she said that she thought that everyone in the black merchant group was thick-skinned. She looked down and said that she was glad to see the other side. The red-bodied one jumped back and apologized, to which he replied that everything was fine, because she could have died. The commander stood behind him and asked him if he knew why the merchant in charge of the abyss was changed from an imp to a demon. The white-haired man looked at the boy and said that it was because imps died all the time and he had witnessed it many times, while a demon, on the contrary, could withstand much more. Kim was puzzled and asked if this did not contradict the contract with the group of black merchants, to which he replied that an aristocrat was not obliged to bear responsibility if a merchant died because he could not bear the punishment. The girl leaned over, saying that the aristocrat himself decided whether a crime was committed or not, to which he asked that he could kill a merchant simply because he did not like him, and the demon confirmed this. The man looked at the merchant, and said that this was a way to suck up, and of course, the group of merchants was large enough to deal with the barons. He turned to the hero and said that if they decided to avenge the deceased, then the long-supported system would collapse. The hero sat down on a rock and he said that because of this they simply turn a blind eye to the arrogant aristocrats, and the companion confirmed. She looked at the guy and said that she could not say that this would not entail any consequences. The captain was puzzled and meaningfully silent. He lowered his head, saying that a beast was approaching them from behind and they would take care of it, and suggested that she rest here. The group left and the purple-haired girl asked what he was talking about, and said that she did not feel anything, but did not finish, and Eugene asked to just shut up and follow them. The protagonist looked ahead and was puzzled. The demon stood in front of the guy and asked that he was preparing for war and that is why he is with them, to which he agreed. The girl bowed her head and said that she would give him all the information about Borea that she knows and noted that the price for this was her life. She looked at the guy, narrowing her eyes, and said that he has already paid it. The group moved along the stones and after a day of rest in the area, they set off until they were frozen stiff. MC carried a demon on his back and the healer told her that she was completely healed. But apparently they have some side effects when it comes to recovery, and she said that it was too hard to walk, so she was on her back all the time. The people were kneeling in front of the ogre, and 3 days later they met him in the fortress. He was examining the machine gun, and he was interested in the weapon from the surface. He threw the thing on the ground, saying that it was just trash, and he looked at it only as a miserable toy, and the reaction was cold, even when he was shown the bombs, and he did not buy anything. The team was approaching the fortress, and the guy asked why they came all this way if he was not even going to buy anything, to which the demon replied that this is why they do not usually visit his labyrinth. Kim looked ahead and said that they had been to all 4 labyrinths of the 10th floor and asked if that was too little, to which the merchant apologized. She looked over his shoulder, and she said that she hadn't said 4 labyrinths, to which he asked if that was true, and she said that there were 2 more. The hero stood next to the group and said that he thought Borea would be the last one because of the atmosphere, to which she said that the guy didn't need to worry because the other nobles were dumb losers, but she stopped and said that she meant that they were calm. The commander closed his eyes and said that he should still remember his manners just in case, and asked not to attack like he did with Horus. The protagonist looked ahead and said that he would take this into account, and noted that he had learned a lot on this trip. He walked ahead of everyone and suggested that they set off on a journey, and they walked for 4 days. The map showed labyrinths, and the remaining 2 labyrinths occupied half of a huge ash desert. The castle was engulfed in smoke, and the first kingdom they visited was the Barbatos Labyrinth. A group of people approached the goal, and because of the name, the protagonist thought that dragons might live in the barony, but in fact they were gargoyles, distant relatives of dragons. In front of the guys, the outline of a huge 3-headed gargoyle, the Lord of the Fog, was visible. The creature looked stupid, and it said that they should be honored that they were honored by its presence again, and he thought that this creature reminded him of his friend, and he assumed that this was the influence of dragon blood, and could they really be together. The creature sat on the throne, and MC said that the Mist Lord was a title he had given himself, and according to the demon, he only took it because his labyrinth was surrounded by a lot of mist, and he didn't really have any abilities related to it. Kim looked ahead and was sure that he had good abilities since he inherited dragon blood, and thought that he should figure out how to resist the petrifying breath. The gargoyle was happy with the dragon cards, and the hero thought that the items offered to him were various rare artifacts related to dragons, and it seemed that he was happy with everything related to them. Barbatos threw his head back and said that he liked black merchants, to which she thanked him for the purchase, and they completed their visit to the Mist Lord's labyrinth without any incidents. The team moved through the ashen desert for 4 days. The group was approaching the entrance to the Mentelos barony, which was on the right side and was located at the entrance to the 11th floor. The squad's attention was focused on the door, and from the outside it looked like a fortress built to protect against the beasts coming from the 11th floor, but it was said to be a labyrinth that served as a passage to the Count Parthenon, who ruled the 10th floor. The huge structure held shards near it, and the wall that fenced off the entrance was recently looked at because no one noticed Anatolius passing through it. The creatures entered the portal, and the protagonist was sure that they were talking about the time when he visited the Naga labyrinth, because their scouts were also killed then, so all the patrols that encountered it were killed, not that no one noticed its presence, but compared to other labyrinths this one was simple and unpretentious. The team passed by the creatures, and he thought that this place was visited more often by the Count. Kim looked at the giants, and the main forces here were them and the ancient people, and he had never seen them before. The creatures' faces were stone, and they weren't really ancestors and had no bloodline to connect them with humans. The protagonist looked at the guards who had been forced out here because they had lost the fight for survival on the surface in the Middle Ages and were probably the reason the witch hunters had appeared on the surface. There were hooded creatures nearby, and there were monsters that had come from the 11th floor, and the fanatics belonging to Count Parthenon were also here, and there were enough of them to make up a whole company. The vampires looked at the guests, and the girl asked why it smelled so sweet here, and the guy asked if they should come up with some excuse and take one of them, and the protagonist noticed several vampires, cousins of Angela, who had an innate legendary rank. They followed the protagonist with their eyes, and he thought that Borea would be the biggest problem, but the military power of this place scared him, because it was essentially an outpost of the Count. MC looked around and realized that he should consider this place part of the 11th floor, not the 10th, and this labyrinth was the most dangerous. Mentelos sat at a table surrounded by candles and was the owner of this place. The old man held a pen in his hands and said that he had to agree to the visit because of a contract with a group of black traders, and he did not look like an idiot. Unlike what the demon said, however, he did not give the impression of a tyrant like Borea. The group knelt before the old man, and he said that they did not intend to buy anything and asked to leave, and Kim considered the owner of the labyrinth a soldier of the Count, because there was no dignity in him. The hero lowered his head and he said that now are troubled times and Parthenon is not in the best condition. Mentelos looked away and asked to listen to the message of the old man. The man looked at the boys and said that it was better to stop the bidding on the 11th and 9th floors, and this was a confirmation that the Count was going to invade the 9th floor. The black-haired girl was eating noodles. She closed her eyes and enjoyed it. She really liked the food. A group of people were sitting at the table, and the girl was talking about how dry grapevines were soaked in hot water with powder added. But the taste was amazing, and Eugene asked what it was that they were eating now. The black-haired girl looked ahead and said that she couldn't see it now and forgot since he was doing fine on his own, to which he said that there was no manna in the food and he was sorry that he couldn't see it. The purple-haired girl slammed the bowl on the table and said that it was very delicious. The girl frowned and said that she spilled it everywhere, to which Kim, who was standing behind, apologized and asked how it tasted. The commander looked at the guy and said that it tasted divine and really looked like heavenly food, and noticed that something else was important, and asked where he was in such a hurry. The hero sat near the bag and said that he promised to treat those, but he only had instant noodles at home and he went for food and clothes. There were boxes of food on the floor. The smell of food was approaching the guys. The savages stood up and the captain shouted that there were enemies nearby and asked that the animals had reached here, because he had never smelled such a wonderful smell before, and ordered to close his nose, because he was sure that it was an animal that deceived its prey with a pleasant smell. Hyojin held her hands in front of her and asked what happened to the guys, because it was just food, to which he shouted that the girl was caught. Kim looked at the team and said that it really was just food and asked them to calm down. The hero showed a bundle of boxes and said that before eating it, they need to perform a ritual. The blonde asked that they should thank God or something like that, to which he answered no. The protagonist showed the bags and said that they should take a shower and change into the clothes that he prepared for them, and said that they should not even think about eating food with dirty hands. People were standing near the house and the commander asked what a shower was. MC lowered his head and the people from the house were delighted with the warm water. There was food on the table and the guy said that he finished putting it all out. He looked to the side and wanted to see how the demon was feeling. She was wrapped in a cloak and was putting wood on the fire. The red-bodied one looked to the side after she was called out. Kim entered the tent and said that he brought her food and clothes, with a blanket. The girl sat on a blanket and said that she had not eaten food from the surface for a long time, and he hurried her to start eating before it got cold, and asked to change clothes. The creature threw off the blanket and agreed with the hero. She held things in her hands and asked if it was possible to make wings for the tail and wings, to which he agreed. The protagonist looked down and was silently meaningful. The demon froze after he said that it would be great if she rested with them on the surface. She put on a sweater and said that everything was fine, and noted that she had already said that they were not allowed to go to the surface, to which he asked what it was called, an agreement between heaven and earth. The protagonist looked at the surface and asked if this meant that angels were in this world, to which she replied that they had not shown themselves for over 1,000 years. But there was nothing strange about angels existing when there were people around. MC lowered his head and asked if it was possible to go up for a while, to which she replied unless she used a special spell that was said to be used by Satan's followers, and said that she would be punished as soon as she stepped on the surface. Kim looked away and said about the special spell, to which she called out to him. She showed him her clothes and asked him how the outfit was. The hero looked at the girl and said that she was beautiful, and noted that he would believe her if she said that she was a succubus. She froze and was wary. The protagonist looked at the surface from where sounds of happiness were coming, while the demon was embarrassed. The creature looked at the guy and she said that she was fine and said that he should go to those, to which he apologized and said that he was afraid that they would do bad things. She looked into the cave and asked him to rest and would be back soon, to which she said that she would wait. She closed her eyes and watched him go. The demon approached the light. Her hand reached forward. She stretched out her fingers. The girl changed her mind and pulled her hand back. She lowered her head. The white-haired man was adjusting his clothes and saying that he didn't know what was in front of him, but he was sure that just because they were up here didn't mean it was safe. He stood his ground and said that everything was new here, so they had to be careful, to which the purple-haired girl said that it was just food and asked what was wrong with them. But then the gray-haired girl pointed her finger to the side and told her to pull herself together, because it couldn't be that something so colorful was food, but the hero immediately said that it was food. He scratched the back of his head and said that he understood that they were afraid, and if they let their guard down in the abyss, it could cost them their lives. Afterwards, he took his hand away and said that of course there are wild animals, such as bears, but even the strongest of them are only slightly more dangerous than horned rats, and it is not easy to meet them, and this place is safe. They simply stood in a stupor when they were offered to just rest and relax. But then the fair-haired one took his hand away and said that he wanted to learn more about this place, to which he immediately said that they could talk while eating. Their journey on the 10th floor ended with a short trip to paradise through the portal. Gaza, the 9th floor, not far from the labyrinth of the Nagas, was littered with stones. The horned one folded her hands in front of herself and said that they were in place, and she was immediately praised for her excellent work. Black-Eyed looked at them with a calm look and said that since they had already arranged a farewell party, they should disperse here, and suggested that they visit the labyrinth of the Nagas when they want to rise to the surface. Then the white-haired man with a soft smile said that the path to the labyrinth of the Naga from the 10th floor is not easy, but he is sure that it is worth it, and the purple-haired woman thanked her for the gifts. But then the hero looked at the red-skinned woman and said that she can also come at any time. Then the little girl brought her eyebrows together and screamed that she will definitely come to them. The protagonist nodded and looked at her softly. Then he turned away and was about to say something. But then the team leader covered himself in ribbons and screamed. He went crazy and screamed that the parasite was very bad. But then his body changed dramatically. The eyeless man looked straight ahead and said that the prototype was still sleeping and they had time. But then the carrier burst out of his chest and continued to swear. And then the pale man looked at the hero and said that he used all his strength, but still could not take everything under control and he had little time, and then said that he came to talk. Then the big guy pointed his finger at the black-eyed man and said that he was going to talk to him. Kim was confused and asked how the parasite could talk. The eyeless man stretched his finger out in front of him and said that he wanted to warn him about his parasite, which was known as the prototype. The horned one covered the hero and asked him to be careful. He frowned and said that this parasite tried to kill him last time, when it took over the captain's body. The black-eyed man was embarrassed and asked if it was while he was unconscious. But then the man with the funny hat came up to them again and said that of course, the surest and easiest way to get rid of it was to kill the host, but he had neither the intention nor the ability to do it now. He became more serious and told him to calm down, because this was the only chance while the prototype was sleeping inside him. The protagonist became wary and asked what exactly they wanted to warn him about, to which the mysterious guest said that first he should explain what parasites are and said that this is a subspecies that has deviated from the colony of prototypes. He imagined a collective mind and said that there was a certain mission. He came closer to the group of people and said that they choose vessels for themselves and make them stronger, dreaming of the second coming of the king. Then he raised his head and said that they are the remains of the king and the seeds of the king. Kim was scared and asked again. He became even more wary and thought that the existence of aristocrats in Gauzer is already known, moreover, he himself is one of them, but no one has ever mentioned the king. He turned to the horned one and asked who currently rules Gauzer. The red-skinned one sadly lowered her eyes and said that she also does not know because this is not the kind of information that can be obtained with her power. But then the guy with the cool hat came closer and said that he didn't know if the king he was talking about was the one they were looking for, because he was just a small part of the colony. The hero looked at him with concern and asked if he wanted to say that the parasites were trying to turn their vessels into a new king, and he agreed. The ancient one looked back when asked if things were different now, and said that it was true and he no longer cared about that goal. He showed a test tube with a worm and said that they were born with an insect-level mind and their only goal was to inhabit the first host they came across in order to raise a king out of it. He imagined an infected person and said that the more the hosts developed, the more they developed themselves, and at the same time their abilities and consciousness developed. He looked away and said that in the end they betrayed the prototype. He pulled his hand away and asked if it was obvious that this was due to the development of their own mind and intelligence, and he noted that he was quite happy with life, even though he was technically in the host's body. The white-haired one ate noodles and said that it had not quite accepted him, so he could not coexist with it as he would like, but he felt everything that it felt. Kim folded his arms and remained silently while he said that he really liked the food from the surface, especially the one called pizza, and noted that it was a pleasant experience. The creature looked ahead and said that taste, touch, all external stimuli, as well as emotions such as affection and love, were good enough reasons to abandon their original purpose. The parasites were in space, and he said that this was why many of them broke off contact with the colony and abandoned their original mission. The hand was stretched forward and he said that the prototype quickly lost its power, losing most of its followers and did not show itself for decades, and they considered it dead. But now he saw something else, but did not finish. The finger pointed at MC. The parasite said that it was in the guy's body. Kim looked forward and asked if it could change like him, to which he received the answer that no, because what was inside him was just a prototype. The man poured the parasite from the flask onto his hand, and the parasite said that this was just an assumption, but he thought that the prototype divided itself into parts, to which he replied that it was impossible, because when he first entered his body, he looked like an insect. The monster embraced the white-haired man and said that after this, he had to choose the host with the greatest potential to awaken, and this meant that now there were several prototypes. The captain shouted about the parasite, who said that he had little time left. The creature looked ahead and said that that was enough of an explanation of their species, and warned him to remember it well. Kim remembered being in symbiosis with the parasite and it telling him not to rely on it, because the more you use the prototype, the more you lose yourself. The monster was eating the dragon's head, and the guest asked not to feed it brains, meaning not only the host's brains, but also the victims. The hero's hand was turned into a parasite, and it said that the prototype uses the active mana in his body, but cannot get close to his deep gem, not that he allows it, so the prototype can only consume mana from external sources. The protagonist looked ahead while it said that in any case, he should not give in to the temptation to become king, because in the end, the prototype will take power, not him. MC was serious as the monster said that the boy was the strongest of the human hosts, and that was why it had chosen him as a target. But that also meant that he could keep him in check. The parasite disappeared and as a parting word, asked him not to forget that the creature sleeping inside him was an evil king who knew no virtue. The purple-haired girl rushed to the captain after the monster let go. He looked at his hand and said that this was the second appearance of him. Kim looked at the boy and asked if everything was okay with his body, to which he replied that it was, except for the fact that some nasty insect lived inside him. The hero was wary and said that he couldn't have not known about him if he could talk, to which the commander apologized and said that he hid it because there were reasons. The captain was being watched by an eye, and he said that he had a feeling that there was another creature inside him that was watching everything he did and noted that it was terrible because he couldn't even get rid of it. The man stood in front of the protagonist and said that he wasn't going to say anything because it seemed to him that the prototype wasn't talking to him, to which he replied that it was definitely unpleasant and asked how he started talking to him. The white-haired man looked down and said that it had been happening since he lost his arm. Kim looked at the interlocutor, who said that he thought that the influence increased when the parasite took over a part of the body that was damaged, and the creature always talked about symbiosis. But who knows when it will decide to take control. The interlocutor looked serious, saying that he didn't know what he meant by the evil king, but what was inside the guy was definitely not an ordinary parasite and advised him not to use it. The captain showed his teeth, asking not to believe the parasite's sweet talk, otherwise he could become like him and start losing control of his body. The hero examined his hand, thinking that the captain's parasite was really striving for symbiosis, and thought that he was in no position to interfere. His hand touched the back of his head while he was talking about how this was another reason to worry, thinking that the truth was that he would not be alive now without the parasite, and decided to be more careful, but not to suppress his abilities. The protagonist stood in front of the group, asking if this was all and noticing that he was not feeling very well, to which he replied that everything was fine and asked if the labyrinth was waiting for him. A rat was sleeping in the guard booth. The shift worker came to his post and asked if he was sleeping again. The guard stood up and apologized, saying that he always falls asleep when his shift is almost over, to which the guard replied that he understood, but the guard was alone here and could not fall asleep. Rat yawned and noted that they were short-handed since they had started watching the entrance to the 10th floor, and besides, they were in the rear and there was no labyrinth in the barren wasteland. It was more of a communications post than a guardhouse. The guard looked at the intruder, and he said that this was the best place to watch. Yellow looked out the window and asked if he needed to know anything, to which he replied that this place lived up to its name, since there weren't even any insects here, and he thought that since they lived in tunnels, they, horned rats, didn't have very good eyesight. The guard peered out from behind a rock, thinking that there were reasons why they were assigned to watch the 9th floor. Despite that, firstly, they could dig small dark tunnels to move around freely. He noticed someone start using magic, and he thought that the second reason for such a move was that they could recognize danger. The rat said goodbye, saying that he had gone then, and the yellow one was worried. He was scared and said that it was bad. There was a very strong creature there. The companion looked ahead, saying that it was approaching very quickly, while Kim asked who was shouting, sitting in ambush. Quintus looked away and shouted that an ambush had begun. The Nagas were crawling to their positions under the orders of the commander-in-chief. Dominic climbed the steps and asked how the situation was. He pointed his finger into the ravine and said that a large force had entered the territory, and they were heading towards the labyrinth at great speed. She looked ahead and asked what he meant, that no one noticed those until they entered their territory, and asked about the guard booths and said that they had created them for just such cases, and suggested that judging by the lack of warning from the rats, she thought that they might have been destroyed. She was puzzled and said that Rakshasa was currently constructing underground tunnels and that the owner was not there either. The girl looked away after being asked what was bothering her so much. Uther stood on a hill and said that they had already destroyed 2 labyrinths that dominated the 9th floor, and that they had also managed to make him, the great king of gluttony, their ally, which she said he wanted to say, a vassal. The slug was upset and said that they were on friendly terms and that if they worked together, they could defeat anyone. He pointed at himself, assuring that he would defeat everyone, and thought that 3 weeks had passed since the tyrant had left his post, and he was sure that his subordinates were already running out of patience from waiting, and that he would defeat the enemy while they were all watching. Quintus stood in front of Dominic and said that judging by the amount of energy, he was an aristocrat, or more precisely, a count. Uther looked ahead as he asked what the Iron Giant was and said there was no vibration on the ground and it must be someone else. The slug exhaled and asked again. He spread his arms and said he just remembered that none of his subordinates were here and he should go back to the labyrinth of gluttony and bring everyone here. They grabbed his head and told him not to go so fast. He was in a panic and screamed that they were being attacked. The guys looked at what was happening in horror. The rat looked down and said there was a problem. Kim held the slug over the abyss and it said that the master was here. The group watched as the hero held Uther. The servant went down, asking for forgiveness. The servant stood in front of the master and greeted him. Kim looked away and was meaningfully silent. Uther sat with his head down and was called out. The slime was spreading across the floor, and he was asked what gluttons he had with him now, to which he replied that he had about 8,000, to which he was told that this was quite a lot. The hero closed his eyes while he was saying that he planned to stay here for a few days and noted that about 1,000 were dying every day. The slime looked at the floor and said that he was amazing, because an ordinary beast's head would fly off, to which he asked that this was a way to suck up. He put his hand on his face, thinking that it was good that he had practiced mana manipulation, and it surrounded him, and it felt like an 18-wheeler drove over his head, and he asked for forgiveness. Dominic stood next to him and said that 3 weeks had passed since he went into the abyss to reconnoiter, and that this could be considered a long time. The servant was happy and felt incredible strength from the guy, while Quintus thought it was Anatolius. The protagonist raised his hand, asking what was causing such a ruckus, to which she apologized and he said that it was natural, they were preparing for an invasion, so they had nothing to apologize for. MC looked at his burning hand and said that he should have suppressed the power a little more, but he was not very good at it yet, to which he was asked what he had acquired this power in the abyss. Quintus rejoiced and said that he had always had this power, while he said that it was something he already had, but did not know how to use. Kim looked at the servant and asked what about the labyrinth. Did anything happen while he was gone? To which she said that she would report immediately. As he ordered before leaving, they expanded the labyrinth around the barracks. A notification popped up in front of the protagonist, saying that the servant shared a map of the labyrinth. There was an infrastructure on it, and Dominic said that the number of troops remained the same, but the maximum army size increased by about 4 times, to which he said that he does not intend to increase the number of troops yet, because there is an issue with the cost of maintenance. Naga looked around and said that she thought that they could build other facilities, since they have already secured additional territory and Quintus is guarding the northern gate, and Angela and Balzac are watching the southern. The girl looked ahead and said that her partner is at the southern gate, and she is watching Yunhui, to which he asked if they assigned a mercenary who is not even from the Naga labyrinth to watch the southern gate, to which she said that she assigned Draken and Hoya to do so. She looked away. They told her that there is some other reason. Kim put his hand to his cheek and was meaningfully silent. He looked away and asked Dominic to finish the report, and said that he would listen later, to which she replied that she wished. Rikschowska walked with a rat in the tunnel, and it said that the construction of the colony of horned rats, under her leadership, was approximately half complete. The hero looked at the hologram and asked what about the labyrinths, to which she said that they bypassed them. The map showed the kingdoms and it said that the construction of the underground tunnels connecting the labyrinths and the entrance to the abyss was completed. There were lines on the map and it said that they avoided the labyrinth of hammers and anvils so that they would not feel that they were being watched. Besides, they were in the rear anyway, and they also avoided the central part of the barren wasteland due to the risk of collapses. The map showed the schemes of the mines near the labyrinth of the foresters, and Dominic said that for the same reason they stayed away from the swamp region. Near the Sleepy Kingdom, she also said that they had finished preparing for construction on the Great Plains and in the Forest of Dreams. They were just waiting for permission from that. Kim looked away and said that he remembered that they took about 200 horned rats from the water dragons, to which she asked that there were 76 to be exact, to which he asked that this was enough to manage all these tunnels. Dominic smiled and said that the population had changed, to which he asked to report on this, to which she said that due to stable food and a safe habitat, their number had increased 12-fold. Kim looked away and was told that there were now about 2,000 horned rats. The hero sat on the throne and asked about them multiplying so quickly and said that they would not have enough food for those, to which the servant said about the percentage rate of numbers, and Uther asked what they meant by multiplying, to which Angela said that it was something that everyone could do, except for that. The map showed outposts and it said that 70% of the horned rats, excluding children and their caregivers, were active in the outposts, and they would be located by the lake and the Great Plains. The rats were watching the rabbit, and it said that Rikschowska had taught several groups hunting skills. The protagonist put his hand over his mouth and asked what they were getting food for by hunting in the Great Plains in the Forest of Dreams, and said that to the other masters of the labyrinths it would look like the horned rats had formed their own and all over the 9th floor after they were freed from the king of the water dragons. The creature had caught the companions, and it said that they were natural prey hiding in the underground tunnels, and no one would think that they were connected to the labyrinth of the Naga. MC looked ahead and said that he was allowing the construction of tunnels under the Great Plains and the Forest of Dreams, and asked not to approach the Labyrinth of Wanderers and the Labyrinth of Dreams, but asked to act with caution, to which she said that she would inform them. He lowered his head and said that the rats had grown greatly and, in addition, they multiplied quickly and did not live long. Kim looked at Dominic, and said that this meant that rats were appearing who would take what they gave to those for granted, not knowing what oppression their predecessors were subjected to under the king of water dragons, and said that the loyalty of those would also decrease day by day, and someday there would be rats who would declare their independence from them and the outposts could become their own labyrinths. Naga frowned and said that it would be absurd. The hero looked away and said that this was just an assumption, and she apologized, and he asked who was leading the rats now. The rats were divided into classes, and he said that the first generation horned rats, Beano, Twitch, Snitch. The protagonist said that he would visit soon and tell them to stay at their posts, and asked if there was anything else to report, and she said that everything was calm here. MC put his hand up and he said that there were 4 days left until the roundtable meeting, and if we assume that they can defeat all the masters of the labyrinths and the 9th floor, and he needs to prepare a lot, so he will have to go up to the surface for a few days. The guys looked ahead and saw that they hoped that at least a month would remain before the war began. The blonde looked ahead and asked if it was true that the aristocrats of the 9th floor were going to attack the 9th floor, and he said that it was more of a conviction, but he was not sure about it. Angela looked ahead and said that they would be fighting the aristocratic alliance, to which he replied that there was no need to worry and asked what they thought why he had gone on this trip with the black merchant in the first place. Kim put his hand on his cheek and said that this would not be a skirmish between two labyrinths. This would be a big war between the floors and they would all be like cornered horned rats. In order to win they would have to fight, and the thing is that he was the cause of this war. Yutha was unhappy and said that it turned out that he was unimportant, while he said that they could win if the rest of the guys from the 9th floor did not find out about this. Kim leaned over, summing up. He stood up and said that Gaza had been pretty calm for a long time, but not anymore, and there would be war again soon. The hero looked down and said that plans had already been made and now he would tell them the plan. The guy walked down the street and asked what the power button was and said that a long time had passed. The protagonist looked at the screen and trembled. There were a lot of missed calls on the phone and he was scared. MC stopped and said that he felt guilty, but now he did not have time to talk to his family and he decided to come up with some excuse and ask them for forgiveness later and started texting his father and said that he was in a remote mountainous area in Australia on a working holiday, which he told them about. The signal would disappear again. Kim held the phone and thought that Beak was also making a noise if he called. Instead he would contact the one for whom he turned on the phone. The hero looked to the side and asked the guy how things were and said that it was him. The protagonist took the phone away from his ear and from there they asked what he was doing, that he missed all the calls. Red was sitting at the table with her head down and he apologized and said that the last few months he was busy because of the war and everything else, and even worked as a merchant for some time, and she said that he was cunning as always. The girl looked away and said that she was on the 5th floor of Gaza and that she had some work to do when he asked why the signal was so bad. The radio was nearby and she said that it wasn't for civilians and that it was a test sample so you could only call for a few minutes if you were near him, and he thought that she had gotten something through her military connections again. Kim looked away and she said that anyway, she didn't think that he had called her just to say hello and asked that he wanted something and he thought that was why he was calling her. The hero was standing outside and asking if she could get him some gear like last time, to which she asked what about what he got from her last time and the guy replied that it wasn't enough. The girl put her hand to her face and said that she had given him a few things and asked that he had disappeared for a few months, and as soon as he reappeared, she immediately asked for gear, to which he replied that he couldn't explain the reason. Red was furious and asked if he was really starting some kind of war or something, to which he said yes, with the Gaza beasts, and she asked if he understood that the children of the dungeons were forbidden to wage war against people from the surface, to which he replied that if so, then he was not breaking any laws, and Dominic did not understand why he was talking to a piece of scrap metal. The interlocutor sat at the table and made disappointed sounds. She was writing something in a notebook and asking what he needed, and he asked if she had a pen and a piece of paper, and she told him to dictate. Kim stood outside and dictated what he needed. He moved the phone away from his ear and from there she could hear a scream from him that he had completely lost his mind. The man entered the tent and called out to Junyoung, to which she looked away and told Chansik that everything was fine and said that it was an important call and asked her to leave, but she did not finish and he listened to her. The redhead looked down and asked if he was kidding, saying that this equipment was enough for an entire battalion, and if he was selling so many goods at once, then they would definitely notice. The hero looked down and asked to cross out the tank, to which she asked if he was kidding. The guy was calm and asked if she could at least get communications equipment and bombs, to which she replied that it would not be easy. Hoya jumped on the guy while Junyoung said that she had to ask a certain general responsible for the defense of Gaza and, in fact, this is corruption. Rikchaska caught the werewolf and she said that they need to pay not only for the equipment itself, but also for the labor force, and to shut up everyone who knows about it, and even if all this works out, it will take a lot of money, but she did not finish. The white-haired girl was taking the animal back and the guy asked how much it would cost. The red-haired girl raised her head and said that she was not sure yet, but compared to what she got him last time, it would be about 1.5 billion. She took out a gem and MC asked what the current exchange rate for deep gems was, to which she said that those the size of a thumb cost from 4 to 8 million, and those the size of a fist, from 50 to 100 million, to which he assumed that the price had fallen. Kim looked away and she said that recently, the deep gems were no longer luxury items among the conglomerates, and there was no demand for them in the research labs, to which he asked if it was okay if he paid with them. The redhead was tense, and said that it didn't matter, and he said that he would pay double the amount. The hero looked at her and hung up and asked the servant to get 20 high-quality mid-level deep gems, to which she said of course. Red held the phone in her hands and thought that he was a child of the underground from the 12th floor who descended to the lower floors alone, so she thought that he had more than enough deep gems and decided to take advantage of this opportunity. Dominic looked up while the caller said that she did not need double the amount, and he thanked her, but she said that she had a condition. Kim was serious, and she said that they were working on a secret mission with another organization and asked if he could join them, to which he asked again and suggested that it was somehow related to Gaza. Red smiled and said that they found a unique labyrinth, and she could not tell him more than that, to which he replied that he had some urgent matters, that he would contact them when he was done, but it might take a few months, to which she said that everything was fine and, most importantly, that he would join. Jun Young leaned on the table and said that she would contact him within a month and asked if she would deliver it to the same address and said that she would try to do it within a week. The call was dropped, and she said that it would not be an easy task. Kamsik closed his eyes and asked if she had finished the call, to which she said that she had and that she would have to go up to the surface for about 3 weeks, and he asked that she was going to leave right now. She looked at the guys and said that she had found a reliable underground child and said that she was going up because of this, to which the blonde guy said that they were trying to hide it as best they could and that she was attracting someone else, to which she asked if they remembered Kim. The guy frowned and asked if it was the one from the spider expedition, to which she replied that it was not certain yet, so it was not worth telling others. The employee was a Raj, and said that he was very strong, and the brunette noted that it would be much easier with that monster, and the girl noted that it would be several months before he joined. The guy spread his legs wide and asked why, to which she replied that he also had things to do and he said that he would join when he dealt with them and calmed them down, saying that everything was fine and they needed to continue in the same spirit to keep the secret about the labyrinth that had accepted people. The group stood near the throne, which symbolized the snake. Rikchaska held Hoya on his back and he said that he took care of all the preparations and wanted to try riding a tank. Kim looked at the girl and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. She looked at the guy and said that it was a great honor for her to see him again, and when he asked about the werewolf, she replied that she almost missed her. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and asked if Dominic had told him about the plan, to which she said that she had already filled out the plan and there would be no problems, and she asked how it was at the entrance to the abyss. Rikchaska was serious, and he asked her to tell the rats to stay in the shelter and report as soon as they noticed something suspicious, to which she replied that there were some problems. She looked at the guy and said that the rats had managed to connect the holes to the entrance to the abyss, but it was far away and she was not sure how long it would take them to report, to which he asked to just wait a couple of days. The protagonist looked at the team and said that he first needed to run electrical wires, but he would bring the radio as soon as it was here, to which she asked again. The girl lowered her head while he asked if there were any other problems, to which she tried to say something, but she was interrupted. Dominic looked away and became wary. She looked at MC and said that the horned rats were ready to meet the guy and they could tell him about the problem more about another problem, to which he noted that he had a very bad feeling. They moved along the corridor, and he said that he would listen and Naga agreed to lead. Kim was sitting on the throne and the rats were sitting in front of him, who apologized for bringing him to such an inappropriate place, to which he said that everything was fine and asked not to worry. He looked at his charges and asked if there were any inconveniences, to which they replied that they were happy with everything and the labyrinth protected them, gave them tasks and even rewarded them, and noted that they could not dream of more. The hero was calm and said that he was glad. He froze and thought. The protagonist looked at the horned one and asked where Twitch was, saying that it was not him. The rat fell and said that she was introducing herself to the Lord and was the son of him and Bino, and her name was Tretch. MC remembered the furious beast holding a sword in his hands and asked for his name again. He looked ahead and said that it was the name of his grandfather, who had once foolishly attacked him, and he had inherited the name to take on the burden of his sins and atone for them, and promised to do everything he could for the sake of the Naga labyrinth, even if it cost him his life. Kim was tense, and said that he had heard that they multiplied quickly. He looked at the creatures and said that he did not think that they had grown up yet. The one-horned one looked at the floor and asked if he could answer the question about his father's absence, to which he received permission. He looked ahead and said that his father was busy at the moment, and did not finish his sentence. The rats stood in a pile of corpses and drove out and executed rebellious rats. The old mouse stood on the podium. But then someone addressed him from behind. The old man saw Twitch and said that he knew he would come, because all the pieces of the revolution puzzle were assembled, and he said that he did not expect that there was such a place under the labyrinth of water dragons. Then he came closer and asked if this was all, to which he was told that this was not so, and that it was not enough if they wanted to capture the entire 9th floor. Then the bearded man pointed his stick at the others and said that he had gathered only 70 leaders here, although it seemed that there were twice as many of them, and allowed each of them to bring an advisor with them. Twitch raised his head and said that they were already acting like aristocrats, but he was immediately told that there was a place for him here too. He looked up when they told him that he would be their general, because among the horned rats, he was closest to the heroic rank, to which he said that he had been working hard lately. And then the bearded man pointed at the blade and asked what it was, and when he heard that it was a hand guillotine, he asked why he carried it with him. Moores narrowed his eyes when he was asked if he could ask a question. One Eye looked at him and said that among their brothers, he was a close confidant to the leader of the labyrinth, and carried out their orders without hesitation or distraction, and then asked where they got such confidence that they were trying to attract him to their side. He looked menacingly at the old man and said that if he decided to report them to the chief, then they were finished, but this caused laughter. Longbeard began to move away and asked if he did it, and when he heard a negative answer, he said that he knew that he would not do it, and was simply sure. He began to climb the stands and said that he heard that he had a son, and if he remembered correctly, then he inherited the name. The warrior glanced after him cautiously and confirmed it. The one-horned man tensed when he was told that he himself was preparing for a revolution to overthrow the Naga warren that had killed Trach and enslaved them. He also remembered his expeditions with the elf woman, when he was reminded of this and told that she had led his father to his death in order to learn more about their oppressors. He immediately imagined his son when he was told that his sacrifice and plans had laid the groundwork for his son to take over the warren and Gazer himself. But then he remembered his father's death, when he was told that he had tried to do the same. The old man looked at him sadly and asked if he knew he was not alone. He began to remember how they had worked, and how he had first entered the Naga warren and seen the skull of his brothers and sisters with their horns cut off. The bones were lying on the floor, and he said that he had faced reality then. No matter how much better they got, they would always be slaves, tied to the labyrinth, and worked until they died. The old man looked away, saying that in this huge place called Gaza they were not allowed to be anything but servants or snacks for predators, but he wanted to change that fate. His paw was shaking, and he said that even if he could not finish the job, he at least wanted to be the one to light the flame of revolution, and now he finally had a chance. He looked at the crowd and said that today would be the day of liberation, and the foundation of their new power was ready. The rats looked forward and said that they were no longer slaves or snacks. The creatures showed their teeth and said that they would get rid of the Gaza monsters and rise above everyone, freeing their brethren. The old man raised his finger and said that the horned rats would be the rulers. He narrowed his eyes, saying that they were the seed of the nascent kingdom, its founders and first generation, and hereby proclaimed to them the founding of the Morth dynasty. The rats were stunned. The horned one looked away thoughtfully as they shouted the name of the dynasty. He looked away when the father called his son. The old man showed the baby and said that it was his son, and the baby replied that he had passed his name on to him, to which the baby replied that they had the same name, like the baby's son and his father. The old man closed his eyes and said that he had started the revolution too late and named the baby after himself, wanting him to see it through to the end. The son clenched his fist and said that he would do everything possible to make his plans come true. The father told the baby that he was destined to become king, and that he would stand above all the rats. The mustachioed one squinted, saying that this burden would never be easy and the path of revolution would not be easy and that he would have to watch his brothers die. But for the baby, who had grown up in the labyrinth of the Naga, all this would seem even harsher, and asked not to forget that this was the reality that the rats were going through. The creature frowned and he asked to remember that this was exactly what their relatives from other corners of Gaza were facing now. The son trembled and wanted to say something. He frowned and said that he would save everyone. The horned one closed his eyes while the old man said that he believed his son. Twitch looked away and the old man wanted him and his son to help them. The rat approached them and was silently silent while he asked to protect his son. The servant raised his head and said that it was quite a radical and touching speech, to which he asked not to be impressed, because he said about the desire of everyone, to which he repeated about the desire. The horned one looked at them and asked if he could say something, to which he gave the go-ahead, saying that everyone would be interested to listen. The speaker walked to the table with a wooden box. He looked at the wood and asked again about the desires. The old man was tense. Twitch opened the box and said that he wanted to convince him with words, but it seemed that it would not work. The servant opened the box with a knife and said that he was quite conservative. The old man fell into a stupor and did not believe what he heard. The beast sat on a round table and said that he was giving everyone who joined the revolution the opportunity to atone for their sins. The creatures looked down and said that he would forgive the sins of those who cut off their horns. He looked up and said that he would execute the rest and wanted to talk about the time to make a decision. He showed an hourglass and said that they had 30 seconds and he would add 30 seconds for each horned rat that came forward. He put the clock on the table and said, "Begin," to which the old man was perplexed. He was furious and said that he was disgusting and asked if he understood what he was saying. Those present were furious and rejected the opportunity to atone for their sins. The old man pointed to Twitch and said that everyone should fight while the clock was ticking. The creatures were about to attack and he ordered the enemy to be removed from the stage. The killer looked ahead and said that he thought that he was enlightened, but he came here to sabotage, and the sleeping man said that he was called here because he was not on duty. The creature looked away and asked why he was so calm, because right here was a traitor, and asked where the horn was. He lifted the mask and asked again. The horned one pointed at Twitch and said that there was a rat with a cut-off horn and asked what he wanted to say, that his sins were already atoned for. The traitor showed the sleeping man and asked that he was going to cut off the horn, which was no longer there. He looked ahead and from different corners of the hall they said that there were such here too, and he was surprised. He looked around the hall, noticing similar creatures, and did not believe what was happening and asked why so many had theirs cut off. Twitch looked at the angry crowd and said that the horn is a symbol of horned rats, and no matter how they cover themselves, they will not be able to hide the ugly authoritarianism. The traitor looked forward and he said that it was impossible that among the arrogant aristocrats there were cut off horns, and he asked again. The beast lowered his head, saying that 30 seconds were up and he could not believe it. He took out his sword and said that he could not believe that he would have to kill his own kind. The blade burst into the enemy's neck and he ordered the execution to begin. A bunch of rats began to kill the infidels. The sleeper pierced the traitor's head and Twitch said that no one should get out of here. The animal lay all in blood and called for the sir. One of the monsters held out his hand and said, "Most of these revolutionary rats are elders who survived in the labyrinth of water dragons." When the second one spoke, "Yes, they are representatives of the previous generations who have endured many hardships," and the third one added, "What they did was certainly a betrayal, but was it really necessary to kill them? Couldn't they just?" The rats hugged each other, and one of them said, "Decades." Nilash smiled and said their ancestors were oppressed by the water dragons for decades. They were rats who watched as their friends, parents, brothers and sisters were eaten like snacks. The little beast looked forward and added, although their lives improved when they entered the labyrinth of the Naga, they were still workers. He guessed that was why their rage and dreams they cherished when they were slaves burst out already now, because this is a revolution that they could not even dream of if they were still in the labyrinth of water dragons. The rat frowned and said, "So it turns out that the environment has become better for them is actually bad." Then she asked her friend if they were also from the water dragon labyrinth, and he replied, "Yes, he was born there, but when he was old enough to work, he was already in the Naga labyrinth." The little animal was surprised and asked, "So he was born in the Naga labyrinth?" To which he replied, "Yes, he was born right after the migration," and she said, "The first generation from the Naga labyrinth, that's significant." Then the rat turned away and asked, "Did he know that the snake's main prey are rats?" To which he replied, "Snakes, she means the Naga," and she added, "Isn't it ironic, these snakes protect them, the rats." The hero got scared and asked if they would try to eat them one day, to which the girl replied, "That could happen, but that's exactly what they are trying to avoid." Then she added, "They must show the master of the labyrinth that they are under control. They cannot allow the Nagas to doubt their relationship." The rat listened attentively when the heroine added that they are already members of the Naga labyrinth. Its gears. What they do now is replace old and rusty parts until they cause it to break. She said that they stand shoulder to shoulder with the legs and support the labyrinth, and the attitude towards them is appropriate, no discrimination. The other rats lay on the ground and begged for mercy. When the animal asked, "Is the labyrinth only for horned rats?" If only, and the second answered, "The Naga labyrinth has already become their home, it is already their labyrinth." Then he added that he should be the last one to experience the suffering and despair of the past. This is all so that the new generation can smile and laugh without worries, so that peace becomes the new norm. Leaving, the girl said, "This is why they destroy sick rats, rusty gears." She became sad and added, "If other rats can be happy, because of this blood on their hands, will their next generation and the following ones be?" Standing behind the lady, the little rat asked, "Consider that their choice was correct." He stood and said, "In the end, this is a world built on blood." He killed the sick rat and said, "It is up to them to decide." The beast frowned, opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Let them fight him, there are more of them." He commanded his subordinates and added, "Let them destroy the minions of the Naga labyrinth." The little rat narrowed his eyes, holding his sword forward. There was a battle between the beasts. One of them fell to the floor and screamed. Then he brought the sword to his head and added, "Horn, he will cut it off," and asked to forgive him. He made a cut. After which the rat screamed in pain, and the second said, "I am sure it hurts, even more than an ordinary wound." Covering one eye, the hero added, "Surprisingly, their horns are not meant for attack or defense. After all, they have a lot of nerve endings there." The wounded man opened his eyes wide when the little animal said, "The decision to cut off his horn should not have been due to cowardice. Let him attack him instead of being so pathetic. He will not become one of them even if he manages to cut it off." The beast opened his eyes wide and replied, "Oh, He got up from the floor, crouched down and screamed. Suddenly, someone attacked him. The rat closed her eyes and remained silent. Then someone asked why, and he opened one eye. There were two standing in front of him. When one of them asked why they were doing this, their numbers had finally increased, and the chance for freedom was right in front of them. The hairy one opened his mouth and added, they had been oppressed as slaves for decades. No, centuries perhaps. They worked with resentment and rage against the predators. Their dream was freedom. The rat maze, he did it because he thought the goal of dominating the geyser was unrealistic. The rat looked at him as he added, doesn't he understand how important it is when a community shares the same dream? The old rat began to cry and scream, freedom, the very freedom their ancestors had never dared to dream of, was right before them. Looking at the upset hero, he said, he knew it was an ambitious wish that could not be fulfilled. But when he asked what he thought would happen to them if they were to gain this freedom, the rat looked down at him and added, he himself had said that he was the closest to heroic rank among the horned rats. But even if he became one, he thought he would have the strength to defeat the other species. He put his hand on his chest and shouted, they are rats, this is what they are and what they will always be. The horned one stood and said, if they leave the labyrinth of the Naga in search of freedom, then a life of wanderers awaits them, hiding from predators in underground burrows and fighting for food. And he replied, that makes sense in itself. The old man clenched his fist and said, a wild life in which nothing has power over them, even if it is difficult and painful, even if they risk every day to survive, this is the natural path. This is the common struggle of them, rats, trying to overcome their limits. The little beast frowned as the hairy one asked if he wasn't ashamed of himself after how bravely his father fought. His name was inherited by his son, and he, to which he replied, he named his son after his father, not so that he would follow the same path. He then extended his hand and added, and so that he could atone for the sins his father committed, and the old man asked why, to which he replied, why didn't he understand, he had a son. His son's eyes widened as the hero added, he too had a family now, he wanted his son to go through the thorny path of pain. Rat hugged the two and added, he just wanted his family to live a happy life, the way they were living now. Morth stood next to his son and asked if he was willing to give up the future and potential of the entire species just for the peace he felt now, to which he replied, perhaps the thorny path seemed like a better choice. The rat stood before the elder and said, but he would rather stay in this field of flowers that would one day wither and refuse to move forward. The little one opened his eyes wide when his father called his name Quig, to which he replied, yes. Without turning around, the old man asked, was he still true to his oath to make his dreams come true? When he said yes, he did not think he was wrong. Morth frowned angrily. Then he turned away and said, there is no future for horned rats like this, he will try to delay him as long as possible, so let him do everything in his power to get out of here. And the other replied, but of course. The hairy one became angry, opened his mouth wide and shouted, no time for questions, hurry up, and the one standing behind added, he thinks he will let this happen. Suddenly he swung his sword and wounded the old man. The child opened his eyes in fear and shouted, father. The rat approached Mortha's son and said, it's a pity things had to turn out this way, but there would be no exceptions, at least he would do it quickly for him. The old man grabbed the hero and shouted. He frowned and shouted at his son to run, and used bind. Stalks came out of the ground as the two turned around. Holding his opponent, the old man shouted, what is he standing for, let him run, he will survive. Stalks enveloped the heroes as he added, let him live, and screamed. Looking at them, the little one said, father, and he replied that he would not allow his son to be harmed. Blood was pouring out of the rat's mouth as he told his son to run, at least he. Quig looked at his dying father. His eyes were very scared. Then he began to cry, opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. Suddenly he began to run away as the opponent shouted, shit, Mori. The heroine turned around. Then she made a dash when the rat cried, one escaped, we must not let him go. The little one ran and cried as the rat chased him. He squinted and cried, father always thought it would be better for their kind, but for him to be killed by his own kind. He remembered the army and added, twitch, cut off horns, he could never forgive them. The little rat moved forward diligently and cried, father, he will take revenge no matter what. The heroine was above his head when he added, twitch, cut off horns in the Naga labyrinth, he will do it. Suddenly the little one fell. The lady stood in front of him and said, did not expect him to dodge this, not bad. She smiled and added, the longer he resists, the more painful it will be. Then she opened her eyes in fear and said, wait. The boy held his shoulder when she asked, he is still a child. The lady came closer to him and asked how old he was, to which he angrily replied, let her kill him already, she, a dirty rat of the Naga labyrinth. Then she crouched down, put the knife to his throat and said through gritted teeth, she asks how old he is. The kid smiled and replied, 3 months. Why did she feel guilty for having to kill someone so young? The hero opened his eyes in fear when the kid said, I bet he's a good guy, aren't you? Some nameless hero who defeats villains in the shadows, aren't you? He got angry and added, that's all bullshit, she's a piece of shit. They're worse than those water dragon bastards, they kill and try to silence them just because they think differently. The lady held up her hand and replied, no, they're just trying to protect the other rats, she just wanted their future generations to live in peace. And he shouted, future generations, fuck. Then he stood up and asked what about him standing right in front of her? Wasn't he part of this future generation? Maybe he didn't count if he didn't agree with her beliefs, yes. The rat cowered as he added, a rat that listens to her and agrees with her is a friend, and if not, then he must be killed even if he is part of the future generation, and she said, he is not. Quig wept bitterly and screamed, then what was that earlier, what kind of slaughter was that? The rat grabbed the kid and screamed, he thinks he kills because he likes it, he thinks he likes what he does, they started this resolution. He grabbed the knife as he added, then let him kill him, cut his throat and spill his guts like they did to his father. The two grabbed each other as the kid screamed, they are all dead, his father, his friends, everyone, they killed them all, now there is only him, he is the last one left. Rat raised the knife to his throat and added, not the Naga labyrinth, not the twitch, he must do this, let him kill him, finish this massacre with his own hands. Rat looked at him in surprise as the boy screamed, the tyranny they created, the world they build on blood, with their own hands. The hero remembered the past and said, will their next generation and the ones after that think that their choice was the right one? After all, this is a world built on blood. Beast stood over the younger one and held the knife over him. He looked up and asked in surprise what. Beast cried when the kid asked why he had such a face. Beast went wild and screamed, he still thinks he is a good guy, he, a dirty hypocrite. Then the hero struck. Horn looked back askance. Then he turned and told Mori that it was a long time. Rat walked past silently. The hero looked after her and told her to report. Without turning around, he answered he did not tell him that there would be children here. The beast looked at him and asked if he killed him. The guy threw the item away when he added, he asks if he killed him. The knife blade was lying on the floor. The one-horned one picked it up when his partner asked if they were on the right track. The rat looked tired when the hero said that his circles under his eyes had become even darker, he needed to rest. In front of them was a mountain of dead rats. The protagonist sat on a chair and said, so now everything is decided, to which the beast replied, yes, they are just exterminating the remaining rats. The brunette rubbed his beard and added, such things are bound to happen when a group gets big enough, he should have thought of this earlier, but he did not take into account how quickly the rat population grows. The blonde closed his eyes and said they are busy gathering information related to the war, so it is natural that he does not have time to pay attention to what is happening among the forces of the labyrinth. He opened his eyes wide and added, he even goes on reconnaissance where he could just send his subordinate, to which he replied that he had indeed been very busy lately. The animals listened attentively when someone said that he was thinking about having the horned rats help in the war, but since it was dangerous, another revolution could happen, to which one of them replied, that. Coming closer to the protagonist, the rats said that they were planning to introduce the entire population to their ideology so that something like this would not happen again, to which he replied, with their ideology, it does not sound very pleasant. Brown-Eyed fell silent when the animal replied, in any case, he, the master of the labyrinth, rules them, he thinks this is necessary in order to prevent such internal conflicts in the future. Cutie smiled when Kim said, well, it seems they are doing fine on their own, so he will not interfere too much, and he replied that they thank him for their trust. The protagonist looked down and said, it seems there are no other problems, then let them get down to business. The three animals listened attentively when the boy added, they would discuss the issue of providing food for the rats, as well as what would happen during the war. The heroes walked one after another when the young man spoke, now that the horned rat problem was solved, when suddenly the lady interrupted him and said, great job, and he added, since the round table was a bit far away, it was time for him to get ready. Then the brunette looked at the heroine and said, I almost forgot what Yunhui was doing now, and she asked again. She returned the look and said, I guess she, usually, in her room, and the guy said that he hadn't seen her even once since he came back, he should drop by to see her. The protagonist opened the door and called the lady. She sat silently on the bed, when he thought quite a long time had passed, but she was still in a daze. Kim came closer to her, sat down, and continued his thought. If nothing has changed despite the fact that she is well taken care of here, then it is not only her psyche, and he himself said, he thinks a war will start soon. The violet-eyed girl thought she looked at him when he added, the enemies will be the nobles from the 10th floor, he thinks that is all. The brown-eyed man stood up and said that she helped him in the battle with Belicious. But if he continues to rely on her because she is a Gazerian, he feels like he will be no different from the other nobles who forced him to work for them. He turned away and added, he thinks it will be better for her to go to her home than to the cold labyrinth of festivals. Once the meeting is over, he will take her there until the end of the war, then, Dominica, it is time. Suddenly, the heroine grabbed the guy's hand. The youth looked at Yunhui in surprise. She held him and remained silent. The brunette sat down next to the lady and asked if she wanted to stay in Geyser, and she shook her head. Then the young man asked another question, what about going to the surface? But she remained silent. Looking at her, the brown-eyed man thought, there is some progress. She does not just nod her head to everything he says, as before, she tries to express her thoughts, as when she grabbed his sleeve. Stroking her head, he added, okay, then they will continue this conversation later. But she should think about going to the surface, since this war could be very dangerous. The heroine remained silent when he asked her not to worry, he is not trying to abandon her. The protagonist turned and told Dominica to call Uther, he needs to prepare before going to the meeting, to which she replied, understood. A hand crawled out of the ground at the entrance to the Forest of Dreams. Gradually, a body began to appear. The hero walked through the forest. He approached a tree and bowed. Red opened his eyes in surprise and said, Naga Labyrinth, Twitch, Mori, all the cut-off horns, Naga Labyrinth, him. He walked forward and thought he would take revenge on everyone. Ariana looked away and said, She sat at the table and said she thought they would meet in the middle of the swamp like last time, but this time everything is quite decent. Hecarim crossed his arms and replied, he thinks they are here to have a tea party. As long as they can talk, it does not matter where they are in the middle of the swamp or here. Red looked at them and said, of course, it is not like she can sit on a chair and rest with her lower half being a beast. He picked up his mug and added that he could spread out some hay for her if she was uncomfortable, since it is food for beasts. For her it will be like a tea party. And the lady laughed loudly and replied, good joke. The hero thrust his sword forward and said, okay, if they were to have a tea party, he would do it his way, he would tear him into pieces and put them on this table. The man looked at him and replied, let him not act like that at a meeting, he was already an adult, it was better for him to kill him before his flesh became too tough. Hecarim came closer to him and said, okay, it was time to behead this fearless idiot, to which he replied, why would he be afraid if killing aggressive animals was his specialty? Suddenly, a flash occurred between them. The monster appeared and said that they should stop this. Both of them were the masters of the labyrinths on the 9th floor, so insignificant that a slight provocation was enough to start a fight. They looked at him as he added, only beasts would try to show off their strength in such a situation. Let them act worthy of their status. The hero held the weapon in his hands and said, it's funny to hear that from someone who destroyed a table in a fit of rage, and the girl said, wait, that's more important. The heroine looked at the giant and asked who he was. The boar frowned and replied, he was going to introduce himself when everyone gathered, because he didn't want to repeat himself, but he came from the 8th floor, he recently settled in the barren wasteland, he is the chieftain of the big-tusked boar tribe. The redhead jumped up and asked, he is the one the Baron was talking about, and he replied that he had heard a lot about Malaxis, to which he said, my God, they have disgraced themselves in front of their new comrade. Then he closed his eyes and added, nice to meet you, let him forget what just happened. The hero's eyes lit up when he asked, the 8th floor, he is serious, a lowly beast from the upper floors, how dare he think that this is an ordinary place? Then he made a dash and added, who gave him the right to step on this place? When a voice was heard, he gave. The man waved his weapon when someone appeared between them. Hecarim stopped and looked at him silently. Someone was standing on his feet and said that he was the one who invited Okuno Tushur. Kim held a sword and asked if they had any problems. The hero looked forward and said, a man, I see. He fixed his gaze forward and added, he is a labyrinth of Nagas, it seems that everyone has gathered. All the people were gathered. The girl looked at the board and said, the table just sank underground. The boards were restored. The heroine opened her eyes in surprise and asked what, it fixed itself, and the green one added, maybe it was fixed underground, and someone said that he no longer had spare tables, so they should be careful in the future. The tall hero stood in front of the children. Corinthus' eyes glowed when he proposed to start a meeting at the round table of the 9th floor. All the people gathered at the table. One of the protagonist's eyes glowed as he thought that the captain was telling him not to believe only what he saw, but look, the parasite was assessing the target's strength. Hecarim stood in front of him and said, he better not expect good manners from them, the man is an aristocrat, if it weren't for the bastards of the abyss, his spear would be pointed at him, and he thought, a centaur, he must be Hecarim. He looked at him and continued to think, a master of maneuver warfare and weaponry. He seems to be unable to even scratch the king of water dragons, but surpasses Malaxis. He adheres to aggressive tactics, lining up his army in a wedge. If he had more strategy and strength, he could become a Boris of the 9th floor. The girl opened her mouth and shouted for them to calm down already. Because of them everything was trampling in place, and the green-haired supported, why is he like this every time? And she said, even if she doesn't say it, and the protagonist thought, the fallen fairy of the forest, the power that he sees in her is weaker than all the other masters of the labyrinths of the 9th floor. She is even weaker than the king of the necromancer before his awakening. The violet-eyed looked at Uther and said that with him, he became such a shorty, to which he angrily replied, and this is she who says this, the old hag, and the protagonist continued the thought, however, her warriors are the strongest on the 9th floor, if we talk about individual strength. Remembering all the heroes, he thought, it is confirmed that she has at least 6 fighters of the hero rank. He also heard that she can control the Forest of Dreams, so she is most likely support. Corinthus sat at the table and said, enough, at this rate the meeting will last forever, from now on he will lead the meeting, when the guy thought that it seems he is a mimic. Focusing on him, he wondered, but what kind of magic is this? He can't estimate his strength, he can't even tell what is under his robe, he also couldn't estimate his army because it is under the swamp. The brunette looked at him with interest and thought, he is the only one he has no information about, he is the most dangerous on the 9th floor. Then he opened his eyes wide when he asked him, is this okay with him? The green-eyed man approached the protagonist. When he asked his permission, to which he replied, although they did not recognize him, but the laws of the Gyais are absolute, since he has the status of an aristocrat, his position is above them. Suddenly he fell silent when the young man said that the way he was talking to a person of higher status seemed not quite appropriate, and he asked if it bothered him, to which he replied, not really. The man stood in front of the brown-eyed man and said, then there are no problems, and he thought, he knows the fine line between politeness and rudeness, he has charisma, he is more aristocratic than those from the 10th floor. Then he looked away and said, the way he was talking to him does not matter, but he will lead this meeting. Sitting at the table, he asked what they were going to discuss, to which the man replied, the invasion of the 10th floor aristocrats, and he asked, did they confirm that it would happen, did they gather any additional information? The green-haired man was treating the lady to popcorn, When the hero answered, no, and the protagonist said, then what exactly were they going to discuss, how he was going to lead the meeting. Kim put his hand out and added, the facts that the loot from the 10th floor revealed and the giant steps left after the massacre of the 9th floor guards. They have no more information, at least he knows which aristocrats live on the 10th floor. The blue-haired man crossed his arms, grinned and said, then does he know, old great baron? Two people looked ahead in surprise as the man spoke, Horus the Burnt from the Labyrinth of Shadows, Antlion Velatus from the Dry Pit, Xanax of the Blue Sky from Mager Missiviva, Boreas North Wind from the Eternal Frozen Lands. Three more covered their mouths as he added, Lord of Miss Barbatos from the Nest of the Fallen Dragon, Lord of Intrigue and Occultism Mentalos from the Labyrinth of Mentalos. These 6 barons and baronesses ruled the 10th floor. The girl got angry and shouted at him to wait. Anyone could find out their names if they paid a group of black traders, to which he replied that he had met them personally. The children looked at him as he sat on the chair and spoke, hiding the fact that he was the master of the 9th floor labyrinth, and the girl shouted, impossible. She bared her teeth and added, let him show proof, even if he is good enough to get the title of baron, when suddenly the green-eyed man interrupted her and said that he also found it hard to believe his words. The brunette closed his eyes and answered, he had prepared some proof, here is the map of the 10th floor that he brought, and he can also describe what these aristocrats look like, and what they are capable of. Sitting at the table, he added that he has no other proof, it is not his fault that they do not know anything about the 10th floor. The heroes got angry and started shouting, he could have just drawn a map out of his head, he is just talking complete bullshit. The brown-eyed man held a piece of paper in his hand and spoke, he said that he himself has no proof, this can be easily settled if they just call a neutral third party for confirmation. Then he tore the sheet. A red whirlwind appeared in the middle of the table. A blonde appeared from it. A red wind enveloped her. Suddenly, she spread her arms to the sides. She bowed before the heroes and thanked the great masters of the 9th floor labyrinths for inviting them. The lady placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself as Citri, the black merchant in charge of the 10th floor of Geyser. The two opened their mouths wide when the girl said she thought she had just seen something she shouldn't have seen, and the other replied, he knew what it was, and the stranger shouted, she was Citri. The blonde opened her mouth and said that a group of black merchants had remained neutral in Geyser for many years. This was the key to how they had lasted so long. She turned her head and added that sometimes they passed on information about others, but that was also just a business deal. She opened her mouth in surprise and looked at the protagonist when she was asked if this baron had bought information from them. He nodded, and the blonde said that he had bought the information about the geography of the 10th floor from the black merchant in charge of the 10th floor, but then personally scouted the territory, driving along the safest route. The purple-haired girl opened her mouth and suggested that it was expensive. The protagonist folded his arms and said that he paid with the core of the inactive labyrinth he found. The malicious core had collapsed because it could not withstand the damage it received. The creature opened its mouth and said that its relocation to the vacant place in the barren wasteland was also part of the deal, and the guy added that he vouched for Okuno Tusher's strength, because, in fact, he was the king of the water dragons of the 8th floor. He clenched his fist and said that for them it might look like increased competition, but he hoped that they would not try to establish dominance over each other, given the impending war. The green-eyed man looked at him and asked if he really went into the abyss to personally scout the territory. He must be crazy. The blonde put her hands on her hips and said that no matter how surprising it was all true, and from now on she would only confirm whether it was true or not, without revealing any new information. The young man looked at her and said that he would pay after the meeting was over. The green-eyed man said that there was a possibility that the black merchant was bribed. He would pay twice as much so that he would be truly honest. The brunette waved his hand and said that he did not care. And then he raised 2 fingers and said that there were 2 conditions for him to share with them this valuable information that he himself had collected, risking his life. The young man lowered his fingers and said that the first was that he would be the commander-in-chief during the war, and they would follow his plan and his orders. Everyone present stared at him, and the brunette added that the second condition would be for everyone present to sign the contract, and they would become his knights. Everyone was stunned by what he heard. The green-eyed man's eyes widened and he thought that it looked like the human baron intended to take over the 9th floor. The protagonist folded his arms over his chest. The red-eyed man jumped up from the table and shouted that this was nonsense, and that it wasn't even worth listening to. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and shouted that he might have defeated the 2 tyrants of the 9th floor with his power, but they were also masters of the labyrinths, and despite this, he wanted them to work for him, no matter what. He clenched his fist and added that this was an insult. The young man closed his eyes and said that he thought they wouldn't be convinced even if he said that they all had to work together to win the war, and in that case, he would reveal a few facts to them. He opened his mouth and said that firstly, the rumors about the 10th floor invading the 9th floor were true. The blonde confirmed that it was true. The guy continued that secondly, all the aristocrats of the 10th floor would be in an alliance. The blonde again confirmed that it was true. He only continued that they all turned out to be the same arrogant bastards as them, But what reason could they have to want to invade the 9th floor? Everyone listened attentively. Kim folded his hands and continued that the answer was unexpectedly simple. The barons of the 10th floor are under the power of Count Parthenon from the 11th floor. This was also true. The reason for their intention to invade the 9th floor is to expand his power. Uther approached the heroine and quietly asked if she would say whether this was true or not. She replied that it was just a theory. The purple-haired girl silently listened to the boy's words, that those who were afraid might think that it would be safer to just give up and become Parthenon's subordinates. That way they could live comfortably with the Count's support. They might not know about Parthenon, but he would undermine that they all knew who Anatolius was. The purple-haired girl opened her mouth and said that he was a monster who was only a count because there couldn't be any dukes on the 11th floor. The blonde girl nodded her head and said that it was true when the protagonist said that Parthenon had been waging war with Anatolius for a long time and the purpose of suddenly invading their floor. But the green-eyed man interrupted him and suggested that this must be an expansion of the Parthenon forces to fight Anatolius. They would only be part of his soldiers. The protagonist said that he thought correctly, but fortunately, most of the 10th floor nobles had weakened over the past 10 years. But even so, they did not know if they had a chance of defeating them, so he intended to try something new. Something they would never think of. He introduced different creatures. The blonde opened her mouth and asked what exactly. The brunette raised his hand and said that he was going to use human equipment and tactics in combination with the power of the geyser beasts. The surprise factor should give them some advantage. The blue-haired man folded his arms and said that this was simply ridiculous. The weapons of humans were too weak to cause them any harm. The youth countered, saying that it was difficult for a beast to understand what he meant. He raised his hand and shouted that a battle is a clash of forces. The strongest survive. That is the law of geyser. The weak simply die. The guy looked up at him and asked what he wanted in that case. To just die in this war. He grimaced and said that such a quote can only be used if he is strong. It is stupid to fight like that when you know you are weaker. He waved his hand to the side and said that they just have to do as he says, and then he will save and protect their 9th floor. All they have to do is continue to panic and run around helplessly like they did until now. He will take over the reconnaissance and planning, and they will just have to follow the plan. The green-eyed man looked at him and said that the human baron was probably the best to lead since he had the most information and had already proven his abilities. But he didn't see why they should be his knights. The blue-haired man clenched his fists and shouted that Corinthus should be too. The protagonist raised his hand and replied that if they were bound by a knight's contract, there would be no possibility of betrayal or a coup. He opened his mouth and added that since they were forming an alliance, they needed to share information about their strength. If they sold that information to the enemy, it would be over. He closed his eyes and said that he could change the terms of the contract so that there would be no tribute, but Corinthus said that he refused. The protagonist opened his eyes and asked what. The green-eyed man replied that it might be a formality, but in this case the 9th floor would be no different from the 10th. Only its ruler would be Kim, not Parthenon. They were also masters of the labyrinths, ruling over part of the 9th floor for decades. They also had dignity. The brunette looked at them and thought that, of course, everything was not going so smoothly. Someone present shouted that he also refused, but one said that she would sign. The blue-haired man looked at Ariana, and she thought that she would sign, because they had been promised that the tribute would be removed. She glanced at everyone and said that Kim would plan and reconnoiter everything himself. Besides, he would remove the fines from the contract. In fact, he would do everything for them. Why should she refuse such an offer? She would not be able to do anything at all if psychological attacks on the enemy did not work. It did not seem that the honor and dignity of the creature was her life. The beast looked at her and said that she was a fallen fairy. The others at the table also agreed to sign, but the red-haired one only on the condition that the fines would be waived, and Uther had already signed. Then he looked at the young man and asked if he would not be exempted from the tribute. He answered, of course not, because he had nothing to spend his deep gems on anyway. The green-haired one called the commander petty. The young man looked at everyone and asked if they had all changed their minds. The green-eyed one looked at him and answered, no, however, he would follow his orders. But he would make sure that Hecarim did too. He shouted what the hell he was talking about. He was not going to sign anything. But Corinthus did not listen to him and added that refusing the contract was only for the sake of his honor. He wanted to say that he had no trump cards against Kim. The protagonist ignored the blue-haired one and asked why he should believe him. A glow appeared around the green-eyed man and he said that, unfortunately, he only had his words, but he swears that there will be no coups or betrayals in this war. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. Then he grinned and said that he understood. He looked at Hecarim and said that this was enough, but he must keep this beast on a short leash next to him. The red-haired man opened his mouth and asked if this was really enough for the Baron. The brunette spread his hands and answered that he swore. They did not have much time to argue about the treaty all day. In any case, since they had figured this out, he would share the information he had in his plan, and then shared a map of the 10th floor and said that the basis of their plan was Corinthus, Ariana and Hecarim. They were their front line. The three listened attentively. The young man frowned and told them to retreat, abandon their labyrinths and run. Silence fell in the room. One of the people present asked again what. The redhead opened his mouth and said that Kim did well in the meeting. He replied that he did not do anything special. Looking at the three in front of him, he asked if the others left. He was told that it seemed so. After all, their labyrinths are in a different direction. The protagonist turned around, and Ariana asked if they wanted to gossip about them. Uther pointed at her and said that she was here to spy on them, but she retorted that they were on the same team now, so why would she spy on them? It must be great to be so stupid. The purple-haired girl closed her eyes and said that she signed a night contract and decided to stay and greet the noble, even if it was temporary. It was true that their fate was in his hands. She was confused when Kim said that they should abandon their labyrinths, but after learning the details of the plan, she realized that it was quite realistic. After all, she could restore the labyrinth if she had its core. The two listened to her attentively. The young man looked at her and said that they were not facing one noble, it was an entire alliance, so without him on the front lines, standard tactics would be the only option. The fairy replied that she already understood and asked not to communicate with her, as if she was as stupid as Uther. The young man looked to the side and asked about Corinthus' outburst of rage. The violet-haired remembered how he shouted that he would never abandon his labyrinth in his life and said that she did not know. Just because their labyrinths were close did not mean that they were friends. She did not understand why he was so clinging to his labyrinth. At first it seemed that there was a chance to convince him, but the protagonist interrupted her and said that he would not agree. Ariana opened her mouth and added that Corinthus would not abandon his labyrinth even if it meant death for him, but she hoped that he would take at least one noble with him. The protagonist introduced the warriors and said that it was unlikely. He assumed that Belicious and his troops would invade the swamp. They were disciplined and also had ice magic that negated the limitations of the terrain. The beasts of the swamps would have to get to the surface to avoid freezing to death. He added that despite the fact that they specialized in ambushes and stealth, they would have to fight face to face. The fairy sighed heavily and said that then they could only hope that Corinthus would not lose his head from the ordinary soldiers. The brunette turned his head and said that if the labyrinth of the swamps was falling too quickly, they would have to hold off the enemy instead of supporting Hecarim. He thought that Malaxus would have to help then. He replied that if that was an order, he would do everything. The violet-haired woman opened her mouth and was horrified that the redhead was supposed to be with her, and asked if it would be better to send Uther instead if it was a one-on-one battle. The green-haired man salivated, and Kim replied that he was not at all, because he was usually invulnerable, but incredibly weak against ice magic. They should not let him fight Belicious under any circumstances. After that, he began to explain his plan. The Frost Mountains will be in the center, the insects and harpies will invade the southern territories where the Dream Forest is, the rest of the nobles will split between the central and northern parts. The protagonist lowered his head and said that the problem is how strong Mentiros and his troops will be. He found out that he has beasts from the 11th floor, as well as zealots and vampires. He presented the gate and said that this is just a guess, but he does not think he will send all his forces. His labyrinth is located in a place that requires protection, plus the 10th floor underestimates the strength of the 9th floor. He spread his hands and said that was about all they needed to take into account. There was no point in worrying about it anymore. That was it for today. He would contact them if they noticed any strange activity from the 10th floor, so they should be on their heads. Citri opened her mouth and said that she would go too then, since she had plans. The protagonist replied, "Okay," and apologized for calling her so suddenly. The blonde came closer and said that he could call her anytime. Everything was fine. He replied that if she ever visited his labyrinth, he would bring her food from the surface. Citri smiled widely and replied that she had definitely visited his labyrinth. The blonde opened her mouth and said that she had come to visit. The young man froze for a second and asked what the. He approached the two and told them to explain it. He replied that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The brunette looked at the men and said he didn't think these guys were his bodyguards. They looked more like Anatolius' soldiers, and asked if they were carrying the Count's lunch supplies. The creature turned around and said he had been tasked with bringing them here, and added that Citri was here because she was on leave. She smiled widely and said she had come to visit because she was allowed to. Kim chuckled and said, "I see, so that's her plan?" One of the soldiers stepped out of the crowd and said it was nice to meet her. She was Count Anatolius' adjutant, Hestia. She stepped forward and apologized for covering for them, but they walked 2 floors in stealth. They didn't want formal greetings or anything. They could just open the gates and let them in. The young man turned to her and said that he had kept them waiting and suggested that they talk inside, and to himself he thought that she was oozing bloodlust. Perhaps she was so self-confident and rude because of the Count's power. Dominic opened her mouth and was surprised that the master had already returned, at the southern gate, but he interrupted her saying that he already knew everything and met them. He looked to the side and said that it seemed like support from Anatolius had come. The girl corrected him. It was Count Anatolius. The green-haired girl said that she was not ready. The blonde smiled and greeted Hestia, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. She replied that it seemed that Angela was doing well, and she heard that she was here. She looked back and said that she did not expect to meet this loser here. The man frowned. Kim turned her head and told her not to let personal feelings interfere with the matter and fulfill her duties. She apologized. And then pointed to the chests and said that they were full of deep gems. This was a gift from Count Anatolius. They were not obliged to accept it, but if they refused. The young man closed his eyes and said that he understood what a polite hint with a threat it was. He needed supplies for the war, so he was not going to refuse. Hestia waved her hand and said that that was not all. The protagonist looked into the open box. The blonde's eyes widened and she screamed, "Oh my God, it's a summoning stone." The stone was in the box. The protagonist looked in surprise and asked, "A summoning stone?" The girl screamed, "Who is it? Who is there?" "It's the progenitor." She was asked to calm down and was told that there was a sealed soul. It was the ancient war hero, the Raven Queen Morrigan. A hand in armor reached for the stone and handed it to the brunette. The girls behind began to whisper that her name sounded familiar, and the young man looked at the stone and asked if this meant that Morrigan would treat him like a master if he summoned her. Hestia squeezed the stone and answered, "In order to summon a creature from such a stone, first its soul must be trapped inside." She thinks that he himself understands why they are sealed and not killed. Along with the sealing, a spell is cast on them that makes them obey the next summoner. She looked away and added that, however, they have a chance to be freed if they kill the summoner within half an hour after the summoning. They will be freed. Brown-Eyed listened attentively. The adjutant approached him and recommended that he fight her one-on-one. Without the help of subordinates, he asked why. She answered that forced submission and submission of one's own free will are different things. Brunette extended his hand to the stone and asked if she wanted to say that he needs to force her to recognize him as the master, and he accepts this. The heroine asked if he hesitates against the ancient war hero. The protagonist looked at her and said that it was a stupid question. The count sent a gift that he knew he would use, and an adjutant to judge his strength. To be honest, this great count had put him in a difficult situation with this war. He opened his eyes wide and added that it was starting to get on his nerves that he was acting like a merciful and generous man when he had made it so he had no choice but to use these gifts. She better stop judging him by herself when she was just an adjutant. After all, she was not the count and his patience was not infinite. The girl took a step back and asked if he blamed them for this war. The stone on the protagonist's hand lit up. Dominic opened her mouth and screamed, "No, master, do not use this summoning stone. If this is the Morrigan she thinks of, then she is a real disaster that killed countless nobles in the ancient abyss and earned me the hatred of the Count of Parthenon." The glow became brighter. The protagonist turned around in fear after hearing the last words. Then he clenched his teeth and yelled, "Hestia." Her eyes widened in fear. The protagonist grabbed her by the throat. And then he lifted her into the air, asking what the hell this meant. Were they trying to pass their problem on to him by pretending it was a gift? He looked into her eyes and asked if her master didn't know when to stop, or was this also a test? The heroine looked at him in fear and replied that it wasn't so. The only thing she knew about Morrigan was her name, which the count told her. She thought to herself why he was so strong. She collapsed on the floor and said that she didn't know what kind of relationship she had with Parthenon. The brunette turned his head and called Dominic, ordering them to evacuate everyone who wasn't part of the combat squad, and to order the mages to seal the entrance to the training grounds. He turned to the girls and ordered them to arm Qantas and Balzac. Angela should protect everyone who couldn't fight. The heroine frowned and thought that it hadn't been that long since this hero rank maid appeared, but she knew something that even she didn't know, then guessed that the maids might know information about the past if they reached hero rank. She didn't know how much knowledge she had, but it was better to be careful. Kim turned to the blonde and said that if this somehow harmed the group of black merchants, he would be in trouble, so the two of them should wait elsewhere. There was a bar here, the demon would pay. Both of them were stunned. Something appeared behind the young man. The huge creature looked at the brunette and moistened. It was him. So who dared to summon her? It narrowed its eyes and said that he looked too weak and small to control her as his subordinate. The brown-eyed man turned his head and said that he thought she would attack him immediately, but he was asked to be patient. This was a sacred test to decide if he was worthy of being her master. Although it was presented as something base, like a spell, the only one who could control her was the one-eyed lord. The young man frowned. Morrigan looked at him and added that the result of this test was obvious, but she accepted this challenge out of respect for him. If he wanted to take her as his subject, he must prove himself worthy. The mutant towered over the man. The protagonist looked at the enemy and asked again, "Prove himself worthy?" No, she was wrong, and was reasoning incorrectly. The red-eyed woman looked with interest. The protagonist grimaced and said that it was not she who was testing whether he was worthy, but he who was deciding whether she was worthy of becoming his subordinate, and then ordered to strike her down. The two prepared to attack. The mutant raised his beak up and raised his wings. She screamed that he was desecrating the sacred test. It was meant for him, and he was going to sacrifice his innocent subordinates for this too. Kim raised his head and repeated that this was not her test. The man clenched his teeth and said, "Damn, why are these feathers so hard? As if they were made of steel. He is not sure that his weapon will withstand." The second man chuckled and said, "Quite a strong newcomer. But he must be a good example as a hero who was the first to be recognized by their king. They both prepared to attack, because they did not intend to disappoint their king. Morrigan looked at them and said that she did not understand their devotion to this tyrant. Because he was risking their lives for something that only he should be responsible for, she did not want to harm them. The brunette opened his mouth and told her not to dare insult their king. At that moment, a huge paw grabbed him. She threw them on the floor and asked if they didn't understand. They were too weak to be her opponents. He was throwing them at her because he was afraid to fight her himself. The man tried to get up and said how could a crow babble like she knew everything. He opened his mouth and added that his king had always risked his life for the labyrinth. He had even taken on what soldiers were supposed to do. He knew perfectly well that he was not that strong, but she knew nothing about what he had been through. The mutant listened attentively. Quintus opened his mouth and screamed that she would never know the feeling of being protected by someone he had to protect with his life, the fear of being a burden to his king. The crow looked at him in surprise. The man gripped his sword and said that he didn't care what her past was or who she was. Maybe the king had ordered him to fight. He had finally given him the opportunity. He gritted his teeth and said that he would prove himself worthy, even if death awaited him at the end of the road. The protagonist forgot where he was and thought that he didn't know that he thought so. The man closed his eyes and said that he too couldn't die until he killed the count who had destroyed his loved ones. She might have been a great warrior of the past, but she was nothing compared to his goal. He opened his eyes and added that she was just another mountain he had to overcome on this path. Morrigan looked at them and assumed that they both had their own stories. The second she didn't know, she also knew the pain of being the one being protected. She had shown disrespect by judging them only by their appearance. Then she bowed and asked for forgiveness. She folded her wings and said that she accepted and respected them, and would fight them seriously and sincerely. Then she spread her wings and said that she still didn't want to hurt them, so she wouldn't use a sword. She turned into a human and apologized for that. The feathers swirled in a whirlpool. The three prepared to fight. The man's eyes widened. He squeezed the weapon tighter and screamed. The heroine dug her claws into the enemy's body and struck them. Then she slammed the body against the rocks. Quintus gritted his teeth in pain, and the Matan approached him. Blood burst from the guy's mouth. The creature towered over the enemy. The man tried to strike. Morrigan turned her head and said that this is excellent. Then she spread her wings. The warrior surrendered the weapon in his hands and said, "Damn, how did she do it so fast?" At that moment, his eyes widened. He saw the mutant towering over his ally. She brought a bloody fist to his jaw. The man's eyes lit up. He swung and screamed. The heroine said that this is the look of a warrior going to the end. This is truly excellent. The guard froze. His head was on the ground, and the headless body was clutching the weapon, and then collapsed down. Morrigan next to two corpses. Barely breathing, Quintus lies on the ground opposite the protagonist, and turns to his king. The protagonist with a serious look hears that the ward wanted to be useful to him, and despite the heroic rank. Quintus, through pain and torment, declares that he is so pathetic and weak and asks not to forgive him for his weakness and helplessness. Kim, surprised, asks what exactly is there to forgive. Wounded and exhausted, Quintus hears that the protagonist has been doing everything himself until now, not because he did not trust them, but because he knew that while he was gone, they would protect the labyrinth. The leader of the labyrinth master soldiers, through tears, hears that he and the other Nagas have never disappointed him, and in his eyes he is like a general. But he acts like this only because his self-esteem has fallen a little. He exclaims, "My king." Quintus lies on the ground. Kim looks at him and hears that he will continue to serve his king forever, while the labyrinth master understands that he is completely conscious, but will not be able to do anything regarding Balza. The warrior lies. The protagonist thinks that it does not look like he is dead, since his flame has not gone out, and he did not expect that the two heroes would not last even 5 minutes. Draken flies into the cave and screams that they are under attack. The surprised dragon hears the demand to move Quintus from Balzac to the temple. Frightened Draken looks at the owner and asks if he needs to fight. He says no. The protagonist frantically declares that he will now fight himself. In the frame there is a villain with wings. The character realizes that she has no weaknesses. Draken awkwardly asks him if he can remove his wings, while realizing that before he called summoning, Dominic said that she was a scourge of ancient times, killing aristocrats. The protagonist carries the head with horns, saying thank you and good luck. Kim thinks that she does not know how strong they were in those days, but if Dominic is right, then she must be at least at the level of a baron. The protagonist with a displeased face realizes that he called her here to get a bonus from being in the labyrinth, but if she decides to destroy the core. The winged creature stands in front of him and states that this will not happen, because his goal is to take Kim's life, and as long as no one interferes, the other creatures are safe here. The villain looks ahead and says that he does not like one-sided fights against the weak, so it does not matter to her that the labyrinth gives him a blessing. Kim looks at the interlocutor and asks if she can read other people's thoughts. She replies that she was a confidant of the one-eyed lord and cannot see the thoughts of the weak to some extent. She touches her wings and states that it is better to start with this. although she is not so good at this weapon. A weapon forms in her hands. She holds the blade in front of her and states that there is nothing better for assessing the enemy. The protagonist gets into a fighting stance. Holding a weighty sword, he mentally realizes that she wants to first test how strong he is, and it does not seem like she is just looking down on him. After training, he learned to manipulate the mana around him. Kim confronts the villainess, thinking that since the captain warned him not to use the parasite, he will try to fight without his help. The villain holds a dark blade in his hands and says well. She suddenly rushes into the attack. Part of the cloak and cape of the protagonist comes off, and he is extremely surprised by this attack from the enemy. Kim looks at this in shock and realizes that this is a spiritual blade, or a bullet. Not believing that she really shoots mana, she says that he has good reflexes, because the weak die immediately after this. The protagonist with shining blue eyes filled with his energy. Here's the question of what will happen in this case if several attacks follow at once. The villain strikes swift blows at the protagonist. He realizes that her attacks are incredibly fast and accurate, and they are much faster than the speed of sound. The protagonist tries to reflect each one, realizing that she pushes the air away from him during the strike, and long-range attacks will be too dangerous. The villain in the mask thinks that his mana layer is unusually dense, and she will not be able to carry out an attack. They rush at each other, both realizing that they need to get closer. The villain holds a thin and graceful blade in front of her. The protagonist swings his large sword. They exchange several precise blows, which each of them deftly blocks. She attacks again. The protagonist dodges in surprise. Kim bends down and gets out of the way of the blows. He counterattacks, piercing the enemy with his sword. The masked villain blocks the sword strike with her blade. Kim realizes in shock that it is a dagger, and she uses her wings as a weapon again. He sees her raising the blade. Kim deftly dodges the tip. The villain flies up. She sighs in shock. The protagonist heads towards her, swinging his sword. The masked villain blocks the strike with the dagger. There is a strong explosion. Kim sees that his sword is in the rock. The protagonist turns around in surprise, while the enemy flies at him from behind. Kim grabs his shoulder and punches him in the head. He hits the villain right in the face. The villainess with wings flies up. She looks at the opponent and understands that he is not fixated on using the sword to attack, and in fact the weapon for him is just a cover, because he uses the sword to finish off the enemy, and his main skill is hand-to-hand combat. Kim holds the sword in the middle of the clouds of smoke and says that he thought he hit, and she turned her head at the last moment to dodge. The opponent stands in front of him and says that she admits that she wanted to kill him as quickly as possible, without destroying everything around, but it seems that he still has powers that match his position. Kim with a serious face objects that she has disappointed him, because he thought that she would be stronger than the Baron, since Dominic called her a killer of aristocrats. The opponent looks at him and hears that she is weaker than one mercenary captain whom she knows. She silently listens that there are about 20 minutes left, and it will be easy. The villainess points her hand and tells the surprised guy that this is very presumptuous. She holds the sword and declares that the warm-up is over, telling the dear beings who will be victims of this battle to forgive her. The protagonist asks again in surprise. She swings the sword. The villainess is pierced by a purple beam of light. A bright flash occurs. The system says that the parasite has detected a mortal threat to life. The protagonist looks forward in shock. His eye deforms. The acceleration of consciousness is activated. Kim stands in front of the fire sphere. He understands that the beam of light destroys everything in its path, and everything is exactly as Balzac described. In the picture, a monster with a sword, the protagonist realizes that the skill that allows you to create a mana storm due to the explosive release of mana from the body may not be as strong as Anatolius's physical attack. The protagonist stands in front of a powerful explosion, realizing that they are in the center of the labyrinth, and there will be victims if he cannot somehow reflect it. He clenches his fists, realizing that the acceleration of consciousness only allows him to maintain his consciousness in a compressed moment of time, and does not make his body or mana flow faster. He does not have enough time to gather mana to reflect this attack. Kim holds his hands in front of him in rage. Half of his face is disfigured. He shouts at the parasite to enlarge his body as much as possible, because he needs to minimize the damage. The green system windows say that the body will take too much damage. The parasite recommends running, and the parasite's remaining energy is not enough to reflect the attack. The parasite requests access to the deep gem inside the body to completely block the attack. The protagonist looks at this in surprise and does not believe his eyes. In the picture, the villain claims that the parasite cannot access his deep gem, and he should not allow it. Kim stands in front of the shockwave, stating that he does not allow it. The system window says that the remaining energy is not enough to reflect the attack. The protagonist counters the blast by stating that he allows 80% of his active mana to be used until the attack ends. She is almost here, and if he does nothing they will both disappear without a trace, and he must somehow minimize the damage. Kim screams in a frantic rage that if the parasite does not want to die, it just needs to do what it says instead of whining. The protagonist forms huge rocks around himself, activating the maximum limit of the parasite's hardening. He looks forward with a smirk. Being in the form of the king of water dragons and Axtis, the system window says that the acceleration of consciousness is being deactivated. A strong explosion is approaching the guy. He, in the form of a huge monster, screams in pain. A bright light penetrates his body. Kim thinks that the attack area is too big, and this is all he can block. The workers and warriors see a bright flash. He mentally begs for everything to be okay. They are swept away by a shock wave. The hero covers Pinky with his body. Angela and Yoonhui are shocked to see a vortex of pink energy. The blonde screams loudly, squeezing her partner. Yoonhui looks out from under her arms in surprise. Everything around him begins to collapse. The protagonist stands among the ruins and clouds of smoke. The system windows say that the Naga workers have died, the warriors are seriously injured, and so on. Kim activates the red window and demands to see the summary, specifying how many they have lost. He looks ahead in shock and sees the statistics. 6 workers dead, 37 soldiers, 12 warriors, 3 archers, 3 mages, and seriously injured, 34 workers, 22 soldiers, 16 warriors, 7 archers and 1 guard. The protagonist looks ahead and loudly calls out to Dominic, demanding to answer telepathically if she can hear. Dominic stands nervously near Draken and the others, mentally answering the owner that she is okay. Quintus, Balzac, Hoya and the dragon are with her in the passage leading to the temple. She looks at the map, hearing the question about the guests in the bar. The assistant mentally states that the attack barely hit the owner's room, so they should be okay too. Kim points his hand at the ruins and yells at her to send all available troops to save the wounded, evacuate everyone else, including the guests, to the horned rat nest under the owner's room. She accepts the order. Kim turns around to see the warriors and states that Rick should be at the construction sites, advising them to evacuate too. He looks ahead in shock, seeing a red window that Yoonhui has light injuries and Angela is seriously injured. The villainess with a sword stands in front of him and says that she did not expect him to be able to block it, and she is impressed. The enemy in armor and with a sword in his hand says that if she attacks again, suddenly she is interrupted by the protagonist who demands that she shut up. She looks at him and asks again. He just wants her to shut up for a while. The protagonist glows with blue flames. Turning to Dominic, she listens to him. He clarifies that he is to the east of the training grounds. She looks at the map and says it's a warehouse, but they were planning to expand the area. The guy asks if there are any living creatures there. She says no. The villain stands in front of Kim, who asks if she can say something. The protagonist looks down, stating that he was just informed that there is no one behind her. Kim generates a huge wave of blue energy. The villain holds a fighting stance, asking if they are really competing in pure strength now, noting this is interesting. A purple beam of energy from the sky penetrates her. The protagonist sees a bright flash in front of him. He clenches his fists, addressing the parasite. He furiously generates energy in his fist in absolute rage, screaming to protect his left hand with everything he has. He holds a fighting stance, preparing to strike. A very bright flash occurs, illuminating absolutely everything around. The villain, against a background of white light, soars upward. Her helmet and armor crumble. She cannot understand what is happening. She breaks through several thick rocks with her body and flies from cave to cave. There is blood on the rocks. The villainess with wings is kneeling, saying that it was about the level of a high baron, noting that it is possible that it is even a low count. The dark-haired girl in armor states that if her attack had not partially reflected his blow, it would have been a critical injury, and she did not know that he was so strong. The heroine looks ahead at the clouds of smoke, wondering how far she was thrown, because the labyrinth must be very far now, hearing about 8, 9. Kim with the sword stands in front of her and says 10, clarifying if she knows what exactly he is counting. She looks at him with a serious face and realizes that his mana has not decreased at all, and in fact, there is even more than before. The girl with wings stands in front of her and asks about mana recovery, saying that it seems that she was not the only one hiding her true abilities. He replies that it is true, intending to do something. Kim, amidst the smoke, states 16 minutes, asking if she knows what that means. She assumes that's the time she has left to kill him. He replies that it's not. The protagonist, with a terrifying red gaze, states that that's the time she has to try to withstand his blows. Gloomy, with his hands bandaged, crawls on the floor, wondering what just happened, if it was an earthquake. He looks ahead in fear, hearing in his thoughts that everyone except the soldiers of the labyrinth need to urgently evacuate to the nest of horned rats. He says that this is the telepathy of the servant Dominic. Snake opens the door and watches what is happening, hearing that the southern exit is blocked due to an explosion, so they need to use the others. He asks if there was really an explosion and if the labyrinth was attacked. Gloomy looks at the ruins in the middle of the labyrinth and says that there is complete chaos here too, and a strong bang occurred, noting that on the 9th floor only the king of water dragons had such a destructive attack. He wonders who did it. Purple flames burn around. Gloomy states that miasma has started to appear and there are casualties, more than he expected. Gloomy clenches his teeth and says that this is his chance, since there have been no battles lately. He moves his bandaged paw, wondering why his chest feels heavy, and he breaks out in a cold sweat, And if this is really how living bodies react to joy. Gloomy looks down with a serious expression and says that no, this is not like the joy he felt while eating, asking what that feeling is. He realizes in shock that it is a heaviness in his chest. Pinky, with a bandaged head, happily states that it is almost dinner time and she will go get their food. Gloomy lies in bed, stating that it will be brought to her if they just wait. So why would she kill it herself if she has not recovered yet? She replies that she will heal faster if she moves. Pinky turns around with a smirk, standing in the doorway, saying that he was the one complaining about always being brought food that he doesn't like, and she will bring him his favorite dishes. Gloomy says his friend's name in complete shock. Snake stands in front of the destroyed rocks and passages, not believing what is happening and wondering if Pinky is okay now, because she should be. Gloomy crawled along the gorge, when the big lizards tried to save the others and rake the stones, because they should save the workers first, although some of them were against it. He saw his comrades in the distance, who were trying to get their brother from under the rubble, because the rescuers were already here. Gloomy and Greeny looked at the injured elder with sadness and full eyes. They were two small injured lizards, one of which was full of blood and bulging eyes, because Blue survived, and the strong one next to him was not so lucky. Greeny scratched his eye and looked at the sad Gloomy, who was trying to find out if he had seen Pinky. Greeny watched as Gloomy immediately crawled back to find Pinky, and he explained that the ceiling could collapse and asked to be careful. Gloomy, with bandaged hands, looked away in a daze, because he had no idea where Pinky could be. If she was buried under this rubble, then he definitely would not find her, and he did not understand what to do. He immediately frowned at his bandaged hands emitting purple flames, realized that there was a miasma, and he would spread it to find his friend. He immediately spread his arms to the sides and emitted a purple sphere around himself, because it would be difficult to determine that it was Pinky, since this is not detection magic. But he should know, because she spent so much time near him. He studied the purple flame from his eyes and spread his arms out to the sides, because he felt anxious that his friend could be dead. He remembered how the lizard raised her hands over Kim's silhouette, and he understood that it would be better if the one who knew his secret died in an unexpected accident. He closed his eyes sadly and understood that everything would return to normal, because he would have more time to train and create chimeras. He remembered the silhouette of the henchman standing in the dark space, and he would rule eternal death again, as the only king of the dead. Then he looked back with dumbfounded eyes and realized that he felt something under these stones, and Pinky was so far away that her screams did not reach the rescuers. He immediately crawled in that direction, sighing heavily, and assumed that Pinky could be dead, and even if she was still alive, she would soon suffocate, so if he just left, everything would resolve itself. He immediately crawled to the collapsed stones and ruins, seeing Pinky. Because he understood that he could not relax his vigilance until he checked everything himself, he needed to confirm her death. With bandaged hands and full eyes, he sighed heavily and saw Pinky. The pink lizard lay covered in stones and covered in blood, because he realized that she was on the verge of death and there had never been a happier day, so he should scream with joy and rejoice. With empty eyes full of despair, he looked at what was happening. Then he began to cry tearfully and feel sad, trying to understand the emotions of laughter and smiling. Then, with tears in his eyes, he quickly began to dig up the stones to get his friend. He was crawling on a rock with tears in his eyes and shouting to the sides for help, because he couldn't let anyone get close to her until she was completely dead. Sun continued to take apart the rocks with tears in his eyes and understood that no one should notice, so that she would die alone. Pinky, covered in blood, lay under the rocks and heard them asking her not to die, although Gloomy was glad that he would finally be alone. Gloomy pressed himself against the broken rocks and pretended to grieve because he didn't want to be alone. He pressed himself against the rocks and clenched his bandaged fists. Suddenly the rocks under him began to float with streams of blood. Gloomy saw how Paulina's body and the rocks began to rise up with blood. He threw the body of his friend on his back with tears in his eyes and asked her to hold on a little longer. The servant watched all this from under the shadow. Then she turned around and was going to leave. She turned her back while the stones were floating in the air and Gloomy noticed that it was a vampire of the labyrinth. He bulged his eyes in surprise, looked away realizing that it was a higher being. He continued to hold her body behind his back and realized that it did not matter now and asked to hold on to Pinky. He carried her on his back among the stones and was going to enter the darkness, tell her that he would not let her die and would definitely save her, although his thoughts were opposite. Angela at that moment lay with sorrow under a red cloak. The servant held her hand on the crying face of the blonde. She continued to hold her hand, but the blonde's face became calm. This vampire was sitting near the body of the blonde among the stones. The main character at that moment in demonic form I tried to fight the monster. It was a furious battle, from which light rays flew to the sides. Kim in the form of a demon with a parasite looked menacingly. The brunette grimaced with displeasure and bared her teeth when she felt the claw. She immediately soared into space with the help of her wings. The main character raised his gaze and said that he would not let her go, because the parasite must strengthen his legs. He allocated 20% of active mana. The main character immediately flew furiously to attack, leaving the destroyed earth beneath him. With a stream of light, this vampire with wings flew to the side. This monster spread its wings widely among a cloud of dust, and the vampire realized that his movements had changed after this insect-like thing covered his body. His strength and speed were now incredibly high. The brunette looked through her bangs with displeasure and did not remember such a look, but for some reason the silhouette of the protagonist seemed familiar to her, and asked him. She looked into a hole in the cave filled with dust. The protagonist broke out from there and looked into the face of the enemy, said that he was a man. This vampire managed to cover himself with a huge wing from Kim's attack. Then this monster with wings soared into space. The protagonist was left in a large cloud of dust and realized that these wings were getting on his nerves. The protagonist in the form of a parasite extended his hand and told his parasite to make these wings appear. The protagonist spread his legs wide and watched the black hovering silhouette of the enemy, wishing for his legs to get stronger and for him to allocate 60% of his active mana. Suddenly, his silhouette and the entire space lit up with a bright white light. The brunette clutched her eyes wide open when the protagonist was already behind her. She immediately flew into the ground and raised a cloud of dust. The girl with black wings sat in the ruins and realized that she needed to change her fighting style. Then she looked back and saw that her wing was missing. The protagonist in a black shadow and demonic appearance gained a new wing and said that she could then analyze the battle situation, and she would be able to copy it as accurately as she could. The vampire, with disappointment on her face and horror bulged her eyes, did not understand what her opponent did, but he explained that it was fair, that now she was not the only one who could. The protagonist in parasitic armor and wings looked away and said that now they each had one wing and it was more honest. He looked closely at her, through the demonic mask with red eyes. A wing with a bunch of monster heads appeared right above his head. These downward hanging heads began to growl and a notification popped up that the time of death of the target group had already occurred and an analysis was needed to obtain more detailed information. An explanation that the chance of successfully extracting the skill depends on how much time has passed since the death of the target group. The brunette looked into the distance at her opponent, who was standing in a cloud of dust, and he said that he heard her being called the killer of aristocrats. The maid looked through her dark bangs with displeasure when she heard that she created weapons from the enemies she killed and turned them into her feathers. The maid continued to look at the main character opposite, asking him not to say such nonsense, since they were not enemies. The main character widened his eyes and said angrily, if they were not enemies, then she wanted to say that they themselves willingly became her feathers. The brunette continued to look through her bangs with cold blood and explained that this was all true. Then she widened her eyes when she heard that most of her memories before she was sealed were erased. They stood opposite each other, in a cloud of dust, and she asked what the river was like now, and realized that 700 years had passed. The main character continued to look at her through her bangs as she asked if this was a side effect of the seal since she did not remember anything, either the one who sealed her nor those who were turned into feathers. She looked down with empty eyes and realized that she could not even remember her king's orders. She remembered the image of her king with black wings and armor when Kim told her not to try to justify her baseness with memory loss when she took out the origin and said that she did not wield it very well, because she knew who these people were after all. Kim looked at the girl in front of her, who explained that she felt that it was not hostility, but respect and admiration. The servant pressed her fist to her chest and angrily stated that honoring those who fell on the battlefield is a burden and punishment that she has owed her entire life, and added that they are not enemies, because it concerns those from whom he took his powers. The main character widened his eyes in shock, telling her not to flatter herself, because she was a crazy pervert, and what she did was insane. Kim held the head of the screaming monster in his hand and stated how she called it a burden, and meant by that waving the effigy around like a weapon was hardly a form of respect, and stated that the face looked like it was smiling and its impudence was disgusting. The main character looked at the excited girl who was screaming and stated that he would put these unfortunates to rest in her place, and they would be slowly digested inside of him. The vampire stretched out her hand in horror and screamed for him to give them back to her, because they were the punishment she had to bear, and asked to at least return the Valkyrie. The main character in the parasite mask froze slightly, hearing the name. He raised the red blade above his head, explaining that she meant it. The maid knelt down on one knee and looked at the blade. She immediately started screaming in anger that it was disgusting and he shouldn't touch her with that filthy parasite. He watched as the maid grabbed the blade and spread one wing. A purple glow enveloped her silhouette, and the rocks flying past her. Kim stood on the ground and looked up, realizing that she had guessed about the memory loss since she couldn't even attack him, which meant that this was a weapon that she truly valued. She bared her teeth in anger and held the blade at her side. She waved her large wing and stuck the sword into the ground, saying that he no longer deserved her respect. Her black silhouette began to sound a red light around and said that she would return in feathers, even if she had to eat him. A bunch of different spikes and blades came out of the ground in front of Kim. He looked away in surprise and realized that she wasn't even going to attack, hearing from her that there was only one ruler in this world that she would serve, and as his sword, she would cut down his enemies forever. The protagonist stood among a pile of blades and looked at the bright light, hearing from the vampire that even if their corpses were to pile up into mountains and their blood turned into rivers, it would all be for the glory of her master. They continued to stand in the form of bright light, and everything around them cracked, as the servant said that she would forever inflame those who died in vain, and her body would also accept a grave fate. The protagonist saw a funnel of light appear above, because this was the entrance to the formless labyrinth of Valmork. The brunette tightly clutched the blade in front of her face and turned to her king, explaining that she apologized to him for killing the enemy in front of her, driven only by her selfish desires. A message began to pop up that he had left the labyrinth, and all of his stats had been reduced by 30% because he had entered the formless labyrinth of the Raven Queen Morrigan. The protagonist looked away in sweat, and did not understand how the girl could enter him if she was not even the master of the labyrinth. Morrigan stood calmly in front of the protagonist on the battlefield and explained that the formless labyrinth was a technique created by those who did not have their own labyrinths to counter those who did, because all living beings, including her, held the desire to soar in their hearts. She immediately threw her sword behind her head and explained that the formless labyrinth was just a projection of this desire into reality. She added that it was only called that because of the idiots who believed that every personal territory was a labyrinth, and he had held up well until now, the one who looked like a human. The protagonist extended his huge blade to the side. He firmly gripped the hilt of the sword, standing in front of his rival. The brunette looked at him angrily with a frown and asked if he was giving up, because there was no point in continuing. Kim raised his hand in front of him and looked at it when Morrigan said although he was arrogant, but she considered him a strong warrior, but he disappointed her, but he did not mean this, because she forgot about her position. A magic stencil appeared right above the head of the stunned girl. She was excitedly going to look back at the magic stencil, because the conditions were met and the curse of submission was activated. It immediately got into a fighting pose, putting out a blade and indignantly. In a blue glow, she flew straight to the main character and became a subordinate of the summoner, and a brand was engraved on the body of the target. Morrigan was kneeling, bowing before her new summoner. The girl convulsively held the blade in front of the neck of her ruler. She lowered her head and heard with a numbness that he was her new king. Morrigan looked up in horror when she heard that she had to kneel. The girl raised her eyebrows in horror and her eyes widened, not wanting such a fate for herself, because if she had fought with all her might from the start, she would not have wasted time analyzing the difference in their strength. The brunette looked at her new king, who had a black vortex spinning above him, and he explained that she was arrogant. Notifications began to pop up that there was an exit from the formless labyrinth, and the Raven Queen was subjugated to a new king. A message that the target could not be freed from the curse until her strength surpassed that of the one who cast the curse, who was the one-eyed Lord Ustis. Kim looked at this message with sadness. The girl was kneeling with her head down in front of the Lord and begging him to kill her, because she had killed many of his innocent people. The main character in the white cloak looked at the Crow Queen and explained that she had killed dozens of them, including the workers, and the death toll was still rising, because at first he was going to kill her on the spot. Then he looked at her coldly through his bangs and dreamed that there was a count who wanted her dead because of what she had done in the past, and because of this, he could target him, too, so he told her to deal with the problems she had created, even if she wanted to restore her wing. It was her choice, but she would have to fight the aristocrats on the battlefield. The girl lowered her empty dark face down. Kim turned his back to her and said that there would be 6 of them, and she had to kill at least 2, and then he would decide what to do with her and asked her not to think that this was a special relationship, she just had to protect them until the war began. Morrigan lowered her head and said that she would carry out the king's order. The protagonist stood next to the servant, looking at the blue-haired girl, realizing that the summoning stone was only part of the supplies he received from the count, so he did not expect such a powerful being to emerge from it, but he could not deny his guilt for activating it right in the labyrinth. They saw a pile of corpses wrapped in sheets on the ground in front of them. You realize that due to his weakness, he was unable to protect them, and the labyrinth was destroyed. The small lizards looked angrily at Morrigan, who sat on her knees, and realized that if she had at least one more moment to act in the end, and if she had opened the formless labyrinth from the beginning. Dominic looked in surprise at the crying girl, who began to apologize. She continued to look at her in surprise until Kim turned around, because it was very humiliating to rely on a parasite because he could not control his power properly, and Dominic heard that Morrigan was now part of the lizard labyrinth. The protagonist stood with his back to what was happening with a sullen look and realized that he was sick of his own weakness, because he had to become stronger. Kim straightened his white cloak and walked into the darkness, because he needed to become strong enough to endure all this to protect everyone. Within a month after the battle with Morrigan, Angela showed her muscles, saying that she had returned to normal. After a short sleep she recovered very quickly, despite the severe wounds, and thanks to her, Yunhui got off with only a few scratches. The guy stroked the girl's head, while the vampire happily exclaimed how long it had been since she drank the blood of her master. She would enjoy it 1 sip a day. Kim thought it was because of the vampire's ability to regenerate. She was a legendary rank after all. He gave her a pack of his blood that he kept for emergencies. She was protecting Yunhui and everyone else after all. Rick touched his chest, apologizing for not being there every time something important happened. Despite his concerns, Rick only blamed herself for not being there when there was a threat. It seemed she didn't know anything about Morrigan. Kim sat at the table, saying that the priority right now was to monitor the 10th floor. It happened so suddenly that she didn't need to feel responsible. The wing that was absorbed probably had royal high elves, but he decided not to tell her about it yet. Balzac sat by the bed of Qantas, who was bandaged up. They had fully recovered. The 10 Naga soldiers who were being treated had died, but there were no other casualties. The heroes stood by the graves. The worst of it all, they lost 6 workers. Of course the horned rats could help, but the Naga workers were supposed to be the most protected among them. But in the end 6 of them died. Looking at the crying creatures, Kim said the name Morrigan and thought that this was very bad for morale. Something like this should not happen again. The girl bowed down on one knee. The guy told her to protect the workers with all her might. If even one of them died, she would share their fate. They could not afford to lose them. Morrigan looked ahead grimly. The crying beasts turned around. The girl lowered her head and promised to protect them with everything she had. She quickly disappeared when the hero said that she was free. Kim turned around and asked Dominic how she was behaving. The girl replied that as he ordered, she did not enter the center of the labyrinth. She remembered Morrigan standing by the monster's body and saying that she could cut it into pieces if she wanted. Covering her mouth with her hand, Dominic said that she also hunted beasts in neutral territories to bring food and deep gems. Yesterday, she even brought 2 blood leopards with high-ranking deep gems. Kim asked if she was complaining about this treatment despite being a hero once. The girl replied that it didn't seem like it. Morrigan was sitting by the tombstone. Dominic continued that she settled near the cemetery, as it was temporary, and most of the time she does not leave and spends her days mourning the victims. Standing next to her, she said that the Naga still see her as an enemy, so she thinks it is better to leave things as they are for now. The hero agreed. The creatures were standing at the construction site near the stairs. The restoration of the labyrinth warehouse was completed quickly, and the fortification of the 9th floor for the war was also coming to an end. There was a target on Dragon's body. They tested some of the firearms and most of the explosives and found that they were capable of causing some damage to the creatures of the underground. Dragon himself asked if he was going to go there, and he screamed that he couldn't. He was burning up inside, and the guy advised to put it out, or did he want to die from smoke inhalation? It looked like incendiary grenades would be very useful. The goblin approached the pigs. One of them asked if it was for food. The second said that the Baron promised to make shashlik out of them if they did anything about the goblins. The goblins and boars set to work building the outpost. The goblin held the phone, asking if there was a connection, and heard that the connection was stable, to which he said that it was a fragile device. Let them be careful. From the workers from the maze of hammers and anvils, they had excellent control of their hands and quickly mastered firearms and means of communication with the surface. Pig walked with the device, asking if it was a food box, and the goblin screamed in fear for him not to touch it. The big tusk boar tribe were used as a labor force to carry heavy loads. Their work was so coordinated that it seemed as if they were from the same labyrinth. The hero presented a diagram, saying that the main mission that was made public was to build supply routes between the hammer and anvil, gluttony, big tusk, and Naga labyrinths. He was not sure if Uther needed supplies at all, but a passage between them certainly wouldn't hurt. He presented connecting lines, saying that further expansion of the tunnels and horned rats was being done in secret, as the marsh labyrinth and the whale labyrinth could not be fully trusted. Ariana lay with a pillow in her hands, saying that she knew the rats were building underground tunnels, but did not expect it to be connected to the Naga labyrinth. Kim informed the Dream Queen about the construction, given her willingness to sign the contract. She looked at the creature that wanted to eat the rat, which she thought could avoid the food shortage, but they were ordered not to eat them, although for a while they would have enough supplies he gave. The grey beast held explosives and a shovel. Since the enemy can use the underground passages to invade, they planted explosives in each area. They did not create a full network of tunnels on the front lines, but simply left what they already had. Kim sat on the throne and said that the outposts, traps and supply routes, underground tunnels, wiring and communication distribution were basically abandoned. He looked at the white boxes, saying that of the 3 boxes of deep gems he got from Anatolius, one would go to the nearby labyrinth, and another would be used to strengthen their army. He should also sell about 2 handfuls to the appraisal center on the surface to buy some extra food. Dominic opened her mouth when she heard that their forces were increasing, so they needed to expand the Naga nest and get more livestock. How was the blood leopard territory? The girl replied that 3 rats had died, but they had completed the task. The guy touched his chin when he heard that there were only 32 blood leopards left on the 9th floor. He asked her to tell Morrigan to stop hunting them. If they died out, they would have no opponents to train against after the war. Kim covered his face with his hand, saying no, it was stupid to worry about wild beasts when they didn't even know if they would survive this war. Maybe they should capture some of them to preserve their species and use the rest as combat units. No, they were blood leopards. he couldn't think based on his own standards alone. The guy held his head, saying that they would suffer considerable losses when capturing them. He would deal with it later. It would be better to raise the rank of the labyrinth and use the advantages of the Water Dragon Corps. He needed to reorganize the squad structure to take the water dragons into account, but they had too few commanders. Dominic's eyes widened, calling out for her master again, while he was saying that maybe he should only send the rare rank Nagas, but it was too dangerous. Finally, the tired guy turned his attention to her. Looking at the girl, he asked what was wrong. She replied that he had too much of a burden on his shoulders. The green-haired girl looked down and said that she knew that war was inevitable, but mental and physical exhaustion were different things. If this continued, he might break before it even started. She thought he should rest for a while. Kim looked away, saying that this wasn't the same as the water dragon invasion. The girl's mouth fell open when she heard that this was a war between the floors. He had decided to be the commander, so there was no time to rest. Sadly looking down, Dominic asked why he was doing all this. She didn't doubt him, on the contrary. Looking away, she continued that he had no connection with the Naga at all. He was a human. She knew that he didn't become the master of their labyrinth by his own will. They would disappear if he died or the core was destroyed. She presented a green and purple stone, saying that one or the other wouldn't do much harm to him. Dominic closed her eyes, saying that he never asked for this labyrinth. But now he had a great war ahead of him, and yet he did not complain that he had to risk his life for them. Opening her eyes, she asked if he was not offended that this responsibility was forced upon him. Standing by the throne, she asked that all of this had become his burden? A shadow hid Kim's face, who asked again, a burden? Dominic looked at him in surprise when she heard him ask if he knew what kind of life he had lived before he came to the labyrinth of the Naga. He himself did not know. He remembered sitting on the floor by the window, and said that for years on the surface he had lived as an empty shell, having lost his past. Even the endless love of his family could not fill the emptiness in his mind. Sitting on the throne, Kim continued to say that he wanted to miss the opportunity, brought his questions back to the past, and here he still felt different than on the surface. He introduced the girls and said that they always said that he was taking on too much, that no king fought in the front lines and that he should trust them. He closed his eyes and smiled and said that they were right. He knew that, but what could he do? He was hot-tempered and greedy, a selfish man who only knew extremes. Dominic looked at him in surprise and asked why then, and heard him repeat that it was his greed. The surprised girl heard that it was not a burden, the dungeon, the labyrinth of the Naga. Kim touched his chest and said that they all filled his heart. Standing up, he said that he was no longer an empty shell just breathing without a purpose. He was the Baron of the dungeon, the invincible commander, the king of the labyrinth. The green-haired girl stared forward, hearing that he was their master. Walking forward, the boy said that he would not let some insignificant war take away what was his. He was not going to lose a single thing. Without turning around, the boy decided to continue. Tears appeared in the corners of the girl's eyes. She interrupted, saying that he was really greedy. Kim turned around. Then he turned away, thinking that in the dark dungeon there lived all sorts of creatures. Dominic wiped away her tears with a smile, and the boy confirmed, thinking that some with greed. The red-skinned demoness peeked out from behind the corner, saying that she should be there instead of her, some with envy. Citri cried, saying that if only she were not a black merchant, if only she were not a demon. Uther said that her taste was very questionable, some with pity. Angela drank blood from a bag, saying that this is what she lives for, she wants it too, some with joy. Anatolius poked Yunhui in the cheek saying no, it was her young lady who shouldn't drink blood, some with secrets. Dragon pointed in surprise asking if there was alcohol in the blood, had it fermented. The vampiress asked indignantly what he said, some with questions. The Naga stood at the entrance, cries for help were heard. Balzac said they looked like they were having fun. Why don't they drink when the war was over then? Qantas agreed saying they should focus on training for now, some with determination. Pinky held her cheeks confused saying she heard he saved her, saying he looked after her day and night. Gloomy confused replied no, some with love. Morrigan sat by the grave while a question was heard from the house, did he kiss her while she was sleeping? And a cry that she was crazy, some with grief. She lowered her head and said she would leave, while the beasts hissed at her, some with rage. The creature waved its hand, shouting that prosperity was a luxury. At the end of absurd dreams only a fall awaits. No, respect is paid twice, some with loyalty. The crowd of hooded creatures heard that they, the horned rats, were capable of slavery. They would rise from the fear of death as new honorable Nagas, some with submission. One of the rats looked at its comrade and asked if he was unwell. He answered that everything was fine, some with doubts. They stood in the cave. Shouts of praise for the labyrinth of Nagas were heard, some with grievances. Ariana lay with a pillow, saying that it felt like this war would bring a nightmare. Everything was calm for years. It did not seem that the aristocrats from the 10th floor had anything to do with the nightmare, some with anxiety. A creature approached Rick, saying that there were reports of lower elves being seen on the upper floors. She replied that the war was more important now, some with hope. A bright beam was burning in the high tower. Words were heard about Morrigan. He senses her. let him order the barons to attack, some with hatred. This ended the second season,